go. Take two. Hey, everybody. What's going on? 100% less purple, I hope. 100% less buy. Hope we're doing well. Hope we're doing all right, guys, here today. We're going to have a fun time tonight. This is kind of a good start to everything. Me having, me doing the boomer tech issues and everything. That was me trying to use an outdated version of OBS. So I guess that one's got to be updated and everything else. But anyways, good to see everybody in the chat here today. All of you guys based and mindset pilled here today. And also good to see everybody who's over there on Locals, legalmindset.locals.com. Okay, guys, so here's what we're going to do today. It's a little bit different than normal. This is a bit different than your normal normie streams. So today is going to be something unique. Now, every other law tuber and their mother, I think, has decided to stream this trial. So when I heard that, okay, Legal Vices is in, then Nick is in, then Good Logic is in, and I'm checking right now, is Uncivil streaming too? Uncivil Law, is he streaming too as well? So here's what I want to do. Oh yes, he is indeed streaming. This is going to be glorious. So instead of just merely watching the trial, we are going to move around and stream snipe everybody in LawTube, and I am going to Mystery Theater 2,000, like 4,000. I'm going to comment on their comments on their stream. I'm going to roast them. I'm going to toast them. We're going to have a good time here. We're going to have fun. It's kind of going meta. Like we got to go LawTube meta at this point, right? Because it's not just enough to be sitting on a stream by yourself like everybody is out there, right? Because right now everybody is sitting on the stream by themselves. Looks like Uncivil's by himself, Ricada's by himself, Joe isn't even started, I think, because he's late and Hebrew pilled. So everybody's kind of being like so ronery. So we are gonna take over them. Now what I want you guys to do is you are gonna need to vote. And let me work here behind the scenes and kind of get this thing set up here. But we are going to have you guys kind of select which one in the chat we want to move around to, we want to go to. Throughout this, I'm going to keep a poll up. I'll rotate the poll and kind of, keep it spinning like anybody should be on the poll. And we'll go and we'll move from stream to stream and stream, and we will comment over their streams. The best part is I can selectively mute them. I can go away from them. I can change the stream. So they literally cannot stop me. It says you got me if you're streaming. Yeah, exactly. So Nick first. So people want to do Nick first. Well, let me put the poll up real quick. It's gonna take me a second to do this because YouTube is being weird. It's making me like log in again like multiple times, even though the fact that I'm literally on my YouTube on one screen, but the other screen isn't. It's really fucking weird. But anyways, it's good to see you all in the chat. What's up to all the members? Danielle, Brandon, WD Daisy William, Hunch. What's going on, guys? All my based chads. Hold on, let me mute Good Logic over here. Is his Hebrewness and lateness is unacceptable. So all right, we're gonna put it up in the side. I think you guys want to do Nick first, but you can say it in the chat right now, but I will get the poll up right now. But yeah, that's our plan for today. We also may have some lovely ladies joining us later, and I am not so interested in these lovely ladies and what they have to say. Oh, no. I am interested in having some window dressing later. So there may be some lovely ladies joining us later just to be there and to look cute, not to actually do anything because, well, who actually cares what they have to say, right? I mean, am I right or am I right? I think I'm right. By the way, we got a super chat from Unhung Hero. Says, can't wait for some good rigor coitus testimony. Me too, baby. Me too. All right, so I think we've already got a winner, but I'll just put up the poll here. Who to snipe first? Let's see. So we got Nick, Vices. I'll add 2. Uncivil, and the Hebrew. Okay, we'll add that. We'll add that to that poll up right there right now. I think I know Nick is going to win, but yeah, we're going to have a good time on this. It's getting boring. Everyone just wants to sit here and do nothing. Nobody is out here innovating. Nobody's out here doing something different. We got to, here at Legal Mindset, we offer you entertainment. not just pure legal commentary. This is supposed to be enjoyable. This is supposed to be fun. Nice boomeranging to start. Hey, listen, Don. You gotta have it some way. I got my Sapporo from the 7-Eleven, nice tall boy. This cost me like 50 cents. So shout out to that inflation in America. I hope you guys are enjoying that. Hey, cheers, guys. We'll be drinking throughout tonight as well. Did it not post? Okay, did the post not post? I think the post posted here. So, okay, cool. So all those on locals, good to see you in the chat here today. All right, so here we go. The name code says good. No more or yeah. Meme, I'm gonna be on your stream on Friday. I may be in Jomtien, but I'll be there. Okay. Nick has 45%, Vice is 26%, Uncivil 9%, and the Hebrew 18. So we'll go in that order. We'll go Nick, Vice's, Hebrew, Uncivil. So let's start with Nicholas Ricada and see how Nicholas Ricada is doing here today in the chat. Also, guys, let me know if there's any echo, because I will try to minimize that.
For you fully.
We know she's on Team Balls, by the way.
So we refer to 4 containers in the home, and it's just a matter of staying organized with the recovery. We went from left to right when looking at the basement. So
hopefully this is good. Yes, we'll have infinite cooming jokes. Don't worry about it, Agrilith. I will be roasting Ricada in his gunt very, very thoroughly. I mean, look at him here. Look at this poor beta male sitting here alone.
No, Nina, does not mean no
watching
balls
this sad woman
left the
and her
balls in
attorney
the bucket with the penis where they belong.
And he's doing balls or no balls. I mean, how tired is
It's
this
been weird
shit?
to keep him attached to the body.
Fair to say that all of you were.
How tired is the balls or no balls
together
shtick?
As far as looking around and investigating certain things.
yes, we're all together at this time. Yes.
And in the meantime, was Taylor Schabusiness over at the police department.
Can you guys hear it all right? Is the volume all right for you guys?
To us.
And were you communicating with Detective Kemp?
Nick looks so sad here, like so Ronry. He's like the Kim Jong-un.
I was getting phone contact.
And Nick used to have so many people. Nick used to have like 5 people on his stream. He doesn't have Bronca. He doesn't got me. He doesn't got Vi. He's just here all by his lonesome. Audio is no longer lesbian. Okay, we're
Your
good.
investigation was the basement of Stony Brook. Is that fair?
The basement, and then, as we found the knives, I went upstairs and tried to identify whether or not those knives had come from the kitchen. So I did travel back upstairs.
It's over for Nick Sells. Nick Seldom will be busted. I wonder how long. What's the over/under until his chat screams that I'm stream sniping him? Are we within 5 minutes?
2 knives in the bucket.
If his chat
There
streaming
was
it.
2 knives in the bucket, the black handled.
Nita's simping in the chat. Oh, the chat never changes.
Stamp. And then there was a.
The chat's a bunch of simps. You guys know that.
Yellow
The only pimps are over here on Legal
When
Mindset.
you went upstairs, you
Not
didn't see any other yellow hand.
Beta Ricada.
No, I've seen other Milker blade 3 knives. There was one on the butter
It does
dish,
look sad.
and there was similar knives to that.
Like,
in the
why
drawer.
is he so sad?
I
Like,
did
did
not-
someone
I don't
steal
know
his pudding?
I don't
Like,
know the
what's going
source
on?
of where the yellow knife was from.
Dude, she looks rough. This is Taylor Schabusiness is a hard pass.
And while all this was going on, the forensic specialists, Andre and
And
Sharnes
Tiger's
were-
dad, I am not going to be getting my pecker cut off. Don't worry.
Nina, what do you mean? What did he do to deserve this? Man, at the time of his life.
Trancada.
Did you find any evidence of drug use?
Is that woman high in the back?
I did.
What did you find down there?
There was a methamphetamine pipe, or what I recognized to be a methamphetamine pipe, on the entertainment center, and there was a green gem baggie with a crystal substance that I later checked out more thoroughly.
Dude, that girl's so high. He looks like he's smelling week old. Oh, okay. All right, Rach. BB says you'll love this. Yeah, it's great. Like, we'll switch it up, guys. We're gonna switch it up tonight. We're not just gonna pick on Nick. Don't worry. Old Grandpa Vices is getting a turn too.
Like, I'm.
Legal Vices says
I think
snipe
it's an act.
Vices. Snipe
I think
Vices.
her whole
He's
like
better and
shtick
more
is an
base
act, but it
tall, all
is
these
funny.
schmucks.
Like this.
Oh, don't worry. We'll
These
get to you,
constant looks
Vices.
of like,
We'll get to
what
you,
am I
Vices.
even doing here?
Don't you worry.
Not quite sure.
Don't you worry, Senpai.
Why I'm alive.
We're
Kinda
gonna get to
weird
the old
me.
man in the sea in good time. Take your chill pill, Vices. We'll get to you, buddy. I love you, homie.
You observed, where was it?
Vices is
It
on
was
to me.
on
He's
the
clever.
entertainment
He's
center.
He's in Asia. He knows what's up.
Makeshift dresser to the left of the bed.
And did you find drugs?
There was what I believe to be drugs, yes, next to it in the gem baggie.
When you say gem baggie, is that a plastic bag?
Yeah, a little small, like a 1 inch or an inch and a half. Baggie.
Inch and a half, about the size of Ricado's
I later
dong.
field tested it for methamphetamine.
Okay, I
You
am
might
gonna
field test it. You might-
I am gonna be roasting people throughout this, guys. I hope you guys can tolerate the
Stood right
roast.
of the meth pipe.
Did you find
Vices is so bad. He's super chatting another stream instead of focusing on it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
I did
love
not
it.
know.
Do they have that murder trial yet? No, not yet, Don.
What the business? What the business?
exhibits 70, 71, 72?
Yeah, but did you find any weed though? It's a Read for Madness defense. You see those commercials?
Exhibit 70.
I think Nick
See what
is
weed
already
makes
fucked
people
up.
do?
Recognize
Okay, Nick is
I do.
clearly drunk
What is it?
right now.
That's the entertainment center.
Like, I'm just starting the night. I will say I did have a couple drinks before this, but I mean, Nick is
Right
clearly
next
more
to
drunk
the
right
green
now.
gem bag I referred to, and some other items, with some placards that our forensic specialist put down photograph.
Is there any packaging from a company called?
She's slurring at 10 a.m. Clearly there were some 8 a.m.
I'm
shots.
sorry, I can't hear you.
Is there any packaging from a company called Lume, Lume? That photo.
Boom.
I don't see it.
Okay. This picture, Exhibit 70, does it depict that entertainment center in the basement of Stony Brook Lane?
Yes,
Was that picture taken on or about February 23rd of 2022?
it was.
Okay. Exhibit 71, could you identify that?
That it just appears to be the same area, but a close-up of the green gem bag, a watch in front of it.
That gem bag later turned out to be methamphetamine, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Did some of it spill out on the entertainment center?
Nick
Looking
only
at
drinks
this postal
socially. He
photo,
just happens to be social on his stream.
There
That's
are
true.
white
That's
specks
true.
on the
I only drink
entertainment
with you
center.
guys,
I don't know
which
if
means a lot.
That's that.
Cheers.
You don't know if that's that.
I didn't use it. I didn't
Well, you know if that's this?
To see that, I don't know.
Okay. Does that picture show?
Oh, don't worry. We're gonna get to legal vices. Don't worry, guys.
That's
Don't worry.
that
It's coming for Grandpa
item
Vices.
from Stony Brook Lane on February 23rd?
Yes,
Okay. Could you turn your attention to Exhibit 72? Can you identify what that is?
it's the same area. It's a close-up of the gem bag.
Is that the gem bag that was on top of the entertainment center on Stony Brook Lane in the basement?
It appears to be yes.
Okay, so I saw
Yeah,
some
but you had a chance
confusion
to
about
take a
this.
look at
Yeah.
that, correct?
A gem bag
I'll
is a
offer Exhibit 70,
GEM bag.
72.
It's a small little, baggie like this that you'd put like powdered drugs in typically. I mean, it's not what they're for, but that's what they get associated with. Little plastic
When
bags. You
did
see them
your
on
search of the
TV shows
basement,
and
did you
shit.
find anybody else in the basement?
Try to get this.
Any
Other
other
than the
people on
remains,
it?
other than the remains of Mr. Therian, no.
Did you canvass the area and make contact with neighbors?
Yeah, a lot of
I
times
did.
it's called a dime bag.
Yeah, I think it's Nick's fault on the
I had some
volume,
time.
guys.
Um,
It's Nick.
It's
Nick
called a
keeping the
dime
volume
bag
low.
to
low.
you.
I
It's called a
went to the
gem
dime.
bag to them.
so rather than stand there, I decided to.
But it's not a gym bag for like
stand
going
with
to the.
neighbor canvas to talk
I
to
turned it up
neighbors to
as much
see
as I can turn it up.
If any of the neighbors were up last night or.
Who's
observed anything
pastier,
that
Nick or
would be
Schabusiness?
relevant
That's a
to the
good one.
investigation.
Let's put that
Get
poll in
any
the chat.
information that was relevant?
I did.
What?
I did.
What did you get?
I talked to some neighbors across the street who told me things that they had seen. I documented their information and went to the next house.
When you were there at 829 Stony Brook Lane, did you talk to Tara Pakanik?
I did not.
Did you talk to her later on?
I saw her in passing later on when they went. to
Gem
some
bag.
personal
Joe would know
property.
about that. Oof.
I didn't speak.
Oof. Hebrew
Was
pills.
it your understanding as part of your investigation that the deceased was frequently said to come and go from the residence on Stony Brook?
I'm sorry.
Was it your understanding that the deceased was frequently said to come and go from the Stony Brook Lane property,
That was my understanding, yes.
and that he really didn't live there?
I'm gonna object. This is all presumably hearsay. If he knew that information, he would have heard that from other people.
Your Honor, detectives gather lots of information, and I believe that they're
Whoa, yeah.
trying to do
What's
their
the
job.
hearsay?
Get information I believe would be reliable.
He would have heard it from other people. He didn't
Schabusiness
ask
looks
what
older
the other
than Nick.
person said. He just asked what he knows.
Someone super chat Nick to turn up his volume.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think the judge is like speaking properly into the mic.
Heard some testimony about that exhibit 33, that dog collar, correct?
Yes.
You opened it up and we were able to see it. That dog collar has 2 rings on it, correct?
Yes.
Do the rings, are
One
they
for the
able to
balls
go
and one for the shaft.
to each other where you could pull it tight?
My understanding of the dog collar is you have to pass the chain through to join the rings so that it can be used as like a pincher dog collar. One of the chains that was by the pub table had already been done that and was a loop. And then the chain that was on the entertainment center was not looped
Yeah.
through, so it was just a straight chain.
But
As a member
chain
of
that you
the
showed us, it
undead
had
community,
2
the
loops
judge is
with-
immune to using a
with them
microphone.
through each other. Is that fair?
I didn't
It's
try
true.
it,
He
but
is a
I
vampire.
passed
That
the
is
chain
very
through
accurate.
to
Accurate
the
call
loop of the collar.
by Beta there.
Are you saying that there would be a separate chain?
That chain was as I found it.
Okay. And with that chain, the 2 rings, you're not gonna be able to pass them through each other. Is that fair?
I didn't try to do it, but my understanding would be you could not. You'd have to pass the chain through to get the loop.
Okay.
The judge looks like he knows about choking. Oh no. Wait for Nick's in-depth knowledge of the dog collars. This is gonna give too much
Chew bag.
stuff to the
That was on
the
top of the entertainment
Kumerkata
center.
It was.
Spurgs.
And what led your attention to that?
There was some red tissue and blood, not blood, red tissue on the zipper and on the side of the bag.
And inside the Jimmy Choo bag,
Oh, Jimmy Choo.
body parts, correct?
We're going fancy.
There was a lung,
The doctor identified the object as the lung, yes.
A lung?
liver,
He identified a liver.
patella tendon,
The doctor showed me that and identified that.
Oof.
pieces of skin or fatty tissue,
Yes, sir.
Ooh.
and there are lots of bags in there, correct?
Yes.
There was a pink and black Under Armour backpack that was found, correct?
Yes, that we referred to as container 3.
That was on the floor by the mattress.
Yes, it was at the, I guess I'll call it the foot of the bed, but it was off the end of the bed.
Yeah, Afix, Court TV and
Mine's
Law
that
and Crime
Fallout
have
Boy
always
song.
edited their camera footage differently. That's normal. So this is
And
normal.
this,
This is
Charlie
normal.
DeAngelis has been here for 8 months longer than my last marriage.
plastic shopping
He's been here
bags,
for
correct?
8 months.
There was.
Ooh, shit.
There's some body parts in there.
There
How's
was.
it going, brother?
Skin, fatty tissue, muscle,
Yes.
left lung.
No comment on the
left
marriage
lung,
part.
correct?
Why would the
I don't
defense
recall.
highlight all this stuff?
Very
Look.
likely, yes.
The defense is looking for
Fellas.
any
Judge.
defects in procedure. There's really no doubt that she did it.
Of the relevance of
This, but yeah, by the way, Nick is right about this. This should be a relatively boring trial, which is why I want to bring some light to it by
Oh, fuck
mocking
off.
Chunkata. You know, because this is going to be a slam dunk. She's going to be guilty, right? This is not a big, interesting trial. This is a very boring trial.
You're gonna
in
show
terms of the-
pictures to the jury of all this stuff, and have.
Well,
in terms
my
of the
client
outcome.
is
The outcome is
charged
set.
with
She's going to be guilty.
violation of
It's just a
the
matter
court,
of
so-
like, what do they show
all
during
relevant.
the trial?
prove up the-
It's like Chandler Halderson. It's going to be a guilty for sure. It's just what do they pull out? What do they talk about? What
whatever
sex shit do they talk
information is out
about?
there. I think it's relevant, but I can move on.
The defense isn't saying.
I mean,
She's gonna get. She's guilty of she's guilty of the stuff. Her defense is not guilty by reason of insanity. they want to show that she pulled out the liver of the guy and put it somewhere, right? They want her to be crazy.
That's not alone to prove crazy, though. Like, that's not by
you
itself
find
enough
any,
evidence for craziness. So,
Any notes or journals on the entertainment center?
of course, they don't have the
Hey,
death penalty.
speaking
There
of
was a
not
bank.
guilty by reason of insanity,
On the entertainment center.
Hey,
What's
how
up,
we
man?
doing?
Yes.
Who is
Good, how
this
are you?
guy?
Yeah.
Did it have any
Stuck
reason to do that?
working for a bit.
Who is this
Oh,
dude?
feature.
I don't even know
That's
this
why I
dude.
hear
This is
myself.
like the law
The
tube,
recollection
like
is
just
that
just
we-
I'll turn you
random
up a hair.
random
Like, there
Pokemon
would-
that are spawning. This
appear
is
to
like the
be
Gen
which
3
tell
of
you that
law
they were
tube right now.
probably
When the
mysterious
Pokemon start becoming like, what the fuck is
so
what
welcome
the fuck
to
is this?
MLS Law Show. First
Yes,
time
thank
we've
you.
We collected them.
gotten to hang out.
Probably-
Yeah. To look through them.
Okay, I don't know the guy. I don't know
An
him. No
interesting
shade or
trial
anything.
for
I'm just
that.
saying I don't know the guy.
Yeah.
Don't know him.
Shower.
Just, this is a roast, guys.
Take a
So
look at the
listen,
shower drains.
it's
I
you know
did.
you don't step in the kitchen. You don't step on Nicholas Recade's
Adequate.
show
This is
unless
my
you're willing to
power
get
time,
roasted.
damn it.
Hair in the shower.
There
I'm
was-
just saying,
yeah,
law
there was
tube's
hair
gone through a lot of permutations. You know, this is the newest
in the drain
generation.
and at the floor drain.
Was it your understanding that?
Yeah, this is the post Avengers after
Mr. Stephen
Endgame.
Hendricks,
Yes, yes.
Tara Pakinich, and Ava Wheelock all used
Nick couldn't. Well, yeah, I mean, like everybody else has decided they're going to
don't
stream it
know
on
who
their
this
own.
is.
So
Sorry, I came in late. Is this Cross?
Yeah, this is the cross from the final. This guy was on direct at the end of
Now,
the
you
day yesterday.
divorce
searched-
lawyer. All right. Hopefully Nick
He's,
does not need him
Chrysler
soon.
minivan, correct?
The
I
investigator.
was present for the search, yes.
That was at the Green Bay Police Department evidence storage facility, correct?
That's correct.
Phase
Was
4
that
law
an
tube.
old Town and Country
I like it.
Chrysler minivan?
I like it a lot.
It was.
Were you present during the entire search?
By the way, guys, about 100 in
I
the
was
chat
in-
right
I
now.
was
Smash
present
the like
for
button
when
if you're
the
liking
search
this,
was
if you're like
executed,
having fun doing this a little
When
differently.
remains were found, I turned my focus to the doctor who examined the remains. I was not particularly focused on.
Yeah, like
the
Lawyer You Know. Lawyer You Know is a good guy.
continuation of the search.
I think
for
he's
small
starting to
items that
stream a little bit more on
were
his own,
aside
do his
from
own thing as well.
registration and Things that were under the seat. I didn't pay attention to that.
Did you pay attention to anything that was in the glove box as to who the owner of the minivan was?
I'm aware that the owner, who the minivan was, but I didn't see the registration.
Okay. The owner of the minivan was Scott Thomas, correct?
Yes,
And inside his minivan was this crock pot box that you were
Thank you
talking
so
about
much for the
yesterday?
super sticker, Leprechaun Gold,
There
$5
were
super sticker.
remains
Appreciate
found
you
in
and
the
appreciate all the
box,
support of this
correct?
channel
there were.
from all of you base Chads and Stacy.
In that box was situated in a laundry basket, correct?
Yeah, the crock pot box was on top of the laundry basket.
And the laundry basket was sitting on top of the seat, correct?
The rear driver's side seat, yes.
And in the laundry basket were there some clothes piled up so that the crock pot box was stacked on top of the clothes?
I saw something under the box, but I didn't itemize it, so I don't know what
The
it
fucking
was.
crock pot
All of the
box.
human remains were
Just
in the crock
driving
pot
me
box,
nuts.
correct?
Yes.
Every time.
Yeah.
And
Oh, Wisconsin.
in that
You're like
Cock
crack
pot.
hat backs.
owned by Scott Holmes, there was a bottle of medication for him as well.
I don't know.
And guys, we'll get to know MLS Law Show when there's a little break in what's going on in the courtroom.
Ooh, we're gonna get his backstory
But
and
it
his
was
zodiac
confirmed
sign.
that it was his,
We'll probably go to Vices when we get to his
That vehicle, I
backstory
didn't run the
because
registration myself. That was.
I don't think we've earned a backstory yet.
And was it true that the Town and Country minivan was towed from the Eastman Avenue apartment complex to the GBPD evidence storage facility?
My first interaction was that it was there, and when I arrived, it was parked there. So I have a general knowledge that that's what occurred, but I didn't witness it present. I wasn't present for any of that.
The thing is about going on Nick's show is it helps you in the beginning, but after you go on once or twice, like it really doesn't
Judge,
help you anymore. Which
Put
is
your
why
microphone in the same county.
I like his tie.
Nick
it's
burns
very
through
flashy.
guests very quickly.
I'm a tie guy.
Yeah.
He would be a tie guy. Okay,
You know, we can
sorry.
only accessorize so much in a suit, right?
Oh, he wants to accessorize.
Well,
you know who else wants to
kind of.
accessorize? Women.
I mean, if you wear your bondage underwear on the outside of the suit, that works too.
Wait,
I
Joe's
suppose.
stream just died.
Oh my
Not the
gosh.
biggest boomer here.
So how you been liking the trial so far?
You know, it's hard not to like this one. It's like dismemberment, horrifically dirty sexual encounters.
Yeah.
A
Bright-
little bit of maybe some
bright
some
yellow, yeah.
post-mortem coitus.
I'm just happy we saw the leg, the thigh in the box. Oh my god.
Sorry, Joe.
Mr. Freilich, any reason I can't release him?
No objection.
I'm
He's
just-
released from his
I'm just really glad to find out today that the genitalia were in the bucket, or that the balls were in the bucket with the penis.
before you have a seat.
Oh yeah, they were attached. Thank God, right?
Yeah. When they're separated, it's like when you have like a
What?
sibling group.
Here's a
You
question.
don't want to separate the sibling group into different foster homes.
Why is Nick so obsessed with the shaft and the berries? I'm just
well,
saying.
hello.
It's a weird obsession on Nick's part. Just saying.
Did the
Very
cameraman
weird.
settle down, or is you still doing
morning.
weird ass
I'm
things
Dr.
today?
Vincent Trinquita.
Tranquita!
Hey, Tranquita!
Oh, Tranquita!
E-N-T.
His last name's gonna take
My
8
last
minutes
name
to
is
spell.
Daddy.
T-R-A-N-C-H-I-D-A.
That was not how I would have done that.
This is yours, Mr. Lizette.
Good morning, Dr.
think it was a
Tranquita.
phone
Can
number.
you tell the jury how you are currently employed?
Good morning. I'm currently
guy's weird.
employed as a deputy medical examiner for Dane and Rock counties of Wisconsin.
Oh, this is gonna be.
He's
slow
rocking the
and
rock.
You
amazing.
worked in the Dane County Medical
He
Examiner's
speaks slowly and clearly.
I began my
Be
employment at the Dane
understood.
County Medical Examiner's office on July 1st.
I think he took an acting
2011.
class.
You are currently
By the way,
deputy
yes,
medical
this is
examiner
very
for
true to what
United
happened.
Really not great on
Tiger's
the
dad.
stand. Can you go to like an improv clinic or something for us?
And what-
Everybody wanted to jump on it, but the successive
Enunciate.
returns are not
I
that
was
great,
previously
which is
chief
why
medical
people don't
examiner of the Dane
return.
County Medical
There's not much
Examiner's
pay
office
in-
for
payoff in it.
12 years.
Downgraded to deputy?
and,
Very
the decision
embarrassing.
To no longer be chief and to now be
After you go on once or
deputy,
twice, anybody who likes you is going to
voluntary
sub. Anybody who
decision
doesn't
on your
like
part.
you
They were
won't
thinking
sub.
the
That is
same.
correct. I've stepped down to assist with family care.
His name is
Had to
Regata for a
explain that
reason.
one.
Tranquita, what was your position or employment on
You were
February
better at your job
23rd?
than you are now at some point.
I believe at the time I was serving as a deputy medical examiner.
He's got to get the monster as an upper there
And
to
what
cure him
was
from
Dane
those
County's
shots.
relationship with Brown County at that point in time?
At that point in time, Brown County did not have a medical examiner's office, so we were providing coverage and assistance with forensic services for Brown County.
Jock, no more. Nobody looks like me. I look
Doctor,
like
can
you.
you discuss briefly your educational
I
background?
appreciate
is
that. You were
related to
sub
the
before
position of
Rittenhouse. You are an
medical
OG.
Of course. I did my pre-medical
Tiger's
school
dad, the
training
ladies
at
will
the
be just for
University of
decoration, not
Michigan
for
in
talking.
Ann
I'm
Arbor,
not silly.
Michigan.
Come on.
Ooh, all
I
right.
went to medical school at Wayne State University School of Medicine in Detroit, Michigan, where I received my MD.
No, not Wayne
While
State.
you're in Detroit, how many
I
muggings were there
specialized in
per day?
anatomic and
on
clinical
you?
Pathology and did a residency
He fits
at the
in. He's fine.
University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I further went on to subspecialize in forensic pathology.
Oh, I don't have my state
And I
mug.
did a fellowship
Would've
in
been a
forensic
perfect time.
pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of the State of New York. I further went on to do subspecialties in forensic cardiac pathology and forensic neuropathology. I served as a senior medical examiner in New York City for approximately 8 years before I went on to accept the position as chief.
I love doctor resumes. They're all like this.
Yes.
Doctor, in total, how many
It sounds like
years
they've
have
been
you
doing
worked
it for
professionally as a
75 years.
Postgraduate and post-graduate fellowship as well, and a post-fellowship medical examiner.
Approximately 20 years at this point.
And what are the primary job duties of a medical examiner?
As a medical examiner and as a forensic pathologist.
Did they talk about
My primary
or testifying
duties
about
are
taking a
to
pulse
investigate
yesterday?
the
Did I hear that
cause
right?
and manner of death
About what?
in cases
taking a
where there
pulse
is a
from
threat to
like the
public
body or
safety?
something? Was that testimony
Oftentimes
yesterday?
people think of
What's
I
up,
think
everybody?
so.
Welcome.
activity,
Welcome.
But it can also refer to communicable disease, workplace deaths, or any death where there is an unexpected and unexplained cause at the time of the discovery.
Now, you mentioned medical examiner, but also forensic pathologist. Are those two things the same?
Forensic pathology is a definition of the specialty of medicine that I practice. Medical examiner is the name given to the role that I play in the community. A medical examiner is often a doctor or forensic pathologist, but not necessarily. There can be a lay medical examiner who is somebody that is appointed in the community to serve this function And they may, for example, contract out to a forensic
Yeah, she's
pathologist
innocent.
or to
Schabusiness
a
is
hospital
being
pathologist
railroaded.
to perform their autopsy.
Exactly.
Is it fair to say that when you were
I
working
think
as-
Schabusiness
I'm on her
got-
side.
He got railroaded.
Tired of the government reaching into our bedrooms.
Essentially fulfilling
Yeah,
both
you would be,
functions.
wouldn't you, Nick? You would be,
That is
wouldn't you,
correct.
Nick? Kidding,
If you
kidding.
could
Guys,
just
this is a
go into
roast
greater
of everybody
detail
here
as to
today. So this is all me
what
joking around with these people,
specifically you do
trying to have
typically
fun,
to
trying to make this
determine
different.
cause of
This is a
death.
really boring case, so you gotta spice it up a little bit.
When we are notified about a death, typically it begins with somebody contacting our office. Our office is staffed 24/7, and we have investigators who are on duty, taking shifts. They receive the information about the call. They collect information about an individual's medical history, their social history, what medications they're on, when they were last known alive, and what are the circumstances in which they're found. At that point, the investigator will respond to this.
Put a poll up on YouTube, guys.
Thank you
Make sure
so
vote.
much,
Very
Leprechaun Gold, for
important.
the $50. Appreciate that. Appreciate your support of this channel. Thank you so much.
At
Thank
that
you for
point, they
supporting
notify the
some
medical
great
examiner,
quality stream
contact
sniping.
us, and then,
Thank you so much.
Sometimes we respond as well if there's a suspicion of a homicide or if a death
And love the
seems very
Shibas.
complicated.
Big Sheba fan.
So someone brought up, can she
Through your
testify
work
in her own
as the
defense
deputy medical examiner in the
if
Dane
she's
County
claiming insanity?
Medical
Yes, she
Examiner's
can.
Office, did
Like,
you
well, why
have
wouldn't they just be
involvement in
crazy on the stand?
investigating
Remember,
the
it's
manner of
insanity
death
at the
of
time of the
Shab
act.
Therian, date
So
of
just being
9/7/97?
crazy in court isn't going to necessarily mean you're crazy at the
Tell us how
time that you
were
did the
first,
thing.
notified
Yeah, and
I've had a
Agrolith-
client with
Therians that
her
began your work on that.
diagnosed condition, but a real, I don't know if hers is real.
Bipolar?
Bipolar 1 with underlying psychosis. And that individual, when he is having an episode, is
in Green Bay.
literally insane. You don't know what he's talking about. Nothing makes sense.
The medical examiner
He was-
on duty responds to homicide scenes.
He was trying to commit
So
or
mobilized and began driving up
Here's the
confess
problem with a lot of
to an
here's the
alleged
problem with a lot of new
SA
guys
of someone.
is they try to
To the
talk
point
too
where the
much.
police were calling me saying, "Hey, can you?"
And this
client
guy's
started
talking
calling
too
me,
much right now.
and
That's the
saying
problem with a lot of
he's the
streamers and
perpetrator.
newbies. They
But
try
then
to,
once he's on his medication, completely normal.
Yeah.
Just can't remember anything.
yeah, okay.
Yep.
Almost pause that guy.
recall, I believe
So they
it was-
try to talk too much to like prove they know shit, and that's
Those
kind of
brain
annoying
meds mess you up.
It's really
Especially when
annoying
you get a
with
good
like
cocktail of them.
with new folks who come into the
From personal
lawsuit or whatever
experience?
else,
Types of other
and
No, I
especially
had
if they're especially if they're not.
I had a
lawyers.
horrific
Our investigator,
case I
Dr. Schwab,
I
was
tagged
present
in on
as
where
well
a
as law enforcement.
guy had
What did you do upon arrival?
raped his own daughter, but he
Upon arrival,
the meds that he was on, he could do like he'd go whole days without knowing where he was, and like he would function, but he'd just wake up in the
See,
middle
right
of the day.
now
like,
these guys are both
why am I on a
talking over the
boat?
witnesses. Like they really.
My
don't-
guy was smoking cigarettes with Abraham Lincoln,
See, and he's
then
gotta
driving
qualify.
around the
He's-
state of Michigan and Illinois
Look at
looking
him.
for
He's
a
qualifying right
Buddhist
now. That's like-
seminary of
that is
some
very
sort,
beta behavior.
and then went back to his hometown and
so that we don't contaminate the
tried
scene,
to
but also
confess
that we
No one
to
cares about your
the,
random
rape
person.
of a woman in the town or something like that, and to the point where the police actually called me. Said,
Wow.
Can you get in touch with your client, please? He's not a suspect. He doesn't know what he's doing.
And there's the thing
it was
is
bad.
that there's plenty of time during the pauses for them to talk, but they decide to talk over the court, which is like
Oh, he
the
smoked
biggest
with
problem,
Uncle
which is
Abe,
why
right?
I don't invite people on the stream with me when I'm trying to do a serious stream. I don't actually do that because of stuff like what this guy just did, because it really ruins the trial, because they just feel like they need to talk all the time.
Basement stairs. As we approach down from the base,
It's kind of hopefully people learn from the a little bit of a roast, but a little bit of a instructive, instructive element.
We were then also directed.
But of course, yes, this is a problem with panels in general. And Agrolith, I am happy to be doing something different because it gets boring. This law tube stuff, it gets boring. You got to mix it up. Got to try something different.
Before we get into the specific locations of the human remains that were collected, did you make any notations overall of that area of the basement where the remains were ultimately found?
I did.
And what were those observations?
We're getting into the matrix.
As I entered the
He's
room,
glitching out.
I was surprised, given the preliminary information that I had, of how little blood was really very visible on first inspection. Subsequently, as I made my
Didn't
way
she
through,
drain
I was
the body?
able to find traces
Like in
of blood,
buckets?
at various points throughout the house.
Yeah, and into the shower.
I'm sorry, throughout the room, the basement. On some furniture
Allegedly.
to the left
Allegedly.
of the bed, or against the wall on the left, There was a dark blue.
I mean, I can't
bag.
open packets of food
There
without
was
it
also
going
evidence
everywhere.
of
I don't know how she
paraphernalia,
did that.
Including a glass pipe and a baggie. There were also cleaning supplies, Clorox wipes, and I believe a bottle of Shout detergent. Adjacent to the bed was a
Okay, so
pink
by the way,
black
guys, we're gonna give it
backpack.
another maybe hour or so on
The
Nick.
interesting thing is, it's like parts were in
Top of
various
the bed,
things
which was
throughout
box
the
springs, I
room,
believe,
just
and
sort of.
mattresses, where a number of crumpled
So odd.
sheets embedded.
At the top of the hour, we'll go to
It's
vices.
like different grocery bags.
Great.
So
Like,
we will
gotta-
go to
little bit here,
legal
little bit
vices.
here.
The four main
And then we will go
containers
to
were
the Hebrew. We will go to Joe, and then last we will go to uncivil because that'll be. I may have to take a shot for the uncivil stream because that'll be very hard.
Hey,
but
Chandler
we'll
Remington
get
in
through
the
it.
house. Hello, Chandler.
We've got the
Oh no, he's simping for Chandler already. He's fucking simping already. Oh no.
pink and
Oh,
gray bag
simp
on the floor,
activated.
and the tote. Are those the
So
four
soon.
locations where human remains were
Such
located?
simpitude.
That is correct.
Can you
First
just briefly
stream.
Describe the process that was used by the medical examiner's office to collect those remains.
Whoa.
Of course.
Do vices
Oh,
while
God.
I'm at the
Containers
gym.
that contained
Quality
the
court feed
remains
here.
Were photographed as they were, or as they sat in their location. We then documented the external appearance of the containers. After that, a evidence sheet was placed out on the floor. to
Uh-oh, an evidence
document any
sheet.
Trace evidence that might be present either on the bag or within any of the bag's contents. I then opened each of the bag, removed the
That's
contents.
so tedious
and laid it on the
testimony.
evidence sheet for inspection.
We don't need a reminder. Thank you.
And can you describe for the jury sort of big picture on a scene like this, which is, I presume, unusual, what sorts of
Presume
things you
unusual.
are looking for, attempting to ascertain as you're walking through the room and finding remains in various locations?
This judge does not want to be here doing
As I
this.
go through a room and evaluate the room,
The bags under his eyes are like tree rings. You can see how old he is.
I'm looking for signs of biological material which may tell me.
So,
where
someone
a
go
body
tell
was
Nick to turn up his volume so we can
I'm
snipe
also
better.
looking for evidence that may have contributed.
Do it for me. Do it for me, Nick.
Weapons.
Maybe I should text him.
Evidence
Should I
of
text
drug
Nick to turn up his volume so we can snipe better, or is that too on
In
the
this case
nose?
in particular, I'm also looking for places that a body may be concealed, or that might be evidence of movement.
Hey, that guy's not behind her today.
To another.
The one that was eating his hand.
Doctor, you mentioned
He
some of
probably
those
finished the
things
meal.
like, weapons or the instrumentality of the.
Did you see him?
Were those things noted
Yeah, he
on
was
your
weird.
That's
investigation?
all I could look at was that guy.
Yes,
I don't know
they were.
what he was doing.
What was noted
And
specifically?
he was like,
Do
he has
it.
a
People
ditch on
say
his
do
head,
it.
so he's
Okay,
like,
I'm gonna text Nick
On
right
this
now.
it's like,
standing
what are you
table
doing, man?
And tell him to turn up your volume so I
was
can
a
snipe you better.
Gray
Okay.
metal chain.
Turn.
On the dresser, on the left wall of the basement, there was also a gray metal chain. Recovered from some of the containers as well.
I'm gonna turn up the cord a little bit more.
Okay, I just texted him right now. Hopefully he gets the text.
The tip was broken.
Just the tip.
Just the tip.
Oh yeah, he knows how it feels.
Relates to the human remains that are located as you're collecting those items. Are you sort of conducting an inventory or attempting to ensure that you have
Nick equal on the nose.
everything that you need with respect to the body that was?
At all caps, let him know. Good, good. Thanks, guys. Thanks,
Yes,
guys.
I am. I'm trying to recover as much of the individual as possible to try.
He's
to
making
ascertain
noises.
that as much evidence as.
I think he got my text.
As you were going through the room, did you note that it was possible you did not have the entire body present in that room?
He said he'd do it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes, I did.
Did you note specifically what was missing?
On my inventory, I believe I was missing the right thigh, specifically from about the waist to about
This
the
is
knee.
perfect meta.
I believe that I was missing as
This
well
is where
the-
LawTube needs to go.
I'm sorry.
Law-
I was also
Lawception.
missing the left thigh and left leg.
This is the final form.
Wait, the left thigh and
At some
left
point in
leg?
time were you made aware that
That seems like part of the same thing
portions
to
of the body
me.
may be edited?
Right? That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yes, I was.
Did you travel to
Am I
that other
banned from my
location?
own chat? What the hell is going on?
Where was that?
Rosie won no.
He
Throw it
would
back
be
in
banned
again.
from his
Slip it
own
in,
chat.
please.
That'd be hilarious.
Offsite.
Too many Baldo comments got him banned from his own chat.
Upon arrival to the police storage unit, I was directed towards a van or minivan that was in the storage unit. And I was told there was a possibility that there might be additional body parts within.
Be
the
right
storage
back.
Oh no,
Did
that.
you actively
Oh no, his
participate in
avatar.
attempting
Oh
to
no,
recover
is that also his dating
body
profile
parts from
picture?
the van?
Yes, I did.
Check yes or
The
no.
process was similar. I donned Tyvek gloves.
By the way, result of the poll: who is pastier, Nick Ricada or Schabusiness? Nick won 70-30. Nick is definitely pastier than Schabusiness.
And where body
All right,
parts
well,
located?
we'll actually have this poll: who's kinkier,
What did you
Nick or Schabusiness?
I believe we recovered.
I'll
the
turn me
right
down.
Femur or leg bone of the thigh of the decedent. We also recovered.
Hopefully that
portion
helps.
of left thigh, and we also recovered a portion of left leg from about the level of the knee to the ankle.
A portion. How do we know how many pieces?
The poll is up in the chat. Who is kinkier, Nick or Schabusiness?
Well, I thought it was less, but then they were talking about the liver being out. And
When they were
That's like
recovered from the
multiple
van,
parts of
they were
legs.
placed in
Yes,
a
Nick does not go outside.
hot box. There
Fucking
was
crock
evidence
pot box.
of skeletal trauma, including sawing.
I don't know. Nick may give Schabusiness a run for his money. He's got. I mean, does Schabusiness use a baldo?
Consistent with this.
I'm just saying. We're gonna see it's a dildo, but I mean that's
Anything
pretty
else about
vanilla.
The amount of flesh that remained on those items that were recovered from the van.
Specifically, the right femur had been defleshed. In other words,
Defleshed.
the skin, soft tissues, and muscle had been removed from the bone so that it was largely stripped down to the bone itself.
You call that original recipe? Nobody? No
I
joke
wanna
there,
talk
Nick?
About the,
Come on,
the
that's
evidence
good.
recovery process and the chain of custody as it relates to the human remains. Could you describe what that process is?
Very important in the nature of evidentiary work is maintaining a chain of custody. In other words, that the location of the
Don
remains
Bach.
and the custody of the remains is documented for each step along the way.
Love my
At
mods.
the scene,
Shout out to Don Baca,
the
Danielle.
evidence is photographed in the presence of witnesses. It is placed in a secured and sealed evidence bag. And then on the outside of the bag, we attempted to write and document which container, which pieces came from, to attempt to recreate or be able to follow the story of the evidence as it goes from the scene through transport all the way to the medical examiner's office. When we use a secured body bag, what we mean is it's an intact body bag that's labeled on the outside, and then we also place a security seal, which is intact and numbered. We photograph and document the seal to show that the seal is intact and that the seal that was placed at the scene is the same seal that we're cutting at the medical examiner's office.
And then, do you recall what specifically the process was for transporting the remains to the Dane County Medical Examiner's office for autopsy was?
Yes,
The
I do.
haircut on the defense attorney, it is a little
The
whack.
transport driver was notified, the driver was mobilized, and then the driver took custody of the body bags, loaded them in the van, and then.
Just figure out the longest and most
driver
detailed
and the
way
body
to
was
explain the
escorted back
simplest
to
of
the Dane County
processes.
Medical Examiner's
Yep.
office.
Yeah,
His
don't-
autopsy reports are novel length.
So then, doctor, ultimately.
This
did
guy
you
has like 4
do,
chins.
An autopsy on the remains that were recovered,
Yes, I did, on February 25th.
and where did that take place?
That took place at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office in McFarland, Wisconsin.
Do you recall who was present for that autopsy?
Is McFarland the name of a city in Wisconsin?
Probably.
Brown County
Oh,
law enforcement
you know it.
borrow and
That's only Wisconsin. Only in Wisconsin.
You
Yeah.
guys think that was a closed casket funeral? No, I mean they just threw all of his parts in the box, like when you're done with a set of Legos.
That guy's like at a timeout. The sheriff, like the little deputy at the side, is like in a timeout table. But yes, Gordon, we are stream sniping tonight. It's not going to be
Have
Nick
you ever
all night. Don't
watched an
worry. We're going to
autopsy, Nick?
rotate. We're going
Like
to
in
switch
real life?
partners like Nick at a Jamaican
Like
resort.
live in person? No. I've
Joking.
seen
We did that as part
videos
of my-
of
Joking,
them.
guys. Joking.
We did that as part of my undergrad.
Cool.
It's kind of disturbing,
Yeah.
but like in a now I know sort of way.
Guy, cat dog, sorry,
Dead
I
bodies are
can't
just
control
weird.
it. Nick is
'Cause,
controlling
you
it.
keep
We've told
looking
Nick to
at
increase the
them,
volume. We're
and
doing
they're
everything we can.
they're empty. There's something missing from them, like breath or whatever. But no. So you keep like looking at them, like waiting for them to move, and they don't. And then
Exhibit 73.
I don't know.
a
This is
copy
premium
of
content.
Golden Vitae or resume. Yes, it does.
It was the medical examiner said,
Is that exhibit, 73?
It is.
No objection.
this guy got up yesterday morning, kissed his wife and kids goodbye, went to work, fell dead on the factory floor, and now we're here to see what killed him, and just started. Just like, I'm like, oh my god,
death means
just so
something
final.
different to them.
yeah.
Yeah, that person did not deserve to be mutilated at all. Nobody does.
Could
Really.
you just briefly
I mean,
describe
that's
for the
pretty
jury
clear.
what is depicted in Exhibit 74?
Would you like me to show the photograph as well?
I intend to publish it if I could, so.
Exhibit 74 is a photograph of a blue gloved hand with a gray label on it.
You know they're going to
He's
lose it.
holding,
The question is, who
a
loses it the
blue
most?
seal
Who
that
has
is
the most
present around
emotional
the body
reaction
bag
to my
zipper.
stream sniping?
The
That's a
gray,
poll right now.
label reads 223434.
Speaking of which, Nick won the poll. Who's kinkier, Nick or Schabusiness? 57% think Nick Raketa is
Hector, do you know,
kinkier than
that photograph has been
Schabusiness.
taken?
This photograph was taken within the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office morgue.
Dwayne Beeler says, did they
Denote
pump her
the-
stomach to
the seal
find
of
all the
fact
body
that
parts?
The bag that was
Oh.
received by the medical
You know
examiner's
she took a
office
bite.
remained intact and sealed when you received it in Dane County prior to the autopsy.
That is correct.
She ate or
Describe,
drank some
what's
parts.
depicted in
That's all I'm
Exhibit
gonna say.
75.
Exhibit 75 is another photograph taken of an outside of a body bag.
Also,
A
Lefty
blue
Lull
security
says,
seal can be
Rackets and
visible
David
on
on the same
lower
stream? What is
left
this?
corner of
Awesome.
the photograph. It also
Lefty.
had a gray label.
Poll is up.
Lefty
Who will
like
have the
in
most
chat.
emotional reaction to my stream sniping?
You know
Nick,
Lefty?
Vices,
See in the
Joe,
chat?
or Kurt?
Yeah.
Written on the
Yeah.
outside
Who
of
will be
bag.
the biggest
It's
beta?
Sealed by PS. The initials are P and S.
And by the way, Andrew, you're 100% right. The people who actually, real talk, the people who get pissed off are the fans. And this
I
is
can't wait till
exactly
medical
why I'm doing
examiners
this.
and
This
stuff
is
start
exactly why I'm doing this.
tagging
Yes.
stuff with their Instagram tags,
And whose are those?
like the evidence
They are
tags.
lead
It's
investigators
triggering the
who
people.
were at
Follow
the
me on
scene.
Instagram for reels of this
And then,
autopsy.
Doctor, can you describe what is depicted in Exhibit 76?
That Kurt will give 0 fucks. Maybe, I don't know. Kurt could, it could go any way. I could see a lot of different
76
different
There's
scenarios.
also another photograph taken from the inside of the Dane County morgue. It depicts an opened body bag that contains 4 smaller containers or 4 smaller bags.
Isn't it child size?
Containers 1 through 4.
Yeah, and what is the depiction of that particular exhibit? Is that
So
consistent?
far, Kurt is winning the poll for most emotional reaction, followed by Joe, followed by Nick, and last Vices. Vices is the most based.
Stony Brook residence.
We don't know the reaction yet. We'll see it later.
I would move for
Nick will
admission of
snipe
those
you back.
exhibits
Eventually
and
you
ask
will.
for permission to
Eventually.
publish.
But I'm going to switch around. I'm not going to just stay loyal to Nick.
5 and 76, Mr. Fairley.
Yes,
Imagine-
there are defense objections to
Imagine
exhibits
asking the
74,
government for
75,
permission to do
76,
something.
More prejudicial than probative, relevancy, and duplicitous arguments.
Overruled.
Does
It's
not
not-
want those pictures in.
It's duplicative, not
Duplicative.
duplicitous.
What did he say yesterday? He said something yesterday that was way off.
I think he said duplicitous yesterday too. It was weird.
Did he?
He might have said something else too, but I mean, I guess duplicitous could work as well, but I think he means duplicative.
No, he said the exact wrong word. It wasn't even like a version of a word. I can't remember what it was. He like half knows big words.
While we're waiting for this to fire up, could we have a
If he
second?
refers to the victim as sandwich ingredients, then I'll know why she hired him. Oh my God.
Did you watch any of the pre-hearing, pre-trial stuff, particularly her competency
And by the
stuff?
way, Vices
No, I
is the
just
only
saw her
one I
drop that
kind of give a
elbow
heads
on
up to.
Previous lawyer. That was good.
So
She so the defense counsel is making an argument that she's not competent to stand trial, that she can't participate in her own defense and things like that.
Yeah.
And then leans over, talks to her, she responds, and then he says, well, based off of my conversation with my client, we're going to do this. I'm like, dude, is that not malpractice? I mean,
She's not
is that
competent to stand trial.
sanctionable?
She doesn't know where she is. She doesn't understand what's going on. By the way, anything you want to add to this?
I hope not. I hope not. I really
Oh
hope
my
not.
God.
I really hope
Unless
not.
based on the conversation with my client, she's on a carousel right now and isn't sure. Like she's wondering when the microwaves will hit her. That's weird.
Schabusiness does look like she
don't know.
aged a lot. She looks really old.
So
I mean,
far,
I want my client to be sitting there drooling and be like, Judge, I mean,
yeah,
you know, I don't know what to do. That's what you do.
right. Yeah, because competency
Don't
to stand
confer
trial.
with her.
Do you understand the circumstances by which you are in a courtroom?
Right.
Are you aware of what the consequences are? You know, the charges against you. All of these things are what matter. Not like, I mean, if you're carrying out a conversation about what's happening,
Is none of the
you're-
above an option,
You're
Hunch?
meeting the government standard of
Is
competency.
none of the above an
right
option?
there. It's not a high bar.
Right.
I mean,
And that's
I mean-
as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh my God, that's malpractice. I feel like that's
Okay,
malpractice.
so they're talking about
or
malpractice now.
whatever.
yeah.
Anyways, hey, how we doing?
So hey,
All right, let's see.
Nice to meet you, man.
Oh, we're gonna get the backstory.
Tell me a little
All
bit
right.
about yourself.
I don't give a
think
fuck about his backstory.
I said we've
so let's,
never. I don't know.
Been
that
on a
we haven't been on
panel.
stream, but
Let's remove him now. We're going to actually switch over. I'm going to pause that, guys. So we've got that obviously as an option, but I'm going to switch over to Vice's because right now I don't give a shit about this guy's backstory. And frankly, I would rather watch Vice's dog in Chandler. Now, the question for Vice's chat, we got Vice's now. Hopefully you guys can hear this all right. The question is, how many people are simping for Chandler versus the dog? Like,
Your Honor,
that's...
I put a lot of
Yeah,
time
this is a good
into
one. Okay, who will have the most emotional reaction? Kurt won that. Kurt will be
Final
emotional. So I'm going to put
making objections.
a new
to
poll because now we're on
photographs
Vices
that
now. So welcome to Legal
should
Vices
not come into evidence.
here today.
But we're in
So
a trial.
who has more
and,
simps?
You know, as a defense attorney, you don't know what
Who
these things are
has
presented as
more
evidence.
simps?
This picture, I would
Vi-
object
Actually, I'll
to
add
on
all
behalf of my
three. So I
client.
have Vices,
We already have a picture of
Chandler.
what the victim looked like when he was alive.
The dog.
That was already presented by
Okay,
the
let's-
state. Now they're presenting a second picture.
And I
I've
bet
heard that
Vice's
this
chat is
picture
going to scream and he is going to notice it very soon. So,
has any
so
relevancy
Senpai
to
will
the
definitely
case.
notice very shortly
It's
here.
highly prejudicial. It's an autopsy picture. I don't believe a lot of people on the jury have ever seen something like
It's
this
nice
before.
that Vices landed
and
on
it
the
could shock
street
their
after
conscience and create
Mythbusters
horror in their minds. So
belted.
I would
Oh,
object to it on
man.
all of those grounds.
Oh, God. So far, the dog is winning for number of simps. So I guess the dog is
All right, so
pretty
the
winning.
defense
here.
clearly doesn't want the autopsy picture of just like a
Exhibit
torso with
77
little
was
bits.
Photo that was taken at your office.
It sounds like it's a
During
head,
the
no?
course of the autopsy, is that correct? Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to give Chandler a lot of points, though, because she's not
Well,
talking.
the
So this is always a very
issues
good
the
thing.
court has to address
People don't
are
talk
these
a lot.
kinds of objections,
I do like that.
relating to,
So far, we'll
prejudice
see.
versus
We'll see. We'll judge her reactions here.
is
Yes, I know I have a lot of women in my chat, and they count on me to not be a little simpy bitch. All these other streamers are such betas. They're like simping for the women in their chat. It's so pathetic.
is being offered for is
But I love them. I love them. They're all my buddies. They're my homeboys.
means of
But
death,
they're also simps. But yeah, I love them.
the,
Women sim for dogs. No, guys sim for dogs too.
of course. And earlier at the hearing in June.
Yeah, Vice's audio is better than Nick's. He's got it tuned in way better. So, good job on Vice's. He's also watching Law and Crime though, so it's probably the Law and Crime outlet that's doing better on audio.
See, and God bless a judge today that can make a fucking judgment and stick with it.
I'm not texting Jeff, but I gave Jeff a warning that I was going to be doing something interesting, and he knows I'm stream sniping. So
That's an important piece of this case.
Jeff is going to get it in his chat, I'm
for
sure.
both sides of the case to hear from. And this is a photograph taken in the.
He has
process of
subtitles, yes, because he has people in Korea. They have to understand
One that I think
the
given
English.
what I've heard
English.
by way of an offer
English.
of proof is going to be useful in him describing the means or the method of death of the victim. I'm satisfied for those reasons that although there's certainly prejudice to the photo, many things that come into a trial are prejudicial to one side. or another.
Vices looks like he's the tour guide in a Willy Wonka acid trip. Oh, I
Based
love
on
that. I think he would like that one
body parts laying
actually.
around the house is probative.
He gets Lorax. He gets like Grandpa Time, Father Christmas. You know, you guys will see him at well, you'll see him at Matsuri, so you'll be able to say, what do you think he looks like in real life? I mean, you guys have met me. Hunch has met me. A lot of guys have met me, so you know I kind of look the same as anyone would expect.
Want to further argue my decision? No, go ahead.
Your Honor, though, it's just kind of, in my opinion, sort of highly unusual that this picture,
It's not really a cowboy hat. It's more of just like a
jury when
like a
the
hat.
doctor can easily testify about the cause and manner of death. The picture isn't going to really add too much, in my opinion. But I totally respect the court's ruling. I just
You
want to
totally
make sure
respect the court's. Well, you should fucking respect the court's opinion.
And I understand that. Photographs can be helpful to juries in understanding what witnesses are testifying to. For example, I think that argument.
I will say I prefer Vice's background over Nick's. It has more cool stuff in the background.
Well, we can tell you what
Less pure booze, although that's probably what I'll end up behind me is pure booze, and I really don't have anything yet. So,
and so
plantation hat. It's not a plantation hat.
Do I want to see sober tab or I don't want to see sober tab?
the doctor could just simply describe everything, but the question is this going to be helpful to the jury?
I really want to pin something behind Chandler. Like that's that pin board you can stick stuff in. I really just want to like pin something back there.
I do think it'll be helpful to the jury, and so for those reasons, I'm going to allow it to be admitted. So that's the order of the court. Anything before before the council takes a brief recess? Mr. LeVay?
Council got to take a piss
Just
break.
briefly, so on the issue of the photograph, while we are showing it to the jury, I would ask that the media not show a copy of that photograph on the live stream.
I will.
Can't show it on the stream.
It's not permitted to show that photograph on the live stream or take a picture of it.
That's some bullshit.
Anything else?
No.
Mr. Frog, anything else before break?
Oh, so we're not gonna get
No.
to see it? Boo.
Very good. Then you can step down. Doctor, we'll take a break. I think we've taken up about half of the break already, but try to be back.
I'm disappointed.
Doggers are great. By the way, the poll right now is
Yeah, Judge, go-
53% simping
Stop
for the
taking away
dog,
from my reading super chat
31%
time. I gotta get rid of the
simping
cupcake.
for
You don't wanna
Chandler,
cut my dog.
15% simping for
Dog's
Vices.
cut.
So the
Most people like
dog
watching, but-
beats the woman once
Well,
again.
Now we know that the jury
as
gets to
it should
see
be.
the full severity of what she did, and that's
Yeah.
kind of a good thing.
Now I'm no longer blocking the dog, by the
There
way.
we go.
Oh,
We-
you-
Uncuck the dog.
Yeah. So it's actually funny here because these guys,
All right, so let's get through. this. We
Vices
got a couple
actually
of super
doesn't
chats here
have
that
like
piled
a
up.
bunch of
Chad
people.
Moore, multiple
in his
mattresses, Princess
chat.
and the PP.
Okay, well.
Yeah, if you saw
We're
the
not going to
pictures
cover
yesterday-
Vice's. We're not going to cover Vice's things here. Let's check in on our boy Good Logic. Let's check in on our boy Good Logic. See how
As
he's
it
doing
relates
today.
To the human remains, could you describe what that process is?
Who is Chandler? Chandler is a random girl who kind of got into LawTube. She got in through, I think, like Legally Dirty Blonde. She's friends with her, Alana, who's a friend of mine. But then Vices wanted a woman on his stream, I guess, and like co-opted her, and now she's there. She's, I believe, a paralegal, not a lawyer. But she has been very supportive on different other cases, and she's been cool whenever I've talked to her. You know, cool girl. But once again, I don't know. She's not a baby lawyer. I think she's just a paralegal. But that being said, you know, people can have valid opinions, you know, but I just don't like having people as permanent fixtures on my streams. It's kind of hard to coordinate.
That's labeled on the outside, and then we also.
It also
place
kind of
a
makes you
security seal,
dependent on
which
them.
is
It's
intact
very
and
difficult.
numbered. We photograph and document the seal to show.
Yeah,
that
she's a
the seal is
paralegal,
intact,
not a
and the
lawyer.
seal that was placed at the scene is the same seal that we're cutting at the medical exam.
Which is fine. Paralegals often do harder work
Do you
than
recall what
lawyers. They're
specifically
often
the
more
process
skilled
was
than
for
lawyers.
transporting the remains to the
I
county
like
medical
Joe
examiner
here
office
because
for
he's just
autopsy?
kind of looking on and staying silent, and
The
he's kind of big in the
transport driver
corner.
was notified. The
I
driver
like
was
it.
mobilized,
Now,
and
it's
then
a little
the
low,
driver took
and he's
custody
above
of
it,
the
like sitting in
body
judgment,
bags,
but
loaded them
he's
in
like the
van,
high rabbi,
and
and this is the temple, and
driver
he
and the body
is
was
the head of
escorted
the
back
temple.
to the Dane County Medical Examiner's office.
So then, Doctor, ultimately,
Looks
did
a little
you
like Ron
perform
Coleman.
an autopsy that was recovered?
Of course,
Yes, I did.
he
On
compares
February
them
25th.
to another
Where
member
did
of the
that take
tribe.
place?
That took place at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office in McFarland, Wisconsin.
Do you recall who was present for that autopsy?
Yes, I do.
Who was that?
Present for the autopsy was Brown County law enforcement and our.
So is Joe catching up? I think Joe is catching up. And Smoke Jaguar, if you want to see Eastern women, check out Bangkok Bros. It's my other in-person podcast where we try to have girls on, Thai girls on every single stream. It's a little bit more difficult when it's in my apartment
story about
at night.
feminism taken to a very bad extreme.
To have him sitting on stream with me, but
it's like a little too heavy on the whole feminism movement.
I think Joe has seen Barbie. That's my bet. Joe has seen
One woman
Barbie.
trying to make a statement against the patriarchy.
Yeah, Joe is behind, so let's see what our good boy Uncivil is. Let's see if he's jumped off a bridge yet. We'll check on him real quick. Make sure he's doing all right.
From Dane County.
Let's catch up with him.
Beforehand. But the question isn't whether it's more
Whoa.
prejudicial than probative.
Okay,
The
so
question is whether it's
I
substantially
do like
more
I
prejudicial
do
than
like that
probative.
Kurt has.
Is
like,
it prejudicial?
the member
Yeah, a little
pop
bit.
up.
You know, it's pretty prejudicial to the defense.
This is a little too zoomed
to
in.
show pictures of the hacked up corpse.
Even I'm creeped
Probably
out.
not going to help the defense very much. Probably going to cause the jury to think ill of the defendant, I would imagine. Will it tend?
I would
will it
zoom
tend
out.
to cause the jury
This is not a good
to
angle
have
for
some
you,
prejudice
Kurt.
in their mind with
Kurt,
respect to the
this is too
defendant?
close, bro.
Yeah, probably.
Review those?
Too
Probably
close.
some hacked up corpse. Probably going to be a little bit revolting and
I could see like
unsavory
every bead
to
of
the
sweat
jury.
on Kurt right now.
But you know, the standard is substantially more prejudicial than probative, and if the reason
If
that they're
Kurt
revolting
flags
is
my
because of the
stream,
things
I will
that you
appeal
yourself
this and I
did,
will take that
well,
motherfucker to court.
that's
He will
not
lose.
unfair prejudice. That's the version of fair
This is
judgment.
my
and
complete
also all
commentary
that
on
stuff.
this.
So yeah. So the judge's ruling is completely fair, although phrased a little weakly, because the objection was a little lame.
Yeah,
But
Kurt
hey,
needs to zoom out
you don't
big
blame
time.
the defense for trying,
Big
right?
time.
So I don't blame the defense for trying. Of course they do. Of course they filed the motion to suppress. Of course they say
Okay.
it's substantially more prejudicial.
I can't do that. I can't do that with Joe. So we're gonna go back to let's see where Nick is at right now on his channel. Let's go back to that. for a
Body
second.
is, yeah.
Okay,
So,
MS Law. See how
so
he's
that's
doing.
all like, pretty well established. The question is she legally liable, which is the separate issue that will come later. But
Yeah,
they
you
still
got to get
lay
your
the
setup good
foundation
for streaming.
everything.
Nick
And
has it done
part
right.
of that
Vices has it done
is,
right.
Again,
I don't know why Kurt doesn't have his
the-
shit
the
together. I
defense
can't watch
attorney has
that.
to
It's
walk this
unwatchable.
line between
I love Kurt, but it's
acknowledging
too
that
much.
this was done,
You're too close, bro.
but not
You're too close.
prejudicing the jury so far against his client that they're willing to, or that they're unwilling to say, I mean, she's
Whoa,
crazy.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
Like,
Does
she's
does
an insane
anybody
person who
else
didn't know what
notice
she
the
was
feet
doing
fetish?
versus she's evil.
The feet fetish
Because if
photo
they-
here.
If the
You guys catch
prosecution
this?
can get that she's evil, she's bad, she
Oh,
did this
kinky
on
there, my
purpose
friend.
into the jury, and if they can do it by showing pictures of this poor dead sap's face,
Feet dead in
or
center.
like showing repeated pictures of mutilated bodies, stuff like that, then the insanity defense just isn't going to work because they're going to be like, this is so awful, she needs to be punished.
And what I don't like about the bifurcation of this case is that
Ooh,
it prevents
bifurcation.
the defense from saying, look, there's a bad actor here. The bad actor is not the defendant, but the mental illness that she suffers. That's the bad
Why
actor.
are these people defending
right?
this
So
crazy?
jury, if you
Well,
want to
I mean,
blame somebody,
you're allowed a
blame
fair
the mental
defense.
illness.
Why
That's
is he
kind of
defending
what
a
the
mental
whole,
illness?
not guilty by reason of insanity. Not, I mean, that's
That's
how
some
you
cuck
sort of
shit.
present it to the jury. That's not legally how it works, but it's the jury wants to blame somebody. And if you can have sympathy for the defendant and blame the mental health issue,
See, this is ridiculous.
that's a way of doing
Okay.
it. But by bifurcating this,
I'm
they
going to
can't-
pause this for a second and mute this guy. So this argument, and because what he's saying is ridiculous, and I don't like this argument. So he's making an argument about making the mental illness a thing, and this is so ridiculous. This is actually a problem with modern America and modern American legal thought, modern American thought, is making a mental illness into its own creature, as if you are not doing the thing. This is what probably a lot of psychologists, they tell to women specifically. I'm just putting it out here, guys. Listen, this is me going to say it. Beta Kata's not going to say this. Vices won't say it. Joe won't say it. They do this for a lot of women. They say, oh, no, it's not you. It's your mental illness. No, that's part of you. That is you. Don't make it into a different thing. Unless you have personal responsibility for it, you won't fix it. You will feel like it's an excuse. So yes, it's like Aguila said here. He just wants to fix her. It's ridiculous. That argument is ridiculous. It's what's ruined America to be able to push off everything else. Say, no, it's something else. It's not you. It's your mental illness. No, that's part of you. That's who you are. We take zero responsibility for that. It's fucked up. It's horrible. That is part of you. It needs to be part of our legal system and that. But, of course, when people try to make these arguments, and lawyers like that go and defend it, and this is why we have this problem, because people have made excuses over and over again. And it's guys too. It's not just women. Once again, you see the simps, come out to say, "Oh no, it's not you, baby. It's your mental illness. We can fix you, Taylor." Come on. Yeah, Pure Jealousy says, every month it's my hormones, but it's also me. Yeah, your hormones are part of you and who you are. You have to acknowledge that. Like, that's who you are. You can say this happens because of that, but that's because of you as well. And you have to take steps to do that. If you need to, for example, if you know you get really mad at a certain time of the month, maybe you need to take time to relax, to find some way to de-stress, but you need to take accountability to do that, not put that off on somebody else. So anyways, yeah, that's a thing here. So I'll let this play here once again.
What it is and how we can treat people. But I feel like she kind of sees it in everyone now. So everyone that she interviews has DID. I probably have DID if I sat down with her.
He's diagnosing himself now. Okay, cool.
Don't we all to some extent though, I guess? But
it's a defense. I mean, the whole that's the idea is you just
so you're giving everybody a defense to murder. So you're saying, okay, everybody has a mental disease, so there's no such thing as crime anymore. This is the problem with America, is that this is the attitude that people have and lawyers have and can with a straight face say, like, and agree with. It's not right. Like, and Nick should push back on that. Like, I would give some pushback there instead of just agreeing with it. But then Nick might also, be a couple.
To the multiple personality issue is that people actually do learn and retain information. They do have these memories that they're not supposed to have.
Okay, let me give this one. So Squid Pro Quo says, I have depression. I'm glad my therapist told her my ultimate goal for me is not to need her anymore, to be able to compensate for my illness. It's part of me, and I have to work on it. Yes, Squid, you've got to work on that. It's not something separate. You have to work on it because it's part of you, but you can make it better. And there are ways you can do to make it better. There is hope, and it's within your control. Here's the difference. When you know it's part of you, you have control over it, locus of control, and you're able to actually fix it. That's what we need more accountability and responsibility.
Between identities, and that it ends up being maybe a subconscious, but it is an elaborate sort of cover up that their brain is doing to try and get around this issue. But it's not actually like they're not there.
Actually been diagnosed with it say it's more like an out-of-body experience where I can see myself going through these motions and I remember them, but I don't really feel like I was in control. It's that kind of thing. It's not just like, oh, all of a sudden I don't exist and someone else is under, controlling me. There were also, by the way, door-to-door vampires in Alaska in that case too. So there was and Tupac's alive.
The judge is one of them. Well, Tupac.
Okay, so this is once again the guy feels like he needs to talk a lot, like first time on the channel. Like I said, I'm muting this for a second. First time on a channel, a lot of things that people do is they come on and they feel like they need to talk a lot, need to justify why they're on, whatever. And it's not just this guy. I'm not picking on him. I'm saying everybody does that. It's a thing. I did that in the beginning, so it's just a thing that happens. Okay, we're back at the court right now, and what we'll do is we will switch over. I'm going to pause this and switch over to Vices because we need to give my boy Vices some love, and also his court volume is better.
Thank you, Doctor.
I thought it was just LGBT. Why do they have to add all that?
Now, Doctor, if
Make
you
it worse.
could confirm the human remains from Chad Therian, you received them in the form that was just demonstrated in those photos. Is that correct?
Because before you can
From a
claim
chain
not
of
guilty by
custody and
reason of
evidence
insanity, it
standpoint,
has to
did
be
everything
proven you
appear
did
to
it.
be
She
in
did it,
order when you
but
received
was
it
not
at
legally
the Dane
culpable
County
because
Medical
he was insane.
Examiner's office prior to autopsy?
Yes, they did.
Can you give a general description of the process that was utilized to conduct the autopsy in this case?
I know it was an anagram or an acronym.
At the scene,
Not an anagram.
we performed the examination.
I like that Jeff keeps his volume low.
In addition, because this occurred during the time of the pandemic, we also did a nasopharyngeal swab to determine if the decedent was COVID positive. And
Oh, COVID.
upon beginning the examination, our first step is usually to take x-rays of the body.
Please say yes.
And this is a very helpful tool that we use to try to determine if there's any fractures, foreign objects, or what the general condition is of the skeletal system of the decedent. For this, the bag can be intact, which is a helpful way of doing it.
I'm
Once the
okay
bag
with
is
him being
opened,
low because we
the
can
next
just kind of
step
watch
is to
more.
begin to take as-is photographs. In other words, photographs of the body exactly as it's received, before it's cleaned, before it's washed, before anything is removed.
bathe the corpse and bring it to me.
The next step after that is to collect trace evidence, if any can be found. This can involve a sexual assault kit, swabs, fingernail clippings, everything in an effort to try to find any DNA evidence that might be useful. Once that is done, the body can then be washed and cleaned, and then we begin our external examination. The external examination is an examination of the outside of the body, not only for any identifying marks, tattoos, scars, but also to get a sense of what injuries are present, what trauma is present on the body, and if we have the entire body present as we suspected at the scene. So typically at that point, we begin to take our inventory of what is present, and then we also begin to examine each fragment to see what is present, what is trauma, what is artifact, and what is real injury.
And the process that you described as the general process, is that what you utilized here?
That's correct. And by the documentation of the external, we
Yes.
take
In other words,
photographs,
trial is greater
we
than
take
Vice is
measurements,
talking. Well, yeah.
I take
And that's the
diagrams as well
important
to try
priority.
to
Lauren.
recreate for the reader what I see at the table.
I think that's
And
right.
to
That's why
reiterate,
Vices has
ultimately,
got
what
it
is
right.
the goal of
Bathe
conducting
corpses
the
and take
autopsy?
pictures of them. Perv.
The ultimate goal is to determine the cause and manner of death. But a secondary goal is to try to document the findings that are present so that if somebody challenges or disagrees with these findings, that the evidence is there, that I can provide my explanation for my reasoning and a historical record of what goes on within the autopsy room.
A historical record.
And before we get into the specifics, ultimately, were you able to determine what you believe to be a cause and manner of death for Shadtherian?
Yes, I was.
Doctor, is it typical that not only the cause and manner of death, but the findings or the bases to support those findings are generally outlined in a report?
Yes, they are.
And did you prepare such a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
I'll pay this guy's expert fees if he says the cause of death was COVID. I swear to God I will.
Well, you don't know that he died of COVID and, didn't get cut into pieces afterwards. That's a possibility.
Dr. Trinket, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 7.
I do appreciate that Chandler does not talk very often, but when she does, it's at least something short and pithy. That's actually points there. Whose chat is the best? Let's put that right here. So other than mine, right? Because obviously mine is number one, but whose chat? So other than mine, whose chat is number two, right? We'll put number two because obviously you guys are the best. But whose chat is number two? Let's put Nick, Jeff.
Oh, and this high school AV guy that keeps fucking around with the camera, changing the views, swapping
Exhibit
things
number
around.
78 is a copy of the autopsy report that was
Jeff is gonna
generated
get struck
on
by
our
law
case
and
number
crime.
223433 for Shadtherian.
All right. So whose chat is number two, right?
Chunky
We're number
dog
one.
is Yoda.
Doctor, is that a 14-page report?
And there's more where that came from.
That is correct.
And you believe that report accurately outlines your findings following the autopsy and investigation into the death of Shadtherian?
Yes, I do.
And are the opinions that are outlined in this report and the final diagnoses, are those opinions that are consistent with your medical training and experience?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I would move for the admission of Exhibit 78.
The objection, Mr. Freilich?
No.
That'll be received.
And Doctor, again, before we get into the bases or the specifics, what was your opinion as it relates to the cause and manner of death of Shadtherian?
It is my medical opinion that the cause of death of Shadtherian is strangulation,
Ooh.
and that the manner of death is homicide.
Can you explain for the jury the difference between cause and manner?
Of course. Cause of death is the mechanism by which somebody dies. If one wants to think of it as an example, a gunshot wound of the head is a cause of death. That is a mechanism by which somebody dies. The manner of death is the category or classification of that mechanism. So in other words,
sleep meditation.
a
videos I
gunshot
know.
wound of the head can be a suicide. It can be an accidental death, or it can be a homicidal death.
I'm sure a lot of white
The
women
cause of
would love-
death you want to
love
think
call
about
sick
as the
days.
mechanical process which results in someone's death. And the manner of death is the circumstances or the totality of the story, including the investigation and the scene findings, and the history, which helps you categorize that mechanism in terms of the class of death that this occurs.
Yes, his dog is sleeping on
Doctor,
on my
I'll first
shelf.
address the issue of cause of death. Can you outline for the jury the findings or the circumstances that support your opinion that the cause of death in this case was strangulation?
Of course. On examination of the body, I am looking for any findings that might indicate what the potential cause of death might be. In this case, on my examination of the decedent, I had a number of findings that were consistent with a strangulation death. To begin with, I had plethory or cyanosis of the head and upper neck. And by plethory or cyanosis, I mean a deep purplish discoloration or congestion of the head and neck, such that I know that return of blood flow back to the body from the head is interrupted or blocked. Along those lines, I had numerous petechial hemorrhages or burst blood vessels of the skin of the face.
Vice's
of the
doggo has the
conjunctivae
same energy as
around the eyes
Vice's.
or the
It's like
pink
they match
around
each
the
other's
eyes.
energy level.
I had hemorrhages as well of the whites of the eyes or the sclera, and I also had hemorrhages of the mucosa of the inside of the mouth. These are all
Mucosa.
consistent with sharp pressure being applied to the neck and the blood vessels of the neck, causing bursting of these blood vessels. In addition, the tongue was protuberant outside of the
Protuberant?
mouth, consistent with the tongue being driven
His
up
tongue is
and
protuberant
outwards
outside of his
during the
mouth. There's
process
a
of
question whether he's
strangulation.
alive or dead. Weird.
When I examined the tongue itself, there was a patterned indentation on the surface of the tongue,
Ooh, patterns
consistent
for her
with
pleasure.
an object being pressed hard across the tongue, such that it leaved an indentation within the tongue.
Oh yeah.
There were also abrasions or scrapes on the surface of the tongue,
Choked on the
and there was
baldo.
an intramuscular hemorrhage or bleeding within the tongue. This is often seen in cases of strangulation.
Is Nick
where the
aroused on
tongue
his
can
stream?
be
Probably.
trapped between the teeth, and the jaw is
I
driven
think
upwards
Vice is
and
just getting a
trapping
little
the
riled up
tongue
here.
between the teeth.
Well, while he's talking medical,
Once I
I'm
dissected
gonna hop on
down
over
the
here, and
neck,
I'm going to do
I
a
had
copyright
hemorrhages
claim on
of the
legal
muscles
minds.
of the
Yes!
neck as well.
Strangling-
And this is also
sniping
classically
my
seen
stream
often in
sniping.
cases of
Yes!
strangulation.
What's up, brother? Love you.
Where blunt
Let's
force
go,
trauma is
Jeff.
applied
Yes!
to the neck during the
Copyright
process of
claim. Let's do
compression,
it, baby.
and you
Let's
got
do
injury
it.
and
Copyright
bleeding
claim.
within
Where's
the
my
neck
first
muscles.
one? Who's gonna do it first?
These hemorrhages were not only
Most
in the neck
beta.
muscles,
I'm
but they were also in
joking.
the soft
Jeff in the
tissues
chat. I love
surrounding
Jeff.
the
Glad he
trachea
noticed me. Senpai
or
noticed
airway
me.
or
We
windpipe,
did it, boys. We
surrounding
did
the
it.
larynx
We
or
did it.
upper airway, all the way down to the cervical spine or the spinal column as it goes all the way down to the vertebra. So in
Got
other words, I
him.
had hemorrhages going from the surface
We did it.
all the way down deep into the
Mission
neck muscle
accomplished.
structures, and indicative of significant force being applied to the neck.
Just wanted to follow up
This
on
guy's
that
not a real
particular
doctor. He
last
took the
point.
cervical spine.
The
Doctor,
dog's
you
chewing without
indicated
owning a
there's
dog.
multiple areas where you saw evidence of strangulation.
Don't own a dog, but I've seen a
Those
couple
same
bitches.
areas allow you to make some sort of determination or form an opinion as to the
Yeah,
amount
Opa
of
definitely
force
noticed
or
me,
the
yes.
amount of
Opa
time that
definitely
force
noticed
would
me.
have been applied to the neck.
Objection, speculative, speculation.
I think that's exactly what his professional role is.
Look at those eyes. The side eye from Taylor.
This is a great deal of force. We're not talking about simply injuries to the superficial structures, for example, the skin.
We're gonna catch them
I
all,
have
guys. We're
injuries
gonna
to
get them
very
all. We
thick
got
muscles on
Vices.
the
We're gonna
sides
get
of the
Joe.
neck.
We're gonna get
I have
Nick.
injuries to
We're
the
gonna
soft
get Kurt.
tissues beneath this. I have injuries to all the soft tissues surrounding the neck, and I also have hemorrhage on the soft tissue on the anterior aspect of the cervical spine. This is hemorrhage deep through multiple layers of the neck, consistent with a great deal of force being applied and a great deal of injury.
People, I'm going to try something here that's never been tried before in the history of the internet.
Okay, I'm gonna switch because he's probably gonna try to stream snipe me right now. So I'm gonna move over here to Joe, and we'll cover Joe for a second.
Received by the medical.
Because
First is cereal.
they're
and
not
milk.
on my
There's
speed.
cereal and there's milk.
Class.
Usually,
Is
in
he
a bowl
talking about
with a
cereal and milk
spoon.
right now?
Doctor,
how
I'll
you eat
first address
So
the issue of
eating
cause
is
of
with the
death. Can
spoon.
you
The
outline
food
for the
is
jury
the cereal.
the findings or the
Yeah, big brain
circumstances
move,
that
guys. That's why
support
I'm number
your
one, baby.
opinion that the
Mindset
cause of death
number
in this case was
one.
strangulation?
Best in
Of
Asia.
course. On examination of the body, I'm looking
Can't
for
get me
any
on the
findings
gingerbread
that might indicate
man.
what potential cause of death might be.
They wish they had this
In this
idea.
case,
They
on
really
the
do wish they
examination
had
of
this
the scene,
idea.
I had a number of findings that were
Is
consistent
Joe
with
vaping?
strangulation death.
Does Joe
To
vape
begin
now?
with, I had plethora.
So did he quit smoking and he moved to vaping? Is this a thing? I didn't know this was a
And by
thing.
plethora or cyanosis, I
Does he
mean
do
a
this on
deep
stream?
purplish discoloration or congestion of the head and neck, such that I know that return of blood flow back to the body from the head
Ichiban!
is interrupted or blocked.
I'm in the Japanese area of Bangkok, so
Along
I'm
those lines,
very comfortable. We're
I
also
had
drinking my
numerous
Sapporo.
petechial
Sapporo.
hemorrhages or bursts
Sports legal
blood
mindset.
vessels of the skin of the face, of the conjunctiva around the
Joe
eyes. or the
vapes
pink
all the
around
time.
eyes.
Okay.
I had
Joe is like
hemorrhages
a
as well of the
millennial.
whites
Joe's
of
like
the
a
eyes or the
zoomer.
sclera,
Joe's
and
a
also had
boomer and a
hemorrhages
zoomer
of
combined.
the oral-
He's a
of the,
boomer because he's
mucosa of the
technologically
inside of the
retarded,
mouth.
but he's a
These are
zoomer
all
because he
consistent with
vapes.
Sharp pressure.
And he also
being
wears a
applied to the
hat.
neck and the blood vessels of the neck, causing bursting of these blood vessels. In addition, the tongue was protuberant outside of the mouth, consistent with the tongue being driven up and outwards during the process of strangulation. When I examined the tongue
So
itself,
2 super chats,
there was a
$10
pattern
from
of
Leprechaun
indentation
Gold.
on the
Appreciate
surface
you.
of the
What the
tongue,
fuck is Joe
consistent
doing with his
with
tongue?
objects
Somebody clip
being
this. Somebody clip
pressed
this. What is he
hard
doing
across
with
the
the? What is he
such that
doing
it
with his
leaves an
tongue?
indentation within the tongue.
He's like that
There were
doctor
also
from
abrasions
from
or scrapes
freaking
on
Amber
the
Heard
surface
with
of
the tongue with the
and there was an
like.
intramuscular hemorrhage or bleeding.
What
within
is
the tongue.
Joe doing?
This
Is
is often
he
seen in
turned
cases of
on by
strangulation,
this?
where the tongue can be
Is Joe
trapped between
aroused?
the teeth and the jaw is driven
Speaking of
upwards,
which,
trapping the
legal
tongue
license,
between
yes,
the teeth.
we got him, boys. We
Once
got
I
him.
dissected
God
it
damn
down
it, you
the neck,
changed to Joe
it has
2 seconds before I
hemorrhages
sniped
of the
you,
muscles of
sniping
the
me.
neck as well.
Beta.
And this is
Oh
also
no,
classically
no,
seen
man.
often
That is
in
what we
cases of
call
strangulation,
Sigma
where blunt force
vices.
trauma is applied to the
Welcome
neck during the
to the
process
legal
of infection,
mindset.
and you've got injury and bleeding within the
Still
neck
the master, baby. Still the
These
master.
hemorrhages were not only the neck muscles, but they were also in the
the
soft
one.
tissues.
By the way, legal
surrounding the
vices
trachea,
and
or
mindsets
airway, or windpipe,
get
from
bent.
the larynx,
Suck.
upper airway, all the way down to the cervical spine.
A shalom, Joe. Shalom. How you doing?
Completely
So in other words, that
gay.
hemorrhage
Yes.
is going from the surface all the way
It's
down
great.
deep into the neck
Oh,
muscle structures.
perfect. I love it.
Indicative of significant force
I
being
love it.
applied
I
to the
love
neck.
it. It's great.
Just wanted to
Perfect.
follow up on
I'm
that
loving it.
particular last
Got
point.
Joe.
Doctor,
Got
you indicated
vices. We're
multiple
gonna get
areas where you
Nick.
saw evidence of
We're gonna get
strangulation.
Kurt. We're gonna get
Those
them
same
all.
areas allow you to make
We're gonna
some sort of
catch all these
determination from
Pokemon.
an opinion as to the amount
We're gonna
of force
catch
or
all
the
these
amount of time
Pokemon.
that force would
He's
have
just
applied.
sad because I caught up with his weird tongue note, his weird tongue thing.
That's exactly what his professional role is.
Hey Joe, how's it going,
This is a
baby?
great deal of force.
You looking good. You
We're
looking
not
cute.
talking about simply
Looking
injuries
cute,
to the
Joe.
superficial structures, for example, the skin. I have injuries to the very thick muscles on the sides of the
Oh,
neck.
I love it.
I have injuries to the soft tissues beneath this.
Okay,
I have
$10
injuries
super
to all the soft
sticker,
tissues
Leprechaun
surrounding
Gold.
the
Thank you
neck,
so much.
and also
Also,
hemorrhage
Carl
on
said
the soft
Andrew
tissue
Myron will
on
be
the
doing a
anterior
Netflix
aspect
on
of
making
the
a murder on
cervical
Fed
spine.
React. Perfect
This is
case for you and him to
hemorrhage
tag
deep through
team.
multiple
Well, if he
layers
reaches
of
out
the
to me,
neck,
I'll do it.
consistent with
He's
great
got to
deal of
reach out
force
to me.
being applied and a great
I'm
deal
always
of
willing to collab if people reach out. But yeah, Joe's got some shits.
Doctor, as we've heard, obviously there is a significant amount.
All right,
of
let's check on Kurt.
mutilation
Let's
to
see
the
if we
body
can
or
get
disruption
Kurt
of
to
the body in
notice
multiple
us. Can we get
different
Kurt to
ways.
do it? Hold
you
on.
describe how you are able to
Got to
determine-
pause this one. Let's go over here to Kurt. See if we can get Daddy Kurt to notice us.
Doctor, the photograph depicted in Exhibit 77, is that now visible on the screen?
Oh no, we're on the
Yes,
low.
it is.
We are now on
Can
the
you
lowest energy
utilize that
stream.
photograph to
We could
describe
probably
some
get
of the
Kurt. Let's see if we
indicia
can
of
do a voice.
strangulation that you had previously
We've gotten
outlined for the
2 out of
jury?
4 Pokemon. We've caught
Yes,
half
I
the
can.
Pokedex. See if we get the full
As you
Pokedex.
look at his face, compared to the lower aspect of his body, which is visible in the upper right corner, you can see how much more purple and how much more congested it is compared to the rest of his body. Similarly, on the
Kurt is
particularly you
making
can
me
see
want to
around the
jump
cheek,
right now.
There are small pinpoint hemorrhages.
I
or
feel
circular
bad for
petechial
Kurt. I want to
hemorrhages
send
also
Kurt a
on the right
DM like,
temple,
can I join
which
your
are
stream but
burst
still stream
hemorrhages
snipe you at the same
present on
time?
the skin, and these are referred to as petechial hemorrhages, caused from ruptured capillaries on the skin.
I want to help Kurt. I want to help him.
His tongue is protuberant.
I'm here for him. He's
and
my
visible in
boy.
this photograph coming out the right side of his mouth. Subsequently, As we examine
He's
the
been.
tongue further,
Hasn't he?
we
Hasn't
can
Kurt been
see
in the
that there
gym?
are
He's been working
abrasions
out.
and contusions
If he
of the
becomes high
tongue
T, I think that'll
from
help.
impacts between the
Testosterone
teeth.
really helps your energy level.
There is also a ligature oppression, as we previously described, on the surface of the tongue.
Speaking of which, I got to work out more.
Later,
I'm kind of in my
that's hidden by
fat
a mouth.
mindset mode, so I gotta work out.
And Doctor, you talked about
Especially
the
before Matsuri.
coloration and how that's
Matsuri
relevant to the
gains.
strangulation as the cause of death. Is the coloration from the body, is that also relevant to your determination that injuries to the body were postmortem?
It does, yes.
I think Schabusiness is sleeping, by the way. I think that's the energy that Kurt is absorbing right now.
Doctor, in addition to preparing a report and taking photographs,
What
of the
are his
injuries,
numbers
do you
right
also
now?
utilize diagrams?
Kurt has he
Yes,
has
I do.
400 watching.
What
That's
is the
not bad.
purpose of those diagrams?
Oh, by the way, his chat knows I'm here. So
Primary
his chat
purpose
says
is to
sup legal
document the
mindset.
findings in as many
High
different
legal
ways as I
mindset.
can.
Oh, he did it! He
I
did
take
it! He
photographs.
noticed me! He
I
noticed
take
me!
diagrams.
Oh,
I take
senpai
measurements.
Kurt!
I want to recreate
arigato
the
gozaimasu.
findings for the
Arigato.
viewer, for the
Oh,
reader,
yes. He
so
noticed
they
me
can go
long
back to them
time.
and see what I
Oh,
saw
yes,
at the
Kurt.
autopsy
Oh,
table.
me love you long time.
I also find the diagrams are
Can I sub? Can I?
easier
Should I? I'm
for
gonna like
people
his
to
stream. I'm
review
gonna like.
and people
I'm gonna
to
like
look
his
at
stream
who
right
do not
now.
look at bodies on
I'm
a
also gonna
regular basis.
subscribe
They're
because
less
I'm not
traumatic.
logged in on this one.
They protect
Okay.
the privacy.
We'll have to do it later.
Of the decedent a little more, and I think that they are a document which I found
Kurt
to be
Kuhn.
very valuable for conveying what I
3
found in a
Pokemon
very
down.
under-
We got
easy to
one more
understand
Pokemon. We
and
gotta
not
catch the
disturbing
largest,
way.
but we gotta catch the Mewtwo, which
Cool.
is Ricada. Hold on, let me catch
Exhibit
Ricada
79.
here.
Can you take a look at that?
Okay, let's go back to Chunkada to Beta Kada. Let's see if we can catch Beta Kada here.
Talked about the
Us
coloration and how
peasants.
that's relevant to
Let's
the
go down here. We're back to
strangulation as the
Beta
cause of
Kada. We'll
death.
see if we can catch
The
him.
coloration from the body, is that also relevant to your determination that injuries to the body were postmortem?
It does, yes.
It's possible. It's got one more. Let's see if his chat.
Doctor,
There's
in
a-
addition to
I think his
preparing
chat
a
notices
report
that.
and
Thought I
taking
had a
photographs
pause.
of the injuries, do you also utilize diagrams?
Yes, I do.
I'm
is the
not
purpose
surprised
of
at all.
those
This guy
diagrams?
utilizes diagrams. He probably utilizes diagrams for
My
breakfast.
primary purpose is to document the findings in as many different ways as I can. I
Mm.
take photographs. I take diagrams. I take measurements. I want to recreate the findings.
I
for
take
the viewer,
diagrams.
for the
I take
reader,
measurements.
I take
so
Baldo.
they can go back to
grilled
them and see
cheese
what I
right
saw
now.
at the autopsy table. I also find the diagrams are easier for people to review and people to look at who do not look at bodies on a regular basis. They're less traumatic.
Then why'd you have to
They
show the
protect
picture?
privacy of the decedent a little more.
Yeah, why didn't we just use
And I
the
think that
diagrams in
they
his face
are
then?
a document which I found to be very valuable for conveying what I found in a very easy to understand and not disturbing way.
Should have asked that question of the witness before they admitted the
Provided
photo.
Exhibit 79. Can you take a look at that?
The defense should
Describe
have, I
what
mean.
that is for the
That's
jury.
weird. You'd think the defense would know that he has diagrams
other
of
than
these
mine, whose
injuries
chat is
that
number
could have
2?
been used
Jeff
in the
actually won
alternative
the
and could have
poll.
brought that up to the judge.
Right.
For that specific reason. Yeah, these are less shocking and traumatic, but they describe
Let
it.
me mute Nick for a second. So Jeff won the poll of whose chat is number 2, Jeff, and then Nick, and then Joe, and then last but not least, Kurt. Kurt got kind of felted there. But Jeff, Nick, Joe, and Kurt. So appreciate that. Appreciate all y'all that subscribe to all of us. Because look, listen, right now I'm having fun with these guys. We're stream sniping them. We're having fun. We're doing something different. We're not going to stream every single day of this. We're going to let these guys do it. But I'm trying to have something fun. I actually love all these guys. These guys are great. These guys are my friends. These guys are amazing. And I wouldn't do this unless these guys are my friends, right? I tease people because I like them, right? If I don't like them, I'm not going to give them attention. There's a lot of people that you guys know I don't like, and I'm not covering them. But all 4 of these streamers are great people, and they're good because I can rag on them. So, just so you guys know.
Might miss that or might not think of it or whatever because they're going to say, oh, yeah, well, you know, there's no way the judge is going to show this guy's face like with blood and shit coming
Dr.
out of
Tranquita,
it.
is the screen now displaying what would be the first page of Exhibit 79?
Yes, it does.
And can you note what's of importance
I'm
from...
going to run and grab a snack.
This is the
Oh,
front
Fat
page
Kata.
of what's referred to as my
Fat
autopsy
Kata
notes.
getting a snack. All right,
This
well,
allows me a front and back view of the body to depict findings.
since
Also,
since
a
our favorite
front-
chunk is gone, we'll go over to Vices real quick because he probably has more lively commentary on this than.
Did abrasions. There was a contusion of the right side of the tip of the tongue or bruise. And then on the back and middle aspect of the right side of the tongue, there were 2 parallel, very patterned, very regular indentation rows consistent with a potential ligature being pressed against the neck. Oh, sorry, being pressed against the tongue.
Stephen, this is exactly right, and this is why I'm actually
Doctor,
like
based on your
doing this
prior
because this is what
experience
people
with
should do more
strangulation
of. They should give their
cases, is that
friends shit,
something
you know.
that is typically seen or ordinarily seen where there's a potential ligature strangulation that you may see ligature marks not only on the neck, but also on other parts of the body?
He tied off his fucking tongue.
Are
Yes,
they sure
it
he's
occurs
not going to the
when
teeth?
the ligature shifts during the assault.
As a ligature?
If the ligature shifts, often the victim or the decedent will try to get their chin underneath the ligature. I can sometimes see injuries across
Maybe
the
if, like,
chin,
Trent pulled off
across
and
the
got
lower
cut
lip,
across
or
his-
inside the mouth as ligature is
The lost art of
shifting
roasting.
position before it's
Exactly.
placed again on the neck.
People need to be roasted more.
Doctor, you mentioned that you were present on scene and had the opportunity to observe two metal dog chains that were collected by law enforcement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, let's.
And did you note any consistency between those chains that were collected and the marks that you observed on Chad Therian's body?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
When I'm observing injuries or trying to interpret injuries, I am looking for patterns. Anything that I can use to convey to an investigator, hey, you may want to look for this at the scene. In this case, we had very organized, repeating, interrupted indentations on the surface of the tongue, very evenly spaced apart. This would not be inconsistent with the pattern of a chain and the chain links as they twist, leaving separate corner impressions on the surface of the tongue.
Mhm.
So I guess he pulled the chain off, and then he was trying to, and it got caught across his tongue. Because I don't think she was
Doctor,
just.
does the
wrapping
screen
her
now
tongue. Like,
depict
that'd be
the
crazy,
third
right?
page of Exhibit 79?
I feel like they're referring to the teeth as a ligature. I'm not sure though.
Yes, it does.
No, he's saying it was the pattern of the pattern of the
Could
chain.
you
Just
describe
look at the
your,
photo, dude.
Significance of these particular diagrams.
It's the photo.
That's weird.
Because there were so many findings, I separated out the head and neck diagrams to a separate diagram. This diagram depicts multiple different.
This is
views
kinda
of the
creepy,
decedent's
honestly.
head and neck. Similar to the photograph, we can see that there is congestion of the
Is it
head
possible to object to the judge's
above the
tie?
level
No,
of the
unfortunately
level of
not.
decapitation. In other words, there's purplish discoloration or cyanosis or plethora of the upper aspect of the neck and head, consistent with congestion. On the right side of the decedent's face and nose is an abrasion. There are contusions at the left temple, just above the ear, and at the right temple, just above the ear as well, or
She donkey
bruises.
punched him while she was.
Once I dissected
Of course,
down the neck,
Vices uses donkey
I found
punch. I love
hemorrhages
that. That
of
was
the
good,
muscles
Jeff.
of the neck
That was good.
on the
Points for
left
donkey
side
punch. Points for
and
donkey
right
punch.
side of the neck. I also
Points
found
to Jeff.
sharp
Cheers. That
force
was good. That was
injuries
good. You got me
of the
laughing
outer
there, Jeff.
aspect
Points.
of the
Points.
left eyebrow and outer aspect of the
Jeff is
left
winning for
upper
humor
eyelid,
here.
and then
So
also
far,
on the
Jeff is
left
winning for
side of the
humor.
tip of the nose.
Nick
I
hasn't
believe that
landed
these are
any
also
jokes that have really
postmortem
made me
artifacts
die laughing.
because
Jeff
they're
has actually made
non-hemorrhagic.
me
There's no
laugh.
redness,
So
there's no
he
swelling.
gets points.
This is consistent with cutting a body that's already been dead. Across the neck, I am depicting the point of decapitation of the deceased. This was roughly at the level of cervical vertebra C5, C6. We have about 7 cervical vertebra. So it's just above the base of the neck, where we have complete decapitation. In other words, it's going completely through the neck and the head is separate from the remainder of the body. There are also a number of sharp force injuries above and below the level of decapitation, consistent with multiple cuts attempted as the person is trying to get through the neck.
Now, Doctor, does the screen show what is page 4 of Exhibit 79?
Oh,
Yes, it
Jesus.
does.
I don't think I will ask you
That's
to
a
describe
lot.
every injury that's denoted on this particular
Good
diagram.
God.
As
She peeled
be
his
here a
back.
while, but could you describe generally what is depicted in this diagram?
Of course.
Holy Christ.
This is a front and back view of the decedent's
Yes.
body.
If you can
where
make
I'm
a
attempting to
simpler
show
icon,
the
that would be
points
great.
Of,
The simps
dismemberment,
abound.
as well as points of sharp force injury that are present. The contusions I've also included here to try to show where they are, or bruises and abrasions. But for the most part, I want to focus on the sharp force trauma. In particular, in this case, we have the head has been decapitated at the level of the lower neck. The back has been largely flayed and defleshed. In other words, the skin of the back has
Degloving
been
in the
removed.
house.
Also, the
Oof.
muscles of the back have been removed so that we have exposed rib cage and spine.
Oh my
The torso,
Yeah.
so extending from about the neck to the groin,
That's pretty
has
rough.
been bisected or cut in half at the level of the lumbar vertebra or the vertebra of the lower spine, so that we have access to the inside of the torso, both the pelvis and the upper aspect of the chest and abdomen. We have attempted amputations at the level of the right shoulder and right.
She definitely went to
elbow.
town on him.
We have numerous
Goodbye
cuts
monetization. It
and
was
stab
fun while it
wounds.
lasted, I guess.
Oh, that was
Jesus.
definitely never going to be
Extremities.
monetized. Come on now.
When we get to the abdomen and thighs, we have areas of skin removal where flaps of skin have been removed.
Oh,
Where we get to the right thigh, all of the soft tissue has been removed, so we're down to the bone. In other words, all we have is exposed femur for the length of the femur. When we get to the lower extremities, the left lower extremity has been amputated to the level of the knee. The kneecap or patella was recovered separately. We have another amputation from the knee to the level of the ankle, and the left foot
Yeah,
was
definitely not an
recovered from
accidental
within the
death. This is
left
super
chest
intentional.
cavity placed within there.
what?
At the right lower extremity, we
Why?
have again the femur, which has been largely
Yeah, Chandler
defleshed,
Halderson did not
but
do this to his own
to
parents. This is the difference between a
reapproximate the
man
pieces of muscle,
killing and a
pieces of
woman
skin
killing. It's so much
to
more
create
personal.
what was there.
She literally
And then we
quartered
had
him.
I'm still
the
thinking it
right
might have been
knee
suicide.
to the right foot.
Suicide?
COVID.
Seriously, bro?
Definitely COVID.
Doctor,
That's a joke, though. I'm serious.
based on your training and experience, what kind of
She
amount
deboned him?
of
Ugh.
time would be necessary?
She boned
in
him
order to,
and deboned him.
create this sort of disruption to a body?
Objection, speculation.
Notice how she looks down a lot. She does not want to admire her handiwork, unfortunately.
It is my medical opinion that this would be quite a few hours. We have decapitation, we have dismemberment, we have transection of the torso. Subsequently, internally, the body has been eviscerated. In other words, we have entered inside the body through various cuts, both at
Orifices.
the abdomen and between the ribs, where the victim's organs have been removed, largely one by one. We have
Yeah, the
castration
insides
of
ain't and the
deceased-
insides
the
no
deceased
more.
has been
That's
castrated as well.
real.
She took the balls.
graphic.
She
We
took the
have
balls.
cutting or sawing.
That answers the
through,
question. Dick or
shock
balls?
mark
Always
injuries
balls.
of the bones.
Whoa, whoa,
Balls
whoa,
are
whoa, whoa,
balls.
what? What?
It is my medical
Vices?
opinion that this would
Vices
take
wants
quite
the
a
dick
bit.
and the balls? Come on, is this a confession?
Intent,
True confessions
Yeah.
of Dreff?
planning, foresight, mens rea, and actus reus.
Magical legal
In
words.
other words, first degree homicide.
And Doctor, is the screen now depicting
Jesus.
page 5 of Exhibit 79?
Yeah.
Well, they're not showing it.
Yes, it is.
And what are you
Okay.
attempting to denote here as opposed to on the previous exhibit?
That woman's a mother.
Again, I don't want to overload one particular set of diagrams.
Mothers can
So
be
in this
fucked
set
up
of
too.
diagrams,
Mothers don't
what I'm trying
get
to do is
immunity
I'm trying
from
to
it.
show the points of skeletal dismemberment. In other words, where on the skeletal system the body has been taken apart.
See, again, I mean,
So here
real
I'm
talk. The
illustrating
thing to
that
remember
the
is
head and
his
neck has
mother found
severed
this.
at the
That's
level
pretty
of
messed up.
C5, C6.
Yep.
I have that the torso has been severed at the level of about
Parts.
L3, L4 of the lumbar spine.
Was Tanya ever a
I've
Kroger
shown
meat
that the
department
pelvis
butcher?
has been cut right at the pubic bone,
Maybe.
and separated open.
Maybe. It seems like
I've
it.
shown that there is attempted to sharp force trauma at the
Would you
distal
wife up?
right
Okay, that's a
arm
good
or
one.
right
Can you
humerus,
fix her?
and also at the proximal
That's a
right
good one here.
forearm
Can you
or
fix
right
her?
radius
Lisa,
ulna.
there's still 2 other children.
I'm showing
Shame
that
on
we
you,
have
Lisa. Go to the bad girl
amputations
room.
or severing of
Yes.
the left
I'm going to put
femur,
that. Can you fix her?
both
Yes or no?
just proximal to the hip and at the distal left femur.
Speaking
I've
of which,
shown
Jeff
that
is
the left
stealing my
kneecap
bad girl
has been
room. The
separated.
bad girl room is only
I've
on the
also
Legal
shown
Mindset
that the left
Discord,
lower
available
leg
at
has also been
thelegalmindset.locals.com,
separated
or
at
if you're a
the
member
distal
on
tibia
YouTube.
and fibula. At the right lower extremity, the right
Definitely
hip socket
single
has
family
been
member
opened
home.
and separated. I have severing of the right lower extremity at the level of the knee. And
What
the
some of these
kneecap
single
on the right side
single
is
moms
received
allow
at the
can
lower
be
leg.
kind of scary. What's the fix?
I'm so disturbed.
No 77.
What the
Yes
heck? You
23.
mentioned,
23% of you still holding on to hope.
Attempted dismemberment or attempted amputation. Can you describe
Yeah.
what you mean by that?
That's one way.
Of course. There are some areas where there are cuts through the muscle and cuts through the skin but they do not completely transect the limb or extremity. So there's evidence of cutting deeply into these tissues in the postmortem state, but not complete transection, so they are still attached. On the bones, there's multiple evidence of sharp force trauma to the bones, even in areas where the bone is still in one piece.
She hit the wall in
Evidence of
jail.
Grift's attempts to cut or saw through or transect the bone.
Oof.
Neck got dull.
Yeah.
Well,
this-
she did go through 6 different knives.
Yeah. She just kind of gave up at a certain
These
point.
pieces of bone
I
were
have no check,
collected.
non-responsive.
Always keep a knife sharpener around, everybody.
That's a
Don't
good
dull
point.
knives.
Do lethal injections
injured.
count as fixing?
Very dangerous.
They should, but not in terms of the
Doctor,
pull.
is it typical that in the course of your
75% of you say they can't fix Taylor, but 26% of you, 26% of you, you're going in.
Yes, it would.
You're going in.
Was that done in this
And
particular
I'm not
case?
judging you, because this is legal mindset.
Yes, it was.
You do your thing.
What were some of the
You be
challenges
your own
that
judge.
you faced with respect to toxicology?
But also, if you end up in a body bag, it's
The
on you.
largest challenge was the amount of disruption of the vascular system. This body was essentially bloodless. So what I did is at the scene, I collected a hemorrhagic fluid that was present in one of the containers where the body was kept, with the hope that some of this was blood that was drained from the decedent's remains as
She
they sat
drank
within
it.
the
You know
container.
she drank it.
And these were submitted for
Well,
toxicology.
then she'd
In
look
addition, I
younger.
saved tissues as
Be
well.
your own victim.
Blood is supposed to keep
I
you
like
looking younger. It doesn't work for her. I
Based on
guess.
your training and
needed to
experience,
bathe
are
in it
there
like Elizabeth
concerns about the
Bathory.
accuracy of the toxicology based on how you had to obtain the fluid for toxicology?
Yes, there are.
And what are those concerns?
This is pure jealousy,
This was
You're
hemorrhagic
not
fluid
wrong,
that was collected from
and
in
honestly,
this case, the bucket.
the percentage is
where a
probably
portion of
higher.
The decedent's remains were
the
recovered.
percentage is probably higher.
Whether this all represents the decedent's blood, somebody else's blood, substances that may have been present in the
Yeah,
bucket.
she drank
before the
it. Oh,
decedent
she
was
drank
placed
it.
in there. Whether the blood is entirely blood.
This
or a
is demonic,
combination of
for
blood
sure.
and cerebrospinal fluid and vomit and other fluids. Whether there is water present in the bucket as well. So as a result, these findings are noted.
My blood alcohol
Well, they should
content
be
is
taken
way
into
too low
context
for this.
and
Give me a
those
minute. I'll be right
caveats.
back.
Drunk Jeff. All
And,
right. We're not going to leave it on
terms of
one
the
with just a woman.
toxicology
So
report-
let's move over to one that has a man speaking, because of course we prioritize men speaking. So let's go to Joe for a little bit. See where he's at. Let's see if Joe's caught up. If Joe's not caught up,
With the hope that some of this was blood that was drained from the decedent's.
no, Joe's still a little bit behind. So let's go to Kurt for a little bit. I think Kurt's got this caught up.
What substances did you note from the fluid that was submitted for toxicological testing?
Let's go to Kurt. We'll
From
hang
the
out with
fluid that
Kurt
was
for a couple
submitted,
minutes.
we found
10, 15 minutes. We'll go to Kurt.
cocaine. We
Cocaine.
found cocaine metabolite benzoyl ecgonine.
I think Kurt could
We
use a little
found
bump right now.
Methamphetamine. We found
Like a
amphetamine.
little toot might get him
We
back in the
found
mood.
Delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol, or the active component of marijuana.
Marijuana.
And I believe we also found nicotine, which is
Oh,
present in most
nicotine.
of
Oh
the
no, we got nicotine here.
Now, doctor, you found a number of those substances in the fluid. Are those
Kurt smiled.
substances,
He's
in
smiling.
your opinion, contributory to
He's thinking about
Shantarian's
it.
death?
He's
in
thinking
any way?
about it.
I do not believe so, no.
Kurt thinks he could fix Schabusiness. No.
I think you mentioned this earlier, doctor, when you were describing the general process of the autopsy. Is swabbing
You
of the
guys
body
crack me up in
something
the
that you
chat. I
typically
love
do?
you guys.
When I suspect that there may be the involvement of another
It was an honest
individual in
mistake.
death,
I was just
yes,
confused.
Is he listening to me?
something that I typically do.
Probably.
And is that
As a
something that was done
1099
in this
employee, it was my
particular
first 1099 job.
Yes,
I think he's gonna.
I'd had
he's
W2
gonna-
jobs before
I
that,
think he's
like when
gonna
I was
listen to
15 or
swabbing and then the
16,
process for
working at a grocery
maintaining
store, and I'd
the,
pay taxes before,
integrity of the evidence.
but I didn't quite understand how it works for an independent contractor,
Of course.
so I was a little confused.
Before the
Stay an
body
independent
is
contractor,
cleaned
Kurt.
Or altered in any
Never go
way,
back to that
blood is still
W4
resting on an
slavery.
evidence sheet.
Be free, my brother.
Like what I do is
The IRS
collect
cleared up my
DNA
confusion right up.
swabs of
Be
the
free.
external
So, good on them,
surfaces of
right?
the body.
All right,
Typically,
cleared
I'll
up
go
that
for
mistake.
areas where I suspect there is a possibility of
They explained it to me.
A
In
conch.
this case,
Oh,
Here's
come
where he
on,
went wrong.
guys. Come on. Be
Everything
nice.
this
Be
is
nice.
on
I'm
pages
ribbing Kurt because I love Kurt, and he's a good sport about it. He's
14
been a good
of the
sport about it
autopsy
with me.
report.
So I'm just,
So it incled the left and right
I lo-
sides
I love
of the
you, Kurt.
forehead, the left and right cheeks, the left and right
It's
sides
a little
of the chin,
Asian. I can't even
the
do
left
it.
and
Like a
right
little
sides of the
little
neck,
heart with the
both
fingers.
sides of the chest,
For Kurt.
what was left of the skin surface of the abdomen, what was left of the skin surface of the back, the left and right arms, the left and right forearms, the left and right wrists, the palmar aspects of the left and right hands, the dorsal aspects
Oh
of
yeah,
the
the
left and right
kitchen
hands,
shears on the
the skin
Cutcos are
of the
great.
left thigh,
We used
the skin
to,
of both legs, the skin of both
when
feet,
we were
and
doing the
oral,
marketing of
penile,
the
scrotal, and rectal
the
swabs.
kitchen shears
And then
for
of all the
Cutco.
fragments of skin
I don't know
that
if this
were
is still in the
recovered
training, but at the
separate
time,
from the decedent,
one of the training
I
was
swabbed the
use
skin
cut up a
surfaces of
penny
those
with the
as well.
shears
So
to
those
show
are
that
12
the shears could cut through a
fragments of
penny.
skin, were each swabbed.
Because apparently that's impressive or something.
After that,
Wait,
they're
did-
air dried.
Did
So cut up a penny using the shears to show how powerful the shears are.
did Kurt
And
work
that
for
process
like
was
a
followed in this
shears
case
company?
with respect to the integrity of the evidence.
That's actually interesting. That's an interesting Kurt fact I didn't know. Like I learned something about Kurt today.
Is it typical that you obtain
I'm,
a
like, learning.
swab that's intended to be?
I'm learning about my fellow law
either
tubers
a
by stream
swab or some
sniping.
sort
I feel
of
like I should do this
evidence
more
that
often.
is
You know what?
intended
I'll put a
to
poll in the
be
chat.
known sample for the deceased.
That is correct.
What is the
Should we
typical
do
process
this
for that?
more often?
Typically, we collect
So yes or
what's
no?
referred to as
If
a
you guys are
DNA
enjoying
card,
this, make sure you
which
smash
is
the
a
like button.
blood spot
Just let me
card
know. You
that
guys
can
enjoying
be-
this?
that
Should we
is
do it more
air dried,
often?
and then
Should we do a little
can be
little
used
law
for DNA
stream
testing.
meta
You know
on
if
these
that was used
trials?
in this
You
case?
guys enjoying
I don't
this?
think destroying currency is illegal. I'd have to
You know,
double
if you
check.
also did a
If you are
swab in this
doing it
case,
for
or
the
swab on the
purpose
inside
of
the
trying to
mouth,
forge the currency, or like,
That's correct. That was
No,
an
it's
oral
not.
swab.
no, it's not illegal to destroy currency.
By the way, Gosney was going to
Because
come
you
on my
often find
stream
those machines
if I went
at like
to
amusement parks where you can, usually it's 50 cents, or at least it used to be, put in 2 quarters and a penny, and it will
Cross-examination, Mr.
it will
Frank.
press out the penny with like a logo in it.
Dr. Trankita.
So it's not illegal to mutilate
Did
money
you determine
if you're not doing it for the purpose of
time
trying to like
death and the
defraud
date
it,
of death
Yeah.
or like
for
trying to
deceased?
Kurt's right on the law
You
here.
know.
Kurt's right on the law here. It's the
At
intent.
best, I
The
can
purpose of
determine,
trying to
approximately,
manipulate it.
It's
But
the
yeah,
intent. Yeah,
it's-
Kurt's right.
It's not illegal to
But
destroy
Here's,
money.
here's the thing
determine
about
time
Kurt,
of death
guys.
and the date of
You
death.
guys can give Kurt a lot of
Realistic
shit,
time
but
when
like
they're
Kurt
examined by a
actually,
medical
like
professional.
of all the law tubers, Kurt knows the law the best in many cases. This is why like Kurt
This
like
particular
is very
case,
underrated because he does know the law. A
you
lot
were
of these other guys
contacted
don't actually
by,
know the law. Like honestly, Ricada's winging it 95% of the time. He's just pulling shit out of his ass. Vices knows maritime law. That's
She's
their
our lead
specialty.
inve-
You know,
Dr. Schwab
outside
is
of
our lead
that,
investigator at the
you know,
time. That's correct.
I know
She's not
special
a medical
district
examiner,
property
but
law
she's
well.
a
That's my area,
director,
right?
correct?
I believe
But
now retired
Kurt knows.
director
Kurt
of
actually knows the law
operations.
in a lot of cases,
And
especially
she contacted
constitutional law.
you
He's
to,
very well versed.
secure your
So.
assistance with the
Kurt is very
investigation
smart.
in this particular case.
But that also
That is
is
correct.
perhaps his
We
problem.
contacted
That's
on
perhaps his
February 23rd
downfall.
of 2022.
But I love him. He's great. Good
I
fellow
believe that is
streamer.
correct.
Okay, and you were briefed on some of the
Yeah, but
issues or what may or may
Agree.
not have happened, correct?
That
That's
is
Kurt's
correct.
strength.
And then you traveled from Madison to where the location on Stony Brook Lane, or where did you go?
And the
That is
poll
correct.
is
I traveled
90%
to
of
the
you are
home
liking
on
this, only
Stony
10%
Brook
don't.
in Green
It's
Bay.
probably the good logic
And do
followers
you
out
recall
there that are
anything
that are
out there?
review bombing me. 91%. Only 9% of
Was it in the
you
morning?
are
Not
good
offhand. I
logic
believe it was in
followers
the morning, but
that are
honestly, I
trolling.
wouldn't say, yeah.
Okay.
So we're gonna do this a little
All right.
bit more often.
Um,
Not all the time, not every case, but sometimes. It's good to
Fair to
mix it
say
up,
that
guys.
this, the facts with regards to this case or the
Clip the praise and send it
circumstances,
to Yes, thank you.
were
Definitely clip that and
quite
send it to him.
unusual.
And clip the bad stuff too. It's
based on
funny.
your
The good
training
stuff,
and
bad stuff.
experience.
Clip it
Is
all.
that fair?
Clip it
It
all.
was different.
Could you describe what you mean by unusual?
You don't often see situations where there are body parts all over, correct?
Oh, great.
I think my line of work is unfortunately very different from others. Fragmentation of people is very common. Motor vehicle accidents, train accidents, people who have jumped from tall buildings or been hit by a subway train.
Yeah, you got to pick the middle
that's
to
not
stream
unusual
snipe,
for
not an
something I
interesting
see
part.
often.
You know, you don't not a part where you want to
how
shut
about,
up. A part where it's just like we can talk a
severed
little bit,
head and a
and it's
butt
okay
head?
because this guy's just
Body parts
describing
in
stuff.
different
Ooh,
locations, is that
Kurt has a very
unusual for
strong
you?
laugh. Very
I
strong.
would say
laugh.
it's not a common occurrence. That's correct.
It's different, correct?
Correct.
That's
And
different,
would you
yeah.
agree that those particular facts make it a little bit more challenging when you have to do your autopsy and your testing and your swabs and your analysis? Is that fair?
In what sense, sir?
In the sense that you essentially have to try to understand the global picture. Is that fair?
That's correct.
The global picture.
And so, on this particular date, February 23rd of 2022, you went to the Stony Brook Lane property, to the house, and you went inside.
That is correct.
You conferred with several detectives, correct?
That is correct.
Ms. Schwab was there, is that fair?
That is correct.
And you found human remains in different locations, correct?
You got it, sir.
That is correct.
You are correct.
You found, you found
Jump on Kurt's stream. No.
and penis and testicles in a
Whoa!
black bucket, correct?
Penis and testicles.
That is correct at the base
Black
of the
bucket.
stairs.
And then you found
Once you go black
some other
bucket, you
body
never go
parts
back.
in a duffel bag. They call it a
Speaking of which,
shoe
thank
bag
you so
on
much for Leprechaun Gold for the $3
Entertainment
super
Center,
sticker.
correct?
Appreciate that. Appreciate your support of this channel.
I believe
and
so.
appreciate
Yes,
you
I
guys
believe that was the dark
chiming
blue
in
bag
because that's
on the
your
dresser. I'm
support
not
is what
very
allows me
familiar with bags, unfortunately.
to do
but yes,
this
I
on
can
a
say
regular
color
basis.
at least.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, sure. Inside that blue bag, as you say, there were lots of plastic shopping bags in there.
Oh,
correct?
Nick is alerted? Okay, let's go over to Nick then. So if Nick knows, then we'll go over to Nick. We'll go over to Nick right now.
Challenging when you have to do.
Why is
your
the quality bad on
autopsy
this?
And your testing and your swabs and your analysis.
There
Is
we
that
go.
fair?
In what sense, sir?
In the sense that
We'll go over
essentially
to
have
Nick since you said he's alerted, Agrala.
try to understand the global picture. Is
We're
that fair?
back.
That's correct.
And so, on this particular date, February 23rd of 2022, you went to the Stony Brook Lane property, to the house, and you went inside.
That is correct.
You conferred with several.
Yeah, this is
detectives,
issues.
correct?
So Nick's having a lot of quality with
That
his
is correct.
streaming, his
Ms.
video, and
Schwab
also
was
his
there.
audio.
Is that fair?
That is correct.
And you found human
Vices
remains in different
and
locations, correct?
Kurt have better quality videos and audio.
That is correct.
than Nick.
See, he's just repeating
Found,
everything.
You found a head and a
Even if he's
penis and testicles and
with
a
the
black
insanity
bucket,
defense, he doesn't need to repeat everything.
That is correct at the base of the stairs.
Yeah.
correct? And then you found
Weird.
some other body parts in a duffel bag. They call it a.
Now this is
shoe bag.
foundation for that. Isn't that
Name is
weird, sir? Unusual, sir?
I believe so, yes. I believe that was
Okay,
the dark blue
Floral.
bag on the dresser.
Okay.
I'm not very familiar with bags.
Middle
unfortunately.
school,
Yes,
middle
I would-
school
I can
level
say color
comment
at
there.
least, yes.
Okay, sure.
Appreciate
Inside that blue bag, as you say, there were lots of plastic shopping bags in there, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Was it hard or difficult to understand what you were actually looking at when you were removing these items from the bag?
Nick
due
is
to
literally
that
streaming this in like
plastic
480p. Like
inside.
this is not good. Well, hold on. Let's see. Let's get this quality up to like 280, 1080.
That
There
was
you
a
go.
weirdly worded question.
There
I
you go.
would
1080.
say
Yeah.
no. I'm fairly comfortable with plastic bags. They're often seen at scenes. And then the recovery of the individual pieces.
I don't know why
identifying
Nick's
them, of
stream
course, is
suddenly
something that
bounced
we
down.
do
No idea.
fairly regularly. So I was able to start saying, okay, this is clearly a piece of this is clearly a piece of that. As we began to gather the inventory, that becomes a very important part of determining if the entire body is present or whether there might be other pieces at another location or destroyed.
As you moved along in the basement of 829 Stony Brook Lane, you moved towards a pink and black Under Armour backpack, correct?
Nick's got a lot of stuff going on.
And there were more.
And by the way,
human
big
remains
respect to
in there,
Nick. Nick is
correct?
the OG here. Nick is a Titan.
That is correct.
He's got the most viewers. He's got the Grift here on. So as much as I rib him, it's because
And
he
did
is
you know
he
that
is the
these
godfather
remains
of LawTube.
belonged
And I think
to
everybody should
one
acknowledge that.
person, or did you
And the
have
people that
concern
didn't
that-
acknowledge that, well, there's a reason why they're no longer very
did you have any
relevant anymore.
concerns about that?
Very much. My goal was to determine whether or not there might be more than one person present. So in other words, if I found, for example, two patellas from the left side, or if I found two left arms, then I would be concerned that there might be more than one decedent present.
And then, as you went through the basement, did the detectives follow you? Did you take the lead,
The
or
Lord
how did
Father, I
kinda
like that.
work?
Typically, what's done is the law enforcement has the jurisdiction or the investigation of the scene of the surrounding circumstances. But the body, the investigation of the body and the examination of the body falls under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner. So in this case, also because our goal is to try to prevent contamination and preserve as much evidence as possible, we took the lead where we are wearing Tyvek suits and gloves and masks and trying to collect things in as clean and preserved a way as possible. So we took the lead on that, and law enforcement remained in the background.
This wasn't a perfect situation as far as the
Is this
basement was concerned.
Is this the
because there was
coroner
lots
or
of
like the elected
clutter
medical
down there. Is that
examiner?
fair?
I forgot.
That's correct, yes.
There's like a table.
He's a
background
medical
machine,
examiner.
All kinds of other items, correct?
Okay.
It's not a coroner, or
That
not
is
the
correct.
coroner, unless they combine
Recall
roles.
seeing
You
three
didn't mention
mattresses
that.
stacked on each other.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
And then there was another container. Was it such that it was a blue
Yeah,
tote?
very true, Popcorn Planet. Can't be a legal
Yes, it
channel
was.
without
I
covering
believe it
legal
was towards
subjects
the
in
head
depth.
of it.
Agree. The lifestyle
Human
YouTubers
remains in
oversaturated.
blue
Play your
tote,
strength. They don't
correct?
have tits for everything else. Exactly.
That is correct.
Exactly. I do not have
And
tits.
On top of the tote,
Just gotta have
there was,
wits.
blankets or clothing items. Is that fair?
I believe there were, yes.
So fair to say that some of these items that
Yeah, Agrilith, you're kind of right about Emily D.
Uh,
She is the most successful,
we were attempting
and
to
she
collect
did her own thing, and she found her own
may
audience. So
have been,
big love to Emily D. She's I mad
tampered
respect
with
what she's
or
done with her channel. No hate,
tainted in
no
some way because of
no shade
other
there.
items being put on top or plastic bags being utilized.
And I give people a little bit
In
of
what way,
flack so that they can
Yeah,
become better,
that's,
you know,
If you
improve,
could just answer my question with due respect.
and for fun.
I'm trying, if my interpretation of tainted with
Taint.
means that DNA evidence could have been lost, potentially, or DNA evidence could have been contaminated, I would say that certainly any object that would have come in contact with the remains could potentially transfer or wipe away DNA evidence. So for example, if the plastic bags had other people's DNA on it, that can be transferred onto the skin surface.
What DNA are we
or body
concerned about in this
surfaces.
case, though?
If the
That's
tote
weird.
bag had other people's DNA on it, that also can be transferred onto the body surfaces of what's been placed in there. If the bedding or bed sheets also had other people's DNA on it, that could be, or hair samples or fingernail clippings, that also could be transferred onto the body surfaces. So if I understand the question correctly, I think that that's about as good an answer as I can give.
You answered it. I appreciate that. Perfect.
It's a
Oh
badly
my
worded
God.
question, though.
Did you
Yeah.
see evidence of drug usage down in the basement?
Yeah.
Stony Brook Lane?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I caught that. I caught that too, Afix. We'll show that on the break.
This is
Meth
weird.
pipe down there and a
I would
gem baggie
object to
with,
this. This guy doesn't know
crystal
what
like
evidence
substance.
of drug usage is. He
I
doesn't have any
believe I saw a glass
particular
pipe.
training
I think I recall it was
in
white
regards to
color.
drug
And then there
usage.
was, I believe,
Well, that's what I was
a
wondering if he was the
small green
coroner or the
baggie,
medical
with
examiner.
a powdery crystalline substance inside.
Like he ran a
you see any
toxicology. He has the
evidence
evidence of
of,
drug usage from that, but
Right.
I would object to
Drugs
this if
or
I was the prosecutor.
drug
Like
substances on the decedent's mouth or face.
Sean, this is way more fun.
usually you have
Bouncing
to
around the
qualify
streams
your
is way more
cops as a
fun.
drug recognition
Swab for
expert.
I don't
The
want to
face
join
was
any of these
swab,
guys.
yes.
I want to run my own thing,
that.
just like these
With
guys do.
regards to your report, did you indicate that the deceased
better to
had
MS3K
possible
it.
acute intoxication due to the combined effects of methamphetamine, amphetamine, cocaine,
Dude,
and
this
marijuana?
woman, talk about meth. Jesus.
That is correct.
Sounds like she crawled out of the ring.
Did you consider that as the possible
From
cause of death?
Your analysis.
Next up, we'll pop over to
and
Jeff
assessment
in a second. I hear
and
Steve
examination
Gosney's over there.
of the body. Did you in any way?
I love the guys.
Opine or conclude that drugs had anything to do with the death of Mr. Therian?
It is my medical opinion that the drugs did not have.
That's
anything
not the
to do
question,
with the
sir.
death of Mr. Therian.
Did you ever opine? Did
Have
you think
had
about it? Did you
cases
consider it?
where people
Don't move on. He's
overdose
not even
on
listening to the answer. This
methamphetamine,
defense
Yep.
attorney.
No.
Don't move on. Hammer him.
resulting in
Whoa,
death.
whoa, whoa. Why are you hammering
Yes, I
people, ML law?
How
MLS
do you know
law?
that that didn't happen in this?
You don't need
particular
any hammering
case?
in the courtroom.
I
Except
know
for the
that that
bedroom,
did
baby.
not happen in this particular case because of the extent of hemorrhaging that's present within the decedent's neck and head. In other words, these are antemortem injuries when he still had circulation. In other words, he was still able to bleed. So as a result, I have bruising and contusions of the neck muscles.
Man,
I
that
have
hammering.
deep hemorrhages of the soft tissues all the way down to the cervical spine. And I have numerous blown hemorrhages of the eyes and oral mucosa and facial skin. To have these, you have to have circulation. You have to have blood pressure. Without it, you'll not get these injuries. You can strangle or stab or punch or hit a dead body as much as you want, but without circulation and without that blood pressure, you're not going to get this kind of hemorrhage.
Wait, I can strangle,
You know
stab, and
if,
punch a dead body as much as I want?
drugs like
Wait, is
Sign
Nick?
me up.
Yeah, I was gonna
That's
say Nick.
therapy right there.
Nick is getting
Protuberance
aroused.
of
Nick
the
is getting
tongue
heavily aroused.
in the deceased?
Methamphetamine causing protuberance of the tongue?
Yes.
Protuberance.
It has not been my experience that it causes.
Protuberance.
When you received the remains in the body bags, was there anything unusual with the manner or way you received the items at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office? Did you have any concerns with what you received?
If I understand the question correctly, did I have any concerns about the manner in which the remains were brought to me or delivered to me?
Yes.
I did not.
Hey guys,
How,
MLS has to bounce
how
to
did
his
you get
streams.
those?
Hopefully he'll
Oh.
pop back in later today.
They-
Go
Make sure you go
MLS.
check out his channel, MLS Law Show.
Wow.
on
Yeah,
YouTube.
thanks for having me on. I'll be back. I got
participated
He's got a
in that.
stream.
Yeah,
I
sounds
got to
like
do
fun.
Jody Arias, man.
That
I
he's
gotta
gonna
do
do
Jody.
in the middle
Go
of this
get it.
stream.
See you in a bit.
Silly. Horrible timing. No one's gonna follow
Again, as the
you.
bodies
Everybody
were
on
packaged up,
LawTube is right now
the security
streaming.
seal was placed
Do
on
not
the
stream when
bags
everybody is
to show
streaming.
that the
It's a dumb move.
that the body bags are intact and undisturbed. At that point, we contact the driver.
Now it's just
The
me and
driver
Nick.
from our office comes up to Brown
Just me and
County,
Law Senpai.
collects.
He doesn't know
the
I'm here,
remains,
but I'm like
then
the Holy
places them
Spirit,
into
you
their
know?
van.
Where 3 or more
The van
degens
is
are gathered, I am
refrigerated,
in the room.
which allows for as best preservation.
Okay,
of
guys,
the
I know it's a little
remains as we can.
sacrilegious, okay?
And
You
the
know,
body is
do my
taken
little
back
Hail
to the
Marys
Dane
and,
County.
repent.
At that point, the body is checked in to our secured cooler by one of our investigators, and then the body is kept in that secured cooler until such time that we can perform the autopsy examination, which in this case was the 25th.
Thank you. Have you been involved in cases where it's a situation where it's death by asphyxiation?
Yeah, Sean, I'm gonna go on. I just came from Uncivil, so I just came from Uncivil.
Ooh,
Let's
sounds sexy.
let's move over to Jeff, because I think Jeff is gonna be a little bit more entertaining here, and I hear he's got the gauze on. Okay, it's my favorite Florida man.
Is that the totality of your law enforcement?
Why is Steve
experience?
Gosney
I
eating?
worked for approximately a year and a half in the village of Black Creek as a police officer.
Why is Steve eating
Been,
on
for the last
stream?
2.5 years with the sheriff's office.
It makes me hungry now though.
And as a patrol
Gosney's making
deputy,
me hungry.
do you sometimes get called out to respond to incident locations in the county of Brown?
Yes.
And you also have occasion to assist other jurisdictions with their own cases.
Correct, yes.
Okay. I want to ask
Just
you,
came from
Deputy,
civil
then, about
phrasing. Okay,
February
true.
23rd,
True.
2022.
All right,
you
ladies in
called
chat,
for
and all you
MD on
guys
that
that
day?
want to play
Yes, I
along,
was.
1 for smash,
And,
2 for pass.
Were you
Wait,
dispatched
what?
Mr.
to a,
Skip Head Day
residence
Detective.
on
Whoa,
guy.
whoa.
Yes, I was.
And what was the
Inappropriate.
reason?
1
See,
for
yeah.
smash, 2 for pass.
Gosney
ladies.
left.
So
Gosney left because that's
deputies
too
were
much.
requested to assist the Green Bay Police Department.
Gosney's
in
writing a third
locating
book.
vehicle
It's true,
that
Bob.
was involved with what was dispatched
Dude, I need to
as a
get some
suspicious
tendies.
situation.
Should I just throw some tendies in
that
right now?
They asked, requested that
I
we
got
look
some
for a
tendies. I should
gold
throw those
town
in.
and, town and country van.
And do you recall approximately what time?
I'm about to get a cease
call
and
would have
desist
come in?
from NFL Red Zone.
I was dispatched at roughly 4:15 a.m.
And this is on February 23rd.
Don't turn your back on
Correct.
show business. True.
And
All right, ladies, looks like
was
we're
there
about 50-50
information
on
provided
smash
that
or
this
pass.
van may be located
Yeah, I
at
know.
that Eastman address?
Look, when it's an 8-hour
It
stream,
was my
I understand.
understanding that the possible suspect had been driving the vehicle and
We're-
staying.
like
at
I'm
that
drinking
residence.
right now. But this is booze. Eventually, I will eat.
And
Like I'm
did
not
you
gonna be up all
ultimately,
night not eating.
arrive at
not gonna happen,
2523 Eastman Avenue.
Yes.
And is that in the city of Green Bay?
Yes, it is.
At least I can leave you guys in good hands
locate
while if I ever take a break. You know, it's got to trust these other streamers to
Yes, it was
maintain some
located on
level
the
of
north side
decorum.
of the building.
Oh, Nick noticed me. Senpai noticed me. He texted me back. He knows. Hold on, let's go over to Nick's channel. Since Senpai noticed me. Hold on. Let's go back over here. Nick noticed me now. We'll go back over here.
And as a patrol deputy, do you sometimes get called out to respond to?
I love that the
incident
prosecuting
locations in the
attorney
county of Brown?
asking questions
Yes.
is up
Wait, am I not
3
You also
subscribed
octaves
have
from the
here?
last
to assist
time.
other
okay.
jurisdictions with
Whatever.
their own
People say
cases.
legal mindset is
Correct,
based.
yes.
Okay, very good. Very
I want
good.
to ask you
Here in the chat.
Deputy, then about February 23rd.
Legal mind lamp?
2022.
What happened to legal
called for him to be
mindset? Bring
that
on
day.
mindset.
Yes, I was.
I see the chat here.
And,
I see the chat here.
Were you dispatched to a residence on East?
You need a lady lawyer for the cooter
Yes, I was.
commentary.
And
No, he
what
does
was the
not.
reason you were dispatched to
not.
that location?
Appreciate that.
So
though.
deputies were
Nick
requested.
is lonely.
to
I
assist the
want to
Green Bay
join
Police
Nick, but
Department
tonig's
in
about
locating
stream
a
sniping
vehicle
everybody. It's not just
that
about Nick.
was involved
I'll
with
join Nick
what
later. I'll
was
join Vices
dispatched
later
as a
another day,
suspicious
but not today.
situation.
I'll join him
They
another.
requested that we look for a gold town and country.
I got
van.
called out.
And do you recall,
What's up, Torgo?
approximately
Good
what
to see you,
time
brother.
That call would have come in to your department?
I was dispatched at roughly 4:15 a.m.
It's
And this
too
is
busy on
October
Vices.
23rd?
Correct.
And was there information provided that this van
Yeah,
may be located at that Eastman
The
address?
thoughts are all out right now.
It was
and
my
all busy,
understanding
so
that
we
the
don't have any
possible
thoughts on
suspect had been
stream. right
driving
now.
the vehicle and
Gotta
staying at
summon
that
those up.
residence.
And did you ultimately
Nick should invite LB.
arrive at
That'd be funny.
2523 Eastman Avenue?
Yes.
Did you
and
reach
is
the
that in
point
the
where
city of
Nick
Green
says he'll
Bay?
never have you
Yes,
on
it
again?
is.
No, not yet. We're working on
And
that.
Did you locate that reported gold van in the vicinity of that address?
Vices
Yes, it was
called you
located
out
on
and you were
the
gone.
north side of the building.
I love that everybody calls me out and like says stuff when I'm not paying attention to them. So I just tune in later. I'm like, oh yeah, I miss you ribbing me. Joe, I did get. Joe called me gay. I got that one. Joe did it in real time. So props to Joe for calling me out quickly.
Of course, I'm just kidding about my
delay.
boy Legal Mindset.
Oh!
Looking forward to
Here we go. Here
hanging
we
out
go.
with him at Anime Matsuri next
There we
month.
go. There we go.
Um,
Okay, good stuff. Good
What up,
stuff.
Andrew?
What's
How you
going on,
doing, girl?
What's going on, Nick? I love
you
you,
doing?
baby. You're doing good. Doing good stuff. I wouldn't be stream snapping unless I love you, baby.
Yes, this is a picture of the gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan.
And the question in Exhibit 80, is that
It's a
appeared
live
to
shout out.
the scene around the Eastman Avenue address that you
I thought Joe was just making
appeared
factual
to be
statements. I
With
mean,
the
February
scene
23rd.
It's
that we
accurate.
shot last night
It's
in my
accurate.
bedroom.
the general layout of where the vehicles were positioned and everything that's consistent with how you first encountered the scene?
That is correct.
So hey, we did it all, guys.
Exhibit
Hey,
80.
like the chat. We've done it all. We've
Objection.
collected all the Pokemon tonight. That was really my
And that's
goal
permission
tonight,
to-
was to collect all the Pokemon. We got Uncivil noticed. We got Joe noticed. We got Vices noticed. We got Ricado noticed. We got all the Pokemon. We caught the Mewtwo. Congratulations, guys. We did it. We did
And
it.
deputy, it's behind you, but also there's a screen in front of you if that's easier. So are we looking at Exhibit 80 now presently on the screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So when you arrived at this Eastman address, where are you positioned?
I was positioned, the van's facing south. I was positioned to the northeast of the van.
And when you arrived, you mentioned you were dispatched at 4:15. Do you recall when you would have gotten to this address?
Approximately 4:20, 4:25, probably 5 to 10 minutes to respond.
Typical female parking.
And from that time, did you maintain
Oh, God.
sort of visual on the vehicle?
If Nick
Yes,
streams that legal
most
mind, so we get an infinite
people look at it.
regression, yes.
Did you,
That's
observe
horrible. That's why I
whether
change
the
when anybody
van was
tries to do that,
occupied
because
or
you get an
unoccupied
echo.
at
It's
that
bad.
It appeared unoccupied.
I'm not
Did
gonna
you
let anybody
see-
counter snipe me.
What about the
Time you were
legs, though?
there,
What
any
about
other
the
person
legs?
Walk to or from that vehicle?
No, I did not.
I don't know. Ask
And then
MLS
how
Law
long
about the
were you
legs.
on
Apparently
scene
he's into
for?
them. Oh,
I'm unsure exactly how long I was on scene, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
And when would you have left?
I was relieved by a...
Alyssa,
officer from
facts. I
Green Bay
suck at parking. Hey, listen. As long as you can make a
Assisting
ham
at this
sandwich,
Green
you're all
Bay, and
right.
then Once
You're all
they
right,
got
girl.
there, you sort of left it to them.
That is
fair to
correct.
say?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Nothing further.
Examination, Mr. Freilich.
Deputy Haynes,
That's quick.
what time were you
That's what she said.
relieved by the Green Bay police officer?
I would guess approximately 5 a.m. I do not know the exact time.
Okay. And you were called to go right to the Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
That is correct.
And it's a larger apartment complex where people live, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there on February 23rd of 2022, it was fairly dark outside, correct?
Yes,
And there's snow on the ground, right?
correct.
And the
A
Were you
typical
told
female parking legal
which
West.
Those the
Okay.
defense's
vehicle to
case
look
have
for?
legs. Yeah, they're in
Yes,
the
we were
crack
given the
pants.
description as well as the
Nice.
license plate for the vehicle.
Did you arrive there by yourself?
No, myself along with two other deputies and our patrol sergeant arrived on scene.
Okay. Did you get there first? Did you
I
get
was
there first?
I arrived first, I believe.
Okay.
We all arrived roughly at the same time.
All right.
No,
You
no,
took your own
don't,
squad car?
don't,
Correct.
don't use the same chats as
when
in
you
other
got out,
other
then what did you do?
chats. You got to use unique chats
walk-
here.
I
Did
did
you
not
walk
get
by?
out of my patrol vehicle. I did not approach the vehicle.
Okay. You just parked behind it?
I parked to the northeast of the vehicle, not directly behind the van.
Okay. You didn't get out and walk around the perimeter of the van, is that fair?
That is correct. I did not do that.
And that picture that you saw, the back of that Town and Country minivan, it had all snow on the back window, right?
Correct.
And there was a car to the
Let it snow.
left and a car to the right of it,
I'm not
correct?
doing that.
Yes.
Carry
And
on.
would you say that these vehicles were kind of parked fairly close to each other?
Yes.
No sloppy seconds, chat. Yes, yes.
When you were sitting in your squad car, could you see inside of the Town and Country minivan?
I could see the side windows. I could not tell if anyone was in the vehicle or not.
Were the windows tinted?
It was dark. I can't tell you if they were tinted.
Nick is
or
struggling here. I can
regular or
tell.
not.
Nick is struggling
Did
here.
you see any person?
It's boring.
We'll strike that. Did you put any police tape out there?
I did not.
When the other Green Bay police officer arrived, then you just left?
Correct.
Did you see anybody walking around the van or in front of the van while you were there?
No.
And the entire time that you were there, you were sitting in your squad?
Correct.
And you didn't see anybody come in or out of that apartment complex?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
This witness
thank
is
goodness.
done. Yeah, it's hard for Nick to do solo. He's not as
Did
strong
you
as when
see
he's
the
got someone to
van?
play off
Yeah.
of.
Did you see anything in it? No.
Low
Thanks.
T Nick. Yeah, beta Kata. He's got to start lifting again. He's got to get that Drex body with the tiny head and the giant shoulders. That's what he needs. We're gonna have him lifting at Matsuri. Gym day at Matsuri.
You says, is this channel pro MAGA or not?
Pro MAGA.
I don't know. What does that even mean?
Pro beta.
What do you want the answer to be, you?
Step up here.
Pro beta.
Make
Let's go over to
me
Jeff
your
here for a
thing.
second because this is a little bit dry right now. And I think Jeff has the gauze, so we'll go over there for a second.
Assisting.
He's still eating?
Gold. Chrysler
What is he
van
eating that's
and a
taking so
person
long?
associated with that van and that address.
So
Beta
prior to
Kata.
your arrival, you were informed that
It's good, man. It
sheriff's
rhymes.
deputies had already located the vehicle.
I believe.
I forgot to mention that L. Cole is our Vice Rax of the day. He is the
You
current high
Told
super
to
chatter.
go to that area.
Yes.
Are we doing
And,
that? Are we doing the
When
crawl?
you got there, what do you observe?
I guess we can do that too.
I
If
got
Jeff
there,
wants to do the
I-
crawl.
Subsequently,
let's see. How do we
walked
do the crawl
into the
again?
parking lot with me and a few other officers, and we were told to look for this van, and then we were told to see if there was anything strange happening with the van or anything. So we walked the parking lot, saw the van, and then we went from there.
The van that you reported seeing, is that the same gold minivan that you were kind of looking for?
Yes.
All right. And you mentioned you were sort of walking around the van area. What happens next?
So while walking around the van, the marker lights on the van blinked twice, indicating that somebody was manipulating the keyless entry system into the van.
Yeah, no legal advice, no dissection advice on this channel.
Approximately 10 seconds later, someone came out of the apartment complex.
And the person that came out of the apartment complex, did you have contact with that person?
Yes, I did.
And did you ultimately identify that person?
Yes, I did.
Who did you identify her as?
I identified her as Taylor Schabusiness.
The person who you had contact with on February 23rd, as they exited the apartment complex. Do you see him or her
There
in
you
court
go.
today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point out what they're wearing and where they're sitting?
Shout out to Legal Vices and
sitting
Leprechaun
to
Gold,
my
the
right.
top two
She's
super
wearing
chatters
a
today. One of which
Black,
I'm sniping right now.
what appears to be a thin jacket and a blue
When you put on a ballistic vest, it
press
puffs out a lot.
press with a blue and white floral pattern.
I'd ask the record to reflect the witness identify the defendant.
It will still reflect.
No objection.
What happened when you?
Sorry, the doggo cam has to go.
Schabusiness then?
We observed Mr. Business. I made contact with her.
Mr. Business?
Subsequently placed her in
Called her
handcuffs.
Mr. Business.
Noticed what appeared to be dried blood on her sweatshirt, the front and the back.
And did you make any note of any potential evidence on her hands?
Yes, I also saw what appeared to be smeared blood on both her hands.
During this time, you were working as a patrol officer. Is
Yes,
that
I
right?
was.
And were you utilizing any body-worn camera on that day?
Yes, I was.
And was it operational in your belief?
Yes, it was.
Joe's got Nate now.
when-
Oh, sorry. Let's go over there. If
Particular
he's got
incident-
some diversity, let's go over to the diversity pill. Let's see here. He's got some representation.
Being to my
One of
right,
them.
she's wearing
I put
a-
it up there.
He's got
I put
Nate
it up
on
there.
top too. Is Nate rocking a
I think the
do-rag?
best legal show, if you want to learn the law,
thin jacket.
is probably Law and Order, the
Oh,
original
definitely.
Law and Order.
Yes,
Because they
that
go
was-
through like
It
it's
feels
essentially
like New York courtroom. It like and even like
The New York boys.
I'd ask the record to reflect the witness identify the defendant.
It will
like,
still
like
reflect.
when they go into like
Boys in the hood.
chambers with
Uh,
different
Law
fields
Tube
between
edition.
that and the courtroom.
What happened when you
It just
No,
feels
it's-
very much.
observed Ms. Schabusiness?
it's
amazing.
essentially they do it. Whoever writes that as if they're.
I like Nate. By the way, guys, I really like
I've
Nate.
been an AD.
I really like
I've been
Nate.
the same
He's a cool
exact
guy.
shit.
He's
The
been nice to
hearings,
me.
emotions, the whole
You know.
shit.
dried blood on her sweatshirt.
We had a little moment
Actually, I
there
think
with some of the
Carlos
friction
did.
between bites and everything else, but we're cool.
And,
We're
Very,
cool.
very
you make
good.
any
I'm still cool with
note
it.
of, any potential
A little
evidence
friction,
on
but
her
we're good now.
hands?
Yes.
We all
I
good.
also saw what appeared to be smeared blood on both her hands.
During this time,
The suits is
you were
terrible.
working as a patrol
Yeah,
officer.
Sue-
Is that right?
Sue-
And
Suits
were
makes
you,
me angry.
utilizing
Like,
A
that
lot
is
of
so-
things make Joe
not
angry.
The way law firms
Like
work, not
a
the-
slightly
was it
toasted
operational?
bagel
Oh,
makes
was
Joe
it
It's
angry.
like how
Once upon a
someone who
time,
never has been in a
when,
big law firm would
a
imagine it.
particular incident or arrest is made.
That's
they're
funny.
waiting for,
This is actually very true,
say,
Agrila.
body camera footage.
Nate is rocking
Yes.
Cap
Does that allow you
Shield,
the
but no
chance to
Black
review
Panther
that
or no
after
Blade.
debate?
He's
Yes.
MAGA.
And
He's
then
MAGA.
you enter that
How
Oh,
you
somebody
know?
asked me and Joe. We came up together in this YouTube streets.
Have you also had the chance
Sniping
to
a
Together.
stream
Me
with
and Joe
two
were small
minorities.
little YouTubers. and now we
Plus
blew up.
100
Johnny Depp,
TSG.
Almost got rid of 100 grand too now. So.
Yes.
I can't wait till you get that
Judge
butt.
asked
Again,
them
that
to
button,
create
baby. That'd be so
approximately
amazing.
4
One
minutes
day.
Exhibit 80.
You'll
That's
get it.
why
You'll
you need
get
to
it.
subscribe.
No.
Speaking of which, smash the like button so we can get more likes than Joe. That'll be great.
You know, only like something like 10% of the people who watch my videos are subscribed, which is insane.
That's normal, though.
100%.
That's normal.
Yeah,
Those
that means
statistics
you're
are
the
normal.
algorithm really well.
Yeah, but it's like
That's-
these people, why not subscribe, right? But this is what it is.
20,
Are we
30,
gonna watch the video
40%.
now? Oh my god, I hope.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
This is the interrogation we're waiting for.
Oh, okay. We're doing this here.
A few good men is very
We're
good.
doing it live.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, that's very good.
I guess Idiocracy is pretty good also.
Idiocracy is too real.
Oh, he is kind of gay. Objection, my client is gay.
I think Joe, as he gets more tired or weird, he
Hey,
becomes
it's always
better.
funny.
Yeah, now they say they want to make misgendering somebody
A
crime.
It is in
Yeah.
Michigan. It's a crime in
Insane.
Michigan.
I covered that on one of my
crime in
live
Michigan.
streams.
You're giving up your rights. People don't understand you're giving up your freedom of speech.
Stupid. So stupid.
I can call you the N-word, but I can't misgender you. What's wrong with that? That's like no.
Sorry to you think. Thank you, Leprechaun Gold.
I don't know
$20
if it's
super
the interview.
sticker.
I think it's
Appreciate
an
you so much.
interrogation room. This is probably different,
Appreciate the Sheba trophy. You stay on the list. Very based Stacy there. Thank you so much, Leprechaun Gold. Appreciate that. Kurt only gets
We
2%.
used to, like,
No,
not
no,
have
that's
body
not
cam like as a
Yeah.
regular thing.
People had to talk. He just activated.
Oh, this is gonna be horrible quality.
I think body cam is better for the office.
The audio here,
like
guys.
because now you can't loud.
The audio is on the video. It's horrible audio.
Yeah, Debbie just put it. LeBron James' son rushed to the hospital.
It is horrible audio.
Oh, that's a crock pot. That crock pot has.
I do agree.
has
Joe
body
is best with
parts.
guests.
Oh shit!
I didn't know that at the time.
Hey. Is this blood? Does this look like blood to you?
This is Chrysler Town and Country.
Does
Bloody
this look like
footprints?
blood?
Yeah, that's her car.
You see this right here?
Could possibly be blood.
Hey, who did that?
She's playing with them.
Hi, Taylor. How's it going? Officer Russell with the Green Bay Police Department.
Uh-oh.
Just make sure you ain't got nothing on you here.
Okay.
Yeah, officer safety first.
Here we go.
Definitely better.
There you go.
Let's get some bloody footprints.
Just put your hands behind your back, please. Anybody else here, partner?
Here we go.
You got blood on your hands here, too.
Blood on her
On your
hand.
hands. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to. What apartment? What apartment are you in?
Time to put the cut on.
Come up.
Let's see if he does it correctly.
Which apartment? One is what they came back to.
Oh, here we go.
Pistol grip. Bottom cuff first. There it is.
Why is she
Cuff,
holding
cuff.
her? Yeah, holding the hand.
Yeah, go. Guys, hurry, get here now. Watch this window right here. Watch this window right here. Gun. Go in here.
This helps her in seeing this.
Is her hat say Schabusiness on
Go to
it?
the back of the apartments. That's where we're
She's
at.
so
Her
calm.
hat says
Just like-
Come over here.
Schabusiness.
2 more will be fine. If 84 is here. Yeah, contact with the mail.
Walk out towards me.
Have a
Why are they
seat.
taking it back
Have a
inside?
seat.
Get out of the garage.
Who else is in the apartment? Be straight up. Tomes? Who else? Just Tomes? Is he armed? Nobody's armed?
Nobody's armed.
You sure?
Bring up police! Everybody get here! Announce yourself now!
Hey guys, we may do the
Go ahead.
Yeah, you put her in a patrol car.
we may do the closing or something without any commentary on my channel.
Negative, we
Maybe
got enough
that.
here.
This is commentary.
Hands up, head off. Can't lie.
Wow.
Yeah, it looks like blood on the chest, Stephanie.
For the record,
That was a
before minutes of
tattoo,
that
I think.
exhibit, actually, the
Maybe a
victim
tattoo.
of that exhibit was played for the record.
She has
Yeah, I feel like that
Officer,
that recorder was like
having
on her
reviewed
feet
So
or
now it's an
something.
exhibit.
You recognize
They're gonna offer it to
the
evidence
that was
now.
depicted?
Yes.
Was that consistent with the
Don't need a
body
play-by-play,
camera
but
worn
appreciate
footage
that.
that you were
Then
wearing?
now he's gonna ask the court to
Yes.
admit it.
I'd move exhibit 81.
That's that prosecutor gotta say you know what's going
So I
on.
wanna
You're
ask
like,
just a
okay, I
few
know this.
questions
Like, we
on
get it,
Officer.
Nate. You were a prosecutor. We
There's
get
an
it.
earlier part in the
I
clip.
hate doing
where,
that.
you
At the
noted
end, then you gotta say,
very,
is this a
uh,
true and accurate copy? Blah 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 blah. Yes.
That's right.
Moved the minute to
What do you
evidence. No
recall?
objection. All right, thank God.
Looked like a couple drops of blood in front of the vehicle, along with a footprint that was within or that encompassed one of the drops.
And I guess was that pointed out to other officers who were on scene?
Yes.
You mentioned then the lights of the vehicle were activated and sort of flash. Is that right?
Yes.
And then about 10 seconds later, Mr. Business exited the apartment.
Yes.
At the end of the video,
Stay
you're
out of that shit business.
Where were you walking Mission Business to?
I was walking her to my patrol car.
And was she, I guess, put in the back of the squad car?
Yes, she was.
Was there any further questioning or anything done at that point?
The only question I asked Ms. Schabusiness was if
But
she knew why we were there.
Oh, we did it.
And then did you
Yeah, you didn't know Nate was a prosecutor? You didn't learn that from the boozy segment?
When you got to the Green Bay Police Department,
That's what I thought it was. Maybe I'm wrong.
We placed her
Like
in
you said, she's
interview.
Yeah, police officer and prosecutor. Yes,
three, I
both.
believe.
Yeah,
attractive
not
man.
my taste.
Had officers
I
just
don't know.
taking photographs of
Hey,
Maybe it must be
cheers,
better
Martin.
pictures or something.
Glad you're enjoying the coverage.
hands on her clothing.
Should you smash the like
Also
button?
had her remove
We're actually at a 2-to-1 like ratio. We're at 240 likes,
sweatshirt that I
which is
that
great.
had what
People are
appeared to be
checking in,
blood on
smash
it,
the like button,
as well as
enjoying
her
it. This is
socks or
awesome.
shoes.
Love it.
and then was another.
Let's
officer
go over and
requested
check
to
out.
assist-
I think there's some beta going on Vice's stream, so let's check that out and let's see this going on right now. Yeah, we got a little bit of beta in here.
Thank you.
I'm doing all right. What's going on, Salt and Pepper Rob there?
This one. Officer Russell.
Let it go.
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning.
So you were
Chandler's out, so the simps are mad.
asked to go directly to 2320.
I like Steve's bottom line. I've written an
2353
article on
Eastman
this. That's
Avenue
good.
On February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Who asked you to go over there?
I was dispatcher and Sergeant Bresser.
Rob needs a
asked
haircut.
you to
Yeah,
go? I don't think they
Sergeant
asked
Brester?
you.
guys,
All
send
right.
your
go by
donations to
yourself?
Rob. He really needs it for that haircut.
Several other officers were sent
I gotta get a haircut soon. Speaking of which, but Rob really
the
needs it.
location.
And what was the purpose of you going over there?
The purpose of me going over there was to relieve deputies that were on scene, along with assist with the overall incident.
Yeah, this is defamation,
Were
by
you
the way.
going over
Saying
there
you're
to
not a
look at
lawyer and you're a dirty
vehicle
cop.
or
Yeah, that was
talk to people or what? You know,
that was
I
really
was
bad.
tasked, me and other officers were tasked with locating a person who was last seen with the victim, as well as looking at the vehicle as I described earlier.
okay. So you were asked to.
Rob
go
looks
and
like he's
see
wearing
if
a
you could make contact
toupee.
with Taylor Schabusiness.
Correct.
Listen, Martin. Sometimes
you
you just
been
like
involved
dudes. It's
in,
okay. No judgment. Just
Death
own it.
scene or homicide scene investigations prior to this particular situation?
Yes.
How many?
Death scenes, I can't recall a few, and at least one other homicide scene that I can recall.
Okay. And so on this particular date, you drove over there and you parked your SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Has
And
the
then you
camera
walked up,
operation
correct?
been this terrible the whole time?
It was
Yeah,
dark and
it's
there
a
was
high
lot of
school
snow on the
AV
ground.
kids running the
It
cameras.
was dark. There was snow on the ground.
That's what we call the Emily D. Baker
Apartment
crowd, Aaron.
buildings
The wine
provided
moms.
lights to the
This is
parking
the
lot.
best it's ever
Was
been.
it kind of a
Hunting for
glared
single moms of
look
3.
outside that apartment complex?
But the audio's not bad.
Well, also with a
Either.
female law partner, so he's got to be
It was dark,
careful.
Snow on the ground. The
And primarily
lighting
represents females. So
from the apartment
that's the problem
complex
there.
was adequate enough to
Actually, I
illuminate
like
the
this
parking
view.
lot.
This is a good view from
And is it fair that there are several vehicles all parked in front of the building at 2353 Eastman Avenue?
That is correct.
Yeah, Boozy deserves to be
And,
got for sure.
And Legal Mindset
You got a
is sniping my
license plate
stream
as
so
well.
damn
Yes!
much, I'm going to start charging his ass rent to watch this handsomeness right
And-
here.
All
On
right,
that
baby.
Video, was that you that was?
Hey Chandler, hey Steve. See, that made Steve smile. Look at that, Steve's smiling right
you
now.
followed
Rob's
the-
not happy. Rob's not
this
happy.
gold
It's gonna be real
minivan,
salty
correct?
later.
I'm sorry.
You found the gold
Maybe
minivan?
real salt and peppery later.
As we were walking up, the minivan might have been found already.
I'm gonna get an angry DM on Twitter.
How
dare you?
You walked around the minivan, correct?
Yes.
The vehicles that were on either side of the minivan were parked fairly close, so there wasn't a lot of room. Is that fair?
There was adequate room for people to get between the vehicles, the minivan and the vehicles parked on either side.
You walked on the driver's side of the minivan, correct?
I did.
Then you walked around the
This
front
is
of it?
very true. New study on highest professions that cheat. Surprisingly, law is low on the list, while nursing and flight is high. Yes,
At some
nurses and
point
flight
then,
attendants definitely super high. Flight attendants, oh my god, are you
you-
kidding me?
You heard a keyless entry system or
You're
some
gonna
kind of
trust
beep?
them to be all over the
Didn't
place?
hear
Come
any
on.
beeps. What
3
I saw
beers.
was
What's
the
up? Good to see you,
flashing
brother.
of the parking lights on the vehicle, indicating that somebody might have manipulated.
I want the doggo stream back. Forget about Chandler, Gaz, and
how many
Rob.
officers
I
were
want the
there
guy- I want
at the
doggo
time that
stream.
you were there?
It was myself.
Well, the police
Officer
report
Fisher,
said that someone initiated a
Officer,
keyless entry and
Whitman,
it flashed and it had the audible noise so they could get in the
was on
vehicle.
the
They already
scene
said
somewhere.
that.
I like
And then
nurses
you-
though. I do get along well with
So
nurses.
forth.
Freaky, but
I
get along
believe
well.
other officers arrived as we were.
Lawyers are
around
too
scene as
drunk
well.
to cheat. factual statement.
And at some point, you made contact with
Should copyright.
Taylor's
Yes,
business
yes,
on
do it.
the
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's
step
battle.
outside
Let's
the
do
door,
it.
correct?
Let's do it.
She was under the overhang.
Let's do
Is
it.
that correct?
She came out
Let's
of
go,
the
Jeff. Let's
common
go.
entrance for
Let's
the
go.
apartment complex.
Let's go. Let's fight for a
Is there a
copyright battle
question
here.
that matters anywhere in here?
And you asked what her name was, correct?
I introduced myself to her and told her, so I introduced myself to her, if memory serves me correctly. I already knew who she was based on.
What's up,
records
Steve?
checked.
Steve Gosney in the chat. Steven Gosney.
Mugshots,
Very
Steve.
based, very Florida man
Records
pilled.
are
How's it going, Steve?
reliable.
You can join the roast
The
chat
order
if you
of
want at
course
any time,
is, I
Steve. You're
knew
very
what she
welcome to
looked
come over
Okay.
and join the dark
And
side.
are you the one that
In fact,
handcuffed
I'm
her?
going to send you an
I
invite.
was.
And if
And
you decide to be
when
naughty,
you had
you can
contact
come
with
over.
her,
I'm not going to judge you. Don't
did
tell
you
Jeff.
find
We won't
her
tell.
to
We
be
won't tell
under the
Grandpa.
influence of
Okay.
drugs?
I'm going to send it to you right now. He's lifting.
Did
He's
you ask
laughing
her
because
if
he's
she was
listening
using
right now.
drugs that night?
So
I
I'm
did
going to
not.
send it to Steve. Just Steve. Only
You
Steve.
didn't ask
Because he's a
anything
Florida
about
man.
drugs at
And
all, correct?
Florida men have to
I did
stick
not.
together. But Florida
Did she
men.
seem off
Florida
as
men are
far
loyal
as
to other Florida men. This is the
tired
whole
or
point about Steve.
just acting?
He says, Steve, if you defect your identity, yes,
did
we
not.
got to get him to defect.
What about
Go
her
to
eyes?
Legal
Her eyes
Vices'
seem to be
chat and tell him
closed
to
or
defect now,
like slits?
like he is a,
She
like he is
seemed
a,
normal to me.
So then,
like he
she
is
was cooperative
crossing
with you, correct?
in
She was.
over as a
When you
Soviet.
handcuffed her, did you notice that she had some cuts on her thumbs
Yes,
or on her
yes.
fingers?
Come to the dark side, Steve.
I did
Yes,
not
You
at
have the
that
link.
time.
It is in. It is
I
in your.
did
It is in your
not
chat.
notice the,
You are too funny. We need a
cut on
voice.
her finger
Vices is here.
while we were
Vices is
taking
here instead of on his own stream right
later
now.
time.
Okay, after you got to the Green Bay Police Department, correct?
Yes, come,
You were
Steve.
working with
Come.
Officer Kennedy
Yes,
at that time. You were
come.
having
Come to the dark
pictures with
side.
his phone, correct?
He used my
Never
department
cross the
issue
streams,
phone
but also sometimes cross the streams. It's kind of funny to cross the streams. Steve,
Ultimately,
Steve is
you
laughing.
found
He
out that
knows.
she
He knows he wants to
went
come.
to St. Vincent's Hospital to get some.
Do not
repair
come.
For the last.
Oh, I'm gonna
on her
come.
Fingers on her thumbs, correct?
Steve
I
is
did
gonna
not
defect like an army
actually
soldier to the
so-
north side of the DMZ.
Find any knives on her?
Lilu down. No, no,
remember
no. You're
retrieving some
multitasking,
items
baby.
from her
It's all right.
person.
It's all right.
I don't
It's all
remember
right.
if
It's
there was a
okay.
knife
I
there or
understand.
not.
Any
When I
guns?
searched her
Gosney
incident
can
list,
double
I
the
remember she
grift.
had a knife
See,
on
this
her
is the
belt.
point, Gosney.
Any guns
It's
on her?
double the grift. You get the grift on
Sorry,
legal
any
on legal
guns?
vice stream
No.
and here at the same time. It's a lot of grift.
At some point
it's a
then,
lot of
after she
grift.
was
The money is
handcuffed,
good. The money is good.
You had some safety concerns, correct? Or
The money is
and
good.
other
There's a lot.
officers
There's a lot.
did
There's
as
not
well?
more Florida energy
other
here. You
officers
know, we
had
got that
safety
big
concerns inside the
DeSantis. You know,
Okay. And
or
so
maybe
they,
not DeSantis. Maybe the
unholstered
giant
their service
Tallahassee.
revolvers,
You know?
correct?
Why is
Chair
Steve
Force Gaming,
smiling?
Steve
He's
Gosney's been smiling for
because
5
he's
minutes
coming
because
to
of
my
reasons.
stream. Because he's coming over.
Hallway of
He's
apartment
coming
one,
over to the
correct?
dark side.
They directed their attention to an apartment that was on the lower level inside the apartment.
And that was Taylor Schabusiness' apartment.
He's
one.
gonna
I'm
defect.
not sure
He's gonna
who the
defect. We got
apartment
him,
was.
boys. We got Steve. He knows it. He wants it. He wants it bad.
The other
He wants it
officers
so
were
bad.
directing their
Oh, Steve, you know
attention
you
to
want it. It's
Scott
good, baby. Come
Holmes from
on. It's all
apartment
right.
one,
It's all
correct?
right.
I'm sorry?
The other officers were directing their attention to
It's
a
okay.
person by Scott
It's
by the
okay.
name
It's
of Scott
fun.
Holmes.
It's good for the
in
whole
apartment one.
family.
Is that fair?
Yes, they were directing their attention to a male inside the apartment.
And he was ordered to the ground at gunpoint, correct?
Everyone's doing it. It's
I
all right.
remember them ordering.
Oh,
him to come
he has a
out. I
link.
don't remember
He has a
whether
link
he
in
was
his chat.
on the
I said
ground
it. I
at
said a
gunpoint or
link.
not. My attention was on Mr. Business.
I love to, and this is really funny, but I
had
promise.
Mr. Business come
Oh,
in
he's being
and
nice.
basically stand on the
He's
steps and
being
ultimately
nice.
sit down.
Steve
on
is
the
a good
steps,
guy.
correct?
Steve
Give
is a
those
good guy.
commands.
Steve is a good guy. I appreciate Steve. He's
There
a
was a
good guy.
wall
He's being
blocking the stairs and
He's
the
at
hallway.
lunch. So
Is
he's
that
gonna have
fair?
to check off, but he might check in after
So,
lunch. I'm just saying, if you check in
stair
after
rails
lunch,
to the right
and
of
you
the
pop
hallway,
in and pop out. I'm just
there was
saying,
a
you know, you got a
short
little
wall. I had her
smoke
sit on
break, a
the
little
steps
coffee
and
break. You're like, when did you start smoking? I'm
partially
like,
see outside
soon,
of the hallway
because I want to check
by
on legal
where I
mindset.
was at, but I couldn't see what was going on by the apartment.
Steve is the best. He's a good guy. We got to do a Florida man
And
stream
then,
again
at
very
some
soon.
point, then after Mr. Holmes was
This should
secured,
be
then you
normal.
walked This
Yeah,
business to your
to snipe
cruiser,
them and
your SUV,
seduce
correct?
their guests over to
You
the
had her
roast.
Take a seat in the back seat.
It's more
correct?
fun here.
And
We
then-
have cookies.
And then you asked her why. Do you know why we're here? Correct.
Yes.
And
You
she
rolled the
took
window
it
down
too
or something,
far.
correct?
She
I may
took
have
the
rolled the
dom
window
too
down.
far.
We have
And did you
cookies in the
say
dark side.
A warrant. Yeah, a warrant, or worse to that effect.
Yes.
Okay. And then you rolled the window up, and then you transported her over to the Green Bay Police Department. Is that fair?
I did transport her to the Green Bay.
Steve has almost as many books published as me.
That gold.
Steve publishes a book
minivan that
every
you
like 2
looked at,
weeks.
that belonged to Scott Holmes, correct?
I don't know who the minivan belonged to.
Steve has written. Steve should write for George R. R. Martin because then Wins a
Okay,
Winner
nothing
would
further,
actually get
thank you.
done.
Any redirect. Okay, thank you, sir. You can step
Oh, Law Nerd Clips. Shout out to Law Nerd Clips. Law Nerd Clips is going to have a field day with this. Law Nerd Clips, when you go through all of my stream sniping, you're just going to have a field day. You're going to go crazy.
Lieutenant Buckman. All right, that was kind of,
Kurt is allowed to come on if he wants. Kurt can come on if he wants.
Whoa. Mike Morrison, great job sticking it out so far. Keep it up, my guys. You were all working their asses off up in the labs, watching on the TV. Hey, people on the TV. HR has already visited me and told them if they have a problem.
All right, let's see how the other guys are doing on the other streams real quick. Let's see how Lonely Ricada is over
The
here.
steering was to the right of the hallway.
Solo Cada.
There was a short wall. I had her sit on the steps. And
I'm not going to try to seduce Chandler.
Partially
Chandler's
outside
not
the
going to
hallway,
cheat.
but
Someone sent me the Joe Tongue clipped. Oh no, the Joe Tongue is just weird. Like, what the hell was going on there?
Then after
What the hell was
Mr.
going on
Holmes
there?
was secured, then you walked Mr. Business to your cruiser, your SUV.
What discount did
You had her
Ricada get
seat
for
in
his
the back seat,
hair?
correct? I did. And then you asked her why. Do you know why we're here? Correct.
Oh, I can't
Yes.
talk though.
You
My
rolled
hair
the
is
window
screwed.
down or something, correct?
Yeah, I don't know why
May
Nick
have
has
rolled the
like
window
he had the one random
Did you
dude who
say
nobody knew, and
A warrant. Yeah, a warrant. Or worse
I
than
commit
that
my
effect.
Gosney to your hands.
And then you roll the window up, and then you transported her over to the
100 to
Department. Is that
Vice's super chat. No. 100 to the legal mindset super chat to get Gosney defected.
that gold.
Don't support
minivan
that.
you
No, I'm joking. You
looked
get
at
send
that
Vice
belonged to
$100
Scott
and say
Holmes,
defect. It's good. Send it over to
I don't know
Vice's.
who the
He's a
minivan
good guy. I love Vice. Jeff. He's the man. We have fun over here. We have fun over here on the channel. Vices says yes. This greedy sailor, salty
Okay, nothing
sailor.
further. Thank you.
Nick is perfecting the comb over. He's also perfecting the coomer. Like, what is he doing right now? He's like so focused. Nick is so focused. What if we pledge
Get
100?
him out of there.
It is not the same thing.
I do not really agree with the defense's strategy there.
Okay,
He just let that guy.
We're gonna let this go for a second. Let's see how we're doing over in Minority Land. How are we doing in Minority Land? Okay, the minorities have
If you
fallen
just step
silent.
Up right over here, sir.
They're very
and
talkative,
Before you
really.
have a seat, you can turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
Even though she's obviously guilty. But this shows the greatness of the system now. Even though we know, they still
green
got a
jacket, the
point.
DEI cast.
DUCHMANN.
Oh, good.
Mr. Lizzie, the witness.
Nate looks so weird with his do.
Lieutenant
I actually
Buckman,
like
can
it.
you
I actually
state
think it
how
looks
you are
good.
employed?
I think Nick looks good.
I'm a lieutenant for the Green Bay Police Department.
Legal analysis.
how
Do
long
people
have you
think
been with
Nick's
the
a
Green Bay
lawyer?
Police
No,
Department?
Nick is a lawyer.
I've been with the Green Bay Police Department since
Vices is waiting for
2009.
me. Too bad.
I've
I'm
been
gonna
in law
come on Vice's
enforcement
stream later
with
this week.
two other
I'll pop on my
agencies
phone. I'll be
since
there probably
1996.
Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, so you indicated your
Vice's
current
stream.
position is lieutenant. How long have you been a lieutenant?
Since 2013.
And prior to your practical law enforcement experience, do you have any
How much
education
does
and
Super Chat to
training
get
to be a law
Nate
enforcement
singing
officer?
"Boys to Men"?
Yes. I graduated from
Oh,
Middle University
that's
in
great.
Chicago with a
Nate could do it. I
bachelor's
bet
degree in
Nate
criminal
could
justice,
could
and then I
actually do
attended
that.
The Illinois State Police Academy, and then the equivalency.
Gosney is
test
coming.
over
I
in
think he was
Wisconsin
sold to me.
different from my
Oh, Gosney was sold over to me. Like
previous
I bought
Because
myself
you
a
go from
Gauze.
walking
education in
outside
Wisconsin
to being
and then
inside.
ongoing training.
I
This
bought
guy's
myself a
probably on the
Gauze.
desk the majority of the day.
Were you working as a
Patrol officers are the
Green
ones
Bay
running
Police
around,
Department on February
and the sergeants are the
23rd?
ones running around after them. So those are
Yes.
usually the ones they
Were you
fit.
called in to
They get fatter
assist
than lawyers.
with
Oh,
non-homicide
DAs.
investigation?
I love
Seems to be
it.
a girth issue with
Yes.
DAs.
Joe's
What was your
girth
role
issue.
upon, initial
Joe has a
call-in
girth issue,
response?
guys. You heard it
I
here
was
first.
called in
Joe has a
to
girth issue.
assist on the road.
It's very
because the
personal for him with his
officers
girth issue.
and supervisors were tied up with the investigation. When
Also,
I arrived,
looking forward to
I
that clip
spoke
from
with,
Law Nerd Clips of Joe's tongue.
Lieutenant
That's going to be
Sobiak,
very
who was sitting
great.
On the
It's going to be
shift
classic.
commander's desk.
Classic Schabusiness.
He informed me that
Objection, hearsay, Robert.
Steal a
Merely
black
trying
man
to
and see what
have him
happens. We're not going there.
Set the table for what he was being asked to do. I don't need a specific answer to that question, though.
All right, questions withdrawn. Go ahead.
No pencil D.
After speaking with Lieutenant Sobiek, what did you do?
I went out to the 2300 block of Eastman Avenue. Was informed that there was a
90% of you
gold
think we should do
minivan
this more often,
at
so
that
we'll do this
location
more
that
often.
was
Not every night, not
associated
every night,
with,
just sometimes. I think it's fun.
the defendant in the
A
case.
little meta here, you know?
Were you aware who the registered owner of that particular minivan was?
Yes.
And who was that?
Last name was Thomes.
And you indicated you were informed that that van was
I
associated.
agree with you, Zaya. And if you guys like this, maybe you can sign up for the
it
base
would
legal
be,
mindset, legal
dealership
mindset.
business.
We can do more of this, do more commentary on other people's channels.
Did you
I think
then
this is
travel
fun,
out
and
to
it's a
the
way to get
2353
everybody in
Eastman
the
Avenue
same
address?
stream,
Yes.
since
What
everybody's
did you
trying to do
upon
their own
arrival
thing.
there?
So we end up in the
there
same stream
were
together. It's actually kind
Brown
of
County deputies that had discovered the van, and they had kept the van under surveillance until they were receiving further instructions on what to do with the van. So
this is also
myself
true,
and
guys.
Other Green
These
Bay
guys have
officers
something to
arrived on the
react
scene
to
and
because
took
I'm
over,
actually sniping them, so they're having to
surveillance
react to
of the
it.
van and the apartment building.
And they understand somebody's watching
until
them,
we
and they can't
receive
just
further
sit there like a brain dead zombie and
What
not
did
do
your
anything.
surveillance
Which is, by the way, what they do. They just sit there and they collect the super chat,
well,
which
we
is
just
fine.
watched
But
the
you know,
area
look,
where
we
the
gotta
van was
make them
parked at
entertained.
the
Are you
apartment
not
complex.
entertained? Make them entertained.
After a short time, I spoke
Tell Nate
with
you'll give rep. No,
lieutenant that was working.
Why is all my
the
chat and
case
guests here?
and
Y'all.
asked him what he wanted
Appreciate
us
you.
to do with the van.
I don't know. You didn't have Nate and Joe on Vices.
and
Did
they
you?
informed us that
Did you? I don't know. I didn't see that. Legal Vices
they
over here.
didn't know
He
at
said
that
it in
point
his
in
own
the
chat.
investigation
Bad Vices.
whether
Bad.
Schabusiness was potentially another victim or a suspect or had the association. what association
Chandler's
she
here.
had
Oh, I
with
hate
the,
Chandler. Let me hold on. guys,
with
Chandler's
the
here. We have
victim
to
or what
send.
her role
Okay, guys,
was
let's
in
do it.
the
Chandler. Oh my
incident.
God,
So
Kawaii,
they
love
told
you.
us
Oh my
to
God,
approach
best
the van,
ever. Yay, Chandler.
and to try to make contact at the apartment.
Hope you're doing
with,
well. Hope you're having fun. Hope you're conscious
Schabusiness
over there
and,
in Jeff's stream. Hope you're
see
not
what
passed
we
out
could
like his doggo.
ascertain from that investigation.
Andrew
What steps
doesn't want
would you
me or
take
Rob
to
that's chopped
do
liver. That statement
So
is
myself and a
50%
couple
true
of officers walked up
and
towards the
50%
van.
untrue.
didn't have a
I will
mustard.
let you
Approached
decide
the van,
which
looked inside the
50%
windows
is
just to
true.
see if there was anything.
I will let you decide
people
which
inside of it
50%
or
is
any,
true there.
We knew at that point they
Neither
had
did the Son
found
of
the
Sam.
body
Son of Sam didn't
Oh.
have
victim yet.
Sure.
So we were seeing if there was any.
Look at these
pictures of
guys
the body in
sipping in
van
the
or
chat.
anything that would
Chandler is our
stick
queen.
out
Serial killers have
being
mustache.
Look at
obvious
this.
associated
Ooh.
with this
So
crime.
much simping in the chat.
As we
They're
were
going crazy.
stepping next to the van, we were also looking on the ground for footprints.
Shout out to
leading
Vices
from the van.
Doggos. Legal
I
Vices.
happened
We
to be
support
on
our
the
favorite
passenger
streamers.
side. I did not see
I
any
have all your
footprints in
stream
the
light post
snow,
reviews.
at that point from the, right up.
Although Chandler,
Then, while we were standing next to the
saying,
van,
the people have
van
spoken.
doors unlocked. We heard them unlock.
All right,
And
let's check
then-
out on Uncivil. We got to do our mandatory. I don't want to call it like Will He
Gonna be
Jump
it.
Watch.
There's
Oh!
just too much stuff.
Spicy Uncivil.
And she tried to cover her steps, and she wasn't
Were
very
you
good
able to,
about it. But
to observe Ms. Schabusiness's face when you,
You know,
approached her.
He's got some
No.
energy now.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm not feeling the
how did her face
NGRI.
Did someone give him a
She
Red
appeared to
Bull?
be in
Like, what's
shock
going on with
or very
uh,
surprised to see us.
what's going on with Uncivil? Speaking of
Yeah,
Uncivil,
that's why we are here,
Steve
Eddie. I
Gosney.
agree. We are here to
Look,
here to
fellow
watch
Florida
it for
man,
sure.
welcome to the
Child
stream.
cop
Are you
and
enjoying
cookie jar.
enjoying the coverage?
Yeah,
I've
my lunch break. I've been really hard.
Uh-huh.
So,
Oh, sorry. Hold on. There we go.
Going on.
There you go.
Yeah,
You should not be.
Hold
hold on.
on. Lunch break. I wanted to say hello. I know you're going to be over on Vices. What, Thursday maybe?
Thursday, something like that. Yeah, I'll be over on Vices. But it's good to see you. It's good to see you working hard. Good to see you grifting hard. Good to see you doing this. Appreciate you guys. You're really amazing. Big fanboy. You know I really support you, fellow Florida man.
You are a fellow Florida man, and I'm still saying
yes.
we need to do like a Florida man podcast.
We will.
You were cracking me up. Really, this was another one of those great lawsuit moments.
Yes.
created by legal minds.
Yes, and listen, you got to have fun with it. I think a lot of people, they're not having that much fun. I see people on these trial streams, they look like they're brain dead. I'm scrolling through, and the most exciting thing that happened today is the fact that I stream sniped them. But so you're welcome. You're welcome, Uncivil Law. You're welcome, Joe. You're welcome, Legal Vices. You're welcome, all you. Because otherwise, this would be a boring fucking night because this testimony is kind of fucking boring. But that being said, it's good to keep you all, and it's all love for all my favorite creators.
This shows you the brotherhood of us. It's such a small little circle.
Yes,
and the sense of humor is wonderful. A true Florida man, I salute you.
Yes. The brotherhood and I guess the occasional menstruation, because we got Chandler in there, so we have to be representative.
I gotta go back to work.
No,
I did want to say
you work, you grind.
Thank you for all that you are.
Appreciate that. We'll have a Florida Man stream soon. If Boone ever comes in, if the Boone trial ever happens, we will have you on for that. I think it's October.
Yeah,
so
believe me. I gotta figure out who give me the best deal because I might even have credentials to go to the trial. So
really,
who can seduce me to
I may show up for that one. I mean, that would be great. I mean, that'd be fantastic.
I don't know. I got to figure out what the best deal is for Ghazni on that Boone. But I will.
No, I get it. I get it. You've got to court him. You've got to court him, Gaz. You've got to court him.
Come on. Come on. First degree murder in Orlando.
In Orlando,
right here. That's my big all me, man.
I mean, yeah, that is you. That is you. I mean, I was in Orlando too, but I mean, you were the criminal
guy. You've been crushing it on the Disney and your Barbie movie and the whole thing, you know.
Yeah. No, appreciate it. So seriously, but guys, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Get your work done. Get your books done. What do you want? Book number 42 now?
No, the book 4. 5 is the children's book, so I'm on book 4. But thank you very much.
Well, that's good. Appreciate it. God bless you. I'll catch you later, guys. All right, we're back.
Area where approximately where Mr. Thomes was laying down at when
and again, Thomes is Taylor Schabusiness' boyfriend, who's twice his age.
By the way, I think it echoes when I have a guest on. It's weird.
Blood on it and a cigarette. And I pointed those out to Sergeant Schilling. Stayed on scene. I pointed those items out to Sergeant Schilling so that he could let the detectives know that those items were there and whether they wanted to collect them as evidence or not.
And after leaving the apartment, what did you do?
Yeah,
so then I walked out of the apartment and I was informed that there was footprints and possibly a few drops of blood in the snow outside leading up to the apartment building. I then had Officer Whitman, who was on the scene, secure that area with crime scene tape so that it would be preserved for when detectives
we love
would come
Steve.
later.
This judge likes the wild ties.
Cross-examination.
Yeah, he's into the ties.
Lieutenant Buckman,
They're either
morning.
Rush Limbaugh ties or Ukraine ties. We can't tell which.
Couple questions.
Yeah, it
for you,
only
sir.
echoes when the guest talks while I'm speaking. It's pretty weird.
On February 23rd of 2022, you were asked to go to the 2300 block of Eastman Avenue.
I'm curious to hear your opinion
did you
on
get a
these
call from, like,
on the
at home or
defense's
what?
cross-examination questions. I think they're
Well, they
always
called
really
me at home to report into work.
I can't.
I reported into work and then was instructed by the lieutenant that was at the desk at the shift commander's desk.
Correct. This is
to go out to
content.
2300 block of
This is
Eastman.
premium content.
What time did you
From your boy
report
Legal
into work,
Mindset.
you know?
I think it was like 4:42 in the morning.
Is that kind of like your normal shift, or is that?
No, I
It's
would have
true.
started at
They're
6
just
a.m.
not bringing the fun.
They
You got
called
to
me
make
in
it more
early
fun,
because
man.
they
We got to spice this
What
up a little
time
bit
do
in
you
Law
get to
Tube. This
the,
is getting a little stale, you know.
2300 block of
Law
Eastman
Tube needs to get a little energy, you know. It's getting a little too static.
Maybe 10 minutes later.
I mean, look at Robbie just
And,
letting it go over
you took
here.
your own squad car.
Please
Yeah, I took
send
the squad car. There
some
was
love
no-
and support for Rob. Please
When
go
you
support
got
his
to
channel.
the,
He definitely looks like he
apartment
needs it.
complex, did you park near Officer Garth Russell's squad?
I parked at the east end.
And I moved
of
from
the
down to up
complex.
because I just want to be next to Chandler. Because
I
I'm
don't
just
remember
trying
if
to,
I
I'm
was
trying to
next
simp now.
to
Welcome to the simp
Officer-
mindset.
I might have been next to Officer Russell and Officer Cups. I don't remember exactly who was
Two
all
officers,
next to me.
one officer cup.
And I think it might have changed at different times depending on where we were.
Good joke.
stationed
See,
on
this is
the
why Jeff and I
parking
are
lot.
friends. That's a good joke. That's a good time joke.
Yeah, we parked our vehicles further away and we walked up on
Two
foot.
officers,
Just
one
reloaded, sending Snapchats to Rob.
When you approach in the car, You
All right.
Yeah,
That's a
Jessica
little
Reloaded
weird.
got
It's easier
nailed.
to see a
She
car
got
approaching.
banned.
Okay. So him saying Jessica got
person on
nailed.
foot.
Yeah, that's.
And so you
For saying
want to
that,
have that kind of
The people should get
surprise or
run over if
stealth
they're blocking the
to be able
highway
to
and you're
walk
trying to
up
get
on
your daughter to
something.
the hospital.
You don't know what you're approaching.
There was a sick
We
baby.
just had a homicide, so we're obviously concerned about people that might be involved in that homicide in the area.
Anyway, it's
We
ridiculous.
want to approach on foot. You can hear things better if you approach on foot. You can hear. You don't have the car engine noise and the radio from the inside the squad car and whatnot making additional noise that you won't be able to hear what's going on around you.
And parking back like that, is it true that then you can kind of see the big picture as you walk up to a scene?
Sure.
Okay. You had learned that there was an apparent homicide, correct?
Yes.
And was it true that you were told to try to make contact with Taylor D. Schabusiness?
Yes.
Who told you that?
Lieutenant Bagoon.
Okay. And
Cop
so
named
you
Bagoon?
looked up a picture of her to
That's a
see
surprise.
what she looked like, correct?
The Bagoon Squad.
Yes, I knew that. I knew her face already because when I was going out to the area, they informed me that Taylor Schabusiness had some sort of relationship with the victim, and so we were going out there because this minivan was associated with Taylor Schabusiness. I didn't know all the details of the homicide because I never went to the scene there. I was just told that this van had an association with Taylor Schabusiness. So when I'm going out there to determine what's going on with Taylor Schabusiness,
I'm literally thirsty because my city ran out of water.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
fucked up.
Fair to say you'd never met her before, correct?
I don't believe I've ever met
I can't remember which phone
And
is
when
for
you
nice.
drove to
We're gonna
Eastman
work
Avenue,
on her particle board.
apartment
We're gonna send her a
complex,
particle board
you walked
phone.
up. Did you see the
we got it.
gold Chrysler minivan parked?
Yes.
Where did you see it parked? In relation to like the front door.
So
Well, that's what my father always said to me. You'd lose your damn head
if you go straight out the front door, if you're coming out the door of the apartment building, a few spaces to the right. So not far from the front of the apartment building.
Okay. And is it fair to say that there was a long line of vehicles that were parked in front of the complex? Is that fair?
There are several. Yeah, there's several vehicles parked there.
And were there vehicles parked on either side of the minivan?
I know there was a vehicle parked on the right. I don't remember if there was one parked on the left or not.
What is the point to
I think
any
there
of those
was, but,
questions?
I don't know.
Parked on the if you're
So
driving
you've
into
been
the
asking
spot,
about the vehicles
passenger
for
side,
literally every single
because it was
witness.
pulled forward.
Don't
Like you
understand where he's
normally would
going.
pull into a spot.
I think he's going to
And
try
then
to
on the
drop some
passenger side was
bombshell on the
the
defense
side
case.
that I
and we're going to
approached.
go, huh?
Bombshell.
And that I
Like
remember
a
there
more like a
being another
giant
vehicle
turd
there.
shell.
Okay. When you approached on the passenger side, did you have a flashlight where you looked in the vehicle?
Yeah, briefly.
Did you see anything
Go
that was
flog
unusual
yourself,
or
Natasha.
concerning?
You're way too late.
No, I didn't see anything that would spark my attention.
And when you were approaching the Eastman Avenue apartment complex, was it true that you didn't know, that it was unknown whether Ms. Schabusiness was a suspect or victim? Is that fair?
Did they challenge
we
the
didn't know.
arrest or the search or any
But
of the other things?
you and other
prior to
investigating
trial?
officers were told to be
Yeah,
on
they
the
challenged
lookout
the
for this
search
van,
warrant.
correct?
And it was just basically she wasn't named in the search
And you
warrant,
actually-
only
you
named the
found it- you
roommate,
found it
so she
parked,
expected
correct?
I
privacy in
didn't
her
find it
bedroom, and the judge said, "Don't."
Brown County deputies found it parked.
Then
I
you were
like
told
that.
that this is the van.
Chandler's
that's,
trying to
that's
trigger
of
Rob. She's
concern.
actually really based, like
I was
Barbie.
told that this was the van
Nice.
associated with Ms. Schabusiness.
Accidentally based, not intentional.
Did you later come to find out that the van was?
I would
owned
believe that
by,
Barbie is
Scott Jones?
accidentally based, not
I knew that when we
secretly
approached
based. There is a difference. Someone pointed out in the comments.
Officer Russell was dealing with Ms. Schabusiness, correct?
Correct.
And your task was to focus on whoever else was inside
Since
of
it's
apartment
Florida man
one, correct?
love.
That's correct.
And you drew your duty weapon,
We
correct?
all love the
Yes.
Florida men.
And then you walked down the hall.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, it's a very short haul. The front
Very
of the apartment.
And you ordered Mr. Scott Tomes, to
Oh,
get on the ground.
guys, what should Chandler put up inside of her
Did he
particle
get a little
board? Let's
feisty
tell her
with
right
you
now.
where
What
he
should
was
she
throwing
put up inside of
chairs
her
and
particle
wondering
board?
or yelling?
So what's the good replacement? Guys, in
Why
the
are you
chat,
doing this to me?
legitimate
Yeah,
replacement.
he didn't really understand what was going on, but
Not just posters of legal
he did
vices.
comply
You
with
cannot just
my
answer
orders.
a poster of legal vices. That is not a correct answer.
A lot of chair throwing.
And at least at this point, your investigation was not far enough into it where you could understand what role any of these
Green
parties
screen?
had, correct?
Okay.
That's
And
correct.
As it relates
Giant
to the homicide,
Voltron
correct?
party.
The opposite rolls.
Something
And
pretty.
Officer Russell was there. Officer
Pin
Fisher
something
was
to
there.
it
You
and
were
change
there.
it
Is that
every
true?
day.
Yes.
Officer Coops.
Also,
Cups,
shout out to Future
and Officer
Conflict.
Whitman
What's going
was
on,
also there, right?
Scotty boy?
That's correct.
Poster of Ron Jeremy. Large poster of Elon. Christmas
Officer
lights,
Fisher
Funko
was the
Pops,
one
and
that,
plushies of
handcuffed
Pokemon.
Scott Tomes, correct?
A
believe so,
tapestry.
yes.
And you did a safety
a
sweep of
Yara
the
and a
apartment,
Blood
correct?
Ruth poster.
This judge is like,
Apartment
why
one,
am I still
right?
here?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
fair to say that you did
He's
not
good
see
and he's
anything
tight,
in
and
plain
he's not
view
gonna
that
let it
would
go
be
on too
associated
long.
with a homicide?
That is correct.
You didn't see
God
any large
help you,
pools of blood,
Scott.
bloody knives,
God
or
help
body
you.
parts in the apartment,
now.
correct?
I did not see any of those things inside the apartment in plain
So
view.
they didn't exist.
And then
You're
as you
out
were
of based
leaving the
Asia.
apartment, when Mr.
Nothing can
Combs
save you
was
now.
on the floor,
Yes, this is true.
outside
Chandler,
the,
this is what you need,
there
Chandler.
was a small towel-like item, correct?
Life
Yeah,
size
he was
body
no longer
pillow.
on the floor.
With me.
It's
I'll send
the
to you.
approximate
I'll
spot
mail
where
it to
he
you.
was.
I get it
on the
custom
floor.
made.
But it was by him.
Poster of mine
was
said
by
yes.
where he
yes,
was.
Yes,
Okay.
this is it. This is what we need. This is what she needs.
Miss Schabusiness got taken away before
Stephen
Mr. Combs
Cosby
was exited out of the apartment complex. Is that fair?
I don't know if she was taken away
I love
when I separated from. Okay,
Coming
so
back to base
Officer
station
Russell
2
put her in
weeks,
custody, put her in handcuffs, and then I entered the apartment building. I did not see Miss Schabusiness after that, so I don't know at what point they left. I don't know if she was in the back of a
Yes,
squad car, if she
they are
left
for
the scene,
sale.
or
They are for sale.
And then after this,
Scott's gonna
you
need 2 airline seats. He is
brought
fat.
Mr.
He is
Combs
fat.
to a squad car, correct?
I did not.
A different officer did?
Yeah, an officer did.
Is it Officer Fisher?
I don't know.
Then
I was inside the apartment, clearing the apartment.
Yes, he
so
needs soju girls.
What happened
Yes,
outside the
yes,
apartment?
Clearing the
very true.
refrigerator.
Okay, fair enough.
Very
After
true.
that, then did you go check around the
Everybody
apartment
needs
complex?
soju
Yes, I
girls.
did.
You checked the dumpsters?
Yep.
And you checked the parking lot for any indication of
I've got
evidence?
free
Yes.
extra baggage on
Find
Korean
anything?
Airlines.
I did not.
so.
Nothing further. Thank you.
That was all weird.
What did we gain?
That's it.
What happened?
Rob's
Why were any of those questions asked?
salty.
So you've gone back and forth a little, Jeff.
He's
You
salt
did
and
say that
peppery.
you thought
Council, I
that he
think
was
we're
doing a
gonna
pretty good
break for
job
lunch.
before.
It's 11:45.
Lunchtime. Okay, let's check in on all the other guys. It's about lunchtime. Let's see how Nick's doing. Check in on everybody here. We're doing an overall chat here. Oh, why is it
There
lagging?
was a small towel-like item, correct?
Yeah, he was no longer. It's the approximate spot.
Oh,
where
Nick
he
is
was
behind.
on the floor.
Why is Nick behind?
It was-
is
it was
it
by
Court
him.
TV? Is Court TV behind?
It was by where he was.
Okay. Miss Schabusiness got taken away
Fire
before
Pixie,
Mr.
happy.
Combs was exited.
happy to be providing some commentary, some fun in this trial. You got to make it more interesting. You cannot have this thing be boring, and that's what I'm trying to do right here with this. Is just have fun. Thank you so much. Let's see what Kurt has to say. Well, what was Kurt?
Browser to schedule things.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, yeah,
Kurt,
we've
you're too close, bro. You're too close.
we're just kind of going through the steps of the whole thing,
there we
and
go.
I
This is
assume at
better.
some point we'll hear the
This feels better.
confessions and stuff like that. But
This is
you know,
better,
we've
right,
got
guys? This is
every
better.
possible way. So
By the way, I finished the Sapporo, so we're going to be on to drink number 2.
yeah, we need a break.
For the second
We
half.
do need a break.
Okay, he's going to have to do a break.
I'm having
Breaks are
trouble
hard.
right now scheduling this afternoon stream.
Breaks are hard when you're just by yourself. This is why it's hard. Okay, so I'm gonna move over here. Let's see how the DEI cast is going. Let's see how these guys are doing. How are we doing in DEI land? Oh, it's less representative. We've lost 100 ESG points with Joe Neerman. Oh, I am not going to sleep before Bangkok Bros. We are going over right into Bangkok Bros.
All right,
I'm staying
so
up
he
all
starts
night for
early,
this.
Gives a long lunch.
All night for this. What time is it in
Second day in a
Asia?
row
It
he's
is
doing it.
11:48 p.m. in Bangkok, Thailand, where I'm at right now. Jeff, it is actually 1 a.m. for him. So he's
Is there
even later than me.
Issues you want me to address during lunch? I mean, I have one person who's asking me to give some background.
He's going to address me during lunch. Is what he's
I
going to
think it's
address.
a good call here.
Joe emancipated Nate. Oof. The trial sucks so bad. I asked Legal Vices to talk over the medical examiner. You definitely improved the trial. Thank you guys. Thank you. It is boring. Kurt needs to calm down the excitement a bit. I hope you're being sarcastic. Oh God! But yes, it is. It is almost midnight here in Asia land. Oh, we've got a Big Joe.
All right, new member of the following. Welcome
got a
aboard,
Big Joe.
Big T. I'm going to start doing the
Ooh,
whole
Big
chauffeur
T.
blast thing.
Big T is something that a lot of these streamers need some tea right now.
An instrument.
Actually, I think Joe may have the highest tea level of all of them. I'm not joking. Joe's got pretty high tea. He uses it on Israeli beaches with Israeli men.
Out. And it sounds kind of like this. There you go.
Is Joe blowing the temple horn?
Not quite a trumpet. A little bit of a throatier quality to the sound.
Throatier, Joe.
There you go.
Okay.
Welcome aboard, Big T, to the following. The following
Big T is low T.
followers
Big T
are
greater
what we
than low
call
T. Yes.
People who join the channel.
Joe knows the thing about. No, Joe
Joe
is very well framed. I will say that. Joe's very well framed.
Definitely a good call. I'll probably add a
maybe
a little bit different from the show, which what I use for $20.
Zoom in a bit.
Sorry,
zoom out a bit for Kurt. But... let's get out of here. Joe is blowing everybody's horn right now. So Nick. We see Nick. He's kind of low energy. Nick over here. Let's go over here to these guys. See how they're doing.
Is in the not guilty by reason.
See what these guys have to say.
Right. That's where you need to put all of your focus and effort. Why waste 20 minutes?
Joe is blowing down Jericho's walls.
Examining a witness that adds nothing to that defense. Spend 5 minutes on the area that you need.
To be listed MLB. Yeah.
Save that.
Gotta have frame, game and frame.
In the back end of the trial when you're going for the.
Rob definitely needs a haircut, man. I want to really. Can we start a fund?
By emphasizing. Oh, sorry, Jeff. Go ahead.
No, I don't think it's a toupee.
We know that we know that he's sticking to his gun.
I don't think it's a toupee.
He
I think
limited
he was,
opening
wearing
statements
some sort
to
of
30 minutes to each side. Like that's just it, and neither one of them took 30
Scott,
minutes.
hit me up.
So they know that he's a man of his word. He said he was starting at 8:15 this morning. Started at 8:15. Says it's a 10-minute break. It's a 10-minute break.
Yeah.
He is not screwing around.
Hit me up. He probably was wearing a hat or something, or I don't know, turban. I don't know.
So he's wasting. So the defense attorney's just wasting time.
Now Chandler's hair looks good. Chandler's hair is on point.
He's also giving these witnesses a chance to restate things that are good for
the Viva hair, yes.
And emphasizing.
I love how somebody got mad at me in the chat for making fun of Viva's hair. I'm like, Viva makes fun of his own hair.
So he's just making the state's case better and better with his long cross-examination.
I think the judge has been good so far. I don't know what you guys think so far about the trial.
He should quit while he's ahead. He should shut up and just let them put on their case and just ask minimal questions or don't really cross-examine that much at all. He doesn't have much substance.
Trial.
Or focus on the motions argument. I know there was an argument over showing the pictures, right?
Yeah.
Place focus on that. Focus on the motions argument. Spend the time doing that. That's what's going to get your client.
Viva does have epic hair.
Bang for their buck,
right. I mean that's the point. They just have to go through the motions here with this. I expected them to be
Viva's
done
hair is a
this
brand
part today.
Seriously.
Maybe it'll go into tomorrow morning. I don't know, but they've only got a couple more days to deal with.
I'm concerned by your comment
and
here,
although the state has the
very,
burden of proving
very
that
concerned.
she was sane, all they got to do is go, okay, she's been tested 4 times.
It's been commented. It's been commented on already.
They found
Scott,
that she was competent.
She's going to replace it with a body pillow of me.
She's faking
so that's what's going to happen.
And if you look at her during the trial, she's actively engaged. She's actively engaged. She's looking directly at the witness, processing what's being said.
So far, you guys think 59% the judge is good and 32% meh.
It's not like she's
and of course,
No, she's cognizant of her surroundings. Definitely.
The standard though is whether she was legally insane at the time she committed the murder, at the moment of the murder. But all they're going to do is
right about that
she
law
confessed to everything. She talked to everything. You saw the video where she was talking to the officers when they arrested her. Everything was cool. She tried to hide the body, so she must have known it was
so much.
wrong.
You're like a
Otherwise,
woman.
why did she try to hide the body in lots?
You're like a Korean woman.
And then from then on, it's up to the defense to prove that she's not competent. So they're wasting time. I completely agree.
You're now a basic level
We've got
moderator.
a few super chats here to get through. Let's get through some super chats, and then we'll.
Okay, you guys think the judge is good?
Afternoon?
I can pop in for a bit in the afternoon.
So
hopefully,
let's leave over here. Let's see how Lonely Kata is doing. over here on the Betacator
this
stream.
Stuff, and then are you cool with going through the motion?
We've got
to
Michigan
dismiss the sexual
back.
assault charge with me.
Yeah. I got like a half hour or so before I got to be back in court.
Oh, well.
He's in court
Okay, well,
today.
we'll get moving. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Is he going to court from his house?
If you want to just chat up the stream,
Yeah,
make sure you
I'll
tell people.
I'll grift myself.
Yes, I was going to say, tell people where they can find you.
No, we're
tell
not
people-
doing this. No, we're not doing this. You got to prove yourself before you get the grift. Speaking of king of the grift, let's go to the Shylock himself.
Troubling. What's his
Joe.
involvement? What do you mean both husbands?
Oh my God, Joe's off topic. Yes, I love it. Joe is like so off topic. This is great. Oh no, he's going through some other like old.
Furthermore,
old
the impact of
articles.
these events on the Schabusiness family and the loved ones of Shad Diarion remains essential concern as
Shad.
justice seeks uncovered. A woman from Green Bay discovered her 25-year-old son Shad Therian had in a bucket. Blah blah blah. There's Shad.
There's Shad, baby.
In addition, she let the police know that Therian had spent the day with Schabusiness. Taylor was quickly taken to custody. I think we got all this.
Steve
is the part I'm waiting
Gosney says, "You are so funny. The stream's classic." And actually, I've been told I have to share this clip. This clip was sent to me by Don Baca, and he's been spamming it in the chat. So let me pull this up here real quick. But there's something that apparently I do have to share. So we'll pull this up real quick. Which is the sniper duel clip. From this. Okay, we're gonna play this clip of the chat.
Is he
turned on by this?
Where the tongue can be
Is Joe
tapped between
aroused?
The teeth and the jaw is driven
Speaking of
upwards,
which,
trapping the-
look at
the tongue
this.
between the
We got him, boys. We
Once
got
I
him.
dissected
God
it
damn it!
down
You
the neck,
changed to Joe
it has
2 seconds
appendages
before I
of
sniped
the
you,
muscles
sniping
of
me.
the neck.
Bro, look at the tongue, though. Look at
When I
this.
examined
Look
the
at
tongue,
this.
so
What
two
is he
super
doing
chats
here?
here.
$10 from Leprechaun Gold. Appreciate you. What the
tongue,
fuck is Joe doing with his tongue?
object
Somebody clip
being
this. Somebody clip
pressed
this. What is he
hard
doing with
across
the?
tongue,
What is he
such
doing
that
with his
the
tongue?
indication of the tongue.
He's like that
There are
doctor
also abrasions,
from
scrapes
freaking
on
Amber
the
Heard
surface
with
of
the
the
tongue. With the
and there was an
like.
intramuscular hemorrhage.
Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Appreciate all y'all in the chat. This is epic. We're all having a good time here in this. And I hope that all my other fellow streamers are having a good time, because that's what it's about. We should be having a good time. If we're not having a good time, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? You're not going to survive if you're there for a long time looking like you're going to jump. You know, and I don't think my boys have been hanging in there. I think Nick can use a little bit of extra shot of maybe testosterone or maybe some like energy pill tonight. You know, Kurt's doing all right. Kurt's hanging in there. Vices has the big Vices energy, so really appreciate that. Let's see, is Vices still on the same stream though? Let's see, because I know he's been moving it
Oh
around.
no.
He's working
Yeah,
through super.
we were
chats
talking about
right
that
now.
yesterday. She's 25 real age, 45 meth age.
Oof. Okay, got that. Let's see. Is he past his
What,
past his backstory?
Probably worse.
Okay.
So Valhalla and I have done some streams together, and yeah, so that's what I got going on. Yes, in Jody days.
Okay.
Saturday.
So he's just still talking to himself here on this channel. All right. Let's see what Joe's doing. We'll stick around with Joe for.
That's not really helping me.
I like Joe the most in terms of
Not
just
from the
ranting.
Oneida tribe. My locals chat is trying to help me, and I'm getting you all information, because locals is like where basically all the cool people hang out.
Yes, all the cool people are in my
Link is
locals. Yes,
top
it's
of the
very
chat.
true. It's very true.
And they're giving me links here, which are basically they're sending me like prescription for like
They're probably sending clips
for,
to
like,
my
various medical
my
conditions
stream.
that people have. I'm kind of curious about this situation.
Nick got narcolepsy and heat
with
allergies. I don't
LeBron's
know.
Kid. The interwebs are probably going nuts.
The only
Going
thing better is
nuts.
when all the lawyers get together and Nick's talking.
LeBron's
No, it's true.
kid-
It's true. But
LeBron's
this is better
kid
because I can just shift.
having some sort of cardio issue.
Meth is a wonder
I
drug.
don't wish ill will on anyone, despite the fact that I think
The
he's
last
a shill
15
for,
seconds of that was Joe calling
woke
you out.
mafia, crazy.
Okay,
every
I'll see if I
stupid
can pull it
opinion
up
out
again.
there,
Hold on
he
one second.
proudly stands behind with his dumb, doofy grin, and starts, championing whatever he thinks that anyone under 15 is going to agree with.
Joe is like watching my parents use their smartphones for the first time. Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. Yeah, it is true. By the way, Steve, I completely agree with you. Law streamers, they can get hungry and desperate. And honestly, I think they take themselves too seriously. Sometimes people get butthurt. And the point of me streaming today is about having fun with this, is about having levity, is about not getting salty, not saying, oh my God, I got this amount of likes. And oh my God, I didn't get enough I didn't get the same likes as Ricada or Uncivil or Vices or whatever. All these people get so emotional about it. And frankly, they need to, in order to last for a long time on YouTube, you need to actually enjoy it. You need to have fun, which is something I talk about in my YouTube course, YouTube Hustle Mastery, which if you guys want, still available, still out there. You guys can check that out. Danielle dropped that in the chat. But that's one of the things about being sustainable for the long run. You have to be able to have fun and to enjoy what you're doing and not burn out. Because a lot of people burn out and they stop doing it because they are not having fun or they're miserable. Or they become heavily dependent on substances, alcohol, just like your law firm job. And then why did you quit your law firm job in the first place if you're not having fun? You should be having fun and educating at the same time. That's the most important thing. And you need to also learn, like Sherry said, to laugh at yourself. To laugh at yourself. That's the most important thing. You know, because this is, that's really what it's about. And also, thank you so much, Leprechaun Gold, for the $5 super sticker. Appreciate your support of this channel. So, okay, let me click on this one again. Apparently, I need to play it out longer, this clip out longer than I played it out. So I will play all of this clip out. I didn't play all of it, so I'll play it all out right now. This is the Don Baca clip, so I'll play it all. So 2 super chats, $10 from Leprechaun Gold. Appreciate you. What the fuck is Joe doing with his tongue? Somebody clip this. Somebody clip this. What is he doing with the? What is he doing with his tongue? He's like that doctor from freaking Amber Heard with the tongue, with the like
hemorrhage or bleeding.
What is Joe doing? Is he turned on by this?
Where the tongue can be
is Joe aroused?
The teeth and the jaw is driven.
Speaking of which, legal voices, yes, we got him, boys. We got him. God damn it, you changed to Joe 2 seconds before I sniped you, sniping me. Beta. Oh no, man. That is what we call Sigma vices. Welcome to the legal mindset.
And injury and bleeding.
Still the master, baby. Still the master.
These hemorrhages were not only the neck muscles, but they were also the soft tissues.
By the way, legal vices and mindset.
There you go. There you go.
Get bent.
All the way down to the cervical spine.
Shalom, Joe. Shalom. How you doing?
Completely
gay.
Yes. Super gay. Yes. For you, Joe.
Perfect.
I love it. For you.
Of significant force.
I love it. All right. Good stuff there. Good stuff. Great clip. Great clip. Thank you, Don. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you and what you do for this channel and all y'all, all the streamers out there in streaming land. Couldn't do it unless I could bounce off of you guys. Oh, did Kurt end his stream? Okay, Kurt has an AM and a PM stream, so we'll have to go over and do his PM stream. I guess he's breaking it up. I don't know why these guys do it. I guess they take a break, maybe? Maybe they do that. I don't know. It's kind of beta to be taking a break. Let's see what we got here. Is Vices still on here? Maybe working his way through super chats.
Comfortable feeling.
So he's still on his first one.
Oh, wow.
Well, now that you said that, I'm sure
Get Bet was hilarious. 100 points for the tongue clip. Natasha says, we all know how Joe keeps Lady Logic happy. Yes. Yes. Joe,
we currently still have 1,000 people
good logic, tongue game
through. Me, Ingrishy, good. That have stuck through with us here. We're gonna wrap this up because I need to get my power nap. I didn't do any napping yesterday, and I
the Lorax is going down.
So I'm gonna get 45.
When you come back, you should do the whole thing in Korean.
The Lorax is going down,
or not. But so Rob, I want to stand by for the link here. I'll send you the link for the afternoon session.
Stand by. All right.
Yeah.
Chandler's around. She's hanging out.
We'll have other people coming in as well.
Maybe I should slide into
Nicholas
Chandler's
DMs
DMs
towards the end, and we'll just see how Ozzy's going to wake up. So he'll be here.
Let me slide into Chandler's DMs
panel as well. Unhung Hero trying to keep me here. It ain't going to work, brother. I mean, she boned, then deboned him. Well, yeah. I was trying to find a flaw.
Taking a nap. A nap is. No, what is that?
So, Rob, thank you for popping in. We'll see you in about an hour. I hope.
Get that haircut, Rob.
It's good.
Nice
It's been a minute. And so, Rob, I'll send you the link. Chandler, send you the link. We'll see you both in about an hour. And Mods, thank you as always for being.
Let's see if Chandler makes a face when she checks her Twitter DMs.
Chat is the best chat. Sorry to both of you that have your own chat.
Not a new desk. I'm in Bangkok, so I'm in a new location.
Thank you all for the
this is not just
generosity. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe. We're marching our way to 60,000 subscribers.
By the way,
as
sub
Rob
the Legal
chuckles
Vices
at-
if you're
at
not.
those
He's a
amateur
great channel,
numbers.
great friend of mine.
Currently, we are sitting at 59,200 and
Christina Ricci is good.
46.
Sliding into Chandler's DMs.
Another
sounds
750,
dirty.
and we're going to be there. Cool.
Well,
All right.
I do
Hit
what
that
I'm gonna
like and
do, you
subscribe
know.
on your way out. Give Rob a chuckle. And we'll talk to you all later. See you
Rob
in 45
looks
minutes or an
pained.
hour.
Look at that
Until then,
pained.
make sure you enjoy your legal vices. Laura.
That pained smile on Rob. Oh, it's so harsh. It's so harsh. Let's go over here to Nick. Let's see
There
what
it
he's
is.
doing.
What I would always say is, one thing I don't want to do is go into that courtroom and have to learn something from someone else that makes my jaw go down and I look like a jackass. I want you to shock me here so I'm not shocked there. And they still don't.
This is the
They
name
still
of the
don't.
clip.
So we listened to the preliminary
This is like
examination.
Law 2.
We got nothing. It's bound over on
4D
felony
chess sniping.
And afterwards, I'm out in the lobby.
I
or
think this
outside
is the
court
group
with his mom.
consensus. I think
And
everybody
I'm
is
trying
on
to
the
think
same
of
page.
how we, because he's
I think
adamant
even
it
Rob
wasn't him.
knows the problem.
And so we're talking about getting other security videos and stuff.
Oh
And he's
no.
with his mom, and he's like, so it can't possibly be me, what I listened to. And I said, why? And he's like, I don't want to tell you. It's really embarrassing. And his mom's like, just freaking tell him already, right? And so he's like, well, I have a micro penis. And his mom's like, I knew
we're talking
that,
micro
you know,
penises.
and laughing.
Nice. Is this a personal problem, MLS? What's going on here? Okay, so this is a very
He
interesting
couldn't have taken
halftime
pictures
show.
of it. There's no way he would have seen it. Impossible.
Exactly.
Oh my
So
god.
that's literally our defense. And we're like, all right, give me your doctor's number because I am making one phone call. And we ended up getting it dismissed. But yeah,
He's
so
like,
that's-
look, my dick is shorter than Hunter Biden's sobriety. Like,
yeah, so that's why I asked you earlier if you had ever had to describe a member during one of your criminal cases.
no, thank God. I did not have to do that.
Nick's had to do a lot of things.
No, the most
That's not one of the
embarrassing
things he's had to
thing
do.
I had was I had a
baldo.
I had a woman charged with assault.
Oh, okay. Sorry. We're not
domestic
talking
assault
about that.
on her boyfriend.
How does Nick sound nasally with that much room?
She was she was on something at the time. I think it was just
really
liquor.
great.
She was really drunk, very intoxicated with whatever the substance was, and
Is
she's
4
like,
inches
threatening
considered
with a
micro?
knife and all
Asking for a
this
friend.
stuff. And there was a very
You need a professional
embarrassing
opinion on that, my
video
friend.
because he had
You
set
need a
up.
professional
He was
opinion.
scared. He apparently she would.
I
he
feel
alleged
bad
she
for
would get
boys with a micro
abusive
penis.
when she
Patrick
would
Kennedy.
get
Oh no, Patrick Kennedy.
And so he ran into his like computer room, locked the door that she was trying to pound down, and then he set up a webcam to capture her behavior.
The costs
And
are
so
really
then
high
I
on
saw
flights
the
right now.
video,
Apex.
right? She was so embarrassed that I had to see this
Super
video of her going through this thing where she's got a knife and she's like doing like this sing-songy, intimidating threat. Like, it's not intimidating except that you think she's going to Schabusiness you,
Right.
because she's insane, but not because it's scary. But it comes across as like a Harley Quinn sort of meme. But she's like pulling her shirt up and stuff, and it's just I'm sitting there watching it with her and her mom. I'm like, this is way more awkward for you than me, girl. But we got her an excellent plea deal, though.
Nice.
I mean, she threatened this guy with a knife on video. Still didn't do any jail time.
Whatever your size.
No, she was just
Don't name your
cosplaying as
company
Harley
after
Quinn.
it,
No,
like
it
Bill
wasn't
Gates
a-
did.
Yeah.
Oof,
It
oof,
was all just
oof.
some
Micro
role
and
play.
soft.
It was great.
Today's Baldo discount
I'll tell
code.
you,
some of our
Gacy
clients,
Goody, just in case Nick is
shit that they
snapping your
get
screen.
themselves into is amazing.
He'll
it
do
was,
it eventually.
It's so weird.
I think people will
because,
know,
like,
and
the
he'll
only
probably telling
encounters
him in the
I've had
chat.
with
Let's look at his
police,
chat.
and they're frequent, is speeding. Because I
That's a good
drive
chat.
with a lead foot. I always have.
Who's the
Time I got
grifter?
my
Where's
license,
Gosty? No,
cars are
Gosty
made
is
to go
not
fast.
showing up there.
I told some people
Not
yesterday, they're
at
like, "Oh,
all.
the speed limit is this." I'm like, "If it was a speed limit, your car would stop when it got there. That's a limit, but it's a speed suggestion, and you just have to pay more if you exceed it."
Locals
It's
chat.
fine.
Locals chat is the
But,
good chat.
But other than that, I don't have encounters with police because I don't engage in any of these behaviors.
LM has
I
new
guess.
experience and more stories. One
But
having fun.
I'm sure you notice this. Like there's a category of people, and this is how criminal lawyers tend to stay in business, is they're repeat customers because they're always encountering police at all times. And
It's
like,
amazing.
There's a ton of people out there committing crimes all the time who don't encounter police.
This
though.
is true.
It's not like, well, they're just encountering them because they're engaged in a criminal lifestyle. No, there's a separate thing, a separate characteristic where they encounter police with frequency.
You have to change the live chat to the top chat.
I can't.
Okay, hold on. Let me do that. Let me do that real quick here. Let me actually minimize this and then actually change this. I actually got it on live chat behind the scenes. So I've got the live chat behind the scenes. People saying locals on the work. Locals looks fine here. So, test. Looks fine to me. Locals, legalmindset.locals.com. Looks fine to me. Looks like it's working. I'll put the link in the chat for the locals stream specifically on this. But hope you guys are doing well and enjoying this. So about this week, just so you guys know, I may or may not do something similar to this or this tomorrow. It's up in the air. Maybe, maybe not. Don't count on it. But also, I'll try to be on Legal Vices stream on Thursday and pop on a couple other streams this week. I think I'm supposed to be on Brandon, the Anime Guy's channel this week as well. So that's going to be one that's coming up. And there may be some local streams as well. But I'm very excited to have somebody who is certainly not chopped liver. At best, she is chopped very spicy California beef. And that is Chandler. Chandler, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Are you having fun today?
Yeah, I've been streaming since like 5 in the morning. I got randomly invited onto Meme Copium's stream. That was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, Josh. Yeah, he's really. Did he behave himself? Because Josh is he's very unruly. He's a very unruly gentleman.
He was actually rather well behaved.
Really?
I don't know what he's like normally. I actually.
I have seen him in Osaka and in Tokyo, and it did get kind of crazy with him. I'll just say we ended up places that I didn't take photos of at the end of the night. But he's a great guy and a good friend of mine.
Yeah, no, I'm very fond of him. He invited me to come on to his 24-hour stream, and then I was awake and watching his stream, so he just kind of threw me a link. That'll be great. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be on for that. So what do you think? What do you think about the trial so far? I mean, you've watched a lot of trials, and like you've seen trials, both replays and other trials. You sat in with Vices, I think, on a couple trials right now. Is this like exciting for you? Is this boring? Is this pretty like where is this in the level of trial engagement?
I would say that the medical examiner's description of what happened to the body was pretty gruesome, so I liked that. Yeah. That was fun. I enjoyed that very much because it was something, it woke me up a little bit. Otherwise, look, the defense is terrible at cross-examination. I don't really know what he has to work with, but I really feel like he is emphasizing all the wrong points. And overall, I don't know, it just happens that like the really gruesome murder trials end up being really boring. So they're
the most boring, I think, because it's a shoe-in and like this is a guilty verdict, right? So it's just like, okay, we know we're gonna get there, right? It's not something like, for example, like a Kyle Rittenhouse or some of these other cases where there's like there's a case for both, right? We're really on edge, like Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, right? We didn't know the way that was going to go. It was very on edge, but these ones like Chandler Halderson, which was earlier, that's the cannibal case. Or
my namesake, unfortunately,
Chandler, the other one, But it was the one that killed his parents, right? That one was like a shoe-in. This one I think is a shoe-in. It's just a matter of, okay, she's going to present this insanity defense. Is it possible they buy it? I guess technically somebody could, but I don't think it's very likely.
No.
I think so. I think what
going to do, but
the most exciting part is like when, for example, and by the way, we're already demonetized, guys. So make sure you're smashing the like button. If you like this, make sure you send in a super chat for this, because obviously that will help. But this was the most exciting thing I think that came up during the trial.
I was
the trial. Did you see her face? Do you see how excited she is right there?
Oh, I didn't notice her face.
Like this is what happened when she saw this. See, she's smiling. She is smiling when she sees that.
It's a weird reaction, definitely. I mean, I got to see that live, and I was really excited.
Were you?
Well, I was, because Nicholas Starov and MLS Law, they've been streaming the Jodi Arias trial, and I did not get to see Jodi's butthole. That was on camera. That was that was streamed live, and I missed that moment. And of course, you can go back and you can watch it, but it's just not the same as being there with everybody when it happens. So I got to see the dildo. I got to be there for the dildo moment. It scared me. I yelled.
D, if you will.
Yes, exactly. And I was because they described it, and I was thinking about what it might look like. I was not expecting a photograph. So
people are saying, "Oh my God, they showed the dildo. I missed it." Well, you didn't miss it because I just showed it. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, her face was not something I noticed at the time. I love that you like clipped that or screenshot that.
my chat is so on top of it. Like between the locals and the chat and Twitter, they've got me. I've got everything I need. I don't need anything else. These guys are gonna send it to me. They're gonna DM it to me. Like I'm gonna get all the information. When I stream snipe Joe, and then Legal Vices chatted me while I was stream sniping Joe. And then while he was doing that, Joe makes fun of both of us. The perfect moments. The chat got that right away. It was.
I came into that a little late. I just saw the two of them smiling, like looking down, and I'm like, what are they smiling about?
Steve was smiling. Yeah, because Steve was like. Steve was dying because I was like, come to the dark side. We have cookies. It's okay. You know, this is the roasting side, you know, you'll have fun. I have to figure out though, apparently it echoes every time I screen share and I have a guest. I don't know what it is. It's not when I'm alone. It's only when
I heard my voice when you showed the dildo, so that was a little unsettling, but
I don't know what it is. I'm sorry. I have no clue. Easy07 says, you wanted an SC, so hear about James Alden getting canceled for the most racist song ever.
Jason Alden, isn't that like a couple days old, that news?
Is it? Okay, I'm still going to be covering shortly the Rammstein Me Too, but let me see. So let me see. James Alden, racist song. Try that in a small town. That's racist now? Okay. Well, appreciate that. And Leprechaun Gold, thank you so much for the $100 chat. Appreciate that so much and appreciate your support of this channel. Thank you so much and appreciate that. And appreciate you guys keeping it going here on the channel and keeping me doing this in a different way, you know. So what to you is the most interesting thing about this trial? Like what part of this? Is it just the death and dismemberment part? Is it the fact that it's sexual? Is the fact that it's like the insanity plea? Like what to you strikes you as the most interesting part of the case?
I think that it's an example of the fact that women can be incredibly violent towards men, and men can be victimized, and that happens. I mean, this woman is a mother. What people don't know is like she had a baby like not too long before this happened, and the idea that somebody who could like grow a child in her womb, give birth, and then flay a man, choke him to death. I mean, just the extreme violent nature of the crime. And the fact that it is a female perpetrator, I think, is very interesting. And I like following cases where there are female perpetrators. I'm following the Sarah Boone trial right now. Yeah. And David and I were going to cover that. We were both really disappointed that it got delayed.
Yeah, Steven said he was going to jump on for that one if it was doing it. But I was going to cover that one this week. I was saying, forget Schabusiness. That's whatever, but Sarah Boone is so much more, I think, complicated, and also because of the specific Florida law, which most people don't know. Steve knows because he's a Florida attorney, but the way the BWS defense works in Florida is very specific. It's actually one of these things where you can have a conservative state, but actually the laws are way worse for men. So in terms of the evidence they allow in and defenses they allow, that one is really bad in Florida, and one that really works against men in a really bad way. So
I was reviewing that statute recently, actually, because all of them are different. So see, because like I work for Branca, and I'm cataloging all of the self-defense laws in all 50 states, and we kind of started with Florida because Florida is one of the most popular. It's like one of the most populous states, and it's written differently. And it's interesting because they call it battered spouse syndrome, but it is very much it's based off of battered woman syndrome.
Battered woman syndrome, specifically. Which they had to change it to spouse, but it's really about BWS.
The problem with that whole term and that whole concept is that it is based in a feminist ideological framework, and it was coined by Dorothy Parker in 1971, I believe. She created this whole thing. And it was all to emphasize, just like the Duluth model, how the patriarchy is responsible for everything bad that happens to women.
Yes.
So the idea that they try to make it a gender-neutral thing, not going to cut it, total bullshit. And also, it doesn't apply to Sarah Boone at all. The man was in a fucking suitcase. I mean, how was there any chance that he was going to harm her? Maybe he gets out and he's mad. She calls the police and tells them, hey, my boyfriend's in a suitcase and I'm worried about him, but if he gets out, he's going to beat my ass. So can you come and intervene, please? Like, no, she taunts him. Anyway, that's a whole other case. But it's interesting how those two trials kind of like were at the same time, like these two women who did these violent things to these men.
but they're able to say, oh no, because I had this emotional, they had this power dynamic, and this whole going, like you said, going back to this feminist like power dynamic, the wheel of power and control, right? Which, by the way, if you actually look at that relationship, that whole wheel of power and control is entirely in her hands, because the guy seems like he was financially, emotionally, and in many ways dependent on her, not the other way around.
Now, are we talking about business, or are we talking about Boone?
Boone, specifically Boone, right? It seems that he was searching for a job, that he didn't have money, that he was trying to live with her. Like that was, she was taking care of him, and in return, she treated him like shit, right? That was sort of the exchange, is I get to treat you like shit, and, you know, but you get to stay here and look for a job and whatever else, you can live here and live with me. So that's something that I think is understated. And look, I saw that when I was in North Carolina. I worked with a police department there when I was representing a small town. I was an assistant city manager. And there was an elderly woman who was beating on her husband all the time. And the police always had to go up and see it, but no one believes it. And frankly, no one cares, right? Even the police are not as sympathetic. They're just like, oh, well, you know, I guess you should stop now. Whereas in that very same scenario, they would have hauled away the guy the first time.
Right, because that's their training. That they're all trained in the Duluth model, and what the Duluth model says is that patriarchy is responsible for all violence in relationships. And so if a woman is beating on a man, it's because he did it first. The problem with Sarah Boone, there was a history of DV between her and the victim, and there were instances where the police could have intervened. There was an incident where he was strangled by her. And in 1 out of 10 cases with domestic violence, that person ends up dead by that same partner. He became a statistic. If they had charged her with attempted murder, which they should have done at that point, in my opinion, that would have been great. You know, it might have, you know, cut this cycle. That didn't fucking happen. And he ended up dead. So you have to wonder. But it's the Duluth model. That's the problem. We need to get rid of that.
The Duluth model has been integrated into law enforcement, and that's what people don't understand. Is that's an integral part of that. It's integral to not just that, but like red flag laws, a lot of other DV laws.
Since
mandatory
1986.
arrest. Mandatory arrest is literally based on that. But yeah, no, good stuff and good research for Bronca,
system,
and of course
it's everywhere.
Yeah, and of course, I'm also a Bronca rep here. I'm in my business law class in September, so folks will be able to join that. I just finished the syllabus for that, so that'll be one to look forward to in, I think, September. So everybody can look forward to that.
I'm taking his con law class with Linda Denner right now. It's excellent.
Very good, very good, very good. My property class was excellent as well. I'll probably do that again in the future.
Nice.
But what other trials have you been interested for? Okay, Sarah Boone. Are there any other trials or maybe legal issues that have popped up that you're really interested in or that have intrigued you in recent times, or maybe, you know, stuff that's been going on for a while, like for example, Courtney Clenny?
Oh yes, that was going to be my first answer. Courtney Clenny, Marilyn Manson, Zachariah.
Do you know what the Okay, let's talk about this. What is the status of Courtney Clenny? Because I mean, that's one much like Sarah Boone that I think keeps getting bumped and bumped and bumped, right? If I recall correctly.
That's a good question. I actually don't know the current status on Courtney Clenny. I have not been as up to date on that trial, but I'm very interested in that.
Yeah, I know that she's supposed to be going to trial at some point. People say in 2023, but I don't think there's been a date set for that. There was a hearing last December, and in December it was bumped, but you know, I don't know when that was bumped to. But obviously, that's one I would cover. I mean, that's a Miami thought crime. That's my ballpark. It's my life for so long. In terms of Marilyn Manson, now that one's more complicated because I know that there's people that have settled with him and there's some people that have dropped charges and he's backed down off of. So I'm not sure where that one's actually at in terms of what's still pending with Marilyn Manson and what's still there to adjudicate.
Well, that's been pushed up. So it was going to, I think, be next year, but then they pushed it up. There were some aspects. There was a big loss for his defense team, unfortunately. Wait, no, I'm sorry, not the defense, because he's actually prosecuted. This is, well, it's a civil complaint.
It's a defamation case, right?
Yeah,
so
he's bringing the charges. So for his attorney, Howard King, they did take a big L with something with the anti-SLAPP motion. And I believe that the judge ruled that the fake FBI letter could not come in. The forged FBI letter, which was written by Evan Rachel Wood.
That's a really big one because that is so damning. That is such a damn piece of evidence.
However, I've been following Andrea Burkhart's coverage, and she still feels very confident that there's a lot of material there. Plus, Ashley Morgan Smithline, who was one of his original accusers, rescinded her accusations and actually made a sworn statement that she had been coerced by these women, and that is a part of the court documents. I'm not sure if that is going to be admissible at trial, but that is an important piece of evidence, and that is an important aspect of this case.
Yeah, so this is the article here real quick. Actually, let me make sure the sound is off so we don't get any echo. But here you go. Yeah, see, Marilyn Manson sees judge gut Rocker's defamation case against Evan Rachel Wood over abuse allegations. So obviously that's going to slow things down, but not stop that. And obviously if that comes out, that'll be a massive case. I don't think it's going to be, and a lot of people think it'll be Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. I really don't think it's going to be that. Because Marilyn Manson and Evan Rachel Wood, I mean, maybe Evan Rachel Wood, but I feel like they don't have the same fan base level of Johnny Depp and of Amber Heard. So
no,
Johnny Depp is
as well.
big. You know,
I think
it's hard to beat the pirate. It's hard to beat Jack Sparrow.
I think that the Depp case was an excellent case to come before the Manson case. I think that
Yes.
that the Depp case set a major cultural precedent, and so it doesn't obviously set a legal precedent, but it will change the way that juries think about dynamics, and between men and women, and it's a little different, I think, just based on he has a much harder uphill battle because his public image is he's a shock rocker, he's scary, he looks frightening, he seems like that kind of scary weird dude who would sexually assault, so like people might easily believe it. I actually believed the allegations at first. I used to be a huge fan of Evan Rachel Wood.
You just looked at Marilyn Manson and you're like, well, he looks like the guy, right? Or
it wasn't that. It wasn't about him. It was about her, because I've been a really big fan of Evan Rachel Wood for a long time because I had a big crush on her. She was my first crush, that I ever had on a girl when I was really young.
Crush, yeah.
She definitely helped me realize I was bisexual, but it turns out she's psycho and a really bad person. And I read the complaint.
Those tend to be the attractive ones.
So I believed her allegations, and I was even telling a friend oh, did you hear he did this to her on the set of a music video, I believed it. And then I read the complaint and I realized she's psycho. The complaint was substantial. I mean, it was only 28 pages, but it was enough to change my mind and make me realize that this was very much intentional. It was very much a conspiracy, and that these women created this hoax, and they all came out with their allegations at the same time. I feel like not as many people care about the Marilyn Manson allegations, and they're just willing to be like, oh yeah, he's guilty. Look into it. Look into Colonel Kurtz. She's done incredible coverage.
She's done a good job of it, and I'm
she's dedicated.
shouting out. Yeah, she's very dedicated, and she's very also dedicated. I think you and her are very much in the same camp. That's the type of topics you cover and things you cover. And I'm going to be covering Rammstein, that as well, because I know that one's come up recently. That's a huge one. One of my favorite bands growing up, and just remember so many days listening to Rammstein. And yeah, to hear there's a groupie who, when you hear the story, there was no sexual activity. The whole thing, you're making these allegations, oh, I was sexually assaulted, this, but then you hear the story, it's like, no, wait, we never had sex, he never touched me. Wait, what? And it's like, wait, that's where Me Too is gone. It's gone, okay, well, he was preparing me or grooming me or, whatever else. And that's become something that's apparently problematic. So now the bar is being moved too far, and I think it's good to get the pushback. And also there's a defamation case pending there. So I think that's the right thing to do, is people filing these defamation cases, particularly when you're having, protests, you're having action, cancellations, record labels are canceling you, venues are canceling you. That's tangible business damage. That's actual damage to your business. And for what? For something that's never been proven in court, that you're just taking at face value because somebody who happens to be a woman, we think, said it.
Right, and it's never going to happen where somebody is, exonerated of charges or, proven that, like in Johnny Depp's case, there are going to be probably hundreds of thousands of people out there who still believe that he abused Amber Heard despite what happened in court. So if somebody makes an allegation, you're going to be changing hearts and minds forever. People will always believe that. Those people will miss out on opportunities. It's like, I have to say, I wanted to give you a compliment because I watched your video about the Jonah Hill, the Sarah Brady. I love that video. You did an excellent job with that. I think it is absolutely absurd and ridiculous, and I thought that you summarized it very well. Take it to court. If there's a legal circumstance, and you know what? Having standards in a relationship, having, limitations or boundaries or whatever you want to call them.
Isn't that what they promote for women, to have boundaries and standards? So when a man has standards, what? Like,
if a woman said it, if she said, I need you to not be flirting with other women.
Yes.
I need you to not do this. Then all of the women would be saying things like, oh, he probably cheated on her.
Yes.
And good for her. Yes, queen, you go. You know, yes, you set those boundaries. You set those boundaries. And the fact that they're like, you know, it's like, okay, so let's say that the word boundaries doesn't apply here. So what? He's telling her what he's comfortable with, what he's not comfortable with. And she came
only
up with the
showed
idea
one
in the
side of the
first place.
text.
Yep.
She only showed one side of the text. That's the most telling thing for me is,
Yep.
okay, show me your entire chat log. If you really are honest and you're really being abused, you should have no problem showing the entire chat log, everything, other than confidential information. So no addresses or phone numbers. Okay, black that out. That's fine. But everything else, I want to see every other thing you said to him. I guarantee you it is not all roses, because it never is in a relationship. There's no way that people say things unless there's something that comes before it or there's some sort of prompting.
No, but everything he said was completely reasonable. I mean, he was just
Very
saying,
reasonable.
if you don't want that to be the thing, then, you know, I support you. You go do what you want. Like, I support Jonah Hill completely. I don't think he did anything wrong. I thought that the response to the whole situation was absurd. And I actually think that she's just this huge clout chaser who's really enjoying getting her 15 minutes. She loved that she was made into a meme, and she said that was like the biggest moment of her life. You know, like I've seen a lot of her other texts that weren't made as public. And yeah, she's definitely...
Cloud chaser is the best word. Cloud chaser is perfect. And like you said, it's her 15 minutes of fame because she knows, look, Jonah Hill's, he's getting married. I think he's engaged to his new wife. He's having a kid. The most effed up thing, and I put it in that video, was that tape when she literally says, I hope his new wife, his new girl sees this right before the baby is born and whatever. And it's like, that's some really twisted thing to say. You want to mess with the mind of his new girlfriend, right? You want to try to go after. It's really
you got that a little bit wrong, because what she said was, I wanted to wait until the baby was born because I didn't want to stress her out while she was pregnant. You don't think that having a newborn is stressful? You're trying to take a father away from his child. She's she's saying, I hope he has a girl so that he can become a true feminist. All of this crap.
What?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
It was absolutely absurd.
I mean, like either way, to try to mess with that relationship and to think about that, to think about, okay, I'm going to impact his role as a father, as a, in a relationship. It's just disgusting. Look,
she's salty. She's jealous. She's angry. She misses him. She wants him back. She's sad because she was like, he was going to buy us a house. We were going, he told me that he wanted to have a baby with me. She's jealous.
If this was criminal behavior, she could file a complaint. You can go and do that. There's nothing about that's criminal. Nothing about that's wrong. Look, if I have an ex or whatever else, I say I wish them the best. I hope them the best for the world. They're great people. I wouldn't have dated them if they weren't good people, right? If they didn't have something positive about them, right? I have positive things to say about almost every woman I've interacted with in some way or shape or form. Although some of them are crazy, but hey, they're really hot. I can always find something. I can always find something positive about somebody. And I think it speaks ill of you if you are completely shading somebody that you were dating for an entire year, right? That speaks to your judgment, speaks to your choices as well. And to not see that is a lot of blindness there.
Yeah, and she wants to be an attorney, which is the most disturbing part. And you think any law firm is going to trust her after she leaks private?
Oh, of course they will. Chandler, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? There's so many simps out there that'll go, that turn over, they'll flip over, and they'll say, "Oh yeah, come on in, queen. You're abused. Come on in, join the club." I
tell me you've never been abused without telling me you've never been abused. The fact that she thought that was abuse, girls had a pretty privileged life, let me tell you.
Yes. I experienced more of the sisterhood shaming when I was in the law sphere, because increasingly the law sphere is taken over by intersectional feminism, and is taken by radical leftism, has taken over the ABA, it's taken over local bar associations. The Female Lawyers Association is very dominant in a lot of the local social spheres, and who gets elected, who gets picked. They all go, okay, we're going to pick this person, and they get picked. So what I'm saying is that the dynamic is changing a lot. It's becoming very hostile towards men.
I was just talking about this yesterday when I was on
very
Badger
hostile.
Radio. Yeah, they're
very hostile towards men.
I've heard about this.
It's corporate culture. I mean, law firm culture is no different than corporate culture. It's kind of mirrored that corporate culture where we've now got pronouns in the bio. When I do business when I consult for American companies, they have pronouns in the bio now. That wasn't something that was standard when I left the United States, when I got out in 2000, 2001. Now it's standard. Almost every company I interact with, they respond to me with a he, him, she, they, them, whatever.
Oh, God.
It's standard. That wasn't the policy when I was there, and I was writing some of these policies. Let me get these super chats. Okay, first of all, once again, thank you for the $100. Appreciate that. And someone said, Afix said that deserves a shot. I will get another drink in a second, but just cheers to you. Thank you so much, Leprechaun Gold. Future Conflict says, if you like decapitations, be sure to see it on an industrial scale over a Future Conflict. Scott, not sure that's the best way to keep your channel monetized. Not sure. Just saying, maybe you should not advertise yourself as a decapitation channel. But thank you so much, Sunkissed Girl. This is really not a super chat, but a good comment. This is the best coverage of a boring trial ever. I had to stream this live on my TV. Hey, thank you so much. Appreciate all y'all checking in. We're going to be here through all day today, maybe tomorrow. I know that our girl Chandler here is going to be over on Legal Vices. You can check that out, or you can just stay on the stream because we're going to stream snipe them as well in the afternoon. So
I'm sorry I missed that. I heard it was really funny. I was trying to like pause it and watch.
It's hilarious.
But,
I knew you couldn't because like I was talking to you because we got to talk about this real quick for the chat. It's the biggest topic of the night in Vices is the poster board. Now listen, I say it's pot calling kettle here because I got an empty shelf over here. I got to fill. I just got my ducks, and I got my ducks in a row. That's all I've got. But that's a big thing, you know. They say
looks better than mine, yeah.
Yeah, they say you need maybe a poster of Vices or myself, or maybe a body pillow, or you know, some sort of decorations, plushies, Pokemon, something back there.
Yeah, I don't know what to put exactly. Yeah, so the thing is that I have like it's like a, oh god, how do I describe it?
Yeah.
My brain is not working. My brain just like.
You've got like the can you not is that's actually poster board though. You could put up like a poster like or something else, right?
Yeah, I could put something up. I've just been trying to figure out what to put up, and I don't really know what to put up yet. I'm thinking about it, so I got a lot of good suggestions from
something that's you. It's got to be you. It's got to be your personality, you know.
Yeah.
Antique dueling pistols. Yes, that could be you.
I mean, it's not going to cover anything up, but it could be cool looking.
Yeah, that's the whole point. You know, it's got to be cool looking. It's got to have some personality.
Steve says Elon Musk poster.
What's with you and Elon Musk? Is there something about you and Elon Musk I got to know, Chandler?
I mean, according to chat, I'm supposed to be pregnant with his twins or something.
Really?
Last I checked, that was not a fact of reality. But no, he commented on a tweet that I tweeted, and he did it like again, and he put like 3 comments on one of my tweets because my tweet went viral.
He's simping for your comments real hard. Elon's looking for wife number 62. You know, what is he on right now? He's on like number 5 or something.
I can't recall exactly. No, but he had some really insightful things to say about therapy because I tweeted about my feminist therapist. I usually just like bitching and complaining about my shitty therapist, and it went viral. And then Elon commented on it, which was like really out there. And he had he had all of these things to say about the differences between men and women and how they experience like communication and how you need to like substitute therapists with friends and family, and he had some good points.
Well, therapists are fully feminist. I mean, I went to a therapist and I went to a therapist a long time ago, but I remember them just telling me a lot of stuff like oh yeah, you're and this was even like 6-7 years ago, and they were like they were telling me stuff like, oh yeah, you shouldn't be as stoic, you got to be more like emotional and this and that. It's like, I get that you should talk about stuff, but like there's points at which I don't need to complain and whine like all the time.
Yeah.
I was like in a relationship, it's like, well, you should just talk about this more. No, kind of, I say it directly, but don't whine and complain all the time. The framing of everything is very much in a feminine manner because they've said, hey, all those masculine traits, competitiveness, aggressiveness, stoicism, those are all competitiveness. Yeah, those are all toxic, right? According to the DSM, those are all problematic. Yeah,
because that's you're a man, and the thing is that I have similar traits, and my therapist tried to tell me something different. Because I was like trying to tell her like I don't want to share my feelings with this guy that I'm seeing, and she was like, no, you should rely on him, and I'm like, no, I'm trying to take care of myself and be self-reliant. I ended up firing that therapist, by the way, and it was very satisfying to do. And when she asked me why, I sent her the article that The Blaze wrote about my interaction with Elon Musk so that she could see what I had tweeted about her. So that felt like some closure, like maybe she would learn something, I hope. And I
don't know. I don't think they will. Usually they double down on their
she blamed the patriarchy for problems I was having with women. She called men predatory in my life who I have been in like completely consensual and like very fulfilling relationships with. And at a certain point I was just like, you're an idiot. Like, you're not doing anything for me. I'm sorry. Like, she was supportive until she was a feminist. I found out way too late that she had a degree in gender studies, and I was like, okay, I don't know about this. Yeah, I should have looked at the degree on her wall. I had no idea.
That's what it is. Yeah, no, and I think the big thing is the deflection of responsibility, which is the real problem. And I actually was talking about that even when I was stream sniping Nick and his guest, and they were talking about some of these defenses, right? These like mental condition defenses. And I'm not a huge fan because I'm not a huge fan of deferring responsibility for, for things that are within your control or things that are solely within your control rather than society's ability to control. So saying, okay, if I have a mental condition, trying to say that it's society's responsibility to deal with my mental condition rather than my own, that it's not my own, but society has to accept and cater to my condition. I think that's really problematic because it's deferral of that responsibility for yourself. Because ultimately, you need to be introspective. You need to reflect on yourself. And if you have something about yourself that is a problem, you are ultimately responsible for fixing that. Now, I know that's a very masculine way of thinking, which is probably what the problem is, right? Personal responsibility, I think, has been framed as a toxic masculine thing.
Does it have to be masculine?
Well, no, I think it's framed as one. I don't
believe in toxic masculinity. I think there's toxic femininity. I think that, I don't think it's a gendered thing. I think some people are just assholes. Some people have terrible traits.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
And I think that most people are grown children and they want to blame society for everything instead of taking responsibility for themselves. And it's liberal brainwashing. And
I will say that's true. I think that's very true of men and women. They want to blame other things now of everything. But I will say it generally is because they've been taught to think in an emotional way, right? So they've been taught to think in that way, which once again, I think is in a Marxist way, which I think, or an intersectional way.
Well, everybody's rewarded in college for being so smart because they understand Marxist ideologies, and that all teaches you to blame the system. And it's like, it's this person's fault, it's that person's fault. And, it's like, it's harder for these kinds of people, and then these kinds of people have privilege. And that's just not how it works.
Yeah. Oh, I like this. You have a mental condition. You're based. Yes. No, I definitely do. I definitely do. Well, I say, it's only a matter of time before I get locked up in the U.S. That would be.
What's the cure for that?
For sure. There's no. The cure is me getting the fuck out of America. But yeah. Anyways, Sleazy says, funny how all therapists and coaches always give terrible advice. Most of them, I will say, I have had a few that are good, but it has been me searching through the trash to find the treasure. It's kind of like going on 100 dates and having 2 good dates, right? Not all the dates were bad, but only 2 of them were good.
Right.
It took me a lot to get through to get there.
No, I know. I started with a male therapist, and he's like, I've had 2 sessions with him. One was an intake session, and he's already fixed a lot of fucked up shit that my last therapist fucked up for me. So, I think that in general, there are some good people out there that they kind of have to go against the grain. You have to be careful.
Yeah. They actually have to do what they're not supposed to do. And frankly, a lot of the folks that end up speaking out, they kind of have to be more silent or be careful. I mean, look what happened to Jordan Peterson in terms of academia. There was another, was a psychologist who actually got in big trouble. He was speaking out on this, but he had to tone it down and kind of back off because his practice was at risk. And that's what they'll do with lawyers, with doctors, when they did it with COVID with doctors, right? They put your license, they put your practice at risk because they can go after that quietly where you have no due process. So that's the real risk. I know, it's crazy. But yeah, no, that's certainly good to talk about. Reminds me of talking about this, reminding me of my rant about Barbie and the and kind of the secret message in there, because I don't know if you caught this, but
I'm supposed to see it. I haven't watched it yet.
Okay,
but
but
I've heard
let me
a
just
lot
put
of
it this way.
reviews.
There's a lot of ranting about the patriarchy, right? And
Right.
blaming the patriarchy. But the question is, and if you do ever see it, which, maybe you see it somewhere magically on the internet for free and you don't pay anybody to see it.
I'm planning on seeing it this week, but yeah.
That being said, it gets to the point where it becomes its own, it mocks itself because it's so ridiculous. You're blaming the patriarchy, for example, like you said, for problems, for example, if you said image problems, like body image problems, a lot of those body image problems comes from use of social media. So girls have body issue problems because they see another hot girl on Instagram and they don't realize that she may have gotten plastic surgery. She may be, editing the photo using
Definitely
filters.
editing the photos,
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in Asia, it's accepted. Every single girl that shows up on a date, I had a date the other day, and the girls show up and they're much darker because they use a lot of lightening films, lighting, snow filter, other filters to make themselves look whiter in Asia. It's really weird. But that, I just accept it. I'm like, okay, this girl's probably brown and she looks like she's, Elsa in this photo. But it's fine. I just accept it as a normal thing. Let's see. Afix says it's male versus female self-improvement books. Do a control F for you should versus you deserve in both and count the difference. I think that's a big thing. Like, deserve means you are entitled to something, right? That you should have that just because you exist, right? Versus I have to go do this, right? Like there's some way something I need to do or something I need to improve on in order to make my life better. I think that's very important.
Yeah, no one's entitled to anything. That's my
No. What is the world? Oh, nope. Nobody owes you anything. You're not owed anything by any government or other person. To me, I actually like people that are more of assholes because I know when they're no, seriously. That's why I like Jeff because Jeff is actually, he looks nice on stream, but he's actually kind of an asshole. But he's nice to people that he likes. Yeah. So if he's nice to you, it's because he likes you. And I would prefer people that are nice to me because they genuinely like me, rather than they are just nice to everybody. Because then you're just like an open door, like you're like a lock that doesn't work. You're just open for everybody. I don't want that. I want to be the master key that like opens your special lock of like making you laugh and smile. Like I don't want that. It's
that's
much
why
better
I like
to be that
Branka.
way.
I realized that's why I like Branka the other day, because
Yes.
he says everything that's on his mind. It doesn't matter if it sounds sexist or it sounds misogynist or it sounds rude.
Well, it is, but that's why we love him.
But the thing is, I would take him over some guy who calls himself a feminist any day of the week.
Well, okay, hold on, Chandler, though. The guy who calls himself a feminist is probably a creep, probably borderline predatory. I've never met any guy who self-describes as a feminist. Says, I am a feminist, just openly, notoriously says that. And it is not kind of cringe in trying to play into that, okay, I'm gonna, what is it, it's like the hidden predator, the sheep's clothing, okay, I'm gonna be over here and then I'm gonna get the girl because I'm identifying with her, right? I'm identifying. I'm like, you go girl, you go Chandler, but also like, hey, I'm gonna show up at your apartment now. That's the same type of guy.
So I straight up went on a date with a guy who called himself a feminist.
There's always a story. I knew there was a story.
Oh yeah, and I was like, I'm not a feminist, but I guess I'll have coffee with you in the middle of the day. And this guy's like, do you want to take a walk around the block? Grabs me, starts trying to kiss me, and I'm just like, do you not have concept of consent in your like feminist little brain? Like, I mean, seriously. It was just I'm sorry, but it's just like you call yourself a feminist. But you don't do things that you think that, and I'm not saying that,
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying for everybody, but I would say 95% are predatory in their behaviors. I think it's very, very, very predatory in their behaviors.
Yeah, I don't trust anybody. It's like that. I'm like, thank you for telling me you're a feminist. Just like, thank you for telling me your pronouns. That tells me everything I need to know about you.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And look, I'm happy. People can put their pronouns. I'm going to feel free to ignore them. If I don't want to call you a Zer, I'm not calling you a Zer. That's fine. You can do that if you want. Right. Just don't mandate me to do it because I'm not going to do it. Right. Which is why, like, as a consultant, I love working with these companies because they can't force me to use pronouns. I'm like, fuck you. I'm a consultant. You can't do shit. Natasha says there's a misogyny in China of Zhang Feng who sued his wife over an ugly daughter not knowing she had son. I actually talked about this on a date with a Chinese girl.
Is that real?
This is so real. No. This is real. The Chinese people know about this too. It's actually well known. It's not just this one person. It's actually happened multiple times in China. They get so much plastic surgery. They do it in Korea too, but they end up having kids and the daughter's ugly as hell or son's ugly as hell.
I swear I heard about this, and everybody was like, "No, that's an urban legend. It's not." That's crazy. I'd love to look into that case. That's fascinating.
It's real. It's 100% real. Now, of course, they'll try to bury it, and a lot of what China does is they try to say, "Oh no, that's fake," but it really is real, right? Because they'll try to cover it up, right? So they'll put posts out there that it's fake or whatever. There's a lot of, just like the U.S. government and our alphabet agencies try to mess with stuff. Their alphabet agencies try to mess with stuff too. So that's one they try to hide, but it absolutely is true. But listen, hey, look, if you're just there for short-time fun, good stuff. If you're there to have kids, check the baby photos. Just saying, guys, check the baby photos.
Good suggestion, definitely.
Good, yeah, I mean, it's fine. And look, there's some ladies I've seen, I lived in Korea. Jeff is in Korea as well. Some ladies have fantastic plastic surgery. They look great. Go do it. It looks fine. I will say there is a point at which what happens with plastic surgery, you're in California too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so California, it's also big. There's a point at which they do it and they look good, but then they do too much and it starts to look really bad. So
Amber
they
Heard.
crossed that threshold, and a lot of people end up that way in LA because they're used to it and they've been doing it their whole life, and it ends up getting scary.
Oh yeah, I see it all the time. I mean, I think Amber Heard is a really good example. It's kind of like, it's who you go to. It's if you, a lot of them, like, they'll make, like, the same face for everybody. It's weird. I don't know. It's kind of creepy. Plastic surgery creeps me out.
Yeah, it is crazy. Yeah, it's funny to see 4'11" petite Asian girls with DD. I'm not complaining. Listen, Legal Mindset's got zero complaints for that. That's totally fine with me. But people talking about the eye surgery, yeah, the eye surgery is the most common thing that folks get over here. See it like common, and it's very cheap, so people can get that surgery very, very cheaply. So yeah, no, I've been covering those cases, and obviously sticking on Disney because they're just going absolutely buck wild on that. So I'm planning to cover more of that. But hopefully, if there's something that is like a common thing, I can call you on, or maybe when I go into Courtney Clenny, Sarah Boone, Marilyn Manson, can have you on the channel. Certainly happy to have you on, Chandler. And
I'd love to come on again. That would be fantastic.
I am just a very I tell people this, and this is my personal thing. I like this one-on-one. I don't like panels because I don't think we can have a substantive conversation.
That's reasonable.
So
and I think on your own channel too, that you like being able to control the conversation. That makes sense.
Control the flow, control the conversation, and also, go into the topic that I want to go into. So if I'm on a panel and I'm with 8 people, maybe I get 2 sentences in the entire stream of 2 hours, right? It's not a very economical use of my time. And also, I have my own channel, so I might as well just stream on my own channel. If I want to say something and I want to talk for 15 minutes or 20 minutes or 30 minutes or an hour, I can do that here, not there. So that's why I prefer to do stuff over in my hood. But I like joining other people's channels, especially if it's something they know a lot about.
Well, I heard you're joining Jeff on Thursday, and I will probably
On Thursday, yeah,
also.
I'll be on there briefly. I'll pop in and pop out, probably no more than 30 minutes or an hour, because that's a night where I think I'm going to be coming on my phone. So I may show up and the connection may be bad, and then I may, that sounded bad, coming on my phone. Anyways, people are going to clip that. By the way, did you see the Joe Tongue clip?
No.
Okay, you're gonna have to strap.
What you're referring to.
Okay, strap in and strap on.
Strap
yeah,
what?
this is okay. Strap on, not like Taylor Schabusiness, but strap on for one of the funniest clips out there that I've seen in a while. And I'm actually going to, like, while I play it, I'll mute you just so it doesn't get weird and funky and crazy. But this should work over here. Okay, let me pause this. Okay, rewind this. All right, perfect. So we'll play this, and this should work perfectly. Cool. All right. All right, here's the clip.
When I examined the tongue
So
itself,
2 super chats,
there was
$10 from
a
Leprechaun Gold.
indentation
Appreciate you.
in the
What
surface
the
of
fuck is Joe
consistent
doing with his
with
tongue?
objects
Somebody clip
being
this. Somebody clip
pressed
this. What is he
hard
doing
across
with
the
the? What is he
such
doing
that
with his
the
tongue?
indentation in the tongue.
He's like that
There are
doctor
also
from
abrasions
from
or scrapes
freaking
on
Amber
the
Heard
surface
with
of
the tongue, with the
and there was an
like.
intramuscular hemorrhage or bleeding.
What
within
is
the tongue.
Joe doing?
This
Is
is often
he
seen
turned
in
on by this?
where the tongue can be
Is Joe
trapped between
aroused?
the teeth and the jaw is driven
Speaking of
upwards,
which,
trapping the
legal
tongue
license,
between
yes,
the teeth.
we got him, boys. We
Once
got
I
him.
dissected
God damn
down
it, you
the neck,
changed to Joe
it has
2 seconds before I
hemorrhages
sniped
of the
you,
muscles
sniping
of the
me.
neck as well.
Beta.
And this is also
Oh no,
classically
no,
seen
man.
often
That is
in
what we
cases
call
of strangulation,
Sigma
where blunt force
vices.
trauma is applied to the
Welcome
neck during the
to the
process
legal
of infection,
mindset.
and the injury and bleeding within the
Still
neck.
the master, baby. Still the
These
master.
hemorrhages were not only the neck muscles, but they were also in the
go
soft
on.
tissue.
By the way,
is
legal
coming.
vices
Trachea,
and
the
mindset
airway, the windpipe,
get bent.
from the larynx,
Suck.
upper airway, all the way down to the cervical spine.
A shalom, Joe. Shalom. How you doing?
Completely
So in other words, that
gay.
hemorrhage is
Yes.
going from
Oh, I love that. You're muted.
All
by
right, I
the way.
muted myself. I muted myself
Yeah.
just in case because I didn't know where the echo's coming from. If it's me or you, whatever. But yeah, no, great clip, right?
That was fantastic. I love.
Yeah,
Joe's
Mega
hilarious.
Streamception, probably the moment of the night. That's probably the moment like these are the things I try to generate here on Legal Mindset. We try to have fun on this
fantastic.
channel. Yeah, and maybe it'll, like I said, I may do this a little bit more, but I enjoy joining my other streamers. I actually feel for a lot of these guys, watching them alone, watching them like Kurt alone, Nick alone. It's hard. Like, it's really hard, and it's really boring to be there by yourself, like trying to react. It's so much easier when you come in. So I'm sure Vices really appreciates having you there to bounce off of, because it's kind of hard sometimes being there.
Yeah, especially if you are, working your full day as a lawyer and then coming home to stream at night and getting like 2 hours of sleep.
Oh, even worse is like coming off of I literally came straight from going out. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess I got to get back to stream. Like I was at happy hour, and I'm like, all right, well, it's time to stream all night. I've been up during the day, so it's now 1 a.m. in the morning. For Jeff, it's 3 a.m. in the morning, and I got to stream. I've got to stream tomorrow for my other channel, Bangkok Bros. I've got to stream for that in the morning
nice.
At 10 a.m. So I'm going to have a very, very, very long day. I'm probably going to get a very short nap in before then, but that may be wishful thinking. And I guess we're 4 hours in, and I guess Vices is doing it. He's breaking it into an AM and PM stream, I believe, right? So I'll make sure I'm stream sniping the correct one there as well. Perfect. But yeah, no, anything else you'd like to share with the chat? Anything else you're into or you've been doing, or anything else for like your social media, or anything you've been kind of watching lately?
Well, I was going to mention I do have a stream that's coming up later today.
Okay.
I'm just starting to stream on my own channel, and I haven't done that many streams yet, but I'm going to be dual streaming with MLS Law about the Sarah Boone case, actually.
Okay, great. Perfect.
She has a new letter, and we're going to be watching some hearing that Dave totally boomered the last time that we were
he was running
together.
it and he boomered it.
Mhm.
Not an experienced streamer, not the same level.
Although,
of course,
to be fair,
I say as I
would've
have a
done
horrible
worse.
echo. Oh yeah. I mean, like there's always technical issues. You're like, why the hell do I have a technical issue? Like
Well,
this worked like yesterday, but now it's not working anymore.
my first stream, I kicked myself out. They were just
Really?
sitting there waiting, like, what happened to her? I was trying to end the stream, and I clicked leave studio instead. So that was a perfect way to end. It was actually a pretty epic first stream. I talked about the Duluth model. I had Solomon Anderson on, and David. It was a great stream. David's been on all of my streams actually so far. He's pretty basic.
Really?
Yeah, he's awesome.
Oh, okay. So he's a
He was on
big
earlier.
he's a big fan. Steve Gozzi says mindset is in the zone. Yeah, I'm in the zone when I'm having fun, when I'm having good guests on. It's always easy to be in the zone. It's very easy to be in the zone. Don Baca says Joe had about 20 seconds more tongue time, but that was all I could get in that 1 minute clip.
That was a lot of tongue action. It was more tongue than I ever expected to see from Joe.
Okay.
I prefer him when he's a sunflower and drunk.
Well,
That's my personal favorite Joe moment.
The sunflower is good. Also, the genie was good when it's like end the stream, Joe, and it was like Joeception because he was sharing himself.
Mhm.
That was a pretty good moment from Joe. But sunflower was epic when we're all sunflowers on his chat.
It was good.
That was really classic Joe. No, but he's a good friend of mine, and everybody's a good friend of mine. And I think the whole point is for me, when I tease somebody, make fun of them, whatever else, it's because they're my friends. It's because I like them, and because I like to have fun with them, and I hope they're having fun and enjoying what they're doing. And if they're not enjoying what they're doing, don't do it. And I think I told you that. I think I told you that in the beginning, and when you first were starting YouTube, I'm just like, make sure you're enjoying that, you're doing things you like, because I think that is the most important thing to making it in the long run on YouTube. And just in social media.
I did want to also say thank you because you are the person who gave me. Your channel was the first stream that I ever did.
I remember that.
You are responsible for my affiliation with Vices, so thank you very much for bringing me into this very strange YouTube world that I never wanted to be a part of, never expected to be a part of, but I'm very happy.
Or you're gonna blame me for it, right? So it's like one way or another.
I'm enjoying myself so far, and I'm not even monetized yet, so I'm having a good time.
Yeah, I think it was because I remember talking to you and Alana, Legally Dirty Blonde, and I remember I was like, maybe I can get both you girls on, but it ended up your times, I guess, didn't work out, so I got you separately and then her separately. And I think
we were on at the same time.
Well, I think we had it separately, and then again we had it at the same time, right? So it's like you each came on by yourselves, but I think then you came on together. I think
Possibly. I was streaming from my phone, and it turned me sideways, and it was a whole thing. I was still figuring things out. That was not my. I should have done it, differently. But
we all have the learning phase. We all go through the learning phase.
It was the beginning of my streaming career, so to speak.
Yeah, but now you're professional. Now you know.
I'm getting there. I still have to upgrade my equipment, but that was a lot of fun.
So. Are you gonna stay in California? Or are you like what's your
Probably
are you
not.
long? Probably not. Okay, yeah. I was like, you're like definitely moving in a direction that's gonna be that's tougher in Cali.
It's beautiful here. My family is here.
Yeah, it's a big thing.
But the
Families
people are terrible. The politics are terrible. And the governor is just an asshat. So I would like to move somewhere. I mean, I'm probably going to be applying to law schools elsewhere.
Awesome.
I'm going to be doing my law school applications this year.
Have you taken the LSAT?
I'm going to take the LSAT in October.
Okay,
And
cool.
Steve Gosney recommended a school in Virginia that I'm interested in.
Which one?
So Washington and Lee.
Oh, yeah, I got into Washington Lee. They just didn't give me as competitive of a scholarship offer. UF gave me a better scholarship, so I ended up taking that. But yeah, good school, very good school.
Yeah, I would probably get better, I think I would get a better financial package if I stayed in California for law school, but I really don't want to stay in California
Though,
for
because
law
here's the
school.
thing, it's like you might get a, like, as a percentage, but like looking at the raw numbers, like, okay, yeah, like, okay, they'll cover, like, let's say law school tuition is $20,000, right? They'll say, okay, we'll give you a 75% or whatever scholarship, but the cost of living in California is twice the amount. So most people, when they're in law school, they're borrowing not just for their tuition, but their cost of living as well. That's what a lot of people don't factor in. When you're living in rural Virginia, your costs are a lot lower than when you're living in California. When I was in Gainesville, rent was $300 a month. Like, it was a joke.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, that's
crazy.
Gainesville.
That's unimaginable.
That's Gainesville, baby. Dollar slices of pizza. You know, you got the beer. This is how I gained weight, because everything was cheap. I was getting good food and just living life. It was amazing.
It happens to everybody. Nobody cares if you're fat. But yeah,
They care. They care. I'm in Asia.
I mean,
They care.
I guess. Well, but well, in America, no, like, you gain weight, it's not really that big of a deal. Kind of, it happens to everybody.
Yeah, everybody's fat. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I might end up moving to Florida because I got an interesting. I've been having some interesting conversations with Steve Gosney about
Steve Gosney, he's a boy. He's very well connected. I really like Steve. He's a Florida man. We're both fellow Florida men. And Florida is a great state. There's a lot of interesting schools there, and I know he's got some connections there. So, I mean, if you remember, law is not about school. It's about what you're going to do after. That's what people forget. They focus too much on the school and, okay, what am I going to do after, and where am I going to take this? And some of the schools have really good opportunities in terms of their professional connections, in terms of what to do afterwards, because, that's not your end journey. Your journey is not to get a law degree. Okay, that's cute, but what are you going to do with that?
No, exactly.
Right?
Well, I mean, I've worked in law since 2018, so I have at least a little bit of background and experience, and I have kind of more of an idea of where I want to go with my career. I would like to go into litigation, I think, because I have experience in transactional law as a paralegal, almost exclusively. I've never done any litigation paralegal work.
Well, you're making real money. You're the real money side. I mean, transactional side is real money. I mean, that's where, look, I was real property, commercial property. I talk about Disney stuff because I do special districts and whatnot. Dealing with commercial real estate deals. The numbers I was dealing with were stupid. I mean, I would finance trillions of dollars in bonds. Like trillion with a T. Like there's a lot, because it was so many, right? It was so many. Oh, sorry, not trillions. Sorry, it's late at night. Billions, not trillions. Billions, not trillions.
Billions,
Sorry,
billions.
guys. Billion. No, it's a big deal. So billions of dollars in bonds, not trillions. But some of them were very big. They're for like large highway constructions, road constructions. And I'm thinking, man, most people, they spend most of their careers, state attorneys or public defenders, in Florida. Driving with a suspended license is a crime, right? And this is the crimes, this is the tough crimes they're prosecuting, But there are people who are doing DV, there are people doing other things that are very significant, very impactful. Of course, they can have an impact on your mental state as well. A lot of people have a lot of trouble with that stuff because they see a lot of harsh stuff when they're representing those type of cases.
I'm interested in entertainment law primarily, just because that's my background, but
good.
in intellectual property law. But overall, I'm also interested in defense, and so I don't know. I have to figure it out. I'm sure that I'm sure that internships and the like will give me a better picture of what I actually want to be doing. But I mean, I'm 30, so I'm not the typical law school candidate.
You're about me. I was older when I was in law school as well. So I came out at, I think, like 27, 28. Right. So I was not like the youngest person. People literally called me like the old man because I had a master's degree. I worked, it's not typical. But guess what? You know who did the best? It was actually the older non-traditional students, because they actually know how to work and study. And also they have a goal afterwards, and you have experience. So you're not going in without a realistic understanding of what the practice of law is like.
Right. I mean, I have, basic, comprehension of pretty much all of the first year subjects from a paralegal training perspective, but my program was excellent. I went to UCLA. They have an excellent ABA approved program, and I feel like it put me in a really good position to at least be able to understand the beginning aspects of, towards contracts, real properties, etc. Maybe it doesn't apply if I'm leaving California, but we'll see.
Yeah, probably not. Let's see. Is the state back? Okay, so the case is back. So I know, Chandler, you probably have to go join FICE. I do not want Opa to be mad at me because he will put me in the bad girl room when I visit Korea with the North Korean defectors. So it's good to see you over there. Appreciate you guys. And thank you so much for joining the channel, Chandler.
Thank you for inviting me on.
No problem.
Enjoy Schabusiness, and I'll see you.
And I will see you, but you won't hear me.
All right, that'll be fun. All right, bye
I'll
everybody.
see you, Chandler.
Thanks for having
Bye.
me.
All right, so back to it, guys. Back to Stream Sniping Madness. Also, thank you, Leprechaun Gold, for the $10 super sticker. Appreciate you, guys. We are at 325 likes, 326 likes on this channel. So make sure you smash the like button. You check in. You're watching here. I think more people are watching me than the watch counter because people are checking in and checking out, and also people are popping around and seeing what's going on here. The last one I missed. This one was, what will Chandler and Elon name their baby, and how much money will she get? More than Amber, because Chandler is definitely worth more than Amber's. All right, let's go over here. Let's start with the beta Kata, and we will actually, first of all, let me just get Vices pulled up here, legal Vices pulled up here as well, so that we can have him nice and sexy and ready to go here. He's all by himself too. It's so sad. All right, so we'll go with beta Kata first, and then we'll move around.
The accused did is prejudicial. The face is in that state because of the actions in question.
I'm going to crack a beer here, so I'll go off camera for 1 sec.
Faces of the dead are exceedingly disturbing to people who don't look at them often. And so I find it prejudicial. Most courts do too, unless the face is particularly relevant. Now, he did testify about some burst blood vessels and stuff on the face, but he didn't talk about them on the photo, which is the issue. Because it could have been relevant in that way. Here are the burst blood vessels. Here's where you see these evidence of strangulation. Danconi Copper.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. The case is still with the state, so I'm going to turn to Mr. Saunders. Do you have another witness?
State calls Officer Tim Kenny.
Danconi Copper. The AI music video the internet needs but doesn't deserve. Daryl Brooks, What Schabusiness, featuring Taylor Schabusiness. Oh, hopefully someone can make it. Just Revere says my wife has it.
Right over here, and then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
My wife has it after figuring it out. She's just gotten worse, pretty much stays in bed all day now and has for the past 4 years. Severe PSC with agoraphobia is how it manifests. Multiple personality, I think they said.
Okay, then Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm a patrol officer with the city of Green Bay.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
12 years.
And is that the sum total of your law enforcement experience?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were on duty on that day?
I do.
And did you have reason to assist Officer Russell with photographing an individual on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you respond to take these photographs?
I was at the Green Bay Police Department, and he took me to an interview room.
This is the first person
did Officer Russell
who's
have
not
custody
look
of an
terrible.
individual?
That's a handsome dude right there.
Did you learn who that individual was?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Taylor Schabusiness.
Do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out where she's sitting for us?
She's sitting at the defendant's table.
And then what she's wearing?
Looks like a black cover with a black and blue blouse.
Okay. Thank you. I'd ask the record reflect the witness identified the defendant.
It will still reflect.
And then what were you asked to do with respect to photographing Ms. Schabusiness?
There were, I guess, cuts on her hands and blood on her clothing, which I was asked to photograph.
And did you document, I guess, the exterior clothing areas?
Yes.
Those are photographs that you took?
Yes, they were.
back in action here. Got a snack, but I'm not gonna eat just yet. But I will crack this beer. Got another Sapporo over here. Who is winning the Schabusiness law stream? Okay, let's do this poll here. So who is winning other than me? Because we're winning because we're watching all of them. But other than us, who is winning the LawTube Schabusiness battle?
Okay, Just Reeves says, doubt should make sure I'm not an hour behind before Rumble ranting.
Let's go. Nick,
Yes.
Vices, Joe, and then last but not least, our boy Kurt. Our boy Kurt. Who is winning?
Yes.
Well, we're watching Nick now, but I mean, I can change who
These
we're
would
watching.
be the photographs that I took of her external clothing.
Thank you. I'd move exhibits 82 through 86.
Any objection?
Nick has 2K watching, yeah. So, I mean, by numbers, Nick is winning. But numbers aren't all that matters. Sometimes heart matters, right? Sometimes we're playing for heart, guys.
Yeah, I saw the Melly trial ended with a hung jury, yes.
Well, what I'll do is I'll hold receipt of
It's got a lot of heart.
those exhibits. I'll hold a decision on receiving those exhibits.
Joe's tongue clip trumps Nick's 2K. It's true, though. Quality of content doesn't matter.
Feel like you're objecting to duplication of which ones?
Vices does get good guests. So I think Vices is actually, honestly, like real, constructive criticism. Vices is getting better guests. He's good at getting guests. He's probably better at that than Nick. But Nick can go by himself too. So
They're different
that's
photographs.
Nick
One
can
is
extend.
overall the legs. One it focuses on one leg in particular.
Yeah, I'm satisfied these photos are different. Mr. Freilich is right.
She's looking
They
at me.
are
I don't think she's looking at me,
taken
Otto.
of similar areas, but they're differently focused, and the photos are different. So I'm gonna overrule.
Oh, poll is close. Nick and Vices are tied, guys. Vote in the poll. Who's winning? Nick and Vices are deadlocked right now in the chat. Deadlocked. Nick and Vices are deadlocked. So it seems like people watching me are like dead in the middle. Joe's coming up in third, and poor Kurt is number
Can we get the
4.
links? Yeah, just briefly. Thank you.
Steve, you're not
Officer, are we
available as an
observing
option.
82
So you're not
Main
available as an
Street?
option. You would clearly win because you're
Yes,
a
we are.
Florida man.
Okay, and what does 82 depict?
That would be the outer sweatshirt she was wearing, which had.
Gosney should be one, but yes, Gosney is the real
And
MVP.
then 80.
Because Gosney will go around and he'll grift on everybody's channel.
Yes.
Okay, and what is 83?
The rear of the sweatshirt, which had dried blood on the lower part of it.
And then
Yeah,
84.
and I know Nick has said that he wants to sometimes
would be the
cultivate the
black
guests he
sweatpants
gets
she
and make
was
sure they have good synergy
There
with
you
him,
go,
which is
some
good.
And then
Sweatpants?
85.
The left leg of the black sweatpants.
Afix says
Did you also
Vices for
observe,
audio in the
substance
panel,
on,
Rackets for the
that area?
chat,
Yes,
Joe
there
for
appeared to be
kvetching,
matted blood.
and Kurt for
in the area
actual
of the
law.
knees.
That's actually true. That's all of
And then
that is actually very
86.
accurate. Gosney is going to write a
Would be
book
the
about
right
this. It's very true.
Leg of the black
One
sweatpants.
night in Schabusiness.
And do exhibits 82 through 86, do those appear to be consistent with the clothing the Schabusiness was wearing as you encountered her on February 23rd?
Yes.
What is this finger? Why is he pointing?
Thank you, officer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
That's it?
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Okay.
Officer Kenny, you made some assumptions with regards to.
Barnes greater than. Well, yeah, Barnes is like, in terms of constitutional
Correct.
law,
You didn't do any
Barnes would be
testing.
number 1, Kurt would
I
be
did
number
not
2.
know.
Do you make comments like that?
But Kurt's pretty knowledgeable.
Verify what the results are? Is that
As-
your practice?
As to what it appeared to be?
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, you were given.
Guests are a lot of mojo among the guests, which is what I think a lot of streamers forget, is they bring a lot of people on and they've never interacted.
Correct.
Those guests have never interacted, which is bad.
When Ms. Schabusiness was in the interview room for bringing in water, correct?
Possibly.
Wait, what? Excuse me?
You were told, or someone was told not to bring.
He was wiping a booger?
I
Oh.
don't recall, but it's possible.
Now, you observed cuts
Cucks.
Oh, he's getting triggered. Nick
I think
is
it is
triggered by
cucks. It's
cucks.
cucks.
Nick is triggered by cucks.
Just Gen Z says, I'm not familiar with this case. What's a good reference link to get caught
Could you
up?
repeat that last
Always
question?
like to sit in with trials with Nick. When she got arrested, I did a video on the initial case. You could probably find it on my channel, but I don't know where other good reference videos are.
You did observe cuts on
Yeah, that's
Miss
Cynthia's
Schabusiness's
true.
fingers
It is
and
hard to
thumbs.
get
Is that fair?
hard to get away without those type of jokes.
Yes.
Some of the cuts were quite deep. Is that fair?
Yes.
Nick, stop
you
topping over
used
your
a cell phone to take the pictures that we just saw. Is
That's
that
great.
right?
Correct.
And then what did you do from there? Did you
John Beck says
download
one
it,
night
or
in
what?
Schabusiness by one man in
returned the phone
Bangkok.
to Officer Russell,
Thank you,
who
Josh.
advised that he
John,
would
appreciate that, John Beck.
later upload the photos
Shout
for the
out
case.
Okay.
from here in
Were you
Bangkok,
present
Thailand.
at Eastman Avenue on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And did you go there with Officer Russell and Lieutenant Buckman?
No, I left
More
the
like
station and
Lieutenant
went
Cuckman.
there. Officer Russell, I believe, stayed at the station, and I went to assist with the scene there then.
Okay. Were you part of the arrest of Taylor Schabusiness or Scott Thomes?
No, I was not part of the arrest.
Okay. You were just there to provide cover?
I came after the
I
fact.
bet you did.
I
bet you did.
Yes, to assist with security and look for lack of a better term, body parts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you find any?
I did not know.
And we're talking about the Eastman Avenue apartment.
Yes.
Digital Cocaine says, Nick,
And
did you
did you see
consider
the
doing
gold,
the
colored,
boyfriend
town and
hitman
country
murder
minivan?
trial?
Yes.
Boyfriend
And where
deletes
was that?
girlfriend's ex-boyfriend.
I believe
Opening
it
was
was
today, I
parked
believe.
on the
I didn't
north
know it was
side.
happening. I just saw it
Right
on
in front-
right in front of the
YouTube a
building.
little bit ago.
Ooh, there you go.
Yeah, in the
That
parking
might be
lot
decent.
on the north side.
Okay.
Okay, who's winning?
Did you see anything
Vices
unusual
is
about
number
the
one.
minivan?
Nick is number two. Joe is number
That's the thing. People
three.
are asking why
and
she's
Kurt's
not
number
just
four.
pleading guilty.
So since
because the offer is
Since Vices is winning in the poll, let's go over to Vices because Vices wins for best stream. So let's go over to Vices since he is the winner.
After, I should
And once
say,
again, we've got
which
oh,
individuals were
Officer Cutie
arrested
here.
at that point.
Okay, you know what this is happening. All right,
After
you know what's
that,
happening here.
Did you
Sorry.
conduct a protective sweep of that residence?
I assisted in it, yes.
All right. And did you look at any other individuals inside the apartment?
Yes, a male by the name of Scott Thomes.
And when you were done doing the protective sweep, what did you do after that point?
I assisted with putting up
A
privacy
Wisconsin
tape around
10,
the
huh?
van, as well as kind of blocking off the entrance to the Eastman apartment complex.
A
And then
Wisconsin
I started a
10.
crime scene log as well.
All right, the poll is up. You know what it is.
What is the purpose of a crime scene log?
It's just to protect the integrity of the crime scene, making sure nobody that
Those
is
sleep
unauthorized
deprivation
goes
eyes.
to the crime scene
That's
and
only for
everybody
us.
that is authorized to assist in the investigation signs in and then signs out so we can keep record of who goes in and out.
And was that
In and
done
out, in and
with
out.
respect to the Eastman Avenue apartment building?
Yeah.
As well as the van that was outside?
Yes.
And both areas were sort of cordoned off by crime scene tape as well?
Correct.
When you were completed with those tasks, did you have any other involvement in the case?
Yes, I was asked to go back to the police department and assist in collecting clothing that Ms. Taylor was wearing.
And what clothing did you assist in collecting from?
I collected a black tank top, black sweatpants, a black bra, and then purple underwear.
And I guess, was that done in a separate area that wasn't being monitored, I suppose?
Yeah, we went into a separate interview room where there were no cameras, and my body camera was off, so we could give her privacy while she undressed.
Ooh, we're gonna get the
items of
we're gonna get
clothing
the
that
purple panties, huh?
interrogation tape today. I wonder?
Business was wearing. Those were the items you listed off earlier.
Yes.
And did you take
All
custody
right.
of those?
Yes.
Hope so.
When you're
Yeah,
taking custody
We get
items
the
of
used
evidence such
panties.
as clothing,
Were they
what
wet?
steps do you take to ensure the integrity of that item of evidence?
Redheads are the most
It
discriminated
ensured
against
that I was
group
wearing
in
gloves, so I didn't get any of like my DNA
in film in
or anything
Hollywood.
on the clothing, and then I packaged them in a brown paper bag due to them
Speaking
saying
of leaving DNA on
told by the
paper
victim
bag.
there's
Hour.
possibly some red matter on there that could have been blood.
Yeah, everybody in
We
chat
put them in
is
a
really
brown
simping
paper
for her.
bag to make sure.
Oh
that,
yeah, dude, they're gonna be
if it was
Vice's
silver,
chat.
it wouldn't
Are you kidding me?
like plastic.
Everyone, I mean, Vice's
agree.
chat is Sim City. But actually,
Or
that's a
call
good
you
question. So 68% of you are simps. You would smash. I'm joking. I would smash too.
Yes.
By the way, guys,
That's what you did
this
in
is
this case
she's
as well.
definitely in the range of smashing.
When you
for
collected,
me, I mean, that's
the,
okay
I think you said tank
to
top,
make that happen. But
bra, sweatpants, and
let's
underwear, is that right?
let's do this.
What
Let's
did
do
you
this
do with
chat.
those items once they were bagged?
Who's
I
chat?
gave them to Detective Kemp.
Simps hardest.
I guess was he responsible for then entering it into evidence to your knowledge?
Yeah, yep. He took custody of it and entered
We'll
it
do
into
it. We'll do it.
evidence or
We'll
the
do this.
drying
We'll
rack
make it very
for
fair.
That's soiled in either like bodily fluids or anything. I'm not sure what he did afterwards.
And
I don't want to put Kurt.
was
but
Mitch
I'll
Business
put me
provided,
instead of
alternative
Kurt.
clothing?
Maybe I'll
Yeah,
put Kurt.
they
Fine,
provided
Kurt.
yellow scrubs, I would call them, for her to wear.
Now, no simping in chat. Just admire God's handiwork.
Okay. Now
Say
he says
and
no.
smash.
He says
Don't be a
no.
simp.
He says no simping. Oh, okay. Okay.
That's the
He
first
heard
rule of
me.
simping. Don't simp.
Sure, Jeff.
Did
Sure, Jeff.
you observe
Sure, Jeff. He heard. He
cuts
heard the stream.
on Taylor Schabusiness's fingers or thumbs?
Yeah,
Not that I
I
recall,
shortly dated a police officer in Orlando.
focused
That
on
was
seeing
pretty
hot
crazy.
sauce
Never
and
again.
Rush development.
You initially
Never
went over
again.
to 2353 Eastman Avenue,
Yes, I'm Kurt.
and that was on February 23rd of 2022.
Correct.
And did you ride with anybody?
Sorry.
Did you ride with someone, or did you take your own squad car?
I was in my own squad car.
And then you met up with Officer
Kurt is
Garth
legal
Russell?
vices. Oh, sorry, no. Kurt
And
is
Lieutenant
uncivil
Buckman?
law.
Correct.
Jeff is legal
Anybody
vices.
else?
Sorry, Jeff is legal vices.
I
Kurt
think
is
there was a
uncivil
couple
law.
other
I've been
officers
drinking,
there
guys.
as well.
That's what it is.
Was there an Officer Fisher there?
Yes.
And did you park a distance away?
Yes.
And then you walked up?
Correct.
Did you walk up on your own,
Yes.
or did you walk in conjunction with the other officers?
This is true.
I walked up on my own.
Pay attention to Don. This is true.
Did you park quite a distance away so you could see what was going on?
Yeah, I parked in, I believe, the northwest corner of the parking lot, so I was still out of sight, but I could see the van and the entrance to Eastman from my point of view.
Were you told to be looking for a van?
Yes,
What kind of van?
it was just a tan Chrysler van.
So the Simp
With the
Chat
license
Fest.
Man in the tan van.
Nick's chat is winning for biggest simps at 54%, followed by Vice's. Joe has 0% simps, and then Kurt's at
Everybody's
13%.
pouring in. We got 631 of you here now. Make sure you hit that
Nobody
like button.
thinks-
About half you haven't done your job.
Nobody
Back of the
thinks
van.
that
and
Joe is
smash the
simple.
like. Just like
Nobody
you smash
simps.
Officer Friendly.
From what I
Whoa,
remember,
whoa, whoa. That
Snow
sounds
on
like
the
Jeff
ground,
is
correct?
simping right there.
And when you walked up, it was dark outside?
correct.
What time was this about?
Feel
I
free
don't
to super
recall.
chat if you're so inclined.
After midnight?
Yes. Definitely do
I don't-
super
I
chat
can't
your
really give a
favorite
for
creators,
sure
or
time on
all
when
of them.
that happened.
So over here, make a mindset.
Did you at some point hear
Oh,
anything or
yeah.
see anything? with
Popcorn
regards to
power.
lights?
Date and one night stand are completely different
Yes,
things.
the
One night
lights,
stand
like
approved.
The flashing lights came on, indicating either the van was being.
If you're
unlocked
into
or
that. If you're
locked
not
at
into
time.
that, stay wholesome.
Did you walk?
Meet that girl
around
at
the van?
church, Bible study, auto zone, whatever.
Is that before you heard the lights come on or saw the lights come on? Or
Yes.
after? Before?
Before.
Okay. And this van were there vehicles on either side of the van?
I don't recall.
Were numerous vehicles parked in front of the complex?
What is he going with this?
Did you walk around the entire perimeter of the van?
No,
Which side did you walk on? The driver's side or the passenger side?
the driver's side.
Did you have a flashlight?
Yes.
So weird.
Did
He
you
keeps
use it?
asking about this.
Yep.
What did you do with the flashlight?
I just watched the ground to make sure I didn't compromise any kind of evidence that might have been on the ground at the time.
Grounds.
Did you use your flashlight to look in the van?
I looked into the driver's seat and that was it to make sure it was unoccupied.
At some point,
Grant, you're a dude. It's different.
did you have contact with
Sorry, it's different.
Officer Russell near the van?
Yeah,
Was he raising his voice as to be careful where you step?
yes,
And then at some point then, did you see someone come out of the building?
yes,
Who was that?
it was Taylor.
And what did you do then?
I just assisted with the arrest team.
Okay.
I didn't put handcuffs on, but I was there as a presence in case they needed assistance.
You walked up to the front door where Miss Schabusiness was, correct?
Correct,
She was standing on the porch under a overhang, correct?
correct,
She was outside.
correct,
She was cooperative.
correct.
When you looked at her, her demeanor, was it calm?
Yes,
Did she cooperate with you and the other officers?
yes,
Was it Officer Garth Russell Was he the one that put handcuffs and arrested her?
I don't recall.
Did you see Miss Schabusiness fighting?
No.
She was compliant.
Yes.
At some point then, did you see Officer Russell take her back inside the apartment building and go over by the stairs?
I don't recall that.
At some point, did you and other officers become concerned for your safety?
No.
Did you have to draw your service revolver?
We did, yes.
You did?
We did.
You took your duty weapon out?
Yes.
And then did you hear
Now we're
yelling
getting exciting.
Why is he
for a
asking
male
this?
to come out of apartment 1?
Yes.
That was Scott Tomes.
Yes.
And were you part of that process?
Briefly.
Sorry to disappoint, Winter Soldier. No simping here. We
He
just
is
admire Gus.
called out. Jeff has been called out for his simping once again.
He did that on his own?
Very successful.
Yeah.
Okay. And
I'm
you
not sure.
did you assist the other officer that was dealing with Scott Tomes?
Yes.
Okay. After all that was done, then were you told to go back to the station?
Yes.
Who told you to go back to the station? Do you know?
I believe it was Detective Kemp called me.
Who did?
Kemp?
Okay, excuse me, Kevin Kemp,
Yes.
detective, right?
Detective, yes.
When you
Is her name Camille? What is this girl's name?
Detective Sweep?
You're talking about Camille
I
Vasquez, or you're
assisted
talking
with
about this
it.
girl? Is her name
Did
Camille?
you find any body parts or anything that was cause for concern?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and you helped with doing the
Oh,
crime
Camille
scene log?
Vasquez. Yeah, Camille
Correct.
Vasquez. A lot of people
Is
have
that where
Latina
you
flavor.
log people in and log people out?
Yes.
I like that.
Did you put up?
Got enough of
crime
that in
scene
Miami, so
tape?
Yes.
I'm full.
Where?
It was around the van and then around the front entrance of Eastman to kind of block that part of.
You can tell who the rookie is. Have
You
to
did
write
all
who
that
comes,
before you
who
left,
take the
correct?
logs and write, pull the
How
tape
long do you
around
think you were
things.
at Eastman Avenue?
I don't know, maybe an hour.
Okay. And then you collected these items, the tank top, the sweatpants, the bra, and the underwear, correct?
Correct.
And they were all
God.
sealed in a brown paper bag?
I did not seal them. I just put them in the brown paper bag and gave them to Detective Kemp.
Okay, and then he dealt with that?
Yes.
All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
All right, easy there.
You can step down.
Officer Soulless Ginger is done.
State's next witness.
That's soulless. She definitely had some soul.
Hey,
calls
gingers
Kevin
do have
Scott.
souls.
Yeah. See, thank you, Chandler. Thank you.
I met a couple nice gingers here and there.
There's the occasional. Always very fiery, though. Always very fiery.
Can we get another attractive witness? I hope so.
Indeed.
Now you're sipping for witnesses that don't even exist.
Sir,
What the
right
hell's
up this
happening
way.
here?
And then before you have a seat, if you could just turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you on your own.
See who got here.
Thirsty, I guess. I
And then
don't know.
we may switch over to Joe real quick to see how Joe's doing on the Shalom stream.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
Don't
the
be so
truth,
hard
no
on
matter
me.
now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Oh, Officer Pudge.
My name is Kevin Scott.
Hey, Kevin.
And Mr. Jose, the witness is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Scott.
He's got that baby
You state
face.
for the record how you are employed.
I am a DNA analyst at the Wisconsin State
Look
Crime
at your
Laboratory
business. She
in
looks
Madison.
turned on by him.
And how long have you worked as a DNA analyst?
I've been there for about 10 years.
Is all of your work as a DNA analyst, is that with the State Crime Lab in Wisconsin?
Yes, it is.
Could you briefly address your educational background and training that you
Oh, is this
had
where we get to hear about the
qualifies you to work in
complex
that
mixture of DNA
Yes, I
on the
received a
dildo?
Bachelor of Science degree, majoring
Oh,
in
no.
biochemistry from UW-Madison.
Maybe.
When I was first hired at the lab, I received approximately 1 year.
She sees
in-house
beta,
training at
easy
the lab
prey.
that
That's
covered
very
every
true. She
aspect
smells
of
the
DNA
beta.
analysis
Speaking of
the lab
smelling the beta,
uses.
let's hop over here to Joe Neerman and see how he's doing with this. Let's pop on this. Is he behind? Is Joe behind?
Right, sir, right up this way.
Court TV's behind. We'll catch up with Joe when he catches up. Let's see if Ricardo's caught up here on his stream.
For the place, but I can't quite peg it.
Okay. Okay. Poor Nick is making
6'4"
packaging.
midget says this proves Lofty should never be a sub. Lol, Lofty, get help.
These guys are really behind. The Court TV stream is behind.
Face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you in your own.
It is the most behind. Wow. Yeah, Joe is always behind. All right. Well, if they're both behind, then I guess I'll go to Joe because I need to get some equal opportunity. Otherwise, I'm going to lose out on my bank loans. So let's go with Joe for a bit. I need to refinance a mortgage, so I need to be in Joe's good graces right now. Lofty is definitely a sub. We all know that.
He looks like he could be the type.
My name is Kevin Scott.
Hey, and Mr. Jose, the witness is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Scott. Can you state for the record how you are employed?
I am a DNA analyst at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Madison.
How long have you worked as a DNA analyst?
I've been there for about 10 years.
Is all of your work as a DNA analyst, is that with the State Crime Lab in Wisconsin?
Yes, it is.
Could you briefly address your educational background and training that you've had that qualifies you to work in that capacity?
Yes, I received a Bachelor of Science degree majoring in biochemistry from UW-Madison. When I was first hired at the lab, I received approximately 1 year of in-house training at the lab that covered every aspect of DNA analysis that the lab uses.
I'm also noticing how all the
In
streamers
addition to
kind of
that, I
copy each other in
received
terms
at
of what
least
they
8
do.
hours of annual
So Joe is doing the scrolling thing.
And is there any certifications that
So
you
is
or your
Vice's. I don't know if
laboratory
Nick's doing it. I don't think Nick is doing it, but it's very interesting.
Our laboratory is accredited. Accreditation is a process
I'm learning.
in which
I'm learning from this.
the lab undergoes external audits by an outside agency in order to ensure that we are following our own procedures and established procedures in the forensic science community.
No, you mentioned previously that you are required to have about 8 hours of training every year. Do you do all of the training that is required of you?
Yes, I do.
And is it fair to say you typically have more than 8 hours of training in a year?
Some years I might. 8 hours is just the minimum.
Do you, as part of your work with the crime lab, put together a statement of qualifications?
Yes, I do.
What is a statement of qualifications?
A statement of qualifications is similar to a resume. It's a document that we use at the lab that outlines my position, training, and experience.
Mr. Scott, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 87. Can you review that document for me?
Yes, Exhibit 87 is a copy of my statement of qualifications.
You believe that is an accurate and up-to-date statement?
Yes, it is.
I move for admission of Exhibit 87, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 87 will be received.
Mr. Scott, can you discuss what your general duties are as a DNA analyst at the lab?
Yes, as a DNA analyst, I examine crime scene evidence for the presence of bodily fluids such as blood, semen, or saliva. I then attempt to extract or release DNA from those bodily fluids or from any other source of DNA such as skin cells from touched items. I then attempt to generate a DNA profile. I analyze those DNA results and I
He's
make
the cum guy.
comparisons to DNA standards that are taken from known individuals. I will then
By the way,
prepare
Joe's taking a little bit of a
written
break
report
here,
of my
so I'm actually sitting. My logo is right over Joe,
You have
so
any
it's
sort
as
of
if I'm
estimate
Joe's
as to
stream.
How many times
I'm
you
the
have
captain now,
conducted
Joe.
analysis of DNA samples?
Joe, look at me. Joe, look at me.
I've worked
I'm
somewhere
the
in the
captain now.
neighborhood of 700 cases, and each case can consist anywhere from one item of evidence upwards of several.
Kevin the cum guys. You know what? That's
Fair to say that
that's
in your
our
career
banner
you've
here.
Analyzed thousands of DNA samples.
Yes, I have.
And have you testified in court in the past regarding your findings as to your DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Have you been accepted as an expert witness in courts in the state of Wisconsin regarding DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Mr. Scott, as part of your work with the State Crime Lab, were you asked to assist in an investigation of a homicide case from the city of Green Bay with the
There we go.
case
I fixed
name
it, guys.
Chad
I fixed it.
Therian.
Yes, I was.
And in terms of how cases are identified at the lab, can you talk about what the lab does when they receive a request from law enforcement to analyze for DNA?
Yes. When a case is submitted to the lab, law enforcement will bring the evidence to the lab, or otherwise ship it to the lab. Our evidence technicians will give that case a crime lab case number, and each item submitted under that case will get a crime lab item designation. Each item gets its own item letter, starting with letter A. Next item would be letter B, and so on.
Isn't this so much better?
Did you have any more? I apologize if I cut you off.
Once I'm assigned
Stephen
to a case, I
Ghazi
will
says,
then,
try
pick up
sniping the
those
expert.
items of
MLS is over there right
evidence,
now.
bring it out to my lab bench.
Well, I don't know his channel, and frankly, he's never been on my channel, so I am not going to snipe him because I've not been in his channel, and I don't
When
know
law
him like
enforcement
that.
submits
If
a
he comes
case
on my
to
channel, then
the
maybe,
lab
but
for
I've
DNA
never had him on my
analysis,
channel.
Are
So.
there any sort
Not
of
going to do that because I don't know how he's
submission
going to take it.
guidelines that the lab gives
Don't
to
want
law
him to take it
enforcement
personally.
agencies?
Yes, we do
If he
have
super
submission
chats me, I will,
guidelines
and he asks
for
me to, I
evidence
will.
that's submitted to the
You
lab.
can send me a super chat, and I'll snipe him.
This attempts
John
to,
Beck says he can get that
reduce
size
the,
by
number of
orally
items
analyzing.
to the lab
Hope not.
as a resource management tool, just so we aren't overwhelmed with a large
Hope not.
number of items. For a homicide type case, we
Oh
ask
no!
that
Is he
the,
Nick Fuentes' brother?
agency,
Oh
law
no, no,
enforcement
no!
agency, try to limit their first round of submission to 10 items of evidence.
Are there occasions where a law enforcement agency
Well,
may
Steve,
then
if he would love it, then he can
subsequent
super chat
items
me.
to the lab after the initial 10 are sent?
Yes, that
Legal
does
Bites is not streaming
And what are
this.
typically the circumstances in which a law enforcement agency might submit things in addition to the 10?
Wait, is Legal Bites streaming this? Hold on, no, I
It
actually
will
got to
depend
check.
on the case. Most often, it's because a probative link to a possible perpetrator has not been established yet.
Is it typical that once a probative link to a perpetrator is established, that no additional items are sent to the crime lab?
Again, it will vary by the case.
No,
but I
she's
would
not
say
streaming
typically that's true.
Essentially, what is the
That would be kind of
purpose
funny.
or the investigative
Not gonna lie,
purpose of
that'd be kind of
using
funny.
DNA analysis in a case?
Yeah, see, this is why. This is why. I don't. Nobody knows
Yes,
who the
that
fuck
can
the
vary
expert
by
is. I
case.
don't know who he is. So I don't want to stream somebody I don't
Obviously, is one of the primary goals to identify a potential
know.
perpetrator.
Joe's video game notifications are on.
Yes.
That's funny.
And typically, once that has been established, you may not receive additional submissions unless there's some other specific evidentiary purpose for submitting items to the lab.
Objection, leading. Overruled. Answer if you can.
Okay, let me move over since this guy. There's no Joe here, so it's really not LawTube streaming. So let me go over here and I'll watch BetaCata for a second. We'll
Then
get
you prepare a report regarding your
Nick's gone
findings
as
of
well,
DNA
so
analysis.
nobody is here.
Yes, I
Everybody's taking a break.
And
Vices is the only one putting in work, so we're gonna go over to Vices because he's actually there and he's got guests. So
Was sweatpants. Item I was penile swabs reportedly recovered from
we
Schabusiness.
came over just in time
And
for
item
penile
J
swabs.
was
Look at
a
how
swab
happy Jeff is
reportedly
talking
from a
about
dildo.
penile swabs.
I would note you listed several items that were obtained. Many of those are swabs. One of those items was not a swab. Can you talk about the difference between receiving swabs and receiving an item?
Yes. Typically, the evidence submitted to the lab will either be an item, like a physical item of evidence, such as the sweatpants in this case, or it can be from a
Chandler's really
sample taken
fixated
from
on
an
this
item
right
of
now.
evidence by the
She
law
is
enforcement
very
agency,
intrigued.
which is typically a swab of a item. Swabbing is an oversized Q-tip that is moistened with some water and rubbed up against the item of evidence, hoping to transfer any DNA that's on the item of evidence onto that swab. And then we use the cotton head from that swab for our further DNA processing. And depending on the law enforcement agency and how they do things, either those swabs or the full item of evidence is submitted to the lab.
Oh, you almost missed BetaCata.
And with respect to item H, the sweatpants, where you receive the actual item, what is your process then for processing and analyzing an item such as that?
The dildo excited Chandler.
Once
It's okay.
pick up the item of evidence, I will perform a physical examination, typically looking for any staining that may
That
be
was the
on
worst
the
time
item
to take a
that may
drink
be from
when he
a
said
bodily
physical
fluid that's
examination
relevant
of bodily
case.
fluids.
This
Oh
is commonly
no!
reddish-brown
Oh,
color
no.
staining, which could be from blood,
Oh,
which is
no.
what I was examining the sweatpants in this case for.
Oh god, this is too good. It's too good.
He's going to
Is
start talking
receiving a
about some
swab versus
unsavory
receiving
stuff
the
here.
item, is one of those forms better or worse than the other? Or are they both commonly accepted forms?
They're both commonly accepted forms.
I'm going to be making a lot of faces.
Yeah, prior to conducting DNA analysis, do you sometimes do screening on the items that you receive?
Yes, screening is what we refer to the physical examination and testing for bodily fluids and sample collection from the items.
And did you do any such screening in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what screening did you conduct?
So for this case, I was testing some of the items for the possible presence of blood. From the right-hand swabs, item B from Taylor Schabusiness, and the left-hand swabs from Taylor Schabusiness, item C, blood was identified on
How does
those
Legal
swabs.
Vices know this is unsavory unless he tasted it himself? Well, hey, listen,
Then
ask
from
Jeff
a
that.
few other
Jeff
items,
has tried a lot of things. He's in Korea, so.
Swab from the blade, the swab from the red substance inside
Yes, Cynthia,
the box,
I know I'm cold as ice. Listen, man,
the
that's how I deal with it.
sweatpants, and the swab from the dildo. Presumptive testing for blood was also present. Presumptive testing for blood was positive on those 4 items.
Rakeda and Joe are out for
Can
the
you describe the
penile and
difference
dildo
between
swabs.
actually being able to identify blood with one form of testing and then the presumptive testing with respect to the other items?
Yes, at our lab we commonly use 2 different types of testing for blood. One is referred to as a presumptive testing for blood. This is a very quick test that relies on a color change after dropping a couple chemicals on the sample, and it doesn't require very much sample to be taken. However, that test is called a presumptive test because there are other substances out there that could possibly cause a positive result, even if blood is not
He's in
present.
maritime, so he knows all about
so
salty
some-
stuff.
Some of the things that might cause that are
Jeff's
rust,
salty coon.
some metals,
Oh, no.
some vegetable extracts could induce
Is anything
positive
forbidden on
resulting
the stream
if blood
or
is not
no?
present. However, that is
Nick's
the
channel,
more
no. My
typical
channel, I have
test
been
that we use
enforcing
at
the
our
rules
lab,
more.
just because of how quick and how little sample it
I enforce
uses.
spamming a lot
Another
more
type
than
of test
other
that we
people.
have is a confirmatory test, which confirms the presence of blood on an object.
No,
So
Taylor.
for this
Not all
case,
about me,
I
Chandler.
performed that confirmatory test on the right and the left-hand swabs. Those were both positive,
Chandler.
and I concluded that blood was identified on those swabs.
And with respect to the items where you have the presumptive test, is that the only test that you did was the presumptive test? That is, you didn't then use the confirmatory test on those items?
Correct.
And could you explain, is there a reason why you make the choice to do presumptive with one and confirmatory with the other items?
It can depend on the sample. If the presence of blood is very important to a case, I might choose to perform that confirmatory
she looks
test.
like she's in her
if
40s.
for some reason I might think that the test was a presumptive test was positive due to one of those things that might cause a false positive result, I might choose to do a confirmatory test. It could also just depend on the amount of sample I have available to me.
Were there items where either a confirmatory or presumptive test for blood was conducted where blood was not located?
Yes. From the swabs from the red substance on the bedroom light switch, that test was negative, and I concluded that blood was not detected on those swabs from the light switch.
And are there other types of presumptive testing that can be done for other substances?
Yes, we can also test for saliva and semen.
And did you conduct any presumptive testing for saliva in this case?
Yes, I did. I performed a presumptive test for saliva on the penile swabs from Schabusiness. That test was positive, and I concluded that presumptive testing for saliva was positive on those penile swabs.
Positive for saliva
Is
on
there
the
a
severed
confirmatory
penis.
test for saliva
Let
like
that
there is
sink
for
in
blood?
just a little bit.
We do
Pretty
not
good.
have one.
Saliva on the
So
severed
there's merely
junk.
the presumptive testing for saliva, and
Pretty
that is
good.
what you did on the penile swabs.
Okay, I have.
Yes.
I have to ask.
And did you do any testing for the potential presence of sperm?
Yes, I did.
And where did you conduct that test?
I tested the penile swabs from Schabusiness, and I did not identify sperm cells. I concluded that sperm cells were not identified on the penile swabs.
She didn't even let him nut
And
before she whacked
Those
No
are all
nut,
is that
yeah.
all of the screening tests that you did prior to DNA analysis?
Sad.
For bodily fluids, yes.
And just to confirm, you do that prior to the DNA analysis?
Can you imagine going into the afterlife with blue balls?
Subsequently,
Horrible.
did you then perform DNA analysis on the items that you received?
Yes, I did.
Just briefly, before we go into those specifics, can you describe for the jury what DNA is?
Yes, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is the genetic material that is present in all living organisms. It is the blueprint that codes for all structures and functions within our body. DNA is inherited, so you receive half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father.
And
Shadbarian.
why is DNA a valuable tool in criminal investigations or in identifying potential individuals?
And so DNA is valuable because different people to compare DNA profiles taken from items of evidence to DNA standards that are taken from known individuals to see if those profiles match or not.
And what are the common sources of DNA that we can find in the human body?
DNA is found in nearly every cell of the body. Bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva are very good sources of DNA. So if those bodily fluids are present, I would generally expect to find DNA as well. DNA can also be found in other
I'm muted
cells
too.
such as
Nice.
skin
That's
cells
awesome.
that are
That's
commonly
really cool
left behind
that I
on
muted
touched
myself.
items.
That's really cool.
Is the DNA from a particular
Well, anyways,
person
I
the
intentionally
same
muted myself because I
throughout their
wanted to say
body
that
despite the source of that DNA?
Yes,
I try not to
regardless
curse.
of which specific source or bodily fluid your DNA comes from, your DNA will be the same throughout your body.
We'll jump after this witness.
Now, turning back to the DNA analysis that you conducted.
I want to go back to
in
Joe,
this
but he
case,
was
can
away.
you first describe the autosomal STR DNA
Chandler's doing
analysis
fine.
that you conducted in this case?
We're going to briefly cut in on Samuel Tarley's DNA explanation here to hit Mike Morrison. The guys in
Okay.
the lab came to me and I said, sure.
So, and yes, Bangkok Bros at the exact same time. So if you want to tune in for that, make sure to tune in for that. Let's get legal. Let's see if
Most
Joe's
everybody
back
else
here.
will have different
we'll watch Joe here for a
DNA
second.
profiles, and that allows us to compare DNA profiles taken from items of evidence.
Yeah, they're balling over there on
to,
legal license.
DNA standards
Support
that
your
are taken
support your
from
favorite
known
law tuber,
individuals to see if those profiles match.
whoever that may be.
What are the common sources of DNA that we can find in the human body?
DNA is found in nearly every cell of the body. Bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva are very good sources of DNA. So if those bodily fluids are present, I would generally expect to find DNA as well. DNA can also be found in other cells such as skin cells that are commonly left behind on touched items.
Is the DNA from a particular person the same throughout their body despite the source of that DNA?
Yes, regardless of which specific source or bodily fluid your DNA comes from, your DNA will be the same throughout your body.
Now, turning back to the DNA analysis that you conducted in this case, can you first describe the autosomal STR DNA analysis that you conducted in this case?
Could you please clarify your question?
Sure. Well, what is autosomal STR DNA as opposed to other types of DNA like YSTR? Now, turning back to the analysis.
Yes, so at our lab, we have two different types of DNA analysis.
Okay, so we
available to
have
us.
two super
The
chats.
more common one is referred to
49
as
says,
autosomal
Robert says, you'd all be
STR
welcome over at
DNA
the Experts channel.
analysis.
Stephen Gonzi says, come on over.
Autosome-
I am not coming
autosomal
over,
refers
but
to
I will
the
stream
DNA
snipe
that
you. So to
everybody
get
will
you
have,
over to
both
the Expert
males
stream.
and
All right, so I
females.
will
Everybody has
I will
23 pairs of
show the
chromosomes in their
Expert
body.
stream
22
right
of those are
now.
referred to as autosomal
Hold on, these guys.
chromosomes. And the last pair
This
are
guy did this, but I think right now they're streaming over here. So let me show this and show these guys. Hopefully they don't whip any dicks out
refers
live.
to the
but
DNA that
we're
everybody
here.
will have, both males and
All right,
females.
he's jumping over to us right now.
Yeah, there we
everybody
go.
has
So we're over here on the
23
Expert channel,
pairs of
sniping
chromosomes in
these
their
guys. I have no idea who the
those
fuck
are
any of these
referred to
people
as
are, but hey, there we go.
chromosomes.
Hey, legal
The
mindset.
last
Welcome.
pair are referred to as
MLS looks completely different.
So males will have an X
Broken
and
Baker.
Y sex chromosome.
I don't know who
and
Yaya
females
Warrior
will have
Sisterhood
two
is.
X
Volster. I don't know any of these guys, but we'll hang out here because they
When we
super chatted me,
perform the
and I'm a
legal
horse.
mindset
So I do some money.
analysis,
Warrior Sisterhood here in the
generate a
middle.
DNA
She
profile
knows
from
Taylor
any
Schabusiness.
DNA that's
Oh,
Legal
cool.
mindset, as seen on Rakeda.
As seen on Rakeda.
The other option available to us is YSTR testing.
we get some
YSTR
estrogen
testing
up here?
generates a DNA profile.
We got
only
Volstorm.
from the Y
Ha, 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 ha.
So since only males have
Oh
a
no,
Y
women are
chromosome,
talking
and
during the
females
stream.
have
Uh-oh.
that
Oops, it's a
YSTR
problem.
testing
Red
will
flag for the
essentially
stream.
ignore any female DNA that's present
had
in
all
the
the females
sample
we need.
and only
MLS has gone
generate
casual.
a
I like
profile
casual
from male
MLS. I
DNA
like him
that's
better in
present.
casual than in the
This is
than the
very
suit.
helpful
I
in
think he needs to.
samples in
I think he
which
needs to
there's
use
a
this
lot of
vibe
female
more than the
DNA
suit. The
and a
suit is
very
like
small amount
kind of
or
like
relatively
douchey and
small amount
pretentious.
Trying
This
to
is like
take
very
a legal
real.
mindset. I have no idea what's been going on. in
So
the
if
last
that
couple
male
of
DNA
Oh, she's not cuckoo for
is
Cocoa
relevant to the
Puffs.
case,
She plays the part well.
perform this YSTR test.
Yeah, so we've now collected all the
try to help
Pokemon.
us
We've
determine
collected all of them. And we got like a Mew.
She's just thinking about this really funny joke she did.
Now, unlike autosomal
3 attorneys,
DNA
a local, and a
profiles,
Denmark guy. Yeah, that's
Y
a recipe.
STR
This
profiles
is
are
the
not
probably the
as
limit
discriminating because
of
they are
chat
not
size
unique
because
to any one
there's I
Did you
don't
talk
know if you
about
guys
the
see, but
mixture of
there's
the cocktail yet?
there's
Related-
5
or,
people.
well, most
This is a
males
lot
will
to
generally
stream.
have different Y
Only that there was
profiles.
no semen
It is
on the
possible
penile
that
swabs,
unrelated males
so
could just
it was
happen to
done
share the same Y
post-mortem.
profile by chance. And we do expect that all
That's just a
paternally
bad girl.
related
I'm
male
covering it.
relatives,
Yes,
so
welcome,
male
Legal
Mindset.
relatives
Thank you so
will
much.
have some
Appreciate
type of
y'all.
relationship.
There's
We
Follow
just
policies
find
and
that they would
procedures.
also share the same Y profile as well.
So prior to doing your DNA analysis in this case, is there something that you need to do to prepare the samples to be analyzed?
Yes, so once I have my item of evidence.
Well,
I
these
will
guys are
take
doing a
my
good job of not
sample
talking. I
for
actually am really
DNA
impressed.
I want to know
analysis
what
and
legal
then
mindset's
extract
think,
or
but I
release the
believe this
DNA
guy
that's
lives in his
present
mother's
in
basement
that
as well.
sample. This is done by adding some water with some
This guy definitely
chemicals
lives in his
and
mother's
heating it
basement.
up in order
dad's
to break
suit.
If they're
open the
asking, does this guy live in his mother's basement? The question is
You have
yes.
this
Purify
German
the
toys
DNA
called
sample
Playmobil in
by
the
removing
US.
everything else
By the
that's
way,
not DNA.
whose
Yeah,
chat simps the hardest? It's definitely Nick's.
Every one of those
Extract, I will
figures
then
have.
quantify
Nick's definitely won that.
sample to see how much DNA is present. If there is a sufficient amount of DNA present in that sample, we will then try to generate a DNA profile. And depending on how much total human DNA or male DNA that's present in the
This is
sample,
the
we will then
boring
choose
part of the
at that point
testimony.
whether we
Come on, we're
Yeah.
talking about
to
semen.
generate
What's
Yeah,
boring
this
about
is
that?
so boring. We got to go through all the
See, this is the part where you
all
gotta
the
have some, you gotta have
foundational
some
stuff,
humor.
where,
You
where
know?
they gathered it
Individual
from, how
items
it
in this
works,
case.
how they compiled
Did
the
you note
profiles, and all this stuff.
items that
I just want to
appeared to
cut to the
be
chase
sort of,
and whose
what we
DNA is
might
on
call,
which
standards
marital
for
aid.
the
That's what I want to
individuals that
know.
were involved in this case.
Yes, I
which
did.
marital
And
aid?
which items were those?
So item A was a buccal swab standard reportedly from
This is
Taylor
like
Schabusiness.
prime
A
content.
buckle swab is a
Like,
swabbing of the inside of
Gone are the
somebody's
days of
cheek.
15 law
was
tubers
there.
in a stream. Yeah, but
We know
that-
he
those,
was there.
DNA from
those
that
were
person's
horrible
mouth.
streams. The Legal Bites streams were
We then
horrible.
process
I
that
never
buckle
want to
We
see
know they
anyone
left
again.
together.
Manner is an item of evidence.
Because there were too many
Generate a
people.
Part
DNA
of them.
profile,
Hot-
and we use
hot-
that DNA profile as that person's DNA profile for the purpose of comparisons. I also received oral swabs, item D. Those oral swabs were from
Joe does have a lot of ladies. Yes, Joe's
She
good with
just
the
wants
ladies.
to
Were
get
you able
back
to
to the
develop single
show
source
the
profiles
body
for
parts
both
so I can see what I
item
did.
D1 and item D1?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yes,
Yeah,
I was.
yeah. You
What is
know
a single
Schabusiness
source
from her
profile?
childhood.
So when we generate a DNA
Yep.
profile, that DNA profile
Yeah.
will either be single source or from just one
You've
individual.
hung out with her?
Or it could be a mixture
No,
of
no, no,
DNA.
no, no. She was
So that DNA
friends with
profile
my
could
older
have
son.
DNA from multiple
Well,
individuals.
she was
yeah,
friends
that's right.
with
She
her
lived in my
son.
Those
neighborhood. She lived in my neighborhood, and
All right, well that's creepy.
Typically, single source
Into her house.
profiles
Could have been your son.
are easier
Caught her
as
we can just do a
Mama
direct
Yaya.
comparison between that single source profile and
That's
the
me.
profile from the DNA
Did she always act like
standards
that,
in order
though?
to see if they are consistent.
Nick
with each
does.
other or not.
Nick, I will say, Nick saying
Once
Nick
you
looked
develop
bored as
those,
fuck during
single
depth.
source
He
profiles,
was.
This is not the
presumably both
tailoring.
for
He was.
Schabusiness and Shadtherian. Did you then conduct comparisons
But
for?
and I felt bad for
Our
Nick, but at the
parents
same
still
time,
around?
like
That's
we all
one
got to do our own
question I
thing, right?
And
Her mom
specifically as it
died when
relates
she
to item
was
B1,
young,
what
and her
was
dad was
item
just
B1?
sentenced to 12 years in jail last
Item
week
B1.
for
So
essaying
back up a little bit.
his
Item
stepsister,
B were
his
the right
stepdaughter.
hand swabs from Taylor
And
Schabusiness. When I took
Her
a
brother
sample from that swab,
passed away
I
last
just cut a
year in a
little bit of the
motorcycle
swab
accident.
off for DNA
Crazy.
analysis.
He's
That
got
cutting
no
from the
family
swab
left.
was called item B1
Kind of
for
a-
the purposes of tracking
Sad.
with the system.
I mean, but was her childhood
item
normal,
B1
or
is also
was she a
from the
problem
right
child?
swabs from Taylor's business.
No, she had a very hard
And what did your
childhood.
analysis, what
Like I
was the
said, her
results of
mom
your
died
analysis
when
with
she was
respect
really
to that
young.
item B1?
Her dad
Thank you, Lydia on Sky. We're gonna keep pushing it.
her.
Doing different stuff like this. If you guys like this, smash the like button when you come through.
Real heavy
Smash it real
at
quick.
At least one of those
13.
three individuals
Smash
was
it like Taylor.
Was very promiscuous.
Not like
At
Taylor.
that point, I analyzed this.
Taylor is
DNA
excited about this.
using
Look at her face.
a
She's
computer
excited.
program called StarMix.
The pretrial motions talked about her
StarMix
mental health
is a
commitment.
tool
Do you
that
know
we use
anything
in our lab
about
to
that?
help us
Were
interpret
you
DNA mixture profiles.
made
I like
aware
the
of that?
expert's shades. He's got good
Burns by
good
studying
I only
the
know what
DNA
I've
mixture
heard
by
on
trying to
TV.
determine the most likely
I can only
individual contributor
assume
profiles that
that
when
That's
mixed
fine.
together
We don't want to
can
assume. I was
explain
just
the
wondering
behavior
if
that
you.
we observed or that we detected
No,
from the
she
item.
was
Friends.
not
At the end of the
mentally stable.
interpretation, what we
Uh,
have
I
is a
mean,
list of the most likely
I
individual
guess heck,
profiles that
really,
can explain this mixture.
I don't know how to explain
Once
it.
we have that
It's-
list, we will then compare the DNA profiles from the people thought
When
to
she
be involved
was
in the
at my
case.
house, she
Hit
was
the like
normal.
button
Let's
if you
just say
think you
that.
can
They
fix
do have one of
Taylor.
those
No matter
possible
whether you think you
profiles.
can fix her
If they
with a
do not
date
have
or
Yeah,
fix her
those
with a
David
lethal
about
injection.
theory about why
excluded
she
as a
attacked
possible
Jolly.
contributor to the mixture, meaning
Oh,
that
because
DNA mixture
Jolly
cannot be
is a
modeled
public
using
Bolstrom says the
defender.
meds
DNA
may be wearing off. It
profile.
happens to all of us,
Therefore,
buddy.
their
He
DNA
was
is not
also her
present.
father's
If
um,
He looks like the leader.
is
public
Right.
defender on his
He's T1000. The
SA
expert is actually
charges
T1000.
against her
likelihood
stepsister.
ratio.
When
What
she
that likelihood ratio
when she
is
was younger,
a
her
level of
grandparents would
support
let
for the
her
strength of the
file
comparison.
charges against her
Essentially, the
dad.
higher the likelihood ratio
And a
is,
couple of years
the more
ago, she
support there
did
is
file
that that person's
charges
DNA
against her
is
dad.
present
It
in the
was
mixture.
thrown out of
And the
court.
lower the number is,
But
the more
Jolly
support
was
there would be
the
that that person's DNA is
public
not present in the mixture.
defender for
So for
her
this
dad
particular
too, and I
sample, the
think
How many
right-hand
leaders
swab
of
just
cum
didn't
were
want-
located at
I
the?
analyzed
At the same
this,
time,
assuming
she
a
didn't want the same
three-person
public
mixture
defender
using StarMix.
defending her
I
as
also
her
assumed
dad,
the
so I think
presence
she
of
just hauled off
DNA
and
from
smacked him
Taylor
to get him off her
Schabusiness.
case.
Since this was a swab from her hand,
That makes more
we would
sense
expect to find DNA from
than
her.
acting crazy.
It
or
did
something.
also appear
But
that her DNA
apparently she
was
did also
present in
flash
the
the
mixture.
judge.
So when I
I mean,
analyzed this,
why wouldn't you flash the
mixture,
judge?
essentially I told that computer
Yeah,
program
she
that
did?
one of those three contributors is
Apparently,
Taylor
I-
Schabusiness, so then
There's
it
no
would
like stream of
model
it
I
or
didn't hear
anything,
that.
but that's what's been told.
I can fix
You
your
believe that?
business.
You said-
Once we had that,
I said I didn't hear that.
and made the
Oh,
comparison.
that's what
I know
I've
she
heard.
split
Criterion,
people off.
I found
I know
that
she
it is
split
at least
people
1
off.
quadrillion
You're welcome,
times more
Steve.
likely to
Laughing
observe
now.
this DNA mixture profile.
And I was going to ask you too,
if
the
it is a
gentleman that was
mixture
sitting behind her
resulting from
yesterday.
Taylor
Do you know who
Schabusiness
he is
and
by chance? Do you
Schabusiness
recognize him?
Nope.
and one other
I
person.
asked my son, both
And
of
if it
my
were a
kids,
mixture
and they don't
resulting
know
from
who he
Taylor
is either.
Schabusiness and two random unknown
It could be an
people.
uncle for all I
That
know. Is
provides
he the same
very
guy?
strong
Oh, he's not
support
back
for
there today.
inclusion.
He's not there today. No.
Or
Just
very
wondering.
strong support.
Or it could have
that
been
DNA
just
from
a
Shadtherian is
Just
present.
someone
homeless
random.
person or something. I don't know.
No,
Homeless person. I
The
love
way
it.
in which you report this data.
Yes, I love
Why
that.
can't he
That's-
just be a spectator? Why has he got to be homeless?
Okay, now they're talking
Just
a
because
lot.
he's
He has
eating his
this-
hands.
I was just
Tell someone
But again,
that
this
I
is
would
very
say that
lively.
yesterday he had the
Downtown.
hot dog
is
cart.
present, that it is the source of DNA, or does
The hot
lab
dog cart,
always
yeah.
report it out as
Oh,
a
yeah,
ratio
yeah, the
like
hot
this when
dogs.
you have a mixture?
And he was
Well,
going to town on
expert,
that.
I better go check on
the
my
type of
own
mixture
stream.
and
So
how
thank you for having me on.
Broken Baker,
Hi,
man.
Baker. Everyone
We
check
gotta
out
hang
the
out
Broken
when-
Baker. Danish
Yes, I
layman,
read him
a professional
pinned.
juror in Denmark. He's got some streams. They're very cool.
Yeah.
Yes, you are pinned at the top of the chat.
Is there any way to sort
Thank
of
you so much.
quantify for the jury?
Thanks,
And,
Baker.
How big
Is
is
Baker
you-
the next one to get to 1,000? We're trying to push.
Josh?
One
No,
half
I'm
million
way,
would be
way
one
back.
followed
I'm
by
down
15
at like
zeros.
410 or something.
It's also
We need to get you up there.
1,000
You got some good
trillion.
stuff.
Yeah, I have over
Now,
4,000
was
hours.
that
Why don't people subscribe to
one
me?
quadrillion,
Oh,
at
and
least
I
one
just wanted
Go
to
subscribe
say,
to these folks. Go subscribe to
if you follow
Expert,
smaller
Volstrom,
No,
Sisterhood,
the numbers
Baker,
can go
MLS.
much
if
higher.
you can
All
unsub
these
because I
guys.
was
And Caitlin,
unsubscribed
actually,
to
Caitlin's supposed to
left
come
it
stream
on.
with me at some point. So
Lol,
Just to
left it
keep
lol.
that number
So just
down
check
in a-
because
in
YouTube
a
has
range
been
that's more recognizable.
going around with the unsub button again.
good to have everybody supporting
See you
each
all
other
later.
and subbing to each other's
Bye,
channels
Baker.
because that's the
Yeah,
only
see
way
you,
we're going to
Baker.
grow.
Thanks for stopping by, man.
That's higher than
All right, let's shuffle over.
That's correct.
As they're shuffling, let's shuffle as well over here to some other channels here. Let's see how Jeff is doing on his channel right now because we've been bumping
Male
around.
profile, so just a DNA profile from one male individual. I then compared that male profile to the profiles I developed from the standards in this case, and I found that that profile is consistent with the profile from Shad Therian. Now, anytime we make a direct comparison between two profiles and find that they are consistent with each other, I perform a statistical analysis on the evidentiary profile in order to estimate roughly how rare or how common that profile is in the general population. If that profile is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion individuals, with 7 trillion being roughly 1,000 times the world's population, if that profile is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion, I will state that that individual is the source of that DNA. So for this particular sample, the swab from the blade, that single source male profile, I concluded that Shad Therian is the source of that DNA.
And item E, is that a test that you, or is that a swab that you also did a presumptive test for blood on?
Yes, that test was positive for the presumptive test for blood.
Moving on to item F, what sort of testing was conducted on item F?
Item F was a swab from red substance inside of a box. I developed a 2-person mixture, so two different people contributed DNA to that mixture. At least one of those two was male. For this particular mixture, one of those individuals contributed the vast majority of DNA to the mixture. The DNA profile from that one male individual who contributed the vast majority of DNA to the mixture.
Yeah, a lot of mixture of DNA there.
I then compared that major male contributor profile to the profiles from the DNA standards, and I concluded
Tweety,
that Shad
I'm really
Therian
liking
is
this
the
too because it
source
keeps me engaged because I
major
switch
male
around and I see how different people are covering it and also
There
what
was
their
a
chat
minor
is like, what
contributor
they're
as
like.
well.
So
However, the amount of
pretty good.
DNA that we detected from that minor contributor was very low, and it was not suitable for comparisons.
That the idea that there might be a minor contributor that is contributes such a small amount of DNA to a
Yes,
mixture,
that is a
is that
small
something that you
amount
encounter
of
regularly
small
in your
load.
DNA analysis?
Small load.
Yes, we do.
Just generally, how is it possible that small amounts of DNA can be found on swabs of certain items? How do we transfer our DNA from one place to another?
Object calls for speculation, Foundation, Your Honor.
Coom is how we do it. Full on coom.
So just to clarify, are you asking like how DNA transfer occurs?
Correct.
You comb. Yeah, exactly.
So
Jeff is right
when
there.
we
You
think
comb.
of DNA
Like, that's
transfer, we
exactly
tend to
how
think of it in terms of primary transfer and secondary DNA transfer.
So semen is by coming. Yes.
So primary transfer would be the direct transfer of DNA to an object. So if I handle
By the way,
an
an
object,
object
such as
includes
my water bottle
woman.
here, some of my
Necrophilia is not
DNA
hot.
might transfer to the
But
water
yet, look,
bottle
she's
through
smiling.
that direct
This is how you know.
contact.
Look at her. She's
That would be primary
smiling
transfer.
when she says it.
Secondary transfer is also
She is
possible, in
smiling
which
when she
DNA
says
is
it.
transferred through an intermediary object to an object that I never directly handled. So if some of my DNA is on this water bottle and it comes into contact with another object, it is possible that some of my DNA might transfer to that second object, even though I never had any direct contact with it.
In that DNA transfer that you talked about what is possible, does DNA always transfer when someone handles an item?
She had to
No,
go
not
off camera because
necessarily.
she's laughing too hard and enjoying it.
There are a number of things that can influence how much, if any, DNA is transferred. But just because an object is handled, that doesn't necessarily mean that enough DNA will transfer for us to be able to detect.
Gotta have a
It
lot of
can
Tankrat in the
vary by
house.
the person
Tankrat
as
just
well.
gives you
Two
20
different
legal
people
vices
can handle
memberships.
an
Gotta
object
have a lot
with
of
the same
DNA.
amount of time,
A
and
super
we might
shout
only
out.
detect
Thanks.
DNA
If you were
from
one of the
and
people
not
that
the
got
other.
a legal
I think
vices
you mentioned
membership.
burned
earlier
her.
certain
I got her.
substances
Thank you,
like blood,
Tankrat.
semen,
Oh, she's
saliva
watching me on her phone?
tend to be
No.
good conveyors of DNA. Is that true?
That's correct. Bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva are very good sources of DNA.
So in
Her head
are you
shook, but her
familiar with
mouth
the term
smiled.
touch DNA?
Yes.
What does that generally refer to?
Touch DNA generally refers to DNA that is transferred to an object through touch or through skin cells that are left behind on that object during
I love the different dimension
And
to this.
generally, if we were to compare touch DNA as opposed to the transfer of the bodily fluids that we suggested earlier, which are more effective at transferring DNA from one place to another?
Typically, bodily fluids would have more DNA than touch DNA, but of course, it could depend on how much bodily fluids there are, or how much touch DNA
I'm
is.
sure Flux does. I'm sure Flux.
Thank you.
does.
After that educational aside, I'll transfer back to the report, and I would ask you to discuss item G in the analysis that you conducted on item G.
I make sure to
Item G
bring the
was
DNA cleaning
swabs
kit.
from a
you
red
know?
substance on a bedroom light switch. I developed a 3-person mixture, and at least
A
2 of those
3-person
3
mixture, that's
individuals
kinky.
were male. And I analyzed this assuming 3 individuals using star mix. When I compared the DNA profile from Taylor Schabusiness to this mixture, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and 2 other people than if it were a mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people. This provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Taylor Schabusiness is present in the mixture.
Very behind.
I then compared the DNA profile from Schabusiness and also found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Schabusiness and 2 other people than if it were a mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people. This also
Definitely
provides
don't want the
very strong
randos.
support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from Schabusiness is present in the mixture.
And then
Wait,
moving
what?
to item H. What was
Speaking of
item
DNA,
H?
that reminds me, I sent a streamer a PO box full of coyote urine.
What's your theory?
So
Wait,
item
what?
H was the sweatpants.
And you're saying it was
that I
not
examined
Nick,
in this
but
case.
And what did you do?
was it Vice's?
Right
To
before
then
this happened.
further evaluate those sweatpants prior to doing DNA analysis.
I examined the sweatpants looking for staining that appeared reddish brown color. That could be blood. I did observe staining, reddish brown staining on the sweatpants. And I ended up taking 4 different samples from 4 different reddish brown stains.
And again, did you do presumptive testing for blood on that item? H?
Yeah, yes, I did. All 4 of those stains were positive for the, or they were presumptively
Legal
positive.
mindset's been
So
sniping.
presumptive
So let's see
testing
if
for
we can
blood
get
was
his.
positive
Let's
on
see if
the
we can get a stream demonetized for smoking.
And 4 different
Yeah, no, it's not going to happen.
swabs
It's not
that you
going to happen,
generated,
Jeff.
then we'll take
Because here's
those.
what's going to happen. I'm going to go over to a wholesome Jew. I'm just going to go over here, and
mixture.
you know,
I then compared the DNA
watch a nice
profile from
wholesome
Schabusiness
Jew.
and also found
Speaking
that
of which,
it
we
is
haven't checked in
at
on
least
Kurt.
1
Let me make sure I've
quadrillion
got
times more
our
likely to observe that
uncivilians
DNA mixture
represented. So
profile
let me make sure that
if
Kurt
it is
has
a
not
mixture
jumped.
resulting from Schabusiness
And he is still
and 2
hanging
other
in there.
people than if it were a mixture.
And Kurt did an
resulting from
AM
3
PM
random
sort of
unknown
thing.
people.
So we're gonna check in
This
on
also
little Kurty
provides
boy.
very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA from
Kurt,
Schabusiness is
doing
present.
all right. The uncivilians are definitely coming through on
Quadrillion
this one.
times more
Moving
likely.
to item H. What was item H?
So
item H was the sweatpants that I examined in this case.
good logic is very
And what
wholesome.
did you do,
He is not going to be
to
pulling out
then
anything other than
further
vape.
Evaluate those sweatpants prior to doing DNA
It
analysis.
really could just be meth.
I examined the sweatpants looking for
Trazodone.
staining
Meth and
that appeared
trazodone
reddish brown color.
combos supposedly
That could be
really
blood. I did observe staining, reddish brown staining on the sweatpants. And I ended up taking 4 different samples from 4 different reddish brown stains.
And again, did you do presumptive testing for blood on that item? H?
Yeah, yes, I did. All
think
4
they're
of
going
those
in order.
stains were
This is
positive
done
for the,
chronologically.
or they were
From when the
presumptively
head is
positive.
first
So presumptive
discovered,
testing for blood was positive on those sweatpants.
911
Good
call.
logic is always wholesome.
And
It's very
4
wholesome.
different swabs that you generated.
Yeah, smoking does
then we'll take
demonetize.
those one by
Searching the
one. Can you
scene.
first address
Signing Taylor.
item
I believe it
H1
does.
in the analysis you conducted on H1?
Not that I care. I showed a
Item H1
dildo.
was the
Processing the evidence.
first
I think-
sample I took,
think
a
they're just
swabbing
done
of a
chronologically.
reddish brown stain on
That
the
still can mean
right
it's not
leg of
finished
the
labs.
sweatpants. I developed a 2-person mixture. One of those 2 appeared to be
This
male.
whole thing just seems to be.
I was
not
one of those
chaotic.
individuals
It's not like a
contributed
jumping
more
security here.
DNA than
It
the
also
other,
has
and I was
So
able to
these are the people that are
determine
streaming.
a major female
Vices,
contributor, which
Nick,
again is that
Joe,
DNA profile from that
uh,
one
Uncivil,
individual
Kurt,
because
and
this
now
was
me,
from
but just
H1.
today. This is,
DNA is
I'm just
supposed to be
sampling
gonna catch us
everything.
And
They're
I
short
concluded
of
that Taylor
fucking
Schabusiness is the source of that major female contributor DNA.
I don't think it'll demonetize after
I was
the 2
also
hour.
able to determine a minor.
Well, it
male
also depends on what you're
contributor DNA
smoking. If
profile,
it's marijuana, then yes.
and I concluded that shadtherion
So
is
it's a
the
bong, it
source
will.
of that minor male DNA, so the lesser contributor of DNA to the mixture.
Yeah, and did you conduct a similar analysis on item H2?
Yes, item H2 was a swabbing of a reddish-brown stain on the left leg of the sweatpants.
I'm all about sampling, you know?
I again developed a
little bit of
two-person
Alaska's,
mixture.
a little bit of the Korean barbecue,
those two
a little bit of
was
whatever the
male.
fuck they eat in Minnesota.
I was able
What
to
do they eat
determine
in
a major
Minnesota? I have
female
no clue.
contributor, and I concluded that Taylor Schabusiness is the source of that major female contributor DNA. I was also
A
able
little bit
to
of Texas
determine
barbecue
a
and
minor
whiskey
male
if it's
contributor,
Kurt.
and I concluded that shadtherion is the source of that minor male contributor DNA.
And again, those source attributions,
Science. It's gonna
is
be-
that because
it's
it's
gonna be kind of
more than 1 in 7
dry.
trillion times more likely that it would be them than some other person?
So that 7 trillion number is not a likelihood ratio. It's a different type of stat.
That's
so it's
a Biden economy right there.
So the probability of
Afternoon
randomly
thunderstorms
selecting
rolling in,
an
any
How much
real
Biden
Florida
plans
man.
on
I know
spending
about
in the
that.
next quarter of a
You know.
year.
From the
That's where
population
I got the
in
7
general,
trillion number from.
that probability is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion.
More rare than 1 in
The
7 trillion.
probability
That's
of randomly selecting a profile that would match that evidentiary profile by chance.
Now moving to
we need to
item
get him on
H3,
that-
which is the
on
third
that
swap
8 ball
from
of
the
Coke in the White
sweatpants.
Oh, he's
you
oh no!
conduct a
Now
similar
we're gonna get
analysis.
demonetized because freaking Joe
result
has to
ended up
mention
being a little
Hunter
bit different,
Biden.
is that right?
See, Joe
Yes,
just
this one
has
was
to
a
make
little
it
bit
political.
different.
He just
I-
has to
again,
make it political.
I developed a
He can't hold
two-person
back.
mixture. At
He's
least
so
one of those
MAGA. He
two
can't
appear
hold
to be
back.
Male. For this particular mixture, I analyzed.
Thank you again,
using
Leprechaun
star
Gold, for the
mix.
super chat, $100. Thank you so much,
assuming
keeping me
a
tracking
two-person mixture.
with the premium grifters
When I
out there.
compared
Thank
the
you so
DNA
much
profile from Taylor
for that.
Schabusiness,
Appreciate your
I found
support.
that
Appreciate
it is
you
at
guys
least 1
supporting the
quadrillion
chat
times more
and
likely
helping out
to observe
here
that DNA mixture profile
in
if
the
it is
chat.
a mixture
Thank you so
resulting
much.
from Taylor Schabusiness and one other person.
Jewel was
than
just
if it were
banned.
a
Ooh.
mixture resulting from 2 random unknown people. This provides very strong support.
Hundy.
For
Oh, let me do a
inclusion
little
or
chart
very
for
strong
that. Here you
support
go.
that DNA from Taylor Schabusiness is present in the mixture.
For the Hundy. Thank you so much.
And then compared the DNA profile from shadtherion and also found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from shadtherion and one other person than if it were a mixture resulting from 2 random unknown people. That also provides very strong
Randos
support
are
for
much
inclusion
different.
or very strong support that DNA from shadtherion is present in the mixture.
Yeah, Taylor Denise
Mr.
Coronado
Scott, can
changed
you
her legal
explain
name
why
to
with this
Schabusiness.
Two-person mixture, you used the star mix to conduct your analysis as opposed to the sorts of source attributions that you did with the previous.
Joe is nuclear MAGA.
Yes,
That's
with
true.
the,
He's dark
with
MAGA.
The previous 2 mixtures, there was enough of a difference in the amount of DNA that was contributed by both, in which I was able to easily determine the profile from the major contributor and the minor contributor. With this third swabbing, the swabbing of the reddish brown stain on the left leg, H3, there wasn't as clear of a difference between the contributions of DNA between those 2.
And then the final swabbing of the sweatpants item H4.
Yeah, it's true. It is BS that you can drink, but you can't smoke weed. But that's just how it is. But I know that like
Item
some people get
H4,
away with it. But just
another
because you get away with
swabbing
it doesn't
of a
mean
reddish
that
brown
like
stain on the right leg
if
of the
you
sweatpants.
like other people get caught, get
I developed
demonetized.
a single
Videos
source
talking about
male
even
profile,
legal weed and cannabis
and I
laws.
concluded that
Those
shadtherion
get
is the source
age
of that
restricted.
DNA.
Hardcore age restricted.
Move on to then item I1. What
All
item?
right, so she's
or
drenched.
What was
in
item
shad
I,
blood.
and then
Like, you
tell
get
us what
so
item
ticky-tacky.
I1 is.
Like,
So
it's
item
blood
I
and
was
cum?
The penile swabs from shadtherion.
everyone takes a beating once
Item
in a while.
I1 is the cutting that I took from that swab for the purposes of
Should we rotate? Should we go next?
And what sort of analysis did you
All
then
right.
conduct on that item?
I developed a single source male profile, and I concluded that shadtherion is the
Okay,
source of that
so
DNA.
I
And
think if
with
we're going to go to the
respect
next one,
item J, what is that item?
we'll go
Item J was a swab
to
from a
our
dildo.
boy here. Is he
And what sort of analysis did you
showing
conduct
up?
on
We
that
gotta
item?
connect this up here. Let's
I developed
pause this. Go over here to uncivil. Uncivil law.
That DNA.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What is Kurt doing? Kurt looks
And
like
with
Ethan Ralph
respect
right now.
to,
What is going on
item
right now?
J, what is
Kurt.
that item?
Kurt, no
Item
glasses.
J
Kurt.
was a swab from a dildo.
This is an intervention.
Yeah, and what
Someone
sort of
super
analysis did you
chat
conduct
Kurt and
on
tell him to
that?
take off the glasses. Please.
I developed a 3-person mixture. At least one of those 3 individuals was male.
Please, Kurt.
And
no
I
glasses. It's
analyzed
weird.
that mixture using star
Kurt, you're not
mix,
playing poker.
assuming
Kurt,
3
I'm trying to help you. I'm
individuals.
trying to help you, my friend.
When I compared the DNA profile from Taylor
Ralph
Schabusiness,
Ralph
I found
Kurt.
that it is at
Is he
least 1
sleeping?
quadrillion times
Kurt
more
asleep?
likely to observe that DNA mixture profile
I think Kurt's
if it is a
asleep. Is Kurt
mixture
asleep?
resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and 2 other people than if it were a mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people.
Yeah, we need a randomizer.
That provides very strong support for inclusion or very strong support
Oh, he's
that
awake.
DNA
He's awake,
from
guys. He's
Taylor
awake.
Schabusiness is present in the mixture.
He's awake.
I then compared the DNA profile from Shad Therian.
He's conscious.
And I received an uninformative
He's
likelihood
big.
ratio.
Dude, that would be
So
awesome if Kurt
uninformative
was high. That would
just
be
means
hilarious.
that statistical values in that range have been observed both for individuals known to be in a mixture
He's got that
and
Texas
individuals
medical.
known to not be in a mixture. Therefore, no conclusion will be made regarding the presence of DNA from Shad Therian to that mixture. Essentially, there is no strong support that his DNA is there, and there's no strong support that his DNA is not there.
And then you mentioned, so does that summary that we went through, does that cover all
Stephen
of
Gosney's trying to whore me out,
autosomal
but I'm like,
STR
look, I gotta
DNA
see a super
analysis
chat. I
you
don't
conducted
see a
in this
super
case?
chat.
Yes, it is.
Your boy's not moving.
And you talked earlier about this, the
He's rocking the
YSTR.
it's not thug light.
DNA
It's like
and
the
conclusions that you.
like boating or something. Not even like
There is
almost shooting
YSTR
glasses,
DNA
but they're not
analysis that
shooting
can be
glasses.
done. Did you utilize that in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what
Oh,
items
Tavia,
did you
thank you
test
so much.
for,
Came here to hit the
using
like button,
YSTR
headed back to the next channel. Don't worry, we'll be covering Nick in a second.
So
if you
using
want to
that
see Nick.
YSTR method, I
Kurt is
tested
opening a
the
new
oral
window.
swabs from
Is he
Shad
seriously doing
Therian for
that?
use as a standard for comparisons.
Oh, that's nice.
And I also
I wonder where the
tested
very first
the
case
swab
was.
from the dildo.
Okay, well, Kurt may be passed out.
So
So
that
let's
swab
switch over
from
to
the dildo.
Let's switch over to Nick here. Let's see what Nick is doing right now on his chat. Nick was gone earlier, but he probably is back now. So
as well.
Okay, Nick is back.
And with respect to item J1, what was your YSTR testing conclusion?
I developed a mixture of at least 2 males. So at least 2 different males contributed DNA to
Two
this
different males.
mixture.
2 different males. Kurt,
This
sponsored by
mixture
Oakley.
is suitable for exclusionary purposes
That's
only.
gonna go.
So I cannot make an inclusionary statement, or I cannot say that somebody is consistent with the DNA in this mixture. I can only make comparisons, and if there are enough differences between the mixture and the individual standard, I might be able to say that that person's DNA is not present, so they would be excluded. Otherwise, if they cannot be excluded, they would be inconclusive. So for this,
Nick, sponsored by
comparison,
Field of
I
Greens. That's true.
compared the,
Field of this lady's
YSTR
green
profile
jacket.
from Shad Therian to this mixture.
Here, I'll come down.
From the swab from the dildo.
There you go.
And
No, I don't like that. I want to be on. I want to be equal to
possible
Ricada or
contribution
bigger
of
than
DNA
him.
from Shad Therian is inconclusive due to the complexity of the mixture.
But then again, it does enlarge it. Yeah, let me just go here because it enlarges everything.
Mr. Scott, the conclusions that you testified here to today and the conclusions that are contained in your report.
Can Kevin use his own DNA test?
Opinions,
I bet he has.
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
professional responsibility.
I believe so.
Responsibility? I mean, okay.
Holy nose!
I would move for the admission of the exhibit, Your Honor. I think it's 88.
Turning off the.
You gonna object
AC.
to it?
It's cute in
No.
Asia. Shot every time Nick says dildo? No, no.
88 will be received.
No further questions.
Nick is being sponsored by Promise Treatment Center.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Mr.
Ooh,
Scott,
cross.
Good
Nice.
afternoon. As to the testing and swabbing of the dildo item,
Nick
Gonna
is-
focus on the
Nick
fact
is
that
bored.
dildo, you can't
you cannot
actually use it
confirm whether or not
as inclusive.
Shad Therian's DNA is on that item.
Oh, Nick is out again. I don't want to cover somebody when they're gone. That's kind of lame.
Correct. He had an uninformative conclusion.
Kind of boring. We did Joe. Let's go back to Jeff.
Inconclusive conclusion.
Let's go back to Jeff. We'll go back to old faithful.
Oh,
He's got the doggo cam back.
Touched on
Look, here you go.
body.
His
DNA.
Likely that DNA would show up on that item.
Oh, sorry. I think one of these other ones.
DNA can transfer to an item. That's possible. However, it is also possible that
I had to pause. I had to pause that other one before I go here. All right, let's go here.
I was looking for any DNA that was present on the item.
Nick had to go get his ball though. Yes, true.
And sperm cells were not identified on the penile swabs.
So he's just the tester. He's not the swabber.
And that was item I, correct?
That's correct.
He tests orally.
Makes it a little better, I guess.
So when you do DNA testing, you just test whatever you're asked to test, correct?
Asked to test.
Typically, we do have the ability to choose
Jeff and
which
I have very
items
similar
that
senses
we
of humor. You can see why
want
Jeff
to
and I
test,
get along.
and occasionally, if a case has a probative result, we may not continue testing other items depending on the circumstances of the case. But in general, I would test most of the items that are submitted to me.
Okay. I know that you found some very strong support for inclusion as it results from the right and left hand swabs of Taylor Schabusiness, correct?
That's correct.
And basically, are you saying that you found DNA from Shadtherian on Ms. Schabusiness's hands? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there's very strong support that DNA from
Nick has to tell his
Shadtherian
chat why Baldo is better
present
than
on the
dildo. Yes,
swabs.
it's true.
Okay.
Jeff
Here's
is
his
my man.
cross-examination.
If people are hanging out,
Did you come to a conclusion whether or not there was
going out
any
for dinner
DNA
or
from
using drugs or
the
whatever they're
victim
doing,
on that dildo?
and they have physical
No.
contact
Okay, no
in some
further
way, shape, or
questions.
form, DNA can be transferred, correct?
That's possible, yes.
That's how you do it.
Yep.
Are you an attorney or something?
You did
Where do you think you
look
are?
at
that's happening.
swabs from the inside of a box, right?
That's correct.
That was item F1.
Correct.
And the major contributor to the inside of the box was Shadtherian, correct?
I think anyone in chat could do this guy's job better. than
That's
doing
correct,
it.
yes.
No DNA from Taylor Schabusiness was found in the box or around
Becoming
the box,
Southern law.
correct?
Okay, well, Southern.
So there was a minor contributor, however, it
Did
was
you-
not
did you
suitable for
swab Taylor
comparisons. That
Schabusiness's
could be
box?
from anybody, including Taylor Schabusiness.
Okay. If I just hypothetically speaking, if I picked up a box and put it in the back of my car or put it downstairs in the basement or wherever, would my DNA likely transfer to the box?
It's possible.
Item D1. You only grab there. Oh, that's good. Grant, stay loyal. Why are you cheating on me with vices?
When
I'm
you
joking.
refer
I'm
to
fucking with you.
a minor contributor, what is
These
that?
hoes ain't loyal.
Can you explain that for me?
They're not loyal to the guy who's
yeah, so
bouncing
in
around
a
every stream.
profile that has a major contributor and a minor contributor, the major contributor would just be the DNA
Six live
profile from
streamers,
that one person who
a half
contributed
dozen.
the most DNA
How
to the mixture.
many?
And the minor contributor would be the
Yes, you can be
profile
my.
from the person.
Steve
who
wants to be my
contributed the
love
lesser
broker.
amount of DNA to that
Yes, you can hoe me out. It's okay,
And,
but for money. For money, though, I do it
When
for
you
money.
talk about
Just to be very clear.
DNA being found, you're not necessarily saying it's blood, saliva, semen, or anything. You're just saying that it's DNA, correct?
Correct. Typically, when we generate these DNA profiles, they would typically be from any source of DNA that's present on the item, whether it's skin cells or blood or saliva.
It's a major contributor.
And hypothetically speaking, if I have people over to my residence and I have a get
Men are
together,
hoes. We are homemakers. Very true. Very true.
people touch the light switch.
Grant, I know you've been in
maybe
both
they
all
go
day.
back.
I'm messing with
If
you,
I
bro.
jammed a dildo in your mouth and up
does
your
that-
ass, would there
would
be a
their
DNA?
DNA
Jeff's
transfer
smoking in
to
his
the
room.
light switch?
He's in. Jeff's apartment is very
possible.
big. His
Is that
place is
how
actually very big.
sometimes you can have a two or multiple person mixture? Is that how that results?
If there's DNA from multiple individuals on the item, then there could be a mixture, yes.
He's asking about a hypothetical get together. What kind of get together are we
The classic
talking about
kind.
here?
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
No other questions. All right.
Sort of a small point of clarification, as it related to item F, which was the swab reportedly from a red substance inside a box.
We're being sniped again, apparently.
You didn't actually do that swab yourself, correct?
Correct. I received a swab from the law enforcement agency.
Oh, I love these guys. Love these guys.
And the swab
Southern
itself
Law
specifically
says,
denoted
great
that it was
stream
from a
sending
red substance
Gosney karma.
inside the
All right,
box,
well, since we got
Yes, that was
for
the
Samuel
information
Charlie.
that was given
since
to
we
me.
got one from
Typically, if you
Southern
saw that,
Law,
that would-
No, Your Honor, thank you.
we'll pop over
Thank you, sir.
here
You're excused.
to Southern Law and see how they're doing on that one. So I'll put this one up over here. We got
All right, I just
Southern
posted up
Law.
a Legal Mindset stream. He does have a great
Okay,
set
Space
of
Next Witness.
guests over there streaming
There
with
you
him.
go. We got Southern
following that
Law in the house. I don't know who this guy is or
hear
why
what
he
they're
has a
saying
bunch
since
of
I'm
books
listening
behind
to
him,
this,
but I think he's
Oh,
from North
now he has no stream
Kakalaki.
there, so we're in the
So,
metaverse at this point.
Yes, yes.
As I am
Welcome.
telling you that the Legal Mindset stream is fantastic and has great guests on it.
Good, awesome. Appreciate that.
And I
Appreciate
would
that.
know that even if it hadn't been recommended by Steve Gosney. But I mean, when is Steve Gosney wrong?
Steve Gosney is
I
not
haven't
wrong.
seen
He's
it.
rarely wrong.
This is the
Very rarely wrong. Oh, he's lagging here. I know what's going on. We're in a lag spike.
dude is talking me out of the death penalty. So
Yeah, he
it
actually
is
did
what
this.
it is.
He did the same thing for me. He talked me down on the death penalty, mostly out of the practicality of the death penalty and the it just being an impractical thing.
I gotta take logic and reason where it comes.
Steve has done that as well. He's kind of a pimp. What can I say?
So what's going on here? I'm in this meta chat now. It's like 500 dimensions
Yes.
deep.
Yes. I like it. He's got the books though. That's like he's like typical law background, but he's not dressed like a typical lawyer. I like that. Here, let me go under him so you
When
can
you're
show his
busting on
thing.
Steve over there, I don't know if it's me or Gosney, so that's good. So it could be either one of us or both of us. You can kill
No,
two
no,
birds
I'm
with
busting
one
on.
stone
I'm not
like
busting
that.
on Steve Gosney. He's a Florida man. I love Florida man.
Okay, we're right up here.
And I
ma'am.
love North Carolina. I love
before you
both
have a seat,
Eastern
Yeah, let's
and
show
Western
this
and
consider
Central
here.
barbecue. Pulled pork is
Crazy
good.
look.
Brunswick stew.
Extravaganza.
It's a good stuff.
Around the. There you go.
Little did I went to UNC Chapel Hill and I worked in Western North Carolina, so I spent a lot of time there, about almost 4 years, about 3 years, 3.5. in North Carolina.
Olivia Sassman.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Hi, Ms. Assman. How are you employed?
I currently work for
Oh, wait, maybe
DCI, the Division of
Legal
Criminal
Mindset was streaming
Investigations,
the other stream.
and I
Now
am
he's
the
streaming this
Evidence
stream.
Program
That's
Manager.
awesome.
DCI, is that a state agency?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, it is.
Who is this?
Did you previously have employment with a different state agency?
Yes, I used to work for the State Crime Lab in Madison.
Okay.
And
so
how are you
fix the
employed
banner.
with the crime lab?
I was an evidence specialist.
What does that mean?
That means that I receipted any evidence that came into the lab. I also released evidence once we were done testing it.
And can you describe the process, I guess, how the Wisconsin State Crime Lab receives
Okay,
items of
she is the evidence specialist.
Yeah, so law enforcement agencies can either submit evidence in person or they can mail it in through USPS, FedEx, UPS. And once we receive the evidence, we enter it into our laboratory information
Chat,
system.
who is
and
hotter?
we create a case.
Is it
Camera person zooming in so you
and
can
then,
see those
as
earrings.
part of the receipt process, is there also, documentation that's completed with respect to the condition of some of
dangle.
those items?
Yes. So agencies will send in a transmittal that lists all the items of evidence that they are submitting, and we provide them with the receipts. If there is something wrong with the evidence packaging, we will make a note of it on the receipts.
Okay, who's the hotter ginger, officer or the evidence specialist? It's up in the chat. Okay, well, it looks like it's a divisive
Fire
poll
this new
here.
banner up.
Very divisive poll.
See what kind of delay we're on here to the other channel. Oh, my scrolling comment is being covered by that.
So
scrolling
far, Specialist Ginger's winning. She's beating the officer. 57%. Would you allow her to collect your evidence? Sorry, I choose the cop. I'm biased. Hey, it's okay, Grant. It's okay. Listen, I know you're loyal. You're loyal. I get it.
Can this trial be moved to Texas?
That's why
I don't know that
internal
Texas is
investigations are
reliable
hard,
for
right?
The kind of penalty you want.
Her vocal
get what you're
uptick can be
saying.
fixed by legal mindset. Yes. I can fix her, guys. I can fix them both.
This is all very strange. All right, remember, guys, this is phase 1 for guilt.
Stephen and Stephen.
If they find her guilty here, which they will, unless the jury's insane, then they'll go to phase 2 to decide if she was insane. And that doesn't have to be unanimous, and it is her burden if it goes to phase 2.
Who looks crazier? That's a good one. Yes, we're still sniping. The cop was cuter.
Yes, I do.
Dangerous D is always the best D. All right.
That
well,
is a receipt of physical evidence.
But right now, Specialist Ginger's
And
winning,
is that a
58 to
form
42.
that's typically completed by
Specialist
the Wisconsin
Ginger is
State
winning.
Crime Lab as part of a receipt of
Specialist
evidence
Ginger
in
is
case?
safer.
Yes, this is the receipt that we provide to
The
law
jury
enforcement
can fix
agencies
it.
once we're done entering their case.
Okay. And I should have asked, you being employed with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, were you employed in that capacity in March and April of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And then with respect to Exhibit 89, does it indicate who from the lab would have
Hello,
received
Southern
the
Legal,
items of
Southern
evidence
Law.
that were submitted?
It said that I received them.
Okay.
We've
And is there
collected
also
all the
an
Pokemon.
area
A
to,
lot of
sign
Pokemon
and date
tonight.
that?
Yes.
What was the date of that receipt at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
March 10th, 2022.
Oh yeah, forget. There's a banner he's running. Let me show it here.
And
Legal Mindset
does
running a
it
nice
indicate
spicy
in,
chat on his channel.
It's meta
agency or
today. We're
guess
very
You're having
meta.
trouble staying awake after lunch.
Very
case
law
He's got
meta
it going.
today.
Yes, it does.
He's quiet.
What is
I
that?
like that. I like that. He's doing a good job here.
M22636.
And does the receipt indicate how the items were received by the crime lab?
It says they were received in person.
And then does it indicate who submitted them?
Nathan Kolinsky.
Is he with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, he is.
All right. And then how many items were received by the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
10 items.
Are those items A through J?
Yes.
All right. Are those items that kind of get designated by the crime lab?
Yes.
All right. And then, so basically, Exhibit 89 is a receipt that the crime lab received these items on that date.
Yes.
That's Southern.
Shout out to the
And I
lab for
think
hiring
earlier
people
you also
young enough who
mentioned
can
part
look
of
at
your
things close
responsibilities
and
were
far
also releasing
at the same
evidence.
time
Is
without
that accurate?
glasses.
Yes.
And
I
guess
would
when are
not
items
fix
released
Schabusiness.
from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
We release the items when the analysts are done testing them.
Oh, Officer Brittany Bay from the Rittenhouse. Oh, that was. I remember that.
90? Is that
I
still up
remember
there?
Yes.
Do you recognize Exhibit 90?
Sure.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is an evidence release form.
And does that just indicate
Also,
that
like
the
this,
previous
she's
we
very
mentioned items
clearly.
A through J
Just
were
by the way,
returned to
very
the
clearly
Police Department?
busty. But
Yes, it does.
It's hidden well.
Does it also indicate who released those from those crime lab?
Yes,
And who would that have been?
I released them.
By the way,
Is,
this
there
attorney is
also
like the most
signature and date on that?
baby-faced attorney
Yes.
ever. He looks like
What's
he's
the
12.
date that they were returned?
April 21st, 2022.
And again, those are documents that you would believe you would prepare based on your signature and time and date?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I'd move Exhibits 89 and 90.
No bra, like the confidence. Yeah, yeah.
I don't
89
object.
and 90 will be received.
In either document.
So based on the
is
poll,
there, any
and
notation with
54
respect to
votes,
an
Specialist Ginger wins.
irregularity or issue with
57% to 43.
state of those
A
items?
lot of you go for the cop, though. A lot of you go for the cop.
No.
But
Thank you.
Specialist
I have
wins.
nothing
She wins. So.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Could I have Exhibits 89 and 90?
I don't think there'll be much to this.
Grant's not happy about that in the chat. But hey, Grant, the people have spoken.
Good
Good afternoon.
You work for the
I'm a man
Division
of
of
people.
Criminal Investigations, otherwise known as DCI,
Yes, I do.
and that's part of the Wisconsin State Crime Lab,
No, it's part of the Department of Justice.
Okay.
But we are separate from the crime lab.
part of DOJ.
Yes.
And your role is to be the evidence specialist.
At DCI, I'm the evidence program manager. when I was at the crime lab, I was an evidence specialist.
Okay, so you supervise other people?
No, I'm at DCI. I'm in charge of things like audits and scheduling those things and making sure all the evidence rooms are running smoothly.
Okay. Back in
run those evidence rooms.
March and April of 2022, you were the evidence specialist. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Trial's been pretty smooth so
And
far.
that job was to do what? Track evidence and keep it in proper custody?
Yes, we would receive the evidence as it came in. If the analysts needed the
Yes, we're gonna
evidence,
rotate,
we would
Steve.
release it to them, and then we would release it to
We
the
are gonna
agencies
rotate.
once we were done with the analysis.
Let's rotate over to let's go to Nick for a bit because Nick has been a little ronery. He's like Kim Jong Un. So
Document.
ronery.
Is there any notation with respect to it?
Oh, he's behind.
Irregularity or issue with the state of those items of evidence?
No.
Okay, so Nick is behind. So you know what? I'm gonna go to Vices because Vices is actually on correct speed here. So we'll go to Vices and just rotate over, guys. Just rotate around.
There's also a pair of sweatpants, but everything else is and a dildo.
Zoom and enhance.
You received all that?
Yes.
Can we show the dildo?
When you get it, when you get this,
I do not have my melon drink. I'm drinking
evidence,
Sapporo
where do you put it?
beer.
It depends on the type of evidence that we receive.
Well, I'm talking about this case.
Yeah,
For swabs,
Nick is pretty low
we
energy
would
today.
put them in the freezer for storage.
Okay.
For the sweatpants, we would put them in our general storage.
Okay. And at the
Court TV is delayed by about a minute, I think.
DCI, Department of Justice, you have like a evidence room where you keep things?
At DCI, yes.
And I get that Nick was driving
And,
last night. Look,
is
I
it
have a lot of
secure?
empathy for the guy. I'm just poking some
Yes.
fun at him. It's good. It's good
Locked?
fun. It's not meant to be mean, you know. I
And are
understand.
you responsible
he's got
for
a lot of things to do.
who takes items out and who puts items in?
We're just having fun here, guys. This is just fun comments.
At
It's not meant
DCI, it depends on the location. We have multiple DCI offices.
You're
around the
welcome,
state.
pure jealousy.
All of the
Trying to
items that
keep
we're
it
talking
light.
about, were they kept in Madison?
Yes, they were kept at the state crime lab,
Okay.
not at DCI.
Oh, at the state crime lab, okay. But were you working there at the time?
I was working for the crime lab, yes.
Okay. Can other people have access to these particular items, or is it only analysts?
So the only people that have access to the evidence room are other evidence specialists and supervisors.
Okay.
So an analyst cannot access them.
If an analyst wants to do testing on these items, what do they have to do? Do they have to confer with you and get approval from you?
They have to contact us, and then we will provide them with the evidence.
And is that what happened in this particular case?
Oh, it's Aussie. We have an Aussie. By the way, Aussie is always
Speaking
too
of,
bright.
always
When
getting
an
consent,
analyst wants
it's
to
Aussie
do
Overlord.
testing,
Good morning, sir.
do they do the testing on one day and then put it back?
Appreciate you, Steve.
Usually,
Appreciate you.
no.
You're my Florida man.
That's a better question for the analysts. They tend to keep the evidence until they're completely done with it.
This is a
Could
very
they
good
keep it for
question.
days on end or not?
Days on end.
Yes, they can.
Days end to end.
And so when they
if
go
you
home
will.
at night for
like Requiem for a Dream
after
style
work,
end.
where do the items stay?
The analysts have their own secure locations to store the evidence.
Secure locations.
When you received
That means
these
the butt.
items, do you inspect
means
them
the
to
butt.
see if whether they got damaged in the mail or there's any issues with the packaging or labeling or anything like that?
Yes. So we will check the evidence packaging to make sure there's no tears or damage. And then we make, if there are labels
it's-
on the
it's
packaging,
totally the
from
kinky
agency,
corner
we
for
will make
Aussie.
sure it matches the transmittal.
Have you ever seen items that are received by the state crime lab that are damaged?
I've seen damaged packaging before.
When you got these items A through J, were any of the
Sex
items
toys functional.
the
Did you
package is
perform
damaged?
testing on them? Would you
No, they were not.
demonstrate? Look at
Everything was
Gosby.
intact.
Wholesome Steve Gosby
Anything
says, were
about
they
the items
functional?
that you
Did you
received
test
that were
them? Would
cause
you
for
demonstrate?
No.
They have to do it, right?
I'm
I mean, they
sure
have to
in
do
your experience, you've seen
Objection
labels that
testified.
are mismarked and things like that, correct?
Yes,
It happens sometimes, right?
it does.
Did that happen with any of the items
Shit
that you
happens.
received with regards to this case?
No, it did not.
Did you?
And
did
then
you
is it
damage any
protocol then to
packages?
fill out this form and identify the item and then describe what it is?
Yes.
Do you fill out this form?
Yes.
Gosney found his sidecar.
And then,
Oh, nice. Oh,
do you sign it as the recipient?
Gosney's sidecar.
Yes, I do.
And you received items A through J on what? March 10th of 2022?
Yes.
That was at 11:01 a.m.
Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't bother objecting to this.
So?
Either. It's not worthwhile. Just let it go. It doesn't really.
With regards to Exhibit 90, the evidence disposition -release form, is that a form you prepared?
Yes, it is.
And does this evidence disposition release form contain all of the same items that are on the other one? Or does it contain more?
It contains more.
Miss Gosney
Why are
makes
these
me
two
drinks.
forms
That's cute.
different?
It's very cute.
Why do
It's
they
very
have
wholesome.
different items?
I like it.
So the evidence receipt
Oh, we're
form
losing
that
vices.
is all the evidence that was submitted to the lab on
Korea's
March
getting
10th.
wild.
The evidence
Mexican
release form
Vader
is all of
spinning
the
true.
evidence that's being sent back to the agency, and that includes a DNA packet that the analyst creates, as well as all the extractions from the analysis that they completed.
Okay, question.
This
Did
Exhibit
she
90,
manually test
did you
the-
sign this evidence disposition form?
Yes, I did.
Did you type it up?
Yes.
And was it dated
Did she manually test the evidence?
April 21st or April 22nd of 2022?
So I created it on April 21st, 2022.
And then someone else signed it on April 22nd of 2022?
Yeah, I'm just objecting because it's
Yes.
wasting time.
Why is that?
Yeah, I wouldn't object, but
So we returned the evidence through.
I'm going to go down here and cover the doggo cam as I
and so
pop
Green Bay
off
Police
to
Department would
take
have
a quick
received
bathroom
it on
break, but
April
I'll be back in 2
22nd,
seconds.
2022, and that is their signature.
So after all the testing was done and all these items that the Wisconsin State Crime Lab received, speedy delivery service was used to transport it back to Green Bay to the police department?
Yes.
Why didn't someone from the State Crime Lab deliver it to the Green Bay Police Department?
It is not our policy to deliver the evidence back to agencies. We either ship it back or they have to come in person and pick it up.
Did you call the Green Bay Police Department to ask them to come and pick up these items once they were done being tested?
No.
Why not? Wouldn't that be something you would do?
Generally, we always ship the evidence back unless it's for an agency that is near the crime lab in Madison, or if it contains a lot of large items, like, for example, like a rifle, which would be much harder to ship back.
Was everything shipped back to the Green Bay Police Department on April 21st of 2022, or was it a different day?
It was shipped back on April 21st, 2022.
And is it true that the Green Bay Police Department received these items the next day on April 22nd of 2022?
All right, we're back.
That's what they wrote on the form.
A day later.
She's the mix between Nicole Kidman.
So we don't know where
and
this stuff
Amy
was
Adams.
sitting for a whole day, do we?
No.
Thank
Tiger
you,
Shark says she's a woman. She sat in AC and watched somebody else test it. Oh no!
All right.
69%.
I mean, don't go.
Exactly 69% said
She
that
just
she
sit
tested
there
it manually.
the rest of the trial.
That is so perfect. You guys managed
How you
that
doing,
so
Hayden?
perfect. Half of
Sorry for slipping through the
Ricado's
wall.
chat is fapping like, yeah,
Yeah.
where did you ship the dildo?
We're
Yeah.
just here.
That fits with Ricado's chat. That checks out.
Well, they're calling their next witness. We'll clear
You know how
something.
degen they are.
Stephen walks as
You know how degen they are. They be like that.
I'm sure he's given. I'm sure he's a giving lover like Sam was. I was talking about the old officer back there, the DNA, the cum hunter we called him. Nicholas Starr of Trial Watch. Compare this DNA expert's testimony with the hack that you used in Zach's case. Exactly. You were saying something, Chandler? What were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying it's too bad that he hadn't missed all of the discussion about
That is
peanut
what she
swabs
said,
and dildo
Bush.
swabs,
That's what
from
she
the
said.
DNA
It's very
expert. That was
fast
very
with
exciting and really easy to listen to and pleasant.
If you want to step up here and before you have a seat.
And we did learn that it was not only dick in a box. It was not only the dick in the bucket. It was the dick and balls. They were all there.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, balls and eyeballs. Okay, gotcha.
Yep. Answer that question.
Yeah, I answered that wrong.
Can I speak right now?
I said that balls.
My name is Alexander Gannon.
Hang on.
Okay, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Gannon. That's all. Somebody Gannon.
I introduced you as AJ. Is that a preferred nickname you go by?
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
AJ.
but your proper name is Alexander.
Yes.
Okay. So is it okay if I call you AJ?
That's fine.
All right. So AJ, how old are you?
25.
Do you live in the Green Bay area?
Yes.
Did you grow up here as well?
Yes.
Did you go to high school and middle school here?
Yes.
AJ,
This
do you know
guy looks
somebody by the
whack,
name
dude.
of Shad Therian?
Yes.
And how do you know Shad?
I'm going to show up for Bangkok Bros. Don't worry.
And what middle school did you go to?
I'm going to be there.
School with him at?
Vice's stream is the most entertaining if it wasn't such a live
I think I saw him
stream.
before a couple times.
Butterfly today. Yeah. No, Vice's won the poll. And we're going to have a poll, by the way, at the end. Who did the best stream? But
Bayview Middle School?
I think the last poll we did, Vice's won the poll. So in terms of who's running the best show.
You're an
And
adult.
honestly,
did you keep in touch
watching
with Shad?
these, like, I'm being honest, and it's not biased because they're all my friends, right? But
After about
look, I've hung out with Vice's more,
maybe
so
like-
you could say Vice's is a
it
closer
was
friend.
the first
then
year
that'd
I
be
started, I
accurate.
moved into my
But
apartment.
without
started
bias for
really
anybody,
connecting
I
with
think Jeff is doing the
a lot
best
of
job
people
in terms of guests, in
from
terms
that
of
brain
running a
to
stream, in terms of the
to
elements, in terms of
talk
the
with and-
shout outs.
I bet
in
they
terms of
sound like
not
weed
talking.
friends.
I really do think
Weed
Jeff is doing the best
friend, I
job.
guess.
Yeah.
Just being impartial.
Where she's looking
AJ,
at
do you also know
I feel like
somebody
she's
named
kicked her next victim.
Taylor Coronado or Schabusiness?
Yes.
And how do you know her?
Since middle school.
Similar to Shad?
Yes.
Did you
Did
did
you
you
remain
did you
kind of
smash?
friendly with
Did you
Taylor as
smash?
well? Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry. So AJ, I want to ask you about February 21st of 2022. It was a Monday. Do you recall the date I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't know when like this happened, but I don't know.
Sure. So do you recall a day where you were, I guess, hanging out with
Oh.
Shad and Taylor?
Okay, I didn't.
What?
You were saying like the date, but I didn't.
Sure.
I didn't have context.
Okay.
Sure.
So
So I want to ask you then, let's get this way. At some point, did you become aware that Shad had passed away?
It was only. It was only after when the day before I was heading out to vacation to see my parents.
Oh
My
no.
dad specifically.
And was that in February of 22?
No, it was like
oh no.
it was like a week after. I think it was. So it was in
Did
February.
he smash? He probably smashed.
No, I went. I had vacation in June, but
Yeah.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
He got the
I have like
Schabusiness.
a lot of like mental problems.
Sure.
So it's like hard to like
He has
keep
mental.
a constant catalog of memories.
Sure. So
Yeah,
are you
that's
referring
why-
to when you learned that Shad had passed?
That's why she preyed on you.
All I knew was it was like a week. It was a week.
He was one of the Peggies, probably winning. What's up, winning? Good to see you in the chat. Winning
After
reality, good friend of mine, good friend of the
something
channel.
like that. I don't know for sure.
Good
All
channel,
I knew
small
was
channel, but he's a good
basically,
guy. Good guy. Winning is a
the
great guy.
day
She's smiling.
after
Oh,
a
she
couple
knows they
days
fucked.
after,
She knows they
was,
fucked.
Going to
Yeah, look at her.
the Eastman.
Look at her, girl. She is
because that's where I
pleased.
knew Taylor was at the time. And
Yeah.
ironically, the same day that I went there, the police were knocking on my door, specifically.
Defendant is
trying to get
smiling at the
free from
witness.
me
Yep.
with the situation. And the only
Okay,
thing that I
hold
knew
on.
at the time was
Gotta switch
basically
the banner.
they asked if I knew the whereabouts of Shad and Taylor. So like that's like the closest thing I can remember. It's just
Sure. And I know we're talking about something a long time ago, and dates may be a little fuzzy. Is that fair?
yeah, so sure you don't.
So that time you were talking about where law enforcement was asking you some questions, do you remember telling them about a time you were hanging out with Shad and
There
Taylor?
we go.
Yes.
I think that's how you spell Peggy,
Can you tell me-
like a person who
can you tell
gets
us about that?
pegged.
Yes.
A Peggy, or like Peggy,
I
like
was
the name.
Drinking
I don't know.
a little bit belligerently. So
Pegor and
the only
Peggy.
time
Drinking
I looked at,
belligerently.
Like, the clock was like before I left the apartment.
Your Honor,
my
this
apartment.
witness is clearly high.
So it was like after
Just 'cause you're
10:30.
used to drinking
around that
cordially.
time frame.
Yeah.
And like basically it was like I hit up decided to stop dissociating a lot, and I felt bad for not talking to a whole lot of friends that I used to talk to, like Taylor and Chad. So I just hit up Taylor randomly. I was like, "Hey,
Just hit up Taylor randomly. We all know what that means.
Yes.
Booty call.
Completely randomly.
Basically, I went over to the apartments, and
Yeah, this guy's smashed and he's still stunned that he's
when-
alive.
specifically when I got there, we were just chilling, chopping it up, like how we always do. And
Shout out to the Legal Mindset crowd. Appreciate you winning.
I was like, Taylor was asking like, do you wanna hang out with Shad? She was asking me.
Oh my God, you inappropriate
for
woman.
to hang out with Shad,
Jesus.
to bring him over, and I was like, yeah, that's fine, it's cool. And so,
Could I stop you right there? I'm sorry. I just have a quick question. So when you said you were at the apartment, which apartment is this?
The Eastman, the Meadowview East Apartments.
Okay. Is that kind of where you thought Taylor was staying, or whose apartment was it?
It was it was the same apartments that I lived there. So it was like I'm sorry, what?
Sure. So the apartment is on Eastman.
This guy
that you're
is
talking
high as
about?
hell.
Sorry, what?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sorry I interrupted. You were with Taylor, and then she brought up hanging out with Shad.
Yeah.
Did you meet up with Shad that night?
Yes, I did.
And where were you sort of hanging out with Shad then?
We picked him up,
Could have
went back.
Could
to
have been
the
a throuple,
apartments,
yes.
and was just
For
chopping it
sure
up.
be a throuple.
Is that the same apartment you were just talking about?
Yes.
He is the third
And,
source DNA, I'm sure.
Oh,
Date
no.
myself. Chopping it up. What
Oh,
does that
no,
mean?
no.
Oh, it's just like
Hanging out.
kicking it, talking about whatever.
Fucking.
Just small talk or
They were
anything.
fucking.
Just kind of having a
Yeah,
conversation.
shit.
Is it pretty good, chill atmosphere?
Chill
Yeah, it was a good vibe.
atmosphere.
No major
Good
issues or anything that
vibes.
stick out to you?
I never saw.
Nobody was
anything
beefing.
Kind of.
Nobody was spilling tea.
bad. Yes, he was.
Taylor was acting normal.
Wait to the
Yes.
defense. Wait to the cross when they.
And you said this was about 10 o'clock, 10:30 at night.
This was when I went to
Did you
the
DP
apartment,
Taylor?
like around that time frame.
And this is
DP
still the
incoming.
apartment on Eastman.
Yes.
God.
Okay. And then at some point, do you leave that apartment?
She's
left.
laughing because she knows like it.
I did leave.
She's seen this thing.
I left.
She's seen it.
Probably like at least maybe like a couple hours, maybe until like 1.
Simp
2
vibes for sure,
in the
man.
morning. I don't know for sure it is. Like I said, I only looked at
For
the time
sure.
before I left the apartment, and I was a little drunk. So
But at some point, you left the apartment. Were Shad and Taylor still at the apartment when you left?
from when I saw it, I don't know, but that's what, yes, from what I saw.
And then after that point, had you ever seen Shad again?
What?
After that point, after you left that apartment, had you ever seen Shad again?
No, ironically, I hit him up the day after, or like a couple days, like of the first week into the situation, and I call him, I message him about a song that he posted on his Facebook.
What?
Oh my!
Which was like
We're
some-
talking about Facebook now. Why is that
It
relevant
was like
again?
some rap song that I like. No, yeah, I just like randomly
Oh
sent him a
god.
message that day. I was like, yeah, that shit's dope. And then I was like,
Shit's
feeling
dope.
a little when I
Shit's
don't
dope.
have people talking to me a whole lot, I get a little anxious, and now I'm like, hey, what's up? Like I'm a little concerned immediately.
Okay.
But like I didn't.
Hell is wrong with the world.
I didn't realize until after I talked. My friend mentioned to me specifically about what happened.
Myth, not even once.
And I'm sorry, I'm jumping around on you here. I want to go back to when it was you and Taylor, and
Yes.
you went to go pick up Shad. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. How did you pick up Shad?
me.
My station
How
wagon.
did you and Taylor go and pick him up?
Okay. Well, we took a minivan.
Who drove?
Taylor.
Do you know whose minivan that was?
No.
Was it a minivan that was at that apartment that you were at?
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking. Is
And
this
you went
guy
to
feeling
Shad's
guilty
house
because
to
he
pick him
uses
up?
that term of phrase,
Yes.
and it's resulted in someone being sliced up?
Thank you, AJ. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Furlick, do you have any questions?
What
Yes, I
the
do.
fuck was the purpose of
Mr.
calling him?
Gannon, good afternoon.
Because he DP'd her.
What did he advance? I missed it. Wow. Whatever.
You knew Taylor and Shad since middle school?
Yes.
This guy has no chance
And
of being employed.
you went
Sadly,
to
these
school
people are.
at Bayview Middle School? Yes?
Yes.
And then did you go to high school together as well?
A little bit until the freshman year.
Okay. Did you go
I went
high-
to 3 different high schools in my freshman year.
Okay.
He's a problem youth.
Bouncing all that.
That's okay. Did you go to high school with Taylor Schabusiness
Yes.
at Bayport?
Yes.
And you kind of knew her pretty well, correct?
Yes. Enough to associate with her.
You were friends with her?
Yeah, to associate and be friends with, yes.
And was it your understanding that at least in high school, Shad Therian and Taylor Schabusiness kind of were boyfriend and girlfriend? They dated a little bit?
I know because I
Yes.
throupled with them.
I don't know how the connection between them.
Oh, you're not sure? You weren't there?
It seemed like at the time after
Enough to
the
let her
breakup
peg
with
me.
Corey, it seems like that's like the only person that she always chill with sometimes. That's like whenever I see Shad, so more times over, especially when he's like chilling, I see Taylor or a couple other friends in that circle in there.
Okay.
They were pretty cool people.
Sure. Did you sometimes go over to Shad Therian's mother's house, Tara Pakinich on Stony Brook Lane?
Yeah, the year that I moved out.
Getting into her mama.
I visited a couple times.
Now
at
we're
least a
risque.
handful of times.
Okay. Would you go over there to maybe eat or play video
The
games?
defense
video
attorney will
games,
let her
watch
act
TV?
up to help the insanity. That's true. That is
to get
very true.
pegged.
So she
wouldn't
might
do
attack
all
him
that,
again.
But I just came.
Yes.
Typically, I was like the
Guy that
the
got
runt that
pegged.
would just be chilling with the
The
whole
Peggy.
pack. Basically,
He
dogs
just
that
said
would
he's
come
the
with, you know what I'm
runt
saying?
of the
You-
pack.
You just kind of hang out with the group?
He just
just
declared
hang out with the
himself
group.
the queen beta.
The runt of the litter, yeah.
Don't do that.
Would you sometimes go over to
The bottom.
Shad's father's house, Michael Therian's house?
Yes.
Okay. And was it such that
Let's do
Shad
this.
Therian, he lived with his father, Michael Therian?
At the time that I heard of.
Cover up
Yes.
Jeff's banner.
So you had been to Shad's father's house and Shad's mother's house, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say that you'd been over to the apartment on Eastman Avenue where Taylor Schabusiness was living, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And sir, you'd go over to that residence to kind of chill or hang
run
out,
with the
listen
pack.
to music, watch TV.
I heard
whatever,
runt of
right?
the pack. I'm
No,
like the
no,
runt of
no.
the pack. I just sit and follow
You had
everybody.
He
Taylor's
was,
phone
he
number.
was the one
He
getting
runs
it.
with the pack.
You know
Oh, he's-
that.
I had her.
He's
Facebook.
not a he's one of the alphas.
And
He runs
as far
with
as
the
Shad
pack.
Therian, you had his phone number or
My
Facebook
bad.
information.
Yeah, I had his Facebook at the time too.
Fair to say that all three of you, yourself, Mr. Gannon, Taylor Schabusiness, and Shad Therian, you all had each other's contact information, correct?
Yes, but after like a rough patch with like a friend, I was like chilling. I just started dissociating, and I just I do that a lot for the past 10, 20 years. I just if I feel like people don't, if there's a sort of discrepancy, I just cut you off. It's
Who the hell uses
block you or
Facebook if you're under
whatever.
60?
And then
Good question.
That's the reason why
Good
the
question.
day before that situation with the murder, I hate him. I hate Taylor because I just wanted to associate again.
Okay.
So
What a
Now-
weird fucker.
Taylor Schabusiness
You
has a
wanted one
father.
more
Do you know
pegging.
her dad?
yes,
Okay. His name is Arturo
Facebook, so
Coronado.
it's
Is that
meta.
correct?
An
It's
anti-social
meta.
guy who was worried about
Had you
losing
been
his
over
only
to
friends who
Arturo
not been
Coronado's
turned into a
house?
murderer.
It's meta and it's
It
X.
was that
Because
with
X is
Taylor?
going to give it to you now.
it was not the. This was maybe a year or so before I visited. There's been very few times.
Guys, make
since
sure you
I've
smash the
personally
like
talked to
button. We
Art,
almost
so.
have a
But had you
4x
been over to Art's house
like
with Taylor in the
to
past?
current
Yes, I
viewer
have.
ratio.
So you
We're
kind of knew
almost
Taylor
at
pretty
400.
well, fair?
Yeah.
We passed Tree
And you
50.
knew
Thank you so
Shad
much.
very well, correct?
Y'all had a thruple, didn't you?
I'm doing great on the ratio.
Was it such that there were times when maybe you'd be hanging out with Taylor and Shad where they would be using marijuana together?
Oh yeah.
Prior
Yes,
acts aren't
Wait. Nope.
It's not.
Your Honor, I'll withdraw.
Thank you.
Question's withdrawn. Okay, ask another question, Mr. Freilich.
Ask a less.
Did you see Taylor Schabusiness on February 23rd of 2022?
February 23rd?
Yes.
No.
How about the day before on February 22nd of 2022?
No.
You saw her on February 21st of 2022, correct? That was a Monday?
I don't know what day that was.
Okay.
That's just a little bit too out of my polymath. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. But
Out
you
of my
did all
polymath?
hang out
He said
together.
polymath. He said
and you
polymath.
drove over to Michael Therian's house. Is that your testimony?
Michael Therian?
Yes.
I think like all I remember. I don't know.
Okay.
So
You're not good with dates, correct?
I'm better with dates, just not like recently up for like the past 5, 10
Okay.
years. So
That's fine. So when prior to you being told that Shad Therian was
This
deceased,
guy is so high.
the days
He's
before
a trans mathematician.
you were told that, you were hanging out with Shad and Taylor, correct?
This is painful, guys. This is painful.
And did you
Let's
notice
see-
anything odd about
Let's see how
Taylor
the
as
other
far
guys
as
are
her
handling it.
mannerisms, her
Let's
eyes?
see if the other gentlemen are still alive. Let's see if our favorite Hebrew is still hanging in here. Let's go live on this one.
Times when maybe you'd be hanging out with Taylor and Shad where they would be
Joe
using
looks
marijuana
tired.
together.
Look at those eyes. Looking pretty tired.
Prior
over there.
acts aren't
Wait.
And good logic.
Nope.
Well, I'm too big here. I'm too big. There you go.
Your Honor, I'll withdraw.
The right
Thank
side.
you.
Question's withdrawn. Okay, ask another question, Mr. Freilich.
Joe's
Did you see
flagging. But he's doing all right. He's hanging in
Taylor
there.
Schabusiness on February 23rd of 2022?
February 23rd.
Yes.
It's funny, like
No.
when he's
How
referring
about
to
the day
himself with the
before
run to the
February
pack, like
22nd
just
of
trying to hang with them.
Run to the pack.
It like reminds me of like
You
when
saw
Legal
her on February
Mindset tries
21st.
to hang
Yes!
out with.
Yes!
like,
I love it.
Monday
I love it. I love it. It's
and
perfect. It's
Frank,
perfect,
it's
Joe.
like almost exactly.
It is like that. It is like that, Joe. It's like that between me and you because see, if I want to, I can be the big guy.
It's like we're like,
Okay,
okay,
And you can be the small
you can
guy.
But
hang out
Like you
with
can be the
us.
You
small
did
guy. I can be the
all
big
hang
guy.
out
We can
together,
do this. I miss
and
Joe.
you
I
drove
miss Joe. It's
over
been
to
a
Michael
while.
Therian's
I
house.
miss
You
Is
Joe.
don't
that
say
your
it to him
testimony?
because you know
Okay.
he's nice. We
It's
like
just
him.
like-
You
see
know,
how big I
he's
am?
like sort of like a
I
little
think,
mascot we
like,
could hang
all
out.
I
You
remember-
know,
I'm
keep
so
around.
big. You're so small, Joe.
That's
But
pretty
I'm so
much-
big.
That's pretty much what the way the relationship.
Yes.
I-
Yes. I'm big.
I'm
You're
not-
small. I get
I
it.
think
Joe.
on some
I get
level
it.
he
I don't know.
knows.
Okay.
We all know.
You're not good
Oh,
with
wait, I'm
dates,
small
correct?
again.
Yeah,
Oh,
whatever,
no.
like, say it to
Whoa,
his
whoa,
face.
whoa, I'm too
Better
small.
with
Never
dates.
want
No.
him to
Just
see
not
it.
like
Please do
No.
not share this with
recently
legal
up for, like,
mindset.
the
No,
past
never
5,
share this with legal
never.
mindset, Joe. Never.
Okay.
Never, ever, ever. No
That's
way.
fine.
No ways it's going to be
So-
clipped tomorrow before. Tiny
When-
Joe.
Prior to you being told that
Tiny Joe.
Shad Therian was deceased,
I hope you're having a good time, Joe.
Yeah,
I hope
the
you're able to
days
stay conscious
before
for it. And honestly,
told that,
we always appreciate your coverage because you do it
you
your
were
way.
hanging
Joe.
out with,
you always do
with
it your way.
Shad and Taylor, correct?
yes.
All right, let's
And
check
did
in
you
on
notice
let's check on
anything odd
on
about
Miss.
Taylor as far as
Joe's
her
having a good time. It's like, this is the most
mannerisms, her
entertaining thing that's
eyes,
happened.
her
This is the
speech,
most
anything
entertaining
like
thing that's
that?
happened to Joe all night. Is me stream
No.
sniping him. He's like, what am I gonna do here? I can't get shekels out of
have
him.
any
He's like, I can't.
feelings
There's
that
no
she was
way I
acting
could.
weird when
How
you
can I
had
do
contact
this?
with her?
Can I stream
I'll
snipe
send
him
you a
back?
link, Steve.
Bizarre.
You're like everyone's whore today. I'll send you a
Have there
link.
been occasions where you've seen her and you?
Steve
see
does.
bouncing around on different
Steve does get around. Steve does get around.
relevance.
It's very true. Italians and Jews always have fun. It's not at the beginning
Everything
of
he
bad
can answer
racial
is
show.
relevant. We want more AJ.
I missed a bit of our. Yeah, no, I miss it. Joe and just it's the time difference, you know, because it's like a very big time difference for me, so it's hard. I usually don't get up,
Mr. Gannon,
wake up till
in-
Joe's
in
already
the
streaming,
week
so it's hard for us to
before
be
you
on at the
had
same time.
Contact with the police where you talked to the officer.
But I love
Had
Joe. He's a
you-
great lawyer, fun guy, great guy.
You
met him in
saw
person.
Taylor Schabusiness at that period of
Thanks
time.
for streaming,
friend. Thank you so much.
Yes.
And did you?
He's doing a
when
great
you saw
job.
her,
Love it, love it, love it. Let's check in on let's check in on Senior Glasses over here. See how he's doing.
Did you
He still
taught him that word?
have any
Oh, is he drunk now?
feelings
Which
that she
of
was
you
acting
guys taught
weird
him
when
the
you had
word
contact
polymath?
with her?
Oh, he's spurging.
Bizarre.
Kurt is spurging over polymath. I love it.
Had there been occasions where you've seen her and you felt that she was acting very odd or unusual?
I knew Kurt of all people would spurg over polymath. That makes so much sense. The world
I think it
makes
goes
sense.
to
now.
his observations.
He's still
of my
wearing the
client,
glasses though. He did not get the memo. Like, you think the sunglasses are better? Hold on. Hold on. Which Kurt is best Kurt? Okay.
Question, Mr. Freilich.
Okay, sure.
Which Kurt
In the-
is best
Mr.
Kurt?
Yenna, in the
Okay,
week
so we're gonna have some options here. We're gonna
before
have
you had contact with the
we're
police.
gonna
where you
have
talked to the
no
officer.
glasses.
Had you
Hold on, we'll do.
you
we'll
saw
do,
Taylor Schabusiness at that
cowboy
period of time.
hat.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And did you
Cowboy
when
hat
you saw
Kurt.
her? Was it just one time or
Sunglasses
was it
Kurt.
several times? Do
It
you know?
was only one time.
Okay, and that one time when you saw her, did you
We're gonna have
observe her to
what
be
else?
acting
What
in
type
any
of Kurt
kind
we
of
got
bizarre
here?
manner?
We got.
No.
Okay.
Let's see. Sleeping Kurt. And then we'll just do raw Kurt. Which is your favorite Kurt?
Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
Okay, Sleeping Kurt is winning
Thanks.
so far. Sunglasses
Well,
Kurt.
I suppose that's the highlight of the trial thus far.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon recess.
Oh, we're taking a
It's just
recess.
I need a moment,
before 3.
actually.
We'll
That's
try to reconvene at 10 after 3.
Okay.
So I'll
Cowboy
rise-
hat Kurt is winning at 43%. Sunglasses Kurt is in second. Sleeping Kurt and then
it's
raw
a
Kurt.
well-timed
Oh,
break because I need a moment to comprehend.
oh. Kurt, this is too
He
close.
must be a polymath because he is speaking at levels I cannot comprehend.
Kurt, we are
So
too,
he must be a polymath.
You're too close. You're too close. Oh, Bronca
He
is
is.
on with Nick. So let's go over and let's watch Bronca and Nick real quick because that's actually good content. Oh, and he's got a good vote in the poll there, Nick. Nick's actually got a good poll, good chat, good things were there. Here, let me actually close out because this is kind of getting laggy. So we'll close out Southern Law there and get this one. Actually, let me pop it off and then pop it back on. And this should be working just fine. Got too many chats up today. We're having too much fun today with the Schabusiness trial. Actually, Nick's chat is probably just so active that it probably does not want to load this. Why is Andrew streaming from a hotel conference room? No, it's in fact my bedroom here in Bangkok. Nick's stream is having a lot of issues loading right now. I don't know what's going on with Nick's stream. Maybe he brings on based Bronca and then all of a sudden it has issues. So let me pop off here, off of Kurt's. Maybe it's just Kurt's stream. Maybe it's just Kurt gives us problems here. Let's see if we can get Nick up and running again. I hope it's not just Nick. Well, anyways, in the interim here, I'll get you guys going with Vices. We'll just go over here with Vices real quick and play the Vice squad while we're winning again, Nick.
Like that?
No.
Is it
Did you
there you go.
have any feelings that she was acting weird when you had contact with her?
Vague.
Bizarre?
No.
Had there been occasions where you've seen her and you felt that she was acting very odd or
Object,
unusual?
Judge.
Nick is having loading issues. That's very true.
Mr. Freilich?
Well, I think it goes to his observations of my client, Your Honor.
Don't think.
Grant, good to see you, man.
Sure.
Thanks for checking
Then
around.
you
This
need
is
to narrow it down
hilarious.
for a time frame for him. So I'm going to sustain the objection as to asking another question, Mr. Freilich.
Okay, sure.
So best Kurt
Mr. Yenna
wins
in
at
the
Cowboy Hat
week
Kurt. Second is
before you
Sunglasses
had
Kurt.
contact with the
Third is
police where you
Sleeping
talked to
Kurt.
the
And last is
officer.
Raw Kurt.
Had you
Raw Kurt.
you saw Taylor Schabusiness at that period of time? Is that fair?
Joe sent me a link, but I'm
Yes.
definitely not
And
joining
did you-
him. I'm
when you
streaming
saw
on my own
her,
channel right now.
Was it just one
So that's not
time?
gonna
or was
happen,
it,
Joe, but
several
okay.
times? Do you
It
know?
was only one time.
Okay, and that one time when you saw her, did you observe
Smash.
her to be acting in any
Good
kind
try.
of bizarre
Good try,
manner?
Joe. I love you.
No.
Okay.
You can take the lawyer out of the bathroom, but you can't take the bathroom out of the lawyer. That's very true. Patrick Kennedy, one of my members forever, and a great supporter of the legal mindset.
Okay,
a great member
nothing
of the
further.
base
Thank
legal
you very
mindset.
much.
Patrick
Any redirect?
Kennedy. How's it going, brother?
Thank you. Thank you, sir. You can step down.
All right. Well, that was weird.
Nick clearly wants to drive
Added
himself on the wall.
That was bizarre. Crew
What we
Kid
found out was
52.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take
Go
our
ahead.
afternoon recess. It's
right.
just
All
a
we found
little
out was that he had a
before
beta
3. We'll,
friend
try to
that,
reconvene at
more than likely trying to
10
get laid.
after 3.
Yeah,
So
he was
all
definitely
eyes-
trying to
Yep.
bang Schabusiness or got banged by Schabusiness. All right, I'll take this banner down here.
All right, we will remove them from the chat here. Oh, we got to
And
decuck the cage here.
Let's see.
The dogs have disappeared as well, huh?
Joe is watching the clip of Run to the Pack. Nice, nice. It's
yeah.
a good one.
That was.
It's a
just
very good one.
strange.
Let's see if I can get the Schabusiness one up for
really
Nick.
strange.
Real
Crew Kid,
quick.
better you must die stare.
Don't
Taylor,
know why.
well,
Other
definitely
than this
Taylor, 'cause
guy
she's
have-
like,
Okay, we got
Already
some
killed
based
somebody.
Bronca. So let's go over here because we got some based Bronca in the house on Racket's channel. So we'll go over here and get some based Bronca.
DNA was
which
taken from
everybody loves.
Close your ears, boys and girls. But fecal matter on the dildo.
Oh,
that
here we
kind
go.
of-
We're going to fecal matter.
Yeah, and
Bronca should
the
liven
report
this up.
doesn't
Bronca's
seem to
always got good
indicate that,
energy.
but maybe that would be something that they would have.
I think
as a
Bronca and
further
Nick have a
detail.
good
Maybe
dynamic.
that's why he was hesitant to ask. But it just bothers me because it's like, okay, well, just him incidentally having DNA on there doesn't mean much of anything.
If your
Even
client's
it was,
innocent, you want to ask all those questions. Right?
Actually, hold on. I'll do
Yeah.
a
But
poll
if your
in the
client's
chat.
guilty,
Who's the
you have to be
best
careful.
combo?
right. And
So
this
best
chick,
combo
this chick's
tonight.
guilty, but she shouldn't be.
So Vices and Chandler.
Andrew, like, what did she do wrong here?
Here
She
we
gave
go.
that guy the time of his life. His closing
Nate,
moments.
I'll put Joe
I mean,
and Nate.
come on. The argument should really be all the
Nick
nasty stuff
and
happened.
Andrew.
He was already dead. It's desecration of a corpse, misdemeanor.
Who's
at
the best
worst.
combo of the night?
Yeah.
Other than me.
Yeah, but they've
The
got
stuff
felonies
that
and
the
all of
stuff
you.
that killed him
the
was
best dynamic.
consensual.
Is it Vices and Chandler?
He assumed
is
that
it Joe
risk.
and Nate? Or
Yeah,
is it
so that's
Nick and Bronca?
That's the thing, because they've got her at murder 1.
Who is
which
the
I think
best
is a
dynamic?
Stretch. I mean, that is a weird thing here. So the murder 1 would imply
Who's got
that
the best vibe?
she had a criminal intent to pull that chain and kill him with it.
Of all the streamers.
And I don't know that they can prove that.
Beyond a
But-
reasonable doubt. How do we differentiate this from sexual
Mindset and Ghazi
asphyxiation?
doesn't count. We're too good.
Right,
We're too,
where they're
that's
doing
too
the choking
powerful.
thing,
The
and it goes a
Florida
little
men
too
together
far,
is
and she
too
had no
powerful.
idea he was going to die.
Kurt and
like
Kurt
the
is
New York
not
City
an
subway
option.
showcase, right? Look at the chokehold
Kurt
case.
and
I
Kurt
was
is
just
not
an
an
expert
option.
witness in. You put a chokehold on someone, they should be fine. But holy crap, they died. No one expected it. You shouldn't have. You had no reason to expect it. It shouldn't have happened. But they just turned off. Is that murder? Or is that literally
Ellen and
legally
Joe is
an
pretty good.
accident?
Joe misses me. I can tell Joe misses me.
It's a tough question. So what they would do is
Joe misses me a lot.
Here, I'll see what they wrote for their
Yeah, she does admit to killing him.
probable cause.
That's why she's got to go with the insanity.
I mean, they're really going with the after effects, which is the desecration of a corpse, to prove out the intent. I think on the first.
I think
one.
that's a weak argument.
I agree, but it's
Because
I think it'll be
if-
effective for a jury, though.
Well, all right, fair enough. It looks awful.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
it
the
is
problem. She seems like a cold, horrific monster.
She is a cold,
seems
horrific
like she's
monster.
trying to cover up a crime rather
Yeah.
than she's insane, panics because she's on all kinds of drugs, and this guy's now died on her. But the other, she said some stuff in her police interview, which is
Everyone
source
is
of a
kink
lot of
shaming
this.
by charging her
Like
murder.
she
but
mentioned that she
Bronca's
played
keeping it
with
real.
played with his dead penis for hours. For
Well,
example.
okay, but that could contribute to the insanity defense. I mean, but the
Right.
trouble is, I listened to the opening statement by this defense counsel, and
Mhm.
I didn't hear what I would have said if I was setting up the kind of defense.
She
I
chops
would
it up
set
with the bros,
that they were
literally.
having consensual sex. They choked each other all the time. They never had a problem before. He
Yeah.
just turned off. She panicked. She didn't know what to do. She knew they were doing drugs. She knew that would get her in trouble. She'd
Yeah.
been in trouble with the law before. She didn't intentionally kill him. It wasn't even negligence or recklessness. He just stopped.
Well,
And-
choke,
and
if
in
this was a
desperation
man
and panic,
if this
she
was a
did
man,
all these other
this would
things
be
that
totally
looked so
different.
terrible.
If a man did
Yeah, I
this
mean,
to a
that
woman,
would be
it'd
the
be-
reasonable
that's-
defense.
it'd be
If
over.
that's going to be your defense, you have to set that all up in the opening. You can't let the jury listen to all this horrible testimony and then try to wrap it up in that at the end. They're
Right.
done by the end.
So Pegasus says, "How do we know it was consensual?" Well, interestingly, and again, this is a framing
Was
thing.
the consent,
were they
was the
coming-
consent form?
At least at one point,
They
but-
weren't strangers, right?
No, they were
right,
dating for a
right.
while.
No, they
Yeah, it
definitely
doesn't
knew
look
each
that
other.
way.
And this guy was saying they used to date in high school at least, and she's only 25, so it's not like this.
She
is
looks horrible. She
forever
looks
away.
horrible.
But I want to do this though because this is the difference between
the
court
white girl
and
aging,
true crime or
telling
court
you.
and crime drama.
Love you, white girls,
on
but
TV is
you got to take care of yourself. That's really important to take care of yourself.
how do we
Skin
know
routine,
it was consensual?
You know,
Isn't the question.
Don't get too much sun. Wear
The question is,
sunscreen.
can the state prove it wasn't consensual?
You know, it's true.
And we get wrapped up in this
Black
framing
don't crack,
question
Asian don't
where
raisin,
the
but-
assumption is sexual assault that then Taylor Schabusiness has to go back
With
and
with
justify
white, you got to take care of that skin
it was
right. Just
consensual.
saying.
No,
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 the
too much drinking will do it to you
presumption-
too.
The presumption in the most horrific
as
rape
well, yeah.
case you have ever heard is still
Meth will
the
age you real
presumption
bad.
is that it's
But
consensual.
drinking will as well.
Right.
Drinking a lot will as
You're
well.
presumed innocent of the rape charge until proven
That's why you
guilty
gotta
beyond
throw
a
in
reasonable
a little
doubt.
bit
So
of the-
it's
the agua, a little
presumptively
bit of the
consensual
H2O.
and lawful.
Hydrate, baby.
And if I were doing the opening, that's what I would have driven home. These are people, they may have sexual practices different than your own. You may find these uncomfortable, but we live in goddamn America.
Whoa,
It's a
whoa,
free
whoa, whoa!
country.
Brock
We
is
can
getting
fuck and
fired
choke
up
each
about
other
his
however
kinky
we
sex.
like,
Nice.
as
I like
long
it.
as it's consensual, and there's no evidence, none, that the prosecution can put forward.
Brock is
that
getting
this
fired
was
up
not
about this.
consensual. And if it was consensual, it was lawful. It was a terrible
like
accident.
it.
There is no crime.
Like the begging from Bronca. The banging Bronca.
That would have been a way to go about this. Now I don't know about all her like prior statements to police. You know, who knows what she's actually said or confessed to. They've tried to get some of it kind of excluded on the basis.
Yeah,
that
very
she was
true. When a
on,
girl's strung out, they look 30 in middle school.
trazodone
Very
and
true.
Meth at the time she was questioned, so it's
Nick's
unreliable,
drinking is
but,
always
that was
aged
not
a decade
excluded
and
to
a
my
half. Yeah,
knowledge.
yeah.
Her prior statements are not excluded. So I don't know what they all are, and there could be some things undermining that.
This
but that
argument is dumb because she
a
told him she
basic
killed him
defense
on
strategy for
purpose.
this. Why
Yeah,
are we,
I don't know.
Why are we
I'm only
charging the
halfway
tragedy
done,
as
folks.
murder?
I don't think
I'm,
they've read
I'm
it.
only halfway done. It's going to get better.
It's got a Chardonnay over there. Wine.
Why are
wine
we
mom
charging a
Bronca.
tragedy as a murder? A tragedy is a tragedy.
mom
We don't
Bronca.
need to make two by making a mockery of the
Or should I
criminal
say
justice
boss?
system.
No, I'm
You know,
joking.
something
I
like
look
that.
forward to
It's
the
very,
class I'm going to teach.
very
you know,
principled
Bronca's
speech
American
about
law
freedoms
enforcement.
and rights and all of that stuff.
Read the
But yeah,
complaint,
and you
Bronca.
have to
Yeah,
have a due
I don't think
process
he's
and
read the
presumption
complaint. I
of
think he's just
innocence
kind of
in your
commenting on this
opening
off the cuff.
if you're going to go for it. But allegedly,
And
he
listen,
didn't
you
do
want
that.
to you want to convict her of desecration of a corpse? Fine. That's
A little
great
light
fallback
choking never
position.
hurt anybody, Andrew F.
She lost. Even then, I would argue insanity. She
I will
lost
say
her
that's a big
mind
difference
under
between the US and
stress
Asia.
of This
Get
tragic
asked to do
event.
that a lot
She
less.
was not in control of her mental resources. She wasn't at fault even for that. But ladies
This is
and
definitely
gentlemen,
no
jury,
tie Bronca.
if you feel she has to be held accountable in some fashion, give her the misdemeanor.
Right, and then the best part of that is, you know, the alternative
Bronca's
is
on a
for
European
effectively
continental bike tour, so he's limited to a hotel
involuntary
mini fridge. Nice.
confinement at a mental institution during the course that she would have been sentenced to prison. She gets a
Nick
treatment
did
of
one
therapy
video
and
on
release
Bronca's getting all
upon
his info from
confirmation
Nick. Yeah,
that
Nick
she's no
hasn't
longer
gone as
crazy
deep
or
as
that she has
Vices
a
did.
manageable
Vices was
diagnosed illness
fapping
with
over this for a
medication
long time.
therapy that she'll persist during probation, and it's all done at that point. This case is interesting to me because I'm surprised they're trying it as murder one instead of, I mean, I guess they probably get a lesser included of manslaughter in there.
Did they ever offer her a plea, and the punishment for not taking the plea was the murder one?
I'm going to guess the plea offer was life without parole. Let me see if
Let's see what we got here.
they have anything.
Okay, they're kind of slow.
By the way,
here.
folks, the hat is not to hide my balding. I'm balding. the hat is
Bronca's baldness. It's now a meme.
I'm not immediately seeing any.
Okay, let's flip over here to Vices. Let's check out Vices here real quick.
All right, jury coming in.
All right.
Large
Chandler's
woman in the
gone,
back
so
there
it's only
standing up
men.
too.
I like the misogyny stream. Misogyny.
Hurry up, jury. You're cutting into the prosecution.
Officer Skeletor. And remember, this one is the ahead stream. So, like, anything with law and crime
Yeah,
is
again,
ahead.
my sleep thing here is we'll finish at 7 o'clock my time. I'll throw on some clothes, feed the dog, take him for a walk, head to the office, and then sleep in the parking lot for a couple of hours. People say, well, why don't you sleep in your
I
bed?
miss
then go to work?"
Gosney.
Because
Oh,
if I sleep in
no.
my bed, I ain't getting up in 2 hours. That's why. If I sleep at my desk, I'm already in the office. It's like, well, why are you sleeping in the
Right up
office?
here,
So
and before you have a seat, you turn and face her, and she'll place you under oath.
Admittedly, it's a good thing about being the boss. No one queries why there's a pillow and a blanket in my office.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter. Now
I will be sleeping in my bed for like a couple hours before Bangkok Road. Maybe like an hour or two, but that will happen.
My name is Craig Pakala, Craig, P as in Paul, Akkala.
Right, Mr. Saunders.
now we
this
know
is
how to
yours.
pronounce that.
He's got 2 Ks. He's dangerous.
Sorry, officer, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Green Bay Police Department.
And
He's the
how long
detective
have you
on
been
scene.
employed in law enforcement?
So the best
Approximately
combo,
30 years.
And,
number one,
is the entirety of
was
that time
Nick
with the
and
Green Bay
Andrew
Police Department?
Branca.
No, it is not.
Number
prior
2
law enforcement
is Vices and Chandler, and number 3 was
I was
Joe
a
and
police
Nate.
officer in
So
the
most
state of
people
Michigan.
think Nick and Branca is the best combo.
How long have you been with the Green Bay Police Department?
But
Approximately
Vices and
24
Chandler get
years.
number 2, beating out Joe and Nate.
In your current assignment as a detective, how long has that been for?
Approximately 8 years.
And I want to ask you about
Very racist poll
February
result. Yes,
23rd of
very racist.
2022.
Super racist.
I do recall if you were working
Super
in that
racist.
capacity on that day.
Super racist.
I was.
And were you called in to assist in an apparent homicide investigation on that day?
I was.
To where were you dispatched to, or where did you respond to?
My initial response was to the Green Bay Police Department at 307 South Adams in Green Bay.
This guy does look like John
And,
Wayne Gacy.
what did you do when you got to the police station?
When I arrived at the station, I was soon thereafter asked to respond to 2353 Eastman Avenue to assist officers who were on scene there.
What was the reason you were dispatched to the Eastman Avenue residence?
Shortly before my arrival at the Green Bay Police Department, and I was contacted at approximately 4:45 in the morning. Shortly before my arrival there, I was advised that they located the suspect involved in the incident.
Joe and Nate might
also a
lose in the
vehicle
polls, but
that
they'll
she
make
was
for up
driving
with ESG
at
and
that address.
DEI.
And when you got to the Eastman Avenue address, what did you do?
When I first arrived at the address, I made contact with 2 different supervisors, one of which was Sergeant Jeff Schilling, and the second one was Lieutenant Tom Buckman, at which time they informed me of the status of the scene.
When you arrived, had the area sort of already been secured by other
Scroll over
officers?
the doggo claim.
Yes, it had.
And can you describe how it was secured?
Officers, prior to my arrival, they noted some red substance in the snow along a sidewalk trail. And that
For
area
DEI,
had some
ask
cones
Joe
by
about his
it.
time on a beach
Or
in
they're
Israel.
soon about to put cones by it. The
Ooh.
entrance door to the apartment complex itself. And then within the complex common hallway, they had evidence tape securing that area.
And were some officers also providing security or monitoring of the crime scene to see who was entering and leaving?
There were.
What did you do, I guess, after speaking with those initial supervisors who were on scene?
After I spoke to the officers and supervisors that were present, I determined that we would need a search warrant to proceed with the search of the interior of the apartment, which was apartment number 1. I took note of the description of the building and area to be searched, including the apartment. I also took some preliminary pictures of the exterior of the building, including the suspect vehicle and the entranceway to the apartment, which was number 1.
I want to ask you about some of those pictures. Showing what was previously been marked Exhibit 80. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
What is that?
That is a picture of the side of the apartment complex as previously described. That is the
Israel has
north
good
side
beaches.
of the apartment complex. The main entrance to the apartment 2353 to the common area is on the right side of the picture. That has some evidence tape in front of it. And that is a picture of 3 vehicles parked in a southbound direction. And I was informed that the middle vehicle, which is a van, was that in which the suspect arrived to the scene in.
And Exhibit 80, as you're looking at it, does that appear to fairly and accurately depict that area and those vehicles as you encountered them when you arrived on scene?
That is correct, it does.
And that's a photograph that you took as well?
I did.
You then, yeah, that's fine. You then indicated you were waiting for a warrant to authorize the search of the inside the apartment. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was one then obtained?
I did obtain a warrant.
And did you then participate in the search of that east?
Ozzy looks like a bike gang member. I like
did.
that.
And what apartment number was the subject of the search?
Number 1.
Right. And I guess was that reported to be the apartment where
Women's soccer is dual as shit. Patricia's brother married a Korean gal.
That is correct.
Year-olds and playing World Cup. That's awesome.
And I guess what was
and Korean
generally your role in searching
athletes are usually still very attractive.
My role in searching the apartment was to look to evidence or look in areas where evidence that were listed in the warrant.
Steve, we're sticking it over here, baby, for tonight.
I did receive information of the type of crime that was committed at a prior address.
XOXO.
So I listed those items which would be used in that particular crime.
If Joe sends me an $1,000 super chat, I will go over to his stream.
In the course of your occupation,
if Joe sends me a $1,000 super chat, I will go over to his stream right now.
For items of evidence.
I have.
And have you received
From
training
his personal
in
account.
collecting physical evidence such as DNA and blood and other substances?
Oh, you mean sniping it? Okay, yeah, I'm
course
not
of your
going to go
30 years in law
on. I'm
enforcement,
not going
is
to end
that
my
Something
stream.
you've done in the past?
Yes, I have.
In this case, when you were
Okay.
sort of searching the residence, were you wearing any special attire?
I was.
Yes, because I know he
describe
won't
what
do
that
it.
was?
I believe I had on
reasons.
some
Because
protective
reasons.
wear on my feet, but I also wore rubber gloves at any time I handled or collected evidence, especially that containing DNA.
The steps you took were consistent with your training and experience?
Yes.
All right. So I want to then show you what's been marked.
I'd be worried about Ozzy if he showed up in a Metropolis. I feel like Ozzy is really too intense with the brightness. No, I get you, Steve. I get you. I get you. I snipe in the inside. Okay, that's cute. You're really cute, Steve. You're cute, Steve. Here, I'll snipe Joe for a little bit. Okay, so here you go. I'll switch over here and I'll snipe Joe for a second. All right, so here's Joe. We'll go live.
Urban was to look to
whoa,
evidence.
the big gauze.
Or look in areas where
I gotta get to the
evidence
side
that were
gauze
listed in the
here.
warrant may be
Too
found.
big, gauze.
I did.
Oh, you're so
receive
large and in
information
charge,
of the
Steve.
type of crime
I can't handle you.
That was
The
committed
size
at
of the
a
Florida
prior
man.
address.
The sheer
so I
scale.
listed those items
The
which
Florida
would
man,
be
so big, so large,
used
so spectacular.
in that particular crime,
Florida.
and we searched the apartment for
Yes,
those type of
it's
items.
very true.
In the course of your occupation, have you received
Large, like a
training
fully
in
erect
searching
Florida,
areas such as
where
parks or
Miami
items of
pokes
evidence?
Bermuda in the eye.
And have you received training?
Because you know if the
collecting, physical evidence such as
if Florida ever got
DNA,
fully erect, it would
blood
poke
and other
like
substances.
Cape Verde in the eye.
And
You
in the
know,
course of your 30 years in law enforcement, is that something you've done in the past?
Yes, I have.
Godzilla. Yes.
In this case,
So
when you were
man,
sort
so
of
Florida.
Searching the residence.
Wow.
Were you wearing any special attire?
I was.
Would you settle for
Can you
1,000
describe what
shekels?
that was?
No.
I believe I had on some
A gimp suit.
protective wear on my feet.
Joe said
but I also wore
gimp suit.
rubber gloves
Oh man, poor. He was wearing rubber.
at any time I handled or collected evidence, especially that containing DNA.
The steps you took were consistent with your training and experience?
Yes.
All right. So
Clip it.
I want to
Clip the gimp suit.
show you what's
Yesterday,
been marked.
there was some woman who was an analyst who referred to that
An
outfit
analyst.
as like a bunny suit. She was wearing a bunny suit with the ears and the booties. She actually said that. I was like,
that's
she left out
funny
the
as
ears.
hell. Joe's
like,
worn a bunny suit.
Really?
We all know
That's
this.
what they call it where you're from.
We all
I
know
don't think
this.
That's what they call it. I think that's what they call it in America. I don't know where you're from.
He's got the 38 special police special revolver and tucked into a.
He looks like he just stepped out of
He looks like John
a
Wayne
cop in
Gacy
some
Jr.
70s
I will
movie.
say that.
Like,
It's
one
very
of those
true.
70s cops. Like
I think
he's
Joe
just
was
about
offering to wear a
beat the
gimp suit for
suspect
joining the
within
stream.
an inch of
If
his
Joe
life
puts on a
and not
gimp
worry
suit,
that
I will
anyone's
join his
gonna
stream
do
right
any
now.
kind of,
If Joe
internal
sends me
investigation.
$1,000 or he puts on a
he's
gimp
saying,
suit,
like,
I will
he's
come
saying,
over and I
I'm a
will
cop.
end my stream and go over to his stream.
Yeah.
Seen it before.
If he puts on a gimp suit.
This dude was a cop coming straight out of the womb. He was a cop. Probably the same haircut.
A po. Korean girlfriend complaining. Nice.
Man. It's like when he goes a week without being on a suspect, he looks like that's been a
Andrew sounded like a Korean
He
guy.
feels like he
Oh,
didn't
Miss
get- he didn't earn
American,
his
you're
pay."
so big.
You think
Florida
Florida's
is
donut
flaccid,
shops
Hunch.
are the
You know
best
that.
in
That's what I'm saying.
picturing him in a back alley.
It's a
just
grower, though.
pistol
Florida's a
whipping some
grower,
poor
not a
sap.
shower, you know?
Probably who looks like AJ. Like, that guy who testified, the red shirt guy who testified before, who was just like, yo, I was the loser of the group.
And the keys to the dribble, you know?
Oh, my God.
They're hanging in there. Gaz knows what's going on right now. That's the funny thing is Gaz is watching and Gaz is knowing what's going on in the chat. He knows.
Andrew from Legal Mindset wants you to either wear a bunny suit or give him $1,000 to join the stream. I said, I don't think either one's happening.
Seriously. I gave him that as a gift.
For Purim. A gimp suit for Purim, yes. Florida's 90%, 80% 90-year-olds. Yeah, of course, that's true. But we got Viagra. We have the technology. Lady Logic probably has a bunny suit in the closet. Hey, listen, no judgment. No judgment in Joe's sex life. Because clearly the
what's
man
happening here?
has been fertile.
Oh,
He's
they're
definitely
probably about to
multiplied.
present some potential evidence for the witness to
He's multiplied.
lay foundation for.
Yeah.
She's clearly assisting.
The keys to the
counsel,
dribble,
I
yes.
mean, this kind of cuts against her insanity defense.
You think? Nothing she's shown over the first 2 days has seemed remotely insane.
Could you describe?
I want to see her leaping over the table and start throttling a microphone.
Apartment number
Whoa,
one.
whoa. Throttling.
That's what she does.
Is
Like,
a
she's
single bedroom
thing that's
apartment.
remotely-
Smoke
Entrance
Jaguar
to the
6. Don't
apartment
forget
is
all the
located,
25-year-old Cuban
on
nurses.
the
I
east
do
side
not.
of the
I
hallway,
do not,
the
my
common
friend.
entrance.
I'm familiar with them.
As you walk in,
trolling
there's a kitchen to your
video.
right, which is kind of an open kind of concept type kitchen. To your left is a bedroom,
If
or
you
I'm sorry,
want her
to your
to
left
win
is the
on
living room.
insanity, she has to look like
The living room has a window showing the
she's
parking
just
lot,
gonna,
which
like,
was
attack
indicated
it.
in this picture. As you proceed
no
east,
conception where
there
she
is a
is.
bedroom
Sell it,
located
woman.
on the furthest east side of the room in the north corner, and there's a bathroom to the right of that bedroom.
I'm going to show you exhibits 91. I'll ask you to look through those and ask if you recognize those exhibits.
I feel like every other sentence he
I
says
do
should
recognize
have the
those
word
exhibits.
perp in it.
What are those?
Those
We're
are
gonna catch
photographs
that perp.
I took of various locations within
Joe's
the
enjoying
bedroom.
this. I think Joe's
as
enjoying
described in that
the
apartment.
sniping most of all.
And do those appear to be consistent with the scene you encountered
And I give it to him
on,
because he likes it, you know?
February 23rd, 2022
Joe enjoys it.
on Eastman Avenue?
Reminds
Yes,
him
they
of an Israeli
I
beach.
move those exhibits, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection, so cross 91 through 94.
He does. He does, Steve. You know it's true. He does enjoy it. You know damn well Joe enjoys it. Right now, like look at him. Look at the pleased look in his face. He's so pleased.
It was either this life or
Judge, I
join
also
the
ask
mob.
Permission to publish those exhibits.
All right, can be published.
He's like, he should have a Tommy gun.
Steve, have you
Yeah.
prosecuted this guy for
Yeah.
any child crimes? Because this guy on the stand looks very questionable. I'm just saying.
I remember when Fat Tony made an offer to me.
So, Detective, are we looking at exhibit
He's laughing
91,
because he knows
projected?
You can't tell me the files against
Yes, you're
you.
looking at exhibit 91.
All right, and what does
Oof.
91 depict?
Wait, what?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, what does 91 depict?
91 depicts the bed located in the bedroom of apartment number 1 at 2353 Eastman Avenue.
Okay.
It's not exactly a
Exhibit
good
92.
homemaker, would you say?
What does that depict?
That depicts a cell phone that was on the bed at the time I took the picture.
And
Okay.
is that consistent with the area that you recovered? that
Steve's a
cell
not
phone
so
from?
secret agent. Yeah,
It
no,
is.
Steve
For
is an
instance, it wasn't
open
moved
agent.
from its location to your knowledge prior to taking this photograph.
That is correct. It was not.
Agent of
And
chaos.
did you collect that cellular device as part of your evidence collection in this case?
Yes, I did.
Loaded all the photos on there.
I also then want to move then to 93. I think
That's
93
Schabusiness's
is what
room,
we're
right?
looking at.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Yes.
Look at
Yeah.
that DNA.
93 depict.
93 is a
Like that
lead
would be
switch.
like one if you saw that.
That's how you know, like the
That's
crazy
right.
girl with the cracked
That
phone
light switch is
screen.
God.
located
I
on
wanna
a
touch that
west
light
wall.
When you have the
This is
cracked
not a
light,
As you walk
Hygienic
into the
woman.
bedroom, it'd be to the left or to the north.
the cracked light, the cracked.
Oh,
Nor
yes.
were her toys.
Same bedroom, and
Yeah,
the sole
this is
bedroom
like-
in that apartment that we looked at earlier.
That is correct.
What if she gave you
And then
1,000
Exhibit
shekels?
94.
It's
What
like,
does
it looks
this
like she used that light switch as a toy.
Exhibit 94 is a
Oh,
Joe and
is a
Steve versus
close-up
Nick
of
and
image
Andrew. That's not
93 of
fair.
the light
That's not
switch.
fair.
and I also
Ew.
have scale indicators on
Okay,
there.
actually, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it.
Location.
Guilty.
I'll do it. Okay.
Where I took the picture.
So-
where it's located.
Thank you. So then, with respect to Exhibit
So
94
better pair,
here,
Gosney and
did you conduct
Joe
any further processing of that area?
or Nick?
I did.
and
I
Bronca?
collected a DNA sample.
Okay, so we got a playoff here.
Or I
Gosney and
collected
Joe
a
versus
swab
Nick and
of
Bronca.
a potential DNA
So
swab
who
sample
is going to
of
win
the
in the
red
poll? Is it
substance on
Gosney
that
and
light
Joe
switch.
Newman,
on the light
or
switch. Well,
is it
And
Nick
did
and
you
Bronca?
collect that DNA sample?
I collected that by way of using.
Steve has
a
already voted in
swab,
this poll
sterile
twice.
Swab in a prepackaged
Steve
container,
is
so to
Steve and
speak.
Joe for a second were at
For
69%.
this particular swab,
Very
because it was
questionable.
dry,
Very
I added
questionable that it was
distilled water
69ing for
to the
Joe
end of
and
that
Steve.
cotton
Very
swab,
very questionable.
and then I simply rubbed the swab on
Steve
there.
Gosney says I'm
and then I
voting Nick and
packaged that
Bronca.
swab and sealed it at the
Steve
scene.
Gosney says I'm
You
voting
think
Nick and
Bronca and
Bronca.
Joe could beat Bronca
How do you
and
collect it?
Nick could beat
During
us
your
as a
describes
combination.
that, how you're trained to do it.
What's your
I
He
have-
has such like a head start because of the size of his sub.
What did you
list,
do
and
with
it's like-
that swab once?
Size
you're,
doesn't
completed
matter,
the,
Joe.
uh,
Stop
process?
stop thinking
I'm
size
thinking,
matters.
When
Joe.
the
Go do your thing.
completion of that
Go do your
particular
thing.
swab, it was packaged and sealed. All items of evidence were returned to the Green Bay Police Department, where they are
60,
submitted
40.
into our evidence department.
60-40.
property.
Joe and Goz are winning.
secure
They're
property
winning.
locker.
Joe and Gosney are winning. 60-40 right now.
And I do want to just go back
Keep
a little
voting.
bit. I'm going to go to, I believe this is Exhibit 92. Sorry to jump around on you.
You're fine.
Chandler is not
this
on Joe's
Exhibit
stream,
92?
Smoke Jaguar, so
It
she'll
is.
She'll be back, I
You
think, or
indicated
maybe
that,
not. Maybe she checked out for the
phone
night.
was collected by yourself.
Best
is that
pair is
right?
Bronca
That
and
is correct.
Drex.
When you
That's a
enter an
different
item
type of
evidence
stream.
such as this into evidence.
If Joe and
um,
Steve win, the
is
poll
it-
is very
assigned a
racist.
unique, identifier of some kind?
Against what? White people?
When we enter an item of evidence, we create a
Because they want to see Joe's bunny
number
suit. That's true. Joe does have a good bunny suit.
showing-
He does look good in the bunny suit.
who collected it or who processed it into evidence. Yes.
And was that done to your knowledge for this phone?
Yes.
60-40.
Do you recall? what
Gaz has
number
the
was
lead.
offhand?
No, I won't be able to recall that.
Okay. Are there a lot of numbers that you're keeping in your head with respect to the exhibits you
Bronca and
That
Drex
is
is a
correct.
wonderful disaster.
Would you have
Totally
documented
different
that or
situation.
memorialize that in your details?
I would have.
Okay.
Yes,
Would that assist you in refreshing? your
Steve has
memory
nice
of the,
nice teeth like Amber Heard.
it would.
Sunflower stream. Nobody beats the sunflower stream. Nobody.
I'm gonna show you,
Except for maybe the genie.
Exhibit 95.
Actually, we're gonna do that one. Okay, so Gosney and Joe have won that poll.
Exhibit 95 are my details
Let's do
related to
Best
this
Joe.
case and the search of that apartment.
And I'd ask if you could
Is it
review
Sunflower
the details,
Joe?
particularly the top of page 2.
Genie Joe.
And then I'll ask if that helps refresh your recollection as to that item, that exhibit number.
Or s-
It does refresh my memory.
Okay, and then what is the item number of
Sweet.
that cellular device?
Which poll was that?
That cellular device that was collected, which was on the bed, is evidence number 22-229-240-370-004.
So those last 6 numbers, 370,
Free Zachariah.
004, what do those signify?
370 is my personal computer number.
It's the best Joe.
that's
Is it Sunflower
associated
Joe,
to our
Genie Joe,
recording
or
system.
MAGA Joe?
004 is merely a item that I collected associated with my computer number.
Genie
And
Joe is in the
that
lead, but
is just a
Sunflower
sequential
Joe
order that
and
took
Manga
place
Joe.
as I put these items into evidence. So that was the fourth item that I
Fight me with your stupid polls
categorized.
mindsets.
What a contrast, though, between this presentation of evidence
you, Detective.
today
I have
from
nothing
Zachariah Anderson's case.
Cross-examination.
Genie Joe.
What's up, brother?
Oh, wait, Manga Joe's
What
coming
a
up again.
contrast
Good afternoon.
between the evidence presentation
you,
here and in Zachariah Anderson.
Were contacted by your
Like
lieutenant,
they have real
Lieutenant
evidence
Goon,
here.
on February 23rd of 2022 to come into the
Do you-
station. Is that correct?
Does he
That is
not
correct.
look and sound to you like Matt Walsh?
Regarding
like Matt Walsh's
apparent
dad.
homicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
I was expecting to ask that
the
DNA
information that you
test, what
received
is a
was that
woman?
a mother
You said
discovered
female. What is
something
a
in a
woman?
bucket in her basement,
I
correct?
always like
That is
to ask
correct.
that question to the DNA experts to see how based they are.
There are different
Can
officers
you
or
tell
You
me
guys
if
turn your
it's
mic
a
up a little
man or a
bit.
woman?
I can only
already
barely hear you.
involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
That being Detective Like, Detective Groff,
He does look like Matt
Detective
Walsh's
Kemp,
dad. It's
correct?
true. He really does look like
That is
Matt
correct.
Walsh's dad.
and
That is the good, very astute
gained information
of
that
Joe on that one.
someone by the name of Stephen
Maga
Hendrickson
Joe is winning.
called
Maga's
Brown
44%,
County
33%
Dispatch at
Genie,
about
23%
3:25 a.m.
Sunflower.
to report this. Is that fair?
Maga Joe.
That is fair.
Everyone likes Joe when he goes
and then
full
while
Maga.
en route to
Like
the
dark,
Green Bay Police
crazy
Department,
MAGA.
you heard other officers calling out with a need to possibly go to 2353 Eastman Avenue. Is that fair?
Genie Joe was
That
so
is fair.
fucking wasted. It was
So when
legit
you got to the
crying,
station,
laughing,
you were
watching
briefed
that.
by
It's true.
Lieutenant
He was
Baboon, correct?
really fucked up.
He
on
was
the
one
Genie,
of them,
on the
yes.
Genie stream.
And
Sunflower,
were
he
you
was
told to
actually
go over
less
to
drunk.
Eastman Avenue?
Yes, sir.
And so did you go there by yourself?
Maga Joe is
I
just
did.
Joe, yes. But
And
it's
you
Joe
met
when
up
he's
with
like
other,
ranting, when he's like
detectives, correct?
passionate, you know?
At the scene at that time, I was the only detective at the
When
scene.
he's calling out the evils of the world.
There are other officers there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Officer Garth Russell was there.
It's like, yeah, we know who was
I don't
there.
recall Garth Russell
And
being
people
there.
like Maga Joe.
Tom
Maga
Bucky.
Joe wins.
Do you know who else was there?
Almost 50%,
The two that I
48%.
made contact with were
Maga Joe,
Sergeant Jeff Shilley
30%. Genie. Sunflower
and
was the
Lieutenant
last. I'm
Buckman.
actually surprised.
Tom
I'm
Oh,
really
there you go.
looking forward to seeing if the defense
And
goes anywhere.
what time
with
did
this,
you get
know?
to the Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
I don't know the exact time, but it was after 4:45 and still
Maga
at
Joe.
in the hours of darkness during that day.
All right. And there's snow on the ground, correct?
There
It's
was,
cold outside, correct?
yes, sir.
And you made your way up to the front door of the apartment
All
complex, correct?
I did.
Maga Joe.
Had
Maga Joe wins.
individuals
Yes,
already
everyone
been
loves
arrested by
Maga
the
Joe. He
time you
knows
got
people
there?
love Maga Joe.
They had, yes.
He knows.
When you walked up,
He's
did
the
you
only one who's been
see,
true.
Crime scene.
Joe's
tape?
Farmville.
I did
Joe
see
totally
tape,
plays
in the
Farmville.
doorway
He
entrance,
100% plays Farmville.
Later, did
Actually,
you
they had
see
the
crime
female
scene
officer
tape
put up the
around,
crime scene tape.
the,
Like that was her job.
Town and Country minivan?
That and to like
I don't recall that.
to clean out all the cars.
And then your plan was basically to go into apartment number 1.
Yeah, this is Vanilla
at,
Joe.
This apartment complex.
Or
to,
Wafer Joe, if you
conduct
will.
a search, right?
That is correct.
Matzo Joe.
And did you have a
Matzo
search
Joe.
warrant at the time?
I did.
Okay. And so then you walked into the unit, correct?
Got hit like
Following
before
the
the stream's
search
even
warrant,
started.
yes.
Yep.
And the bedroom and living room windows face the parking lot. Is that correct?
The living room window for sure does face the parking lot. I'm uncertain on
If
the
you know,
bedroom.
you know. Genie Joe is
Were
the
any
best Joe.
individuals inside of apartment number 1?
No.
And so you walked around and started.
Genie
looking
Joe
for
is
things,
also
correct?
Manischewitz Joe, yes.
I began my search, correct?
You searched the living room and the kitchen.
I searched the bedroom area,
Okay. There's one bedroom there, correct?
correct?
In the bedroom area, did you find any body parts or human remains?
No, not outright, no.
Did you find anything of evidentiary value in that bedroom?
I believe I collected items of evidentiary value, yes.
I'm wasting
What
your
did you
time
collect?
here.
A telephone?
Joe's
collected,
smashing the
2 cell
sacrament.
phones.
Where were the cell phones?
Where are they now?
No, where were they?
Oh, one was depicted on the
Joe's drunk on
bed
the
in one
blood of
the images,
Christ.
and
Oh
the
wait,
second one was
sorry.
in a
Oh,
purse.
well, maybe he still is.
Exhibit
But still.
91. That photograph depicts
Oh, is
a bed.
that going to land me in some sort of trouble?
Yes,
is
it
the
does.
ADL going to call me
There's
for
a
that
phone
one?
on the bed, correct?
Yes,
Bed's got
that's
a gray
bad.
comforter on it, correct?
it does.
There's a phone cord there.
Correct.
There's some other device. I don't know if that's a fan or something else.
That's another
True.
toy.
Chandler?
Correct.
I don't know what Chandler's up
And then
to. She's not. I'm not seeing her in the court, and they're not showing her.
Close-up picture of the comforter,
Our
correct?
girl
Correct.
Chandler.
Exhibit 93 is a light switch, correct?
I don't know what she's been up to lately. What she's been following.
Yes, sir.
And that light switch
Nastiest light
is
switch in America.
on the wall
She's still looking good though.
in the
Chandler's still
bedroom
looking good, but
of Unit 1
I
at
don't know what she's up to.
2353 Eastman Avenue.
That is correct.
That light switch is cracked, correct?
It is correct.
And there's smear marks on it, correct?
Yes. And we don't.
Yes, I
wanna
would describe
speculate.
those as smear marks.
You,
Why there's
you looked
smear
at those smear
Yeah,
marks.
hopefully I stream more
was
with Joe
that
in the
an issue
future.
for you?
I'll try to get the
That switch was
times worked out where we
As
can
far as
do
The
better. It's
nastiest
really
light
hard.
switch in
What
America.
that was.
I was concerned due to the
Don't look
marks
at
and
it,
the
yeah,
coloration.
they look
I
at
felt it was an evidence
Somehow they imported
of value
a
for
third-world light
evidence to collect
switch
that. Yes,
and then dirtied that up a
Did you
little bit
collect
and
it then?
slapped it on.
I did.
You had no contact with Taylor Schabusiness on this particular date, correct?
After I
No,
saw
sir,
her
I
light
did
switch,
not.
All the
Sorry, I
contact
have
with Miss
contact.
Schabusiness.
By the way, don't
was with,
confuse Chandler and
Detective
Chandler.
Croft
Shanley
and
Painter is the
Detective Kempf, correct?
Court TV news reporter.
from the best of my knowledge, yes.
You never talked to her,
Chandler
correct?
is
No, sir.
on, well, was on Vice's
You never
stream
saw
last year.
anybody in the gold.
Don't let Joe know this.
Minivan that
Think
was
he can
parked,
professionally
correct?
collect any lost
sir.
shekels
You
from
saw-
these
that's true,
shenanigans.
right?
Yeah,
Yes,
we
sir.
gotta
You
we
never
gotta
saw
keep
any
all the
people
shekels
inside
here
the
on
van
Legal
when
Minds.
you
So
walked
speaking
up
of
and
which,
when you left,
make sure you like
correct?
the stream, hit the
Fair.
like.
I did
If
not.
you want,
And you never
toss
saw
the super
that
chat this way. We're actually
gold Town and Country
almost
minivan
at
move at all, correct?
No, I did not.
Not a record, but
we're really getting a lot from this cross-examination. You can see he's being pinned.
How long were you at the
really
scene
pinned in
at
here.
the stream doesn't show Schabusiness staring or being as crazy as
Like I
long
said,
as.
was
Yeah,
at the
let's go over
scene
to.
initially.
Just say no
Um,
questions.
For approximately an hour.
Yes, Chandler was the one who wore the dress to the depth trial. So let's go back over to Law and Crime, just because I think I agree with you guys. The camera angles are better, and there's one on Schabusiness, which is where we want to be.
She's withdrawn.
On top of Schabusiness.
So when you got there, you took pictures of the doorway to the apartment, correct?
The doorway is depicted in the picture, correct?
Let's just go down here and
Did
cover the
you
doggo.
dust for prints on the minivan at all?
I did not.
The Vice doggo, yes.
You collected some additional DNA swabs in 2 different areas of the apartment. Is that fair?
One different area, I believe.
Okay. If your report says 2 different areas, would that be accurate?
It would be.
Okay. And as you were searching the apartment, did you note a red substance on the hallway wall leading from the
red
living room
substance.
to Ms. Schabusiness's bedroom and the bathroom?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then at some point, did you determine that you were not going to be concerned about that?
I collected that in the same manner as I did the other item of DNA evidence. However, I did indicate in my report that it was, it did not appear to be a biological substance.
Okay. How did you determine that it was not a biological substance?
Because under normal circumstances, and when I say normal, it's just based on my past experience, when you try to collect
Thank
a
you
sample
so much for the
and
super
you
chat.
add
We're gonna go with the
distilled water,
50.
which is the proper
Appreciate you and
protocol
appreciate
to
support of the channel.
rehydrate something.
Thank you so much.
If that does
50.
not come off very
50.
easily,
Appreciate y'all.
it could be anything from paint to nail polish or something of that nature. And this did not come off the wall as it should have if it was a substance of
50.
DNA interest.
In the bedroom, did you find anything else that was concerning?
I imagine.
I collected another item of evidence in the bedroom, yes.
What was it?
I collected some syringes that appeared to be somewhat melted, for lack of better terms, together.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Nice.
Excused.
Thank God
Nope.
for that.
Nothing else to ask. Let him off the stand. Get him out.
State's next witness.
State calls Nate Kalinsky.
Nate Collin. Nate Collin is up. No, I streamed
And
outside the
habeas
bathroom
corpses is all,
as well,
all the
in-
tongue
in
snicking and
Korea.
mouth suction popping. I can't take it. Yeah, well, the witness said we're kind of doing a little bit of that, weren't they?
Well, habeas corpus clearly did not see Joe's licking and suction because that would definitely turn him off. Clearly, he
So if
hasn't
you
been
wanna
paying
step
attention
right up over
to
here,
the correct streams,
and,
like you
before
guys
you
on
have a
Legal
seat,
Mindset,
turn
catching the
face forward,
best
raise
of the
your right
best
hand,
of the
put your
best
face under
of
oath.
all the streams on LawTube, and getting it all here, raw.
You solemnly swear to tell the
Live.
whole truth and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Nathan R. Kalinsky. Last name is Kolinski.
Okay, then Mr. Saunders, the witness.
Guys,
is
we
yours.
are 2 likes away from
can you
400,
tell
so
us how you're
smash
employed?
that like button.
I am a
We're
evidence-
about to get the 400 likes. Just smash it, and we will get there. Smash it like my connection just smashed.
Tech with the
This
Green Bay
stream.
Police Department.
All right, what do you do as an evidence tech?
So our job is to, once the officers package and seal the evidence,
400
hand it over
likes.
to us, and
Appreciate
our
it.
job
Thank
is
you
to
so
keep
much,
it safe
guys.
and
Hey, listen,
secure.
for you
basically
guys being
until
the best, the
case
most
is over.
based.
And
Cheers,
how
guys.
long have you been employed in that capacity as an evidence tech?
About 6.5 years.
All right. In addition to maintaining custody of items, is it also the case that you're responsible for transmitting certain items to the Wisconsin State
I'm
Crime Lab?
6'5",
Crime Lab,
6'5", so yeah, no,
And that's for, I guess, further testing by
it's
them?
pretty big.
Yes. Yep. We send it out to the crime lab.
Athix
The crime
knows.
lab
We've
also
hung out.
mails it back to us. We receive the packages back.
Hunch too, actually.
And how is it that items are sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
They are either mailed or in certain cases we will drive them down and we do just a physical hand drop off with the crime lab.
Smash it like your
Is there
daddy
any
smashed your mama.
documentation
Yes,
that
Jonathan.
memorializes
Yes.
that transmittal?
We have a form on our end that we fill out, and then the crime lab has like a receipt form that says everything that they received and the date they got it in.
Show you exhibits 96. Do you recognize them?
Yes.
6'5"
this
on
is
a chair.
Transmittal looks like to. It's all three, so it's a transmittal to one of the state crime labs.
And is that a form that sort of would bear indicia that you were sort of involved in the transmittal of these items?
Yes, correct.
And what is that?
So we have here listing. Do you want me to read them off or just give the numbers?
Well, first I'll ask, is there any indication that you signed it or notated on it?
Looks like has my name on the bottom of it, and then it went through, and these look like there's little checkoff on the side of the form. We do that just to make note of every one that we have, just to ensure we are bringing everything down.
And is that consistent with your practice, just to make sure you've transmitted all the items you're supposed to?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, so it's a form you believe you kind of filled out as well here?
Measure twice, cut once, kind of thing. Yes.
Sure. And then what was the agency case number associated with this transmittal?
So that is going to be agency case 22-209240.
And is that, I guess, with respect to the case you're subpoenaed here for today?
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. I'd move 94.
Any objection?
No.
That'll be received.
What items of evidence did you transmit to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in this case?
So this one, we have a buckle swab taken from Taylor Schabusiness. Swabs taken from the right hand of Taylor. Swab taken from the left hand of Taylor. Oral swab from shad therion that was taken at the autopsy, a swab of the blade of exhibit 543033, swab of red substance inside exhibit 543072, swab of red substance on light switch from suspect's bedroom, black sweatpants with dried blood on it, a penile swab,
Penile
and
swab.
of exhibit 543038.
There you go.
And based on your recollection and your review of this exhibit, are those items that you would have been transmitting to the crime lab?
Correct, yes.
And are you
manually
aware of
transmits
how you transmitted those items to the crime lab?
Manually. With his
For
mouth.
this one, they were dropped off. We drove down, and the Madison lab has different rooms you can go in and like
And drop
hand
your
over
load.
evidence, and then they'll give you the receipt right away that you dropped them off.
Okay. So in this instance, you personally delivered them.
Manlet, Don Backham. Manlet.
When you are transmitting items, in this instance personally, if there's an issue with transport, if there's a disruption of the evidence, is that somehow noted?
Yes.
And was that done in this case?
No, it was not.
So there's no belief in your part that any of the items were tampered with or manipulated in any way?
No.
Apart from the transmitting, I think you mentioned earlier one of your responsibilities is to, I guess, oversee the storage of evidence in the police station itself. Is that
Yes.
right? And can you describe the Green Bay Police Department's evidence room for us?
So we have several rooms that
The
are throughout
evidence
basement,
room.
and all the rooms are generally the same.
Oh no,
They're
not the
all
human centipede.
locked rooms. They have an alarm system, a keypad entry system, and then they have cameras and motion sensors. So there are only, I believe, 5 people inside the department, including myself, that have access to these rooms. It's a very tight control. Our belief is that the fewer people that can get in there, the more secure the evidence is.
Oh.
So I guess, is it the case that any member of the Green Bay Police Department can just go in the evidence room?
And no.
Is that something that either yourself or your colleague would be present for or supervise?
Yes, if there's anybody outside of the 5 of us that wants to be in there, we have to escort them.
Oh, it's updated the witness name there
Thank you, sir. I have nothing.
to Nate.
Cross-examination.
Tight control, colon.
No.
Do I address
No.
this as Mr. Kalinsky? Or
Oh,
Mr.'s fine.
Okay.
Mr.
So these items were transmitted down to Madison by who?
That would be, I believe, myself, and then there are normally 2 of us that go with. Sometimes it's a light duty officer, sometimes it's my coworker Gene, depends on who's free at the time.
And then you have to park and then physically carry these items into the state.
You have to
Correct. There's a parking right across the street from the door. You walk inside, walk upstairs, and they go in these little large closet-sized rooms where they're there with the little.
So he's
desks.
in the
You hand them
closet-sized
over
room.
One by one, they receive them, and then you get a paper receipt from them with everything that they
I'll
received.
move off
It's
the
basically
doggo.
their transfer
You
of
guys get some
custody from
doggo
us
cam.
to them.
Kind of like that library.
They are doing really
Similar
good at
to it, we just don't
stipulating.
lose contact with it. There's no
to
slot or anything.
qualifications.
We're
That
there
actually is
the
nice.
entire time until we hand it to them.
And then did you get your receipt right away?
Yes.
And then after.
Probably because it benefits the
lab items,
defense
did their
to
testing
stipulate.
time, you get these items back?
We either pick them up in person if we're there for some other business, or they mail them back to us.
Do you know if these items got mailed back to you?
I'm not sure. The paperwork would say it. I can't remember off the top of my head how they got back to the department.
You've been an evidence technician for 6.5 years. You've got a lot of training and experience, correct?
Yes.
You know how to package items, you know how to make sure they're safe and secure, correct?
Yes.
You follow certain procedures when you cut the bag open, and you have to be careful, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, he should put a name on that
All with sending the materials down or getting it back.
on the dog cam.
None that I'm aware of.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
All right. Got what, another hour, I think? But I mean, I don't know how long this guy goes, but
State's next witness.
State calls Gene Rakers.
And while they're being called, Mike Morrison says, why y'all going to be in Houston? Anime Matsuri convention. How do we get a hold of y'all, and when will you be there? I'll happily take y'all for a ride. Twitter, The Legal Vices is the way to get a hold of me. Aiden?
Aussie Overlord on Twitter, or you can DM me through Discord.
Let's see how the Rackets is doing. Rickety racketing around here today. We got Joe. Here we go. Here's Rackets. Let's go over here and see how Rackets and Bronca are doing with this.
In person, if we're there for some other business, or
A little
they mail
behind, but
back to us.
Do you know if these items got mailed back to you?
I'm not sure. The paperwork
Bronca's
would say it. I
wine
can't
momming
remember
it
off
up
the top
right
of my head
now.
how they got back to the
For how much he hates on the wine moms.
You've been
He downs that Chardonnay like a champ.
evidence technician for 6.5 years. You've got a lot of training and experience, correct?
yes.
You know how to package items, you know how to make sure they're safe.
I will say Nick does have to manage a lot of chats and a lot of different things, so he's got a lot to do.
That's what your wife told me.
Bronca made a mom joke. I love it. See, this is so much better. It's so much better when Bronca and Nick, it works better.
No, none that I'm aware of.
Wine dad. Yeah, Bronca is a wine dad.
Redirect.
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
Okay, let's see what they have to say in the interim here. Nick's shaking his head.
So they're just burning through like quick witnesses here. Hopefully they'll.
This judge is very fast. I noticed
Yeah.
that.
State calls
Notice
Gene Rakers.
the judge looks like a minion of the Underdark or whatever, though.
His nerd Bronca's like, you fucking nerd with your nerd shit, Rackets. Joke's on you. Your mom is my wife. Aw, Tiger Shark. Yeah, Bronca and Nick are a good pair.
Sorry.
What? What is it? What?
What? Attorney Andrew F. Bronca says what?
Okay, ma'am, just step right up over here. And then before you have a seat, if you could turn
Let's
and
see.
face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you on drugs.
I'm a wine dad. Through the chat, tell them I call him a wine dad.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Andrew Bronca.
My name is Jean Rakers.
And I
Oh.
can't get a
Use the
date on
fucking
Tinder.
No, that's a
How are
good
you
one.
employed?
Oh, Bronca. Okay,
I'm
I'm
currently
liking
employed
this
as
more
an
now than
evidence
Bronca.
technician with the Green Bay Police Department.
Nick's
This woman is
stream was
29 years
improved.
old, folks. Women, don't
500%.
waste your
For the
youth.
past 4 years.
Is one of your colleagues, Mr. Klinsky, we just saw?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
You work in
Yes.
the same role as him?
Yes, I do.
You have the same job responsibilities?
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you about
Very nice lady.
Green Bay PD case number 22-209240. Is that a case that you?
This woman is not 29.
Yes.
And
So she said 29?
I want to show you what's previously been marked.
She's 29? No. There's no
Oh my
fucking
god,
way.
the comments is so funny. Folks, I'm not kidding. This is literally what a 29-year-old
Yes, I
woman
do.
looks like.
In America.
This
is
is a
sad.
transmission of evidence from the Wisconsin
29?
State Crime Lab in Madison to the Green Bay Police Department.
Or does Bronca said 29 or
I guess what are those documents used for?
It,
she didn't say
um,
29, did she?
It itemizes the
Hail the
evidence that is
199.
sent
Yes, shout out to the
between
199, I
agencies. So
guess.
in this instance,
29,
these are items that were
199, close
returned
enough, right?
to the Green Bay Police Department from the State Crime
This
Lab
woman
in
is not
Madison.
29. There's no fucking way she's 29.
Does the form indicate which items were returned to your
Like a very nice lady,
Yes,
but not
it's,
29.
the State Crime Lab assigns a letter
199
to
is
each
close
piece of
enough.
evidence that's designated on the form, and then our evidence exhibit number is also stated on the form.
And
She's got that exhibit number.
does the form indicate who would have been the
Maybe,
person
yeah, maybe that was it. She's been in her
receipt of those
career
items
for
of
29
evidence?
years. She's been at her job for 29
Yes,
years.
my name
That
is
makes
signed on
sense.
the bottom, and I indicate that I received it on April 22nd of 2022.
And so that's a.
So she was there since
that
she's
in
18
that
plus
document that you
29.
received those items of evidence?
Lawyer math.
Yes.
What is that? 57?
I moved
Sorry,
95.
47. Yeah, I fucked that one up already, right? So
No.
47,
Her
48,
falling egg is
49.
going
I
to
would
cause hail
believe that.
damage on the courthouse.
I believe
Oh my
48,
God.
49.
Let's see that.
Savage Bronca. no tie. Just going in on these hoes.
Ms. Rikers, you've been working for the Green Bay Police Department for 4 years as a evidence technician, correct?
That's correct.
And you worked with
Jerry, they
evidence
usually
tech
don't
Nathan
ask
Kalinsky.
you
Yeah.
Polymath,
like
that's
swear on a
0.6
Bible or anything
years.
like that anymore.
Oh, it's funny.
They have it mostly
Your
set
role
up as
in this
a
particular case was
secular.
to
Oath or
send
affirmation.
items or receive items or both.
In this instance, I received the items that the crime lab sent. When they're delivered, I personally receive the box that they're delivered in, and I ensure that the seals are all intact. Then I open the box and verify that the items on the
Unlike her
list on the
virginity.
transmittal
Oh,
are indeed the items I'm receiving back.
no.
And this
What's up, Deha? Good to see you
exhibit
again,
number,
brother. Checking back in. We're still rocking it
90.
here.
Yes.
indicates
Still rocking
that
it late on the
you
legal
received all of
mindset.
these items back on April 22nd of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
These items were sent from the State Crime Lab.
The few, the
on
proud,
April
the
21st
based.
of 2022 by Olivia Sassman.
Yes, the State Crime Lab in Madison.
Oh, she has
Do you
29
know
cats. Yeah, that
why
makes sense. That makes sense.
It took a day for you to get these items back.
Yes, that's generally the turnaround.
That's how
time.
long
They're
it took me to
sent
walk
on
to the
one
file
day, we
cabinet.
receive them the next day. And again, the boxes that we received are
Oh, love it,
sealed.
love it,
We
love it.
verify that the seals are intact before we open it and verify the contents of them.
Who transported these items from?
We used to
Madison
do that
back
with
to
wives, by the
the
way.
Green Bay Police
The crime lab utilizes speedy delivery.
Oh, God.
When these items came to the Green Bay Police Department on April 22nd of
Smoke
2022,
Jaguar, you're 100%
did you have to
right.
meet
Most
them at
people
the
in the
front?
chat are,
Yes,
are
they
lying
call
if they
me
say
up
they
and
wouldn't
I
still smash. They
meet the
probably still
delivery
would.
driver at the door.
And then
You
you
have to meet
signed
them
the
at the
release
bonus
at that
hole?
time.
That's correct. I
Bonus
signed
hole.
their.
No,
I signed
no Bronca,
their,
not the bonus hole.
loan
Stay away
machine
from the
that they
bonus hole,
have,
Bronca.
indicating that I'm receiving it from them. I don't sign this transmittal form until I've gone through and verified that all the items on their list are indeed the items that we've received.
And on this form, there's a cross off. It's got evidence tech Nathan Kalinsky on there, correct?
Yes,
And then your name is stamped on there, is right? Is that right?
yes. That's just their form. They just have Nathan's name on there as a form. So if I'm the one receiving it, then I'm the one signing it and stamping it.
He said
Okay,
stamp.
then
It
you
made
keep
her
this in
think
your
of the
records.
prom.
That's correct.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect? No, thank you. Ma'am, before you step down, my clerk and I are running the numbers, and that can't be 95. What number?
This is exhibit 90,
Okay,
90.
You asked for 95 to be admitted. This is 90, but it's already been admitted. So I just want to make sure we're all clear on the numbers, okay?
I wrote
Late in the
90
day,
down.
Judge. Sorry.
I did write 90 down.
Okay, very good. You can step down. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, we're coming towards the end of the day.
I would hope so. I'm down to less than half a bottle of wine, Nick. So.
Next witness then?
State calls Kendall Danelski.
Oh, good God.
Running thin there. Running thin.
I'm 7.5 hours in, man.
Yeah, we're doing good here. We're still holding in. We're still hanging in there. We've got probably about I think 30 minutes to an hour left.
Everybody's so well fed. it's amazing.
The North. 5 more minutes for Bronca. We'll see. We'll
Except
see.
the judge.
Ma'am, if you want to just step up right over here.
I feel like there's gonna be a
Judge's
couple
like, I'm
Bron-
keeping these tapeworms.
The judge is, yeah, he's a slender man.
The Slender Man, if you will.
I like him so far, though. What do you think of him? I like him. He's very fast, very efficient. Go, go, go.
Kendall
Yeah.
Danelski.
Oh,
No, he seems
oh,
good.
excuse me.
Oh,
Excuse me.
oh, who is
Excuse me.
Kendall
Danelski, can you
Danowski.
state for the record how you are employed?
Simple alert,
I'm a
ladies and
certified
gentlemen. Let's
forensic
do
computer
it.
examiner with
Here
the
we
Green Bay
go.
Police Department.
Okay.
So I'm a horror
I'm not even going to
Certified
ask this.
Computer forensic examiner.
Okay.
I basically take all digital devices that come through the police department and extract and sometimes analyze that data.
How long have you been employed in that capacity at the Green Bay Police Department?
Almost 7 years.
Do you have any sort of educational background?
Yeah, I'm
or
not even gonna
training that
ask, 'cause this is
related to that
obviously a-
position?
I do,
Smash
yes.
him.
Training and certifications are very important for this position to keep up with the ever-changing technology. So a couple of the more
Another
valuable ones that
thoroughly
I've had
prepared
over the
witness.
past couple of years, I'm certified through IASIS,
Simping protocol
which is the International
activated.
Association
Smash that
computer
like,
investigative
just like you would
specialist,
smash.
as a certified forensic computer examiner, and a certified mobile device examiner.
Would destroy.
I'm also certified
Honk.
through SANS
Seven?
as a GFCE,
Definitely
which is
like a
another
Wisconsin
crucial
seven.
training and program that we have
That
to
translates
go
as
through. I'm
one
also
tequila
certified
lay.
through Celebrate as a Celebrate certified mobile examiner, and I'm also certified through Magnet as a Magnet certified
Okay, we're doing
forensic
it here.
examiner. And lastly, I'm certified through ACE as an Access Data certified examiner.
Can you just describe for the jury generally what your process is when you
How to try waifu,
are
Officer Ginger.
not analyzing actually, the download of
I
a-
flip
of a
my hair.
device?
I eat some cheese.
Yes, so I get the device in, and depending on the make and model of that device, it has to be placed into certain settings for extraction so that it can make a connection
course
and
it does.
communication with my computer. So I get the phone in the correct
All right,
settings.
the poll
and
is
then I
up.
hook
Who is
to an
it? Who's the
adapter,
hottest trial
and then
waifu?
from there, I
Officer
use a set of
Ginger?
software to perform
Sassy
the
evidence
extraction.
specialist Ginger?
Once that
or blonde
extraction is
examiner?
complete, I then open it up in a readable program that I then can get out to officers and detectives to go through that data.
Can you describe the jury you're baiting?
And is it typical that you yourself will review the data on the phone, or is your typical practice that you will conduct a forensic download of the device and then provide it to another party to review?
It is typical. I perform the extraction, view some of the
She
data
is
to verify
100%
things parsed
winning right
correctly, and then I usually
Pull
pass
out,
that data
pull
on
out.
to officers or detectives.
I don't know. I think people are not pulling out,
You
Bronco.
estimate approximately
Rigged poll.
how many times per year you conduct a forensic download of a device?
I perform.
She's smashing the
There's
poll.
all different kinds of cases. I mean, this is a homicide case, but there's many cases out there.
It's true.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I
Eliza's still
perform
going for
about
Officer
600 phone extractions a year.
Have you performed roughly that many phone extractions over the course of your 7-year career?
I need an
at the
extraction right now.
Justice Department?
I
It
feel
increases
really,
every year, but roughly yes.
really in the need of extraction.
Were you asked to
81%
assist,
are for the
in
blonde.
the investigation of a homicide that occurred at 829 Stony Brook in around February 22nd and 23rd of 2022?
I was, yes.
And who asked you to assist with analyzing devices in that case?
Multiple detectives. For this one, I believe Detective Graff and Detective Luberta.
And do you recall specifically?
Does she
how
have
many
an
devices
OnlyFans?
you
Hunch, you are a
analyzed and- or
DJ.
How many devices you downloaded on this case?
I would say 10 or more.
You would say 10 or more? Like, how
And
many was it?
one of the devices that you were asked to download a device that was attributed as belonging to Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
When you conduct a forensic
She's gamed for sure. This girl's
download of a
gamed for
phone,
sure.
do you use any paperwork to outline the work that you did with respect to that particular device?
I do, yes.
What is that called?
For every phone or computer that comes through my office, I create a cell phone or computer analysis worksheet.
This is a fact here, Andrew. This is a very based fact. Wait for her to drop her OnlyFans in subtly. That would be big. She'd get a lot of viewers. All you simps would subscribe, I know. And all Ricada's chat, Vice's chat, they'd be jumping in there right away.
Oh, boy.
Joe's wholesome chat wouldn't. Joe's very wholesome. But everybody else, they'd be simping hard. Good job, Taylor's in handcuffs. She'd be 100% jealous. Oh, yeah, she'd fight her. She does not want anybody else to get the attention in the room. Oh, no. Oh, look at a little smile. She got a little smile. That guy's smiling, too.
Yes, this is a cell phone analysis worksheet that I completed for exhibit number 370004.
That exhibit number, that 37004, where does that number come from?
That comes from evidence, so every case number is assigned to a case, and then the evidence within that case gets an exhibit or evidence number.
So when an officer collects an item of evidence, they assign it that number?
Correct.
Andrew's having more fun than me. I need to
that
drink
is
more.
the
That's
piece
true.
of evidence that was
And
Probably
Bronca,
do.
Bronca has
Just
more
the end of the
energy.
day.
It was, yes.
Bronca has more big Bronca energy right
Does
now.
the cell phone
Man,
analysis
it's
worksheet
11
for
p.m.
that
where I
particular
am.
This
piece of evidence,
became
does it
much
outline the
better.
process
You guys
that
are bitches.
used
I'm
to
not
conduct the
normally up
forensic
at 8.
download?
It does, yes.
It's
And could you
4:10
describe for the jury
a.m., you
what process you
pussies.
used in this case?
These guys are
Yes,
pussies.
so for this particular phone, I put the phone in the correct settings for extraction where it could communicate with my computer. From there, I hooked it up to the Celebrate 4PC adapter, And then I use the Celebrate
all
4
sounds so
PC
sexy.
extraction software to perform that extraction. Once that extraction completes successfully, I bring that into Celebrate Physical Analyzer, which is
Celebrate,
that software
baby.
program that parses the data for me.
Are you able to determine when you do an extraction?
It was a
whether or
little
not
out of
the
sync,
extraction was
Examoon, but it's on
successful?
Nick's
I am,
side.
yes.
How do you do that?
I can compare the data on the phone after the extraction completes successfully to verify that the data on the phone is matching the data in the extraction. And also the program will show that the extraction completed successfully, or it would indicate if it did fail.
So for this particular device, in addition to doing the extraction and looking at the information on the extraction, are you able to manually manipulate the phone itself?
Yes.
So that's how you're able to confirm that the data is consistent on the device and on the extraction?
Correct. That is always done after an extraction to make sure not to manipulate any data before an extraction.
In addition to conducting the extraction, did you do other after the extraction was done, did you do additional manipulation of the device itself to obtain any evidence from the device?
Yes, after that extraction completed successfully, I manually navigated the phone and took additional screen captures using that same set of software.
And what is the purpose of doing those screen captures?
With certain types of extractions, some applications or data might not always be extracted or parsed correctly. For example, Google Photos might not always be extracted or parsed with that type of extraction I was able to get from this phone. So then I go on after that extraction completed successfully and manually navigate the phone and then take screenshots of those certain applications that were not included in the original extraction.
She's probably studying for this.
For this particular
It's a big
device,
case
did
for
you
her.
then conduct a closer analysis of the content of the extraction, or was that
Yeah,
tasked
tell me
to
about the
another person?
content, please.
I went through and verified that the data was parsed correctly and that everything that officers and detectives might need were captured with the screen captures. But after that, that data was passed on to detectives.
Docs
Do you know
Taylor's
specifically
OnlyFans.
which detective was tasked with viewing?
Did she really have an
the,
OnlyFans?
The report from the extraction of this device?
Detective Luberta.
And you mentioned that certain data may not be captured by the extraction. Can you explain why that might be the case?
So certain types of extractions can extract different things. So there's different levels of extractions. For this one, I was able to get a full file system, which will capture a lot of application data, but it isn't a full physical extraction, which captures a bit-by-bit copy identical of the flash memory on that phone. So basically, everything that's on that phone would get captured. So for this instance, it did not parse the Google Photos, the Google Chrome history, or some recent Facebook Messenger chats. So I went through and captured screenshots of those.
In addition to capturing screenshots, did you advise Detective Luberta in any way?
How much
about
money
some
did they
things that she
spend on
could do
dildo
to
analysis?
obtain
Too
additional
much,
data
but
that's relevant
you
to
know,
that
you got
device?
to guess.
I did, yes. So when manually going through a phone, the phone stays in airplane mode. So that means that I'm not connecting to the
So
network
this
and no
is the chick
incoming
who
text
keys
messages
your
are
car,
coming in,
but
no incoming chats, things
she
like
doesn't
that.
cut
I'm
your
not
head off and
connecting
put
to
it
the
in a
network or
bucket.
internet. So I can only sometimes see a limited amount of data when I'm manually navigating. So I can always tell them, like for instance, Google Photos, I could only get to a certain date without being connected to the network. So then I would say, maybe it would be a good idea to get a Google search warrant for that additional data that I might not be able to see. on
Google
the phone.
search warrant, aka just
What sorts of
asking
things
them
might
and
be
they bend
captured on
over
a Google
backwards
search
for
warrant
you.
that aren't necessarily readily available on the device?
More additional photos, Google searches, location data.
And do you know, does Google also store things in the cloud that might not be physically on the device?
It does, yes.
Do you know if Detective Luberta actually then did subsequently make a request to Google for the information that would have been related to this device?
She did, yes.
And did you have any
Is Taylor
further
a
contact with
prostitute? I don't know.
Detective Luberta about that?
I mean,
I did, yes. She got that Google
I don't
return
think that's been
in a
alleged.
zip file from her search warrant that she created for that. And then from there on, she wanted me to put it in a more readable format for her. So basically, I took that zip file that she got from Google and just ingested it back into Celebrate Physical Analyzer, where it puts it in a readable, easier format that they're more comfortable with going through.
And the process that you utilize to take that zip file from Google and put it on the UFED reader, is that something that you're trained in and you do in the regular
Google
course of
does
your
not
business?
protect
Yes.
your data at all
And
whatsoever.
were you comfortable that when you took the data from Google and put it into that format, that everything performed correctly in this instance?
Yes.
And again, did you do the analysis then once it was placed into that more readable format, or is that something tasked to Detective Liberta as well?
Passed on to Detective Liberta.
Give her a RAR file. That'd be hilarious.
She looks like a modern summer camp counselor. Kinda, yeah. I see it.
I can definitely see that.
Hey, dude, as long as we have a pause, I gotta go. I'm gonna fall asleep.
Bronca!
But
All right,
thanks for
brother,
having me
thanks
on.
for coming
Bronca's
on.
out.
Yeah.
I appreciate
Oh,
it.
the
Invite
based
anytime.
Bronca.
I'll do my best to join.
Ciao, Bronca. Okay, since Bronca's out, we're going to go back to Vices because Vices is definitely going to be a little bit better with guests.
Cell phone?
That would be included, yes.
Okay. And then you were looking
Might be older,
for
but she looks like a
photos,
whole lot
correct?
younger.
Correct.
And we're
Looking
back.
for iCloud photos, correct?
Well,
A little bit
in
more
airplane mode,
focused on her
correct.
here, too.
And then you were looking to see
Bronca's out of wine.
GPS location to see where this phone had been, correct?
You can check the Google Maps on the phone, but you cannot check the cloud when you're not connected to that network.
And cell phones oftentimes have GPS, so if like you want to know where your teenage kid is, you could put that on your phone and you can track where they are, correct?
Correct. Sometimes, yes.
Is that what you were looking for?
I was looking most likely for recent
This
Google
angle
searches
hides her
for
roots. You
the
can
Google
see
Maps
them. You
application.
can see her roots.
Okay.
She's a brunette.
And
for
you
sure.
had a search warrant for this phone, correct?
Correct.
What was the condition of the phone? Was it damaged at all? Did it have a cracked screen?
The phone appeared to be in, I said, okay condition with an unknown substance on the front screen,
Unknown substance.
but otherwise in working condition.
It was in working condition?
Yes.
Any issues with the charge or anything like that?
No.
He's still
Any
really
problems
pushing
with
this
the
whole she
extraction at
wasn't-
all?
You
No.
can't prove that she was there.
With
thing.
regards to
That's about all he's got.
doing the extraction, is it such that sometimes the date might be off or the time might be off?
Usually the dates are accurate when they're set for the correct
Yeah, I
date
think you
and time.
need 2 or 3
UTC minus
sidekicks
6
to
or
really
5,
do well on
depending
a
the
stream,
time zone
but
we're
they
in.
need to be good. That's the whole thing. They have to be good sidekicks, not just like trash.
That's adjusted in the program.
Okay. And the program that you use was Celebrate?
All streams are
Correct.
better with multiple people.
After you, well, when you get the data, then do you put it on a separate
Is Jeff sleeping?
zip
Did
drive
Jeff
or
just
something,
sleep?
or what? How
Jeff
do you do
just
that?
slept. Just
It goes on a
nod off.
shared drive that all detectives can access.
Judge is done.
On the Fred computer?
No, that is, these are not performed on the Fred computer.
Okay.
Okay, Blonde Examiner won the hottest
So,
trial waifu by far, 76%.
How would
dominant
Detective
performance.
Liberta then
You can't blame him.
access
I mean,
this
everyone knows
information?
you're guilty.
So the original extraction
I
is
think sniping
saved
is
on a
great 'cause it-
Synology that only I have access to in
It
my
gives
office.
me a partner
and
without
then
their consent.
That's where the
It's great.
original dump goes in the extraction. And then that UFDR file that I create from that Cellbrite physical analyzer software, then I can send that to
The
a
dog
shared
is the real
drive
winner
that all
'cause they get to
detectives
sleep.
have access to. So that would be where Detective Liberta accessed the UFDR file.
And then this information, this data, is it stored at the police department?
It is, yes.
Where is it stored?
Permanently stored on a Synology in
police
my
department.
office.
Okay.
Jesus, Andrew,
And if
rephrase that.
someone
No, I
wants to look
won't.
at it, they have to go
I
through
won't.
you.
But I won't, Boosh.
Correct,
I
unless
won't- I
they
won't
can
rephrase
access
that.
the UFDR file that was created
I
and put on
prefer
that shared drive.
Is there any way that
not
that information,
having
that data that you
a
extracted
consenting streaming
could
partner.
be tampered with or
I'll set it.
lost?
I'll stay by
or
that.
Misplaced somehow?
Not the original extraction that I saved in my office, but the UFDR file could be deleted.
Love the
if
sniping.
some
You have to do
detective
this
wanted
more
to delete it
often. We
for some
will. We will.
reason,
Not
or
every
move it to
stream,
another
not every
folder on
trial,
that drive.
but sometimes.
But they can't actually manipulate
When there's
any
a lot of
data in the
people streaming,
program,
I'll
like
do it.
switch a text message, date or time, something like that.
Did
If there's a
anything
few
like
people,
that
I may
happen?
just stream myself normally.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And then you were saying, you were talking about on these screen captures, is it kind of like taking a screenshot of something where you want to capture like maybe a text message or picture or something like that?
Very similar, yes. I use that Celebrate 4 PC program, which basically has a screen capture function built right in, which will capture the entire screen of the phone when you basically click a photograph.
Joe
button on the
just
program.
yeeted himself off his channel. Wow.
And then you said
Go
something
Joe.
about
Yeah, sniping was
parsing
fun.
data
Everybody loved it.
correctly. What do
Everybody
you
had a
mean
good
by
time.
that?
We got shout outs from
I just
everybody.
verify, like you said, the dates and times match up. If for some reason Facebook Messenger didn't
Nicholas, for the
parse and I
last
need to go
40
through and take
minutes.
screenshots of that,
Yay.
I would note that and go into that application and create those screen captures.
And so your sole role is just to extract the data, get it to the detectives so they can analyze the information, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing
Yeah,
further.
Taylor definitely hates her because she's pretty. Look at those the death stare. That's a woman's death stare.
Goodbye, Mandy. Bye.
Spicy Examiner. Is that the last one?
Bye, Mandy.
The state calls Jenna Luberta.
Jenna Liberta. Let's see, Jenna.
So, cock and balls.
Yeah, the amateur iconic said, "Careful, guys. She knows how to access your search and browser history."
Oh, that's a problem.
Yep.
Steve
Jeff did
Gosling was
not
all
start
over the
playing
place. He was
basketball
really
before.
working it.
That's
I
a dog
appreciate
toy.
Steve and the way he can work it.
Are you serious? That's bigger than her head.
Okay, if you want to step up over here.
No, it's not.
And before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Oh, we got a spicy one. We got another spicy one. Now?
The whole truth and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court.
It was just closer to the camera.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Jenna Luberta.
Oh,
ERDA.
that's one that when you turn around, you're a little bit shocked by. But yeah.
Good afternoon, Ms.
Stephanie,
Luberta.
hey, glad you enjoyed this. Glad you had fun. Glad you like guys.
currently employed in
Look,
law
this is
enforcement
my
at the present
favorite
time?
law streamers, all my friends,
you
my
previously been a law
homeboys,
enforcement officer?
and girls. You know, we got Chandler over
Decision to
there.
no longer be in law enforcement, is that
earlier,
a
but
voluntary decision
yeah,
on
these
your
guys are my
part?
friends. It's really fun to comment on them and how they do things, and also
talk to me
see what they're
later
doing,
about this,
and give a
law
little
enforcement
comedy, a little roasting,
I started as
maybe
an
some
inspector,
constructive
actually,
criticism.
in 2007. In 2011,
Glad you
I was
enjoyed it,
sworn in
Stephanie.
as a police officer at the Green Bay Police Department. Where
She
I
really does look
served
like
for-
Caitlyn Jenner. I'm not gonna lie. This
And
woman does look
what
like
roles
Caitlyn
did you
Jenner.
have with the Green Bay Police Department?
I started as a patrol officer.
Not gonna lie.
I was there for 7 years, and then I moved to the detective division for almost 5 years, just shy, and then I left as a lieutenant on afternoon shift patrol.
They're just
Were you
bringing out all the
working as
hotties
a
to influence the jury at the end.
Investigator with the
Jeff
Green Bay
thinks
Police
this is a
Department in
hottie? Oh
February
my
of
God.
2022?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do the poll.
And as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department in February 23rd of 2022, did you assist in a homicide investigation involving the decedent Shad Therian?
Yes.
What was your initial role in that investigation?
My initial role was to go to the place where the suspect in this case was apprehended, and there was a van involved, and basically take ownership of the van and everything that happened with the van.
And the locations that was that on Eastman Avenue?
Yes,
And when you arrived, did you ultimately go to that scene on Eastman Avenue?
I did.
And when you arrived, what did you observe?
I observed several other officers
Come on,
there.
Jeff,
I
have some
observed,
standards.
the van in question, and that was pretty much it. It was pretty much just calm.
Hair,
by the time I got
bangs,
there,
nose,
just
jaw.
the van,
Yeah,
patrol officers.
yeah. Afix said he still would though.
And what did you do to
You're honest, Afix.
conduct
You're honest.
further analysis or investigation
Honest man,
relative
I
to
like
that
it.
van?
I've received information that the van.
62% are still smash. So you guys are being honest, I think,
so
which is
knew
good.
That there may be potential evidence in the van, and that we needed to.
Honest here today.
secure that evidence.
69%. Oh, whoa. Okay.
To write a
Well,
search
if we're 69ing, then
Did you ultimately?
I can't
Did you
object to
ultimately
that.
obtain a search warrant for
I
the
did,
van?
yes.
You know who the registered owner of the van was?
Yes.
Bruce says she's a woman.
Scott Tome.
Good point.
THOMS?
Seems so.
Correct.
And once you got the warrant for the van,
Check
what did
that
you do?
birth certificate.
Once I got the warrant for the van, I returned to the Eastman address, and I called the city contracted wrecker or towing company, and then we towed the van to our evidence storage unit on Broadway Street, the city of Green Bay.
Did either you or another member of the Green Bay Police Department follow the towing company as it brought the van to the storage facility?
Yes, myself and Detective Bray.
When you arrived at the Green Bay
So
storage facility, what did
70%
you
still
do?
going there, but
We put
okay,
the,
fine.
Van into the secured area of the.
I'll do that. I'll do the one because
evidence
Afix asked.
unit, and we left.
And what did you return at some point in time to that van?
Yes, around 3:30 in the afternoon.
Why was there the delay between dropping the van off and then returning later?
Yeah, we knew that there were potential body parts in the van, and the forensic pathologist was currently at the home, and we wanted to wait for him to go into the van.
Okay, I
So
got
then
it.
when you returned about 3:30 in the afternoon,
Schabusiness, the poll is up.
Did you have contact with the forensic pathologist?
Yes.
And what happened at that point?
And by deleting, I mean
point,
if she's
the
not going to
forensic
delete
unit
you,
started
if you have a
taking pictures and
guarantee that
swabs
she
from
will
the
not
outside of the
delete
van.
you.
And then we opened up the hatch or the back of the van, and the forensic pathologist took some items out of the van.
It's a
We didn't
baseline
discover
apex.
anything in the back, but then we went to a box behind the driver's seat where he located body parts.
And
60%
who was taking the lead in terms of
pass,
actually removing items,
and
from the
40% of
van
you are
and
being
then
honest
having
when you say
contact
smash.
with the human remains?
The forensic pathologist, Vincent Tranquita,
What was your
Tranquita.
role on that scene at that time?
I was observing.
And the forensic unit was present and
The forensic-
photographing.
Yes, sorry. The forensic unit was processing the van, yes.
Once the forensic unit and the forensic pathologist had an opportunity to
Yes, and no
complete their search of
diseases.
the van, what
popcorn.
did you do?
I'll throw that in there.
I talked with the doctor, and he told me that he believed that all
I
of
object, that's hearsay.
I wasn't
36%
specifically for what anyone told you.
being
What did
honest
you do
right
with the
now.
van afterwards?
So the question's withdrawn. Go ahead and ask your next question.
the forensic unit finished processing the van, and we left.
In addition to processing the van on the scene, did you subsequently have a further role with respect to this investigation?
I did.
And what was that?
I looked through.
We're
one
not
of
dozing,
the
but we are tired.
Cell phones that was located at the Eastman
Sluggish.
Avenue
Je-
address.
Jeff definitely
Very,
was
very
had his eyes
sluggish.
closed
Last
there for a
hour is
second.
hell.
And when you say you looked through the cell phone, did you look through the
He's
device
ahead
itself?
of me
I did
by
not.
2 hours.
What
so
did you review?
Our computer forensics person who was in here just before me downloaded the phone to what's called the UDRF file, and then we're able to view the contents of the phone that way.
And is using that type of, what they call it, a UFED report, is that something that you review regularly in the course of your duties as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department?
Almost every day.
So you're familiar with reviewing those reports and then
Okay, so
locating
these
the
guys are kind of
information that might
quiet.
be
Let's
of
see what we
interest
got
in the
over here.
investigation? Yes.
Around LawTube. Let's poke around here. So is Joe and Gaz, are they still going?
I'm a man.
And
no,
These guys are
who
having
was
fun.
taking the lead
Yeah,
in
she's
terms of actually
professional
moving
but
items
feminine.
from the van.
Yeah.
and then-
Oh, these guys are gonna
Strong, but
smash.
I admire this type of
Joe and
woman.
Steve are
I agree.
into it. They are
Smart,
really into
confident,
it.
on that scene at that
to
time.
the point.
I was.
yeah.
They're getting turned on by this.
Feminine. There's a feminine.
And,
like, look at
The
this
forensic
woman.
unit was present,
She's-
photographing.
He thinks
Yeah.
she's feminine. Okay, wow. All right. Well, I know. Listen, I'm willing to entertain an argument. But
Once
Steve and
the,
Joe are men
forensic
of
unit
culture. They are
and
men of
the
culture and
forensic
taste.
pathologist had an opportunity to complete their search of the van. What did you do?
I talked with the doctor.
Jeff
and he
needs
told me that
sunglasses
he
like
believed
Kurt,
that
yes.
all
I
of-
object, that's hearsay.
She's a conservative's dream.
Sustained.
I wasn't.
Defense attorney's on it. I mean, he
told
is.
you what it
she's
is.
Shabusiness,
listening.
40% of you when I end the poll here,
Attorney's
40% of
pay.
you are honest and would smash, and 6% of you wouldn't. But
The forensic unit finished processing the van, and we
keep
left.
Gaz away from Caitlyn. No, Gaz and Caitlyn Jenner.
In addition to processing the van on the scene, did you subsequently have
That
a
shit
further
is
role
chiseled out of
with
granite.
respect
Some
to
people
this
like it.
investigation?
I did.
Because they're actually
And what
well
was that?
trained in how to ask questions.
I looked.
Yes,
through
the prosecutor's
the
playing a clean game, so
cell
there's not a
phones
lot of room for
associated
objection.
with
Mhm.
Avenue address, I believe that belonged to Taylor Schabusiness.
Now, when you say you looked through the cell phone, did you look through the device
Or are the
itself?
60%
not.
being cheeky?
What did you review?
Our computer forensics person who was in here just before me downloaded the phone to what's called the UDRF file, and then we're able to view the contents of the phone that way.
Chris, I know, man. I'm just,
And
I'm
is
messing with
using
you.
that type
I'm
of what
messing
they
with
call
you.
it,
Of
a
course,
UFED
of
report,
course,
is
when you're
that
older, you
something
get more
that
picky.
you review regularly in the course of your duties
Yeah,
as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department?
Almost every day.
So you're familiar with reviewing
Joe
those
needs a
reports and then
strong woman
locating the
that can take
information that
control of
might
the
be of
wheel.
interest
Oh
in an
no.
investigation?
Yes.
No, for those who
And is
don't
that
know
what
the
you were
inside
asked to do
joke,
with
Joe's
respect
wife
to a
drives them
phone that was
everywhere.
believed to
Joe
belong
does not
to,
drive.
Taylor
So
Schabusiness?
Yes.
Bob
What sorts of
Johnson
things were
calling
you
that
looking
out.
for when you
Our base union
reviewed
worker in the chat.
the extraction of that device using the computer forensic program?
I was looking for search history on the internet. I was looking for photographs. I was looking for phone calls, text messages,
Hope we're being sniped.
messaging,
Steve, it's okay.
application chats. things
Joe
of
likes
that
it at this
nature.
point. Joe was driving and streaming last week. Oh, was
Did
he?
you notice anything of evidentiary
Was he driving?
value?
Joe was driving. I'm very proud of
There
Joe.
was some
Learning to drive,
search
being like a big
history that I found interesting, like internet searches.
You're too late, Andrew.
That I found
You're too late.
We caught you. We caught you simping.
There was
We
searches,
caught you
things of, like-
red cocked.
Runner, I'm gonna object.
Like a baboon, but like in the front instead of the back.
Relevancy. I mean, searches.
I got him to laugh
On the
at
phone,
red
people
cocked baboon.
search,
See, look,
research,
Gazi's
look all
laughing at
kinds
red
of
cocked
different
baboon.
things.
He thinks it's hilarious.
I would argue that some of these things, I believe, could be inflammatory and more prejudicial than probative.
How to chop a body up.
Joe's wife probably married him because she knew
Things such as
that a man that
Instagram,
cannot drive also cannot cheat.
Dahmer.
People are saying that she's a witch.
This is the comment.
Things
Comment of the hour.
KKK.
Comment
I
of
believe
the
is one
hour
of
here.
them.
There you go.
And,
That is
Detective,
inflammatory.
Did you know the dates and times of the respective searches that you believed were relevant?
It was around the time of the homicide.
This is fun,
The day
guys.
shortly
This is
before.
really fun and very
And the day
based.
shortly before,
Very
yes.
based in the chat.
And
The
do you
chat
recall when you
chads.
reviewed that? Did you
C in the
prepare
chat
a
for the chat
report
chads
regarding
today.
your
I'm gonna drop a
observations?
drop a
did.
couple C's
If
in
you
here
were
myself
able to review your
for
report, might that
the
refresh your
chat
recollection as to the
chads
specific searches
for
and
all
the
you
dates and
guys.
times of those searches?
CCC for the chads in the chat. You guys are killing it tonight.
Yeah, that's very prejudicial. And not relevant to the crime. There's
Yeah.
no crime here that this
You
was
guys are
motivated by
killing
racism.
it. Popcorn was a bad dude.
What Little Rock is pointing out is when she gets up there and says something like that, it just makes you hate her. You feel like she's interested in the KKK.
You guys have been cracking me up the whole
And for all you
night.
know, she was like researching worst KKK.
It's
people of all
4:32
time. Like, she
a.m.
could've
I
been,
am rocking this out for you guys.
Like about or incidents of KKK hate where she's like against the KKK, but that's all the jury hears. So it comes across like, she's a big fan of white supremacy, which has nothing to do with this
White
trial
supremacy.
at all. So that was pretty prejudicial.
Whatever you do, don't share that comment with Joe. No, don't worry. Joe will. Yeah, whatever I do, I'm not going to share
But-
this with Joe. I'm not
No.
going to bring up the
I don't
fact
think that's serious enough for appeal or
Your
mystery.
Honor, I'm going to object to
That-
Exhibit 98. I know it's
Joe can't drive,
That's
and therefore
Detective
can't cheat.
Loretta's details. It's 2 pages, but there are dates going back to
And he should cross-examine on
December
that
12th of
if, in fact,
2022,
it's
and we're
not
talking about
as nefarious.
an alleged incident.
Matt Walsh's dad is very low energy right
2/22
now.
or 2/23 of 2022. So I've got an issue with that. I'm also going to reserve a motion outside the presence of the jury.
Okay, well, I think all she's been asked is to review the report, so I don't know yet what she's going to be testifying to. So I'll reserve ruling on your objection, Mr. Freilich, but I'll turn back to.
The judge's tie is extreme.
It's a
though.
little low, isn't it?
Your Honor,
It's
I
like a-
also forgot, I want to
His mic
say
has been
that,
low the entire
It's like
time.
a
another
pro-Ukraine
objection would be on grounds of relevancy.
tie.
So, thank you.
I'm going to reserve those objections.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
And Ms. Luberta, does reviewing that report
Joe's
refresh your
a terrible
recollection
driver.
as to
I
the
couldn't hear.
nature of some of the searches that you observed on the extraction from Ms. Schabusiness' phone?
Yes.
Joe's
And
notification.
specifically as it relates to February
The
12th,
boomerness of it is so enchanting
2022
for
and
Joe.
February 13th
Like the fact
of
that he doesn't know how to turn those off.
2022. Did you note anything? Was
Oh, lagging here.
there anything noteworthy with respect to searches?
Objection relevancy to that question.
Miami Vice tie. Oh, that's cool.
Yes. She searched Jeffrey Dahmer.
Jeffrey Dahmer.
And then
That might be
she
relevant.
searched
That
cadaver
is relevant. That's
definition,
very relevant, Joe.
Flirty, blow-up doll, customized.
Joe is cute.
face.
He's kawaii, as they say over here in Asia.
In particular,
Kiwo-
Jeffrey Dahmer.
Kiwoyo.
Did you
Or
note that there were
Yarak
Wait, whoa,
in
whoa,
Thailand.
hold up, hold up.
searches
Very
that
cute.
were
Very cute.
Pause
related
that.
to Dahmer?
Should we review
Objection
that?
relevancy.
Oh my.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
Can you repeat your question?
Were there several searches related to Jeffrey Dahmer and other items
It
on
was
the
a Netflix
device
show.
that were consistent with Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
What other portions of the extraction also showed an interest in Jeffrey Dahmer?
Objection relevancy.
Oh my God, this is
That's relevant.
Very
this is
relevant.
relevant, and this adds
There
a
was
whole new.
layer.
That she ate him.
She was planning on eating. This is one of her dark fantasies.
Her
Very sexual.
Gmail account, a Google account.
Dahmer fan 69,
Bigger
69.
search that you can do to get more information stored on the cloud. And in that,
She was searching it, so I mean, that is relevant.
in
Relevant
that
search term.
extraction of that information, there were more references to Jeffrey Dahmer and searches for Jeffrey Dahmer, pictures, and things of
This
that
is the
nature.
first I've ever heard.
The,
this.
on the
You heard this
device
before?
itself,
Fan fiction.
Did you also locate
Dahmer fanfic.
photographs of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Objection relevance.
Overruled. Yeah.
Ooh, this just goes to motive.
Yes.
And that she wasn't crazy, but that she wasn't.
Right.
You know what
Well,
a device?
Dahmer
screenshot
used to
is?
call the
Not crazy.
Chicago
Not
Gay
legally.
Pride Parade
What does that
Taste
term
of
mean?
Chicago. Ooh.
A screenshot is where you take a
The women
screen,
all
a
think
copy of the screen.
that they can change
And
Dahmer.
do you know if there were
I can
screenshots
change
that were
him.
prepared in this case by analyst Danelski for purpose of your
Vice's
analysis?
chat is
Yes.
simping
She
for
saved
and
her.
calling
Did you
her
review those
Caitlyn
screenshots
Jenner.
as well?
I did.
She does look like Caitlyn
In
Jenner.
reviewing those screenshots, were there also several mentions of Dahmer and Dahmer related interests?
Yes.
Objection relevance.
Yes, there were.
Was this just, a one-off, one or two photos, or were there several photographs?
Same objection relevancy.
No, of course you're gonna search, but
Yeah, this is
I've
highly
searched
relevant.
Dahmer
There were
before, but
there
it's
were
in the
several.
time period. you know.
highly prejudicial.
You mentioned
And it's
that
before-
you
I think this is
subsequently
before the
did a
Netflix
search for
I do
information,
think
a
this is
search
before
warrant
the
for
Netflix
information from Google. Can you talk about the process you utilized to do that?
Yes, so from the device itself, we could find out how many Gmail accounts that she had. There was a total of 5. So from those 5 Gmail accounts, we can write a warrant to Google for more information that's not technically stored on the phone, but in the cloud.
And did you draft such a warrant?
Yes, I did.
And ultimately, did you obtain a warrant from the court for that search?
Yes, I did.
Did
This was
Google
before the
subsequently
Netflix show,
respond to
yes.
your warrant,
I believe
provide
so.
information from those Gmail accounts?
Yes.
And what happened then when you received the information from Google?
I was able, so Google provides it in a way that's hard to figure out. So Analyst Danelski is able to put it into the same computer program to allow us to look at that information.
And once you then reviewed the information in the program, do you know the name of the program?
It's the same one that you did.
The
Yeah.
Celebrate, the UFED reader?
Celebrate, yes.
Okay. When you reviewed the information in Celebrate, were you able to find similar information regarding an interest in Jeffrey Dahmer on the Google search?
Objection
Casey's
relevance.
Anthony's search history. That was crazy.
This is
Yes.
the witness you want to end on for the day if you're the prosecution.
Yeah.
Do you know, does
It's now they get
Celebrate
visuals of her
give you the
eating
opportunity to parse out certain relevant things and generate a report?
Hopefully they end with her. That'd be great.
That only includes certain items that are of interest to the person creating the report?
With the timing, I think it may.
Are you
We're at
familiar with those
7 hours
reports
and
from
40.
Celebrate that allow you to do that?
Yes, I am.
Of course, then again, my search history would probably be pretty bad too.
Yeah, but Steve is an attorney, so it's different.
But I'd say it's job related.
It is
Yeah,
job related.
well,
yeah.
It's always job related.
It's job related
Yeah,
now for
job
me.
related,
I'm
yes,
doing
I was
research
doing
for YouTube.
That's
The
nuts.
question is what,
This is
the question is what
crazy.
job you're talking about,
No, but this is unexpected. I did not expect that. I thought she was chomping the body up to dispose of it to
This
get it
has
out of
taken turns that we never foresaw. This is
Yeah.
now, this all of a
Hentai
sudden,
is totally
this-
job
This
related.
trial, which had been like slogging along through, it's like this technician and that backup cop who was putting out police tape. So all of a sudden now we just took this over here
Yeah,
to where it's like,
whoa.
we want to know more about
That
the
woke
Jeffrey
the jury
Dahmer
up.
stuff and
That
the
woke me up.
blow up dolls with the customized face and all the craziness. And that's the reality is you get your hands on someone's phone, especially someone as twisted as this Mona Lisa looking individual, you are almost certainly going to find a treasure trove of stuff that just lets you
Creepy
reach inside
Skeletor.
the mind in ways that are frightening to most of us.
Yeah, it's the ledge. It's the dark ledge that you look, you can talk about, you can rationalize, but you can't look over the precipice and understand. It's just, it's like, okay, I get it. Then you're like, whoa, wait a second.
Yeah.
Just went right off the bridge, right?
Yeah, and if you're watching Illegal Mindset, instead
Yes.
of letting him turn over to you someone else, just come here. Just come here.
No,
It's
do
very
not
simple.
come.
Oh,
In the
look
words
who's
of Kamala,
sniping who now, buddy? Look
do
who's
not
taking
come.
from who now? Oh!
Look, I could just mute Joe. Look at that. Look at that. Do not come. Tell the people, do not come. Whatever you do not come. See, isn't that funny, Joe? Oh, see, Joe doesn't like that. Joe doesn't like that I could do that. It's great, though. I love him. He's great. Great guy. Love you, Joe. All right, let's move over. Let's see what Vices is doing.
And is that what you were asked to do with respect
Do
to
not
the
come.
phone that was believed to belong to Taylor Schabusiness?
I haven't even since 10 minutes before I started the
What
stream.
sorts of
Damn, you
things
guys are
were you
trooping it
looking
through.
for when you
Oh, I'm gonna
reviewed
come.
The extraction of that device.
Speaking
using
of
the
coming.
computer forensic program.
I was looking for search history on the internet. I was looking for photographs. I was looking for phone calls.
Oh, sorry. This is old. Let me speed up.
Who the hell wants Galliano at home?
I'm gonna come.
Well, you can do hot shots.
Well, see, the problem with I don't usually keep, like I said, I don't usually keep Galliano at home because it comes.
Yeah, you
in
do
a
have to pick
bottle
who you
that's
support,
like
but you can
2
view
feet
everybody in their
tall,
own time.
or like 30
Trial streams are
centimeters
rare
tall.
because you have to pick
Can't
a
store it
stream.
anywhere.
Mr. Frederick.
Thank you, Your Honor. I know that the state intends to offer 3 exhibits. I'll take the easy one first. One is a photograph of my client, Taylor Schabusiness.
Oh, Jeffrey
Either laying
Dahmer,
on a
Jeff
bed
Boyardee.
or
Got it.
sitting, and then there's a phone next to her, and the phone has a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on her phone. So they're together.
She's a picture of it.
We all know that Jeffrey Dahmer was the worst serial killer in Wisconsin history.
Okay.
There
So
are a
a
lot
little
of
bit of a
negative
stand there.
memories and thoughts,
A little bit.
commentary. People watch that trial on TV with Attorney Boyle and Attorney Wendy Patrikas in Milwaukee County. The state is trying to link my client with Jeffrey Dahmer by offering these exhibits. Additionally, the other Celebrate exhibits that Mr. Lassay wishes to produce and proffer to the court as an exhibit are, could I see those please again?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, cool, bro.
Why don't you have copies?
They contain references to Satanic Bible, Flaming Pentagram,
Yeah,
Satan,
and that's what I want to name my Viking metal
Jeff
band.
Boyardee,
Flaming
Excuse me, guys.
Pentagram.
Jeffrey Dahmer, Cadaver Definition, Jeffrey Dahmer's butt, Jeffrey Dahmer walking in all sexy in court.
What?
Rare Jeffrey Dahmer GIF, GIF, and things of that sort.
Get sexy
And
in
some
court.
of
That goes
these
right to her flashing her titties at the judge.
items,
Speaking of titties.
That's gonna come in.
search items, date from 2/19 of 2022.
Speaking of titties.
Jeffrey Dahmer's butt.
Gentlemen, this is why we don't let our ladies watch true crime dramas.
I
They
would
wind up
argue
in
that-
court for having cut off
They
their
get-
balls.
they get a little too
2019
kinky.
of 2022 is fairly close in time to the alleged incident. The other ones are not. But I would argue that this information is highly prejudicial. And
Legal Mindset, thank you for reminding me to wipe my search history. You're welcome,
is
Bob. You're
substantially
welcome.
outweighed
Wipe
by
your
the
search
danger of
histories.
unfair prejudice. I believe, and I would argue on behalf of my client, that if this information comes in, she's going to be painted in the worst light possible with probably, maybe, the worst killer in human history. And I don't believe that that is is fair, but the court has to make that call.
But
I'm just
yeah,
making the arguments on her behalf. I don't think it's necessarily
she had a
relevant.
picture of his
There's
ass.
Other information
Yes.
here that the state
Yes.
can rely on,
Yes,
but they
Tiny
do not
Dancer.
need to
That
go
is
down
that
this
is
road.
100% what
This is
happened.
going to
here.
be a trial within a trial. It's going to create a sideshow. This is not the Jeffrey Dahmer case. It's not.
Well, it is relevant.
It is
She was
now.
searching all of this shit.
It is now.
The other
baby.
Celebrite extraction report also contains
This
various
is getting good.
pictures of what is reported to be Jeffrey Dahmer, and it seems like there are 27 data files here. Some
Got a lot
of
of
them
data.
are client.
Got a little Celebrite.
They're little thumbnail pictures here.
Midget porn. That's what they'll find on
But
yours. Don,
if
Don, what are you doing,
the
man?
jury sees this, I have a concern
Lots of pictures
that
of sandwiches. That's some
they're
trad
gonna
porn.
Immediately think that my client is
Pictures of sandwiches are trad con
in
porn.
that category, just like him. I don't know, but I think it's unduly prejudicial. I think it's unfair, and I would ask that the court consider these arguments on her behalf, that this information not come in. I don't believe it's necessarily relevant. People do searches on the internet all the time. People do dumb things. They search for weird things.
Yes.
They search for odd things.
Yes.
But I don't see how this is even relevant to what we're talking about in this particular case. And I'd argue that the court at least consider an oral motion from me for a mistrial, because the state is going into this issue of Jeffrey Dahmer, going down this road to try and paint her in the worst light possible and create a
He's
sideshow.
trying for everything, isn't he?
So
And this
I'd
judge
ask that
looks
you
like he's
consider
just
a
about
motion
ready
for
to go
mistrial
off on him.
because this information has already come in. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lizette.
Your Honor, I think the
Yeah, he has got to go through it for a mistrial, but it's not going to
prove
work.
beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms.
I think
Schabusiness
you can do
intended
that
to engage in
without
this
Dahmer.
conduct, that she intended to kill Shadtheria, and that she intended to dismember his body. Her interest in Jeffrey Dahmer is relevant to this case.
Now let it in. Let this shit in.
assume
This
is
is
going to
this is
argue
BS.
either
Let
that
this crap
She
in.
didn't intend to do this, or certainly is going
They
to argue in the
usually
second
let it
phase
in.
of the trial that she had some sort
Alyssa
of
asked the
mental
question, but
illness
they
that
usually
caused her
usually
to
let
do
it in,
this.
and then you can
The
rebut
state's
it. You can
position
counter it.
clearly
You
is
can
that
cross
no,
it.
she did
Right?
this
Like
because
just
she wanted to do this. This is something that interests her.
present.
Frankly, we haven't seen her
the
interview
counter
yet,
evidence.
but I anticipate that her interview is going to be consistent with that. That this is
Yeah,
something
delete
that
yours
interested
weekly,
her, that she
regularly.
liked what she did in this case. And her interest in Jeffrey Dahmer and the things that he did and the awful things that Attorney Freilich talked about.
You'll
her
never
interest
get
in
my
him
memes,
is relevant
Copper.
to
I
that
like
point.
that.
It
Good one,
suggests that
Apex.
she had an interest in these things.
Well, then you get it
It is
in.
not something
You'll
that was
never
done,
take my memes.
solely because of the methamphetamine, or that was done as an accident, or was some sort of reckless behavior, or that was the result of a mental illness. It's the state's position that she did so because she was interested in that, and for that reason, these things are highly relevant.
Then it goes into the next phase
I
of the
haven't seen the
trial,
photo.
not this phase.
See the photo?
You got
I'm just
The memes must
more
flow.
literally
Very
the
true.
devil's
Very
advocate.
true. Laudner clips.
But he has to.
Your Honor, I would ask that you consider taking a look at the two Celebrite documents as well, because they've got thumbnail photos on them.
So we'll mark all of these so we know what we're speaking of. Any particular preferences order? Okay. Cellbrite report, noting searched items 35, that'll be number 99. Cellbrite report, the extraction report, noting data files 27 on the top, that'll be 100. And the photo will be 101.
This is gonna be good for you. Yeah, a lot of good clips coming out of this one.
I think this is the first thing the prosecution has set up that is a bit unnecessary.
So, Mr. Lizette, your reference to Ms. Schabusiness having an interest in this kind of thing, is that a different way of saying motive?
I think it is. I mean, I do think that it is motive evidence
Judge,
because
helping
it's
along.
suggestive of the fact
Helping
that
the
when she
prosecution get the
went
right
down this
argument.
road, that she enjoyed this and that she did this for her own pleasure and out of her own curiosity and interest. Which again, I think we haven't seen the interview yet, but there are several statements within the interview that are consistent with that.
Please show her meme folder. That'd be great.
And I would note the court has seen the video. The court has had the benefit of seeing the interview. Has not been presented to the jury.
Your Honor, I believe that my client also told Detective Groff that they were buddies. I believe my client told Detective Groff that Mr. Shadtherian and her were buddies.
Shadtherian and her were buddies?
Okay, how does that?
What
how does
the
that go
fuck?
to
What
I'm
the fuck does
looking
that
at
do?
here? I agree with you.
Buddies.
I think she did tell him that. I recall her saying that. How does that go to this, though, Mr. Fraley?
Well, the state is trying to talk about intent to kill and that she wanted to do this and all of that. I'm letting the court know that these two people were friends. They were buddies.
Well, okay. Butt buddies, no, Tiger Shark, no, not butt buddies.
Symphony of Snores.
Guys, we've been going long. If you haven't smashed that like button, smash already. 419 likes. Appreciate that. 90 people checked in actively, but I know people pop in. So if you haven't, like it, and we'll do this more often.
Looking at Exhibit 99, that one seems pretty straightforward as far as timestamps because there's a column for
The judge is good. Yeah, no shorter stories.
and I can
It's
see what
facts.
appears to be dates of searches. Exhibit 100, it may be on here, but I'm not laying my hands on it. The only date I'm seeing
There really haven't been a lot of objections in this case. It's been good.
appear
It's
to
been
be
great.
the
Actually.
extraction date, although I don't know that. They're all dated March 8 of 2022, which is after this event. So I guess I'm concerned that I'm not reading this correctly because I want to make sure that I address all the issues that Mr. Freilich has brought up, including timing. And if we're talking about something that, for example, one of the events that I noticed on here appears to
Yep.
folder date. But maybe
Jesus
you can
Christ,
address
don't
that for
ever
me.
fucking do that
Before I-
again.
before
God
I-
damn it.
I let you move
I will
on.
kill you. I swear to
Exhibit
Christ.
100, page 3.
Do
at
not
the
fucking do
top,
that ever again. I have
see
these things up
under
so loud.
metadata
Oh my
title, it
god.
says Capture time, October
That was
22nd,
seriously
2013.
uncool. Fuck me.
I can only assume that that's the date that it was uploaded onto the internet as opposed to the date that she was looking at it. But I don't
That
know.
was
What was that?
uncool.
I didn't hear shit.
Correct. And I think through the witness, we would anticipate eliciting testimony
I
that
owe you a
those
drink, Jeff.
pictures appeared to have been captured by Ms. Schabusiness on February 12th of 2022. I think the date listed on the phone is the last date in which that photo was modified, which actually I think is probably the date Google received the preservation letter. That seems to be most consistent with that March 8th of 2022 date. So I think certainly the state would have to provide some additional information through the witnesses to clarify the date. But I believe that the officer's own report indicates that when she looked at those same pictures on the phone, they were part of those screenshots, device screenshots.
That was loud.
That those were largely viewed on
Sorry.
February 12th of 2022, and then the Google
You're awake?
warrant just sort of confirmed the information that was seen on the screenshots.
We have no guarantee of that, Your Honor. It's confusing as to what date
these items were downloaded, what dates they really pertain to.
Since this is the last time I'm
Mr.
on
Lizzie,
screen
when
with
I
Jeff,
look at
hi.
Exhibit 99, I'm looking at, various,
I'm deaf. Hello?
what I'll call
Mop.
searches.
All right, let's listen to him.
And,
Just screaming like a
when I
woman
look
almost
at
hurt my ears. It happens. It happens. Smash that like button. Me love you short time.
99, the Jeffrey
Only
Dahmer
2,000 pounds.
references seem to commence at item 14. Above that, there's
I
references
thought Shad
to
was the
other
future tense of-
things. I'm particularly interested in your
Legal vices on trial for
assertion
murder
as to
of my
relevance
eardrums.
Searches about Satanic Bible online. I see that specific search once.
Oh,
The next, that's
no.
number item 1. Item 2 is Satanic Bible. It's a different search, but it's similar. Item 3, Flaming Pentagram. What
Flaming
what's the relevance of that?
And I think that just shows her period interest, that this is an intentional act because she has interests that are outside the norm that would suggest this type of conduct.
Satanic
That's
Bible,
completely
that's not
speculative,
included.
Your Honor. I mean,
Yeah, what's-
people have a right under the Constitution, First Amendment, to look at things.
Yeah.
I just don't see the relevance here for that.
I think for that same reason, it's also not terribly prejudicial. Frankly, the state's largest concern is that
Edgy
is the
goth bro.
Dahmer
Yeah,
information.
that's
I think
actually
that's
ridiculous with
the most relevant. I
Satanic
think the
Bible.
cadaver
Yeah, no.
definition search was also somewhat relevant. I mean, it shows her interest in
I guess
their
allow
just death
it,
and
but
corpses,
we were
which
also allowed to
part of the
cross
mutilation of
and
this
count.
body, the defleshing and the things that happened to Shad after he died, I think are consistent with that highly unusual interest in things like death and cadavers and things that Jeffrey Dahmer did.
Well, here's what I'm gonna rule. First of all, I do think that searches.
She
First
just
of
has a
all,
pentagram tattoo on her.
it's been referenced by
left breast.
counsel that obviously Jeffrey Dahmer is a unusual figure in the history of this state, and certainly the acts perpetrated by him were difficult for the community to comprehend, and he's again a very
Defleshing.
unusual figure, and I think the public has a general sense of what that individual is about because he received a great deal of publicity. I'm looking here and I see from looking at these reports, there was a great deal of interest demonstrated in that. And I think that's relevant. I do. So I'm satisfied that regarding the references to him, that that's
Okay.
appropriate testimony.
Rigor
Not as
cordis.
satisfied as to some of these other items.
I think the
I
judge is
see
getting tired too. I mean, shit, it's
two
5
searches
a.m.
for
here in
Satanic
Bangkok,
Bible
so I'm
references.
fucking tired.
Looks like 3 for Satan,
And I gotta leave in 3 hours for Bangkok, bros.
2 perhaps for,
It takes me a while to get
3
to
in
the
chat
studio.
for Satan.
and I'm not necessarily satisfied that those particular searches relate to anything particular in this case, other than to make someone look bad. And that's
kind
not
of
what this
important.
case is to be about. So I'm satisfied that regarding Exhibit 99, those references aren't relevant. What can you tell me, Mr. Lizzie, about the Jeff Boyardee?
That's
Yes,
actually a picture
yes.
of Jeffrey Dahmer on a can. So it's sort of a meme that involves Jeffrey Dahmer. I think the picture is actually in the other exhibit. It's probably very small.
Okay.
So
So I'm going to find that's relevant based upon that representation. At the same time, I want to make sure that before we start tomorrow, that we have a brief voir dire of a witness regarding.
So it looks like this is gonna be the wrap
I
here.
want to make sure that there's a relevant time frame. For
Your
this.
memes can and will be used against you in a court of law.
So I'm going to permit the limited testimony that I've indicated.
All right.
I'm going to allow then exhibits 99, 100, and I'm going to allow 101 as well. I think it's relevant. However, exhibit 99, I don't want any reference from the witness to the first 9 items. The other items, including the cadaver definition, I'm going to permit. I think those are relevant to this case as well. I have not delved as deeply into 100, but the ruling is going to be the same. It looks like photographs.
Okay,
Mr.
the
Lizzie,
poll is going to be up because I want you guys to have some
reference
time to
earlier
vote
that
on this.
believes the reference
What is
to
the
Jeff
best
Boyardee
sniped
may be,
stream
the
of the
photos may
night?
be
Is
the
it
other
Nick, Joe,
exhibit,
Vices,
that
or
is,
Kurt?
The references in 99 may have the photo.
While they're doing this boring shit, let's go over here and let's check in on our boy. Let's check in on our boy Joe. See how Joe's doing. Give him a little love.
This case, other than to make someone look bad, and that's not what this case is to be about. So I'm satisfied that
So-
regarding Exhibit 99,
Let me know if you like. Was it
those
Nick?
references aren't relevant.
Was it
What can you
Vices?
tell me,
Was it
Mr.
Joe
Lizzie, about
here?
Jeff Boyardee?
Or was it our boy? Where is he? Okay, is he still lagging? Okay, let's go to Nick here.
Everybody, thank you for your kind words,
when you extract
even
data
your
from,
insult.
Hold on, let me go forward here. Or is it Nick? Beta Ricada.
Relevant time frame for this testimony. So I'm going to permit the limited testimony that I've indicated. I'm going to allow then exhibits 99, 100, and I'm going to allow 101 as well. I think it's relevant.
Everything can and will be used against you
And
when you stream
however, exhibit
on
99, I don't want
LawTube.
any reference from the witness to the
Hope you
Or
guys never look
It's
up a
relevant
meme and then get
items.
accused of something.
the other items, including the
all right, let's pull up. Or was it Kurt? Kurt's still hanging in there. Look at Kurt. He's got the glasses off again, and he's got the Jeff Boyardee. Oh, this is
Well,
kind of funny.
There it is in all of its glory, guys. The Jeff Boyardee now with more meat flavor. Wow.
Well, he's having
Exciting.
fun. I like this.
Those
I
are
like this. He's
relevant.
having fun.
To this case,
Kurt's
as well.
having fun. You know what? Maybe Kurt gets a comeback.
I have not delved as deeply
Let's give a
into
little credit for Kurt.
100, but the ruling is going to be the same.
That was pretty good.
It looks like
And the
photographs.
uncivilians.
Mr. Lizzie.
Joe's tongue wins tonight. Okay, well maybe we'll go back there.
The
Get
cadaver
Nick here.
definition I'm going to permit, I think.
Pause Nick. We'll go back here to we'll give Joe's tongue a little love here.
That's actually a picture of.
I think Joe's
Jeffrey
tongue
Dahmer.
could be the
Item
winner.
8 on 100.
Joe, 64% say Joe. Vice is 21%. 10% Nick. 5% Kurt. Kurt's almost beating Nick.
In that exhibit. In
Wow, but Joe, number one snipe stream with Joe. Big Joe's the winner.
I'm going to allow
Because we
those
know that
photos-
Joe and I have
those
mojo.
references
Even when we're
in.
not on the other stream, he feels me. He knows me. Joe is
I
with
see
me.
item
Joe is
15 there.
like
I don't know
Yahweh.
what that's a-
He is
can't
with
read it. It
me
looks like
through the desert.
on page
When I need
3 of
manna
exhibit
from heaven, he gives it to me.
Um,
He takes me around the wall of Jericho. He's really Joe's really there for me.
particularly
He's really my
when I say
mojo.
ruling
He's
out,
really my mojo. And I need my mojo back.
be testified
I need to get my mojo back.
already authorized and not
Chris says Nick looks like he doesn't want to be there. Joe cares.
Yeah,
Kurt
he's
cares.
worried.
Easy choice.
He's like, this is what you suggested. Like
Joe is the
split
winner.
Baby, what you got, I'll leave.
Joe can't drive away.
Let's drop it here.
Exactly, because it covers. it,
Joe
because it's
wins.
Abuse of discretion. He's not going to abuse his
So
discretion.
far,
but he's concerned about it,
61%,
so that he's gonna-
62%.
he's
I'll
gonna
close
prevent
that
the
poll.
state from going any further with it.
62%
Especially the church and
with
state
Joe.
and
Then
stuff.
Vices,
That's what
Nick,
Joe
and
not the
Kurt.
KKK stuff, but
Best sniping here.
so that's the ruling. But Mr.
Oh
Friedman,
my
something
God.
else you wanted to
When Andrew walked along a Thai
Yes, I just
beach,
wanted
he
to
looked back and saw
clarify,
one
make
set of
sure I
footprints,
understand.
realizing Joe carried him all the
The
way.
meme, you know, it's a meme. It says Jeff
A
Boyardee.
meme?
I looked at it. Are you saying that can come in? I would
The memes
argue
are
and
coming in.
ask the court to reconsider
The memes are
not
coming
allowing
in.
that in because it's a meme. There's all kinds of memes out there, and
Oh, there's
really
all
doesn't
kinds.
mean
Can
anything.
you show us?
Well,
Can you show us all kinds of
except
memes?
that if it's a Jeffrey Dahmer meme, I think it comes under the ruling that I made. So, and that's I observed that in item 8 on exhibit 100. I see that meme, but you know, here's what I'll indicate, Mr. Freelich. There's going to be a brief voir dire of this witness tomorrow morning, and I'll give you a chance to ask about that.
Okay, Your Honor.
And then I'll certainly rule further on it. At this time, I'm ruling that those are coming in, but I'll hear from you after the voir dire portion.
Okay, Your Honor, and I totally respect the court's ruling and all of that, but I'd like to make another motion, and that would be that I think it's Exhibit 101 with the picture of my client and the phone with the picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on the phone. Would the court consider excluding that on grounds that it's really duplicitous?
I like the meme, Judge. We're here for the memes. Yes, we are people of memes here on Legal Minds.
Text references of Jeffrey Dahmer are going to come in. Then why do we need to have that picture of her?
Thinking Nick is just tired. Yeah, Nick might just be tired today.
It's a phone. It's just a picture.
Joe
of
giving us the
on a
Fed
phone.
perspective. Yes, very much
I
true.
can understand all of these arguments.
Joe is the
but
best of
I would
us.
argue
That's actually
that
perhaps the most
picture,
important.
the actual picture would be not
That's showing it's
necessarily
not just a
relevant. It would
search,
be
but like
duplicitous.
you take a picture of something you're proud of yourself with. Like it's like
I think the jury would get it.
it's
you
like
know,
with
if
a
the other
wax
stuff
figure
comes
that you
in. So,
like
thank
rather
you.
than.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Why are you playing with wax figures, Joe?
Your
It's
Honor,
weird.
I think for the same
very
reasons
weird
that
for you to
the
do
court
that.
had noted earlier
To
regarding
play with
photographs,
figures.
I think sometimes photographs are just a
Hey,
more
Steve.
powerful way
Looking
of
good there,
being
buddy.
able
Looking
to do that than
good.
simply
Right now.
a description.
This way.
And I think particularly seeing the smile on Ms. Schabusiness's face as she's next to Jeffrey Dahmer, I think is relevant and admissible. And I'm not offering to publish all of the other photographs that are specifically listed in there. We selected a photograph to be able to publish, essentially.
For the first of all, I see that
Joe's literally
I
playing a
believe
game
that
in the background. I
Exhibit
swear to
101
God.
is
Joe's definitely playing a game in the
Exhibits
background.
99 and 100 for this reason.
That's like a level up.
99 and 100 demonstrate searches, an interest in getting information about and learning more about, and spending some of your time thinking about a particular individual. Exhibit 101 communicates something different.
Minesweeper, yes. He's playing
I'm
Minesweeper
satisfied
in the
that it's
background.
an appropriate exhibit
Like
to
OG
receive
Minesweeper.
evidence. For the reasons that have been set out here, I think demonstrating that interest in
Gosney,
this
are memes
individual,
grounds for appeal? Stay tuned for that answer.
nothing else. It demonstrates the interest that she had.
Good little
in this
God's
kind of
wisdom
behavior.
here.
But in addition,
Although it is Wisconsin law, so I mean,
word
be careful there,
interest is
guys.
used, I think that is a motive concept, and for those reasons, I'm going to admit.
Wait,
that.
do you not know what
Mr. Fairley,
Minesweeper
your
is?
Objections are duly noted, and what I want to do is I'd like to ask the state to see if you can get that witness here by 8:15, so we can start that voir dire process.
Joe's
before the jury
hey,
comes
if
in,
Joe's
because
playing Oregon Trail, he's based. Well, I used to play Oregon Trail way back in the day. That sound is on Joe's stream. It's only on Joe's stream, Steve.
Why is the jury waiting for us? They
Nobody
know
else's
they're not
stream has that
supposed to
noise.
every
It's
other
just
courtroom.
Joe. I don't have any background
Okay, so
noises
ruled on those
because I'm not a
issues.
boomer and I know how to
You can agree or
kill
disagree with
kill
them.
my
Those are the
applications.
rulings I made. Anything else for the record this evening, Mr. Saunders?
So the picture is in. Is that what you took from this?
Your Honor, I'd ask respectfully
that's
if the
101.
state
Yeah.
gives me a copy of exhibits 99, 100, and 101, and then I'd like a copy of the exhibit that's going to be presented to the court with the
Yeah, the banker was the best
redactions.
job because they have money. Because money is how you win.
So as far
The
as
other ones were
redactions
just like harder
go,
difficulty because they
I
sucked.
think my ruling, I'm not going to take pen in hand this evening and make those redactions. What I
But
can
it kind of
tell
was
you
true
is,
to life. It's like the people with the most money like kind of win.
Mr. Lizzie, were you intending on publishing 99 and 100 to the jury in their entirety?
No.
Okay. So the redactions will.
Is there a
occur
legal difference between liking something and just viewing it? Well, it's not like a legal distinction. It's
So
just
I don't
like,
think we need to take pen in hand.
but if you like it, they can point out, the attorneys can point out that involves some affirmative effort.
I'm ordering that
But
those exhibits can only be
I
testified
mean, you can
to the
cross
extent
that, like that can mean
I
anything. You
haven't,
can like something for a lot of reasons.
prohibited the references that I made, and that's specifically on page 1 of Exhibit 99. item
6:10
1.
p.m. amateur
So
hour,
again,
guys.
I'm not going to take a black marker.
It's 5:10
So when
a.m.
you ask for a redacted version, you're not going to get it. If it comes to the jury requesting for it, and then we argue whether they should get it at all, if I order that it goes to the jury, then that would be redacted and there would be a use of a black pen, Mr. Fraley.
I understand. Your Honor,
Yes.
I did reserve that motion. I'd make a motion for mistrial because the state went off on this tangent sideshow of Jeffrey Dahmer. Ask you to consider that.
Deny it.
If it's relevant and admissible information, I hardly see it as a basis for a mistrial.
I'm satisfied. So, Mr. Freilich, I appreciate the motion. I'm satisfied that the ruling that I've made.
That's appellate preservation right there.
Satisfied
Yep.
that the
Yeah, of course you have to appeal.
exhibits that I'm receiving are relevant. And so I'm not going to grant a mistrial based upon that because I've received.
See, he gets the court to rule. That is, this defense attorney knows what he's doing.
Nothing else has been testified to, so I've ordered that some of these items in here I don't believe are relevant, and I believe to bring them in, for example, searches for Satanic Bible online. I think those are more prejudicial.
He didn't bring up. He forgot about the KKK thing.
And so I've indicated I'm going to exclude those references, and so they haven't been testified to about yet. So I'm not going to grant a mistrial on those grounds because no one's referenced them yet. Other than there was one reference made. I will note that there was one reference briefly made to that, but it was in a very offhanded summary kind of a fashion. The
Jeff
point
Boyardee is
I
fucking
don't want
hilarious.
Any further references made to how many searches that occurred for those type, the pentagram.
People are not
Satanic
searching that
Bible,
Jeff
anything of that
Boyardee,
nature.
Jeff Dahmer, Jeffrey
Satan.
Dahmer's butt, Jeffrey Dahmer
There's
walking
no
all
more need
sexy
to
in the
go into
court.
that. There was a brief reference made to it. I'm satisfied that isn't the ground for a mistrial in this case, but I'm not going to let further inquiry be made regarding that. So, Mr. Freilich, your motion is denied, but it's duly noted.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very good. And with that, we are concluded for the evening. We'll
They're
see
gonna
you-
wrap.
Wow. So we had a strong finish here.
Wrapping here.
Andrew
Joe
is,
likes to
sniping
finish.
again, by the way.
Oh no, we're gonna go over here. We're gonna check out Vices to end here, and see how they're doing with the wrap
Goes in
up.
100.
I don't actually like the search for Jeffrey Dahmer's butt, but I like the fact that she searched for it.
It's very important to search for it.
Jeffrey
Very
Dahmer's
important.
butt. There's a search term that, frankly, I never would have thought of doing on my own.
Anyways, guys, hope you enjoyed this stream. Hope you guys enjoyed this this format of going through everybody's streams, checking out Nick, checking out Vices, everybody else. Apparently, you guys enjoy me sniping Joe the most, then Vices, then Nick, and then Kurt the least. But hey, it's good to check in on all my homeboys all across LawTube. And frankly, hopefully you guys learned a little bit of levity. Hopefully everybody had fun today and everybody enjoyed this. Definitely we'll do this again in the future because I had fun doing it. And like this was more entertaining for me because when someone was boring on one channel, I could switch over to another and also see how all of them are doing it differently because every single channel did it differently. Every single channel pushed through differently. Guys, I was up till 5:13 a.m. So if you haven't liked the stream at this point, I don't know what to tell you. We do have 424 likes though, which was amazing. And some great super chatters. Appreciate you all. Hopefully, if you guys haven't, sign up for a membership. I really would appreciate that. And also make sure to leave a comment. Let me know what you think about this. And yeah, we'll do it. Marathon sniping. Marathon sniping. Appreciate those that hung in here the whole time. Alyssa, Popcorn Power, Patrick, Pure Jealousy, Dehako, Andrew F, Aaron, JS, Nathaniel Jordan, Steve Gosney. The Goz was over here. He was working so many angles. Our big Florida man. He don't know how they do it. Bob Johnson, Don Baca, my mod. Danielle, also the mod. W Daisy Girl Williams. Good to see all of you guys in the chat. As always, stay based, guys, and I will catch you on Bangkok Bros in literally 4 hours. Starts in 4 hours. So I will catch you on that later. And I'm going to take a quick nap and hope I wake up on time. Peace.